An ordinary worker named Qin Feng accidentally acquires the hundredfold rebate system and thus embarks on a journey to the peak of his life. You successfully purchased a bottle of Lao Ma, spent 8 yuan, and received a rebate of 800 yuan. You successfully purchased a Ferrari, spent 90 million yuan, and received a rebate of 9 billion yuan. You successfully purchased a set in Tang Chini Pin, spent 800 million yuan, and received a rebate of 80 billion yuan. Your current account balance is 100 billion yuan, plus an additional reward of 51 from TX Technology, successfully ranking first on the Forbes list. Qin Feng, sigh, the life of the rich is just so boring and unremarkable. Chapter 1. The Hundredfold Rebate System Deep City. Outside a milk tea shop in an industrial park, Xiaoping, I have something to tell you. Qin Feng nervously hands a milk tea to Lin Xiaoping, stuttering as he speaks. Just say it. Lin Xiaoping takes the milk tea, sounding indifferent. I like you and I want to. However, before Qin Feng can finish his sentence, Lin Xiaoping coldly interrupts. Do you have a car, a house, or savings? Qin Feng is taken aback, his face turning red. After all, he has been working for several years, but hasn't saved much money. Moreover, he has spent quite a bit on Lin Xiaoping in the past few months. Beep. At that moment, a car horn sounds not far away. The loud honk quickly attracts a crowd by the roadside. Qin Feng, you and I aren't suitable. Sorry. After saying this with some disdain, Lin Xiaoping turns and walks towards the car. Soon, the car drives away. Watching the car disappear, Qin Feng is left in disbelief, standing there dumbfounded. Wow, that was a BMW X6. Manager Liao really has money. Of course, that car must cost at least several $100,000. Chapter 2. Nothing else, just bye. Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy a phone? As soon as Qin Feng enters, a saleswoman eagerly approaches him. Huawei is known for its mid to high-end products. Even though Qin Feng is wearing work clothes, the saleswoman still has a bright smile on her face. Qin Feng nods, then looks around. Since this store is very close to their factory, there are quite a few colleagues browsing inside. When they see that it's Qin Feng, they can't help but whisper among themselves. Hey, isn't that Qin Feng? It really is. I heard he just got dumped by Lin Xiaoping, is it true? He's really pitiful. A woman like Lin Xiaoping is not someone a worker like us can approach. Do you think he came here today to buy an expensive phone to win Lin Xiaoping back? It's quite possible this guy is really a desperate dog. Qin Feng naturally hears their discussions but doesn't care to respond. He turns back and hands his phone to the saleswoman. Excuse me, do you have this model in stock? The phone shows a picture of a Mate 50 RS Porsche customized version that he saved from Baidu last time. Chapter 3. How about I treat you this time? Order whatever you want? Hee. Qin Feng understands the kind intentions of his chubby friend, smiling as he says, just right, I haven't eaten yet. Give me an address, and I'll head over. Room 403 at Haidong Hotel. I'm waiting here with the guys. Haidong Hotel. Qin Feng is momentarily stunned, then jokes, brother, did you hit the jackpot? If he remembers correctly, Haidong Hotel is the best hotel in the area, and a meal that would cost several thousand at least. Stop talking nonsense. I'm treating anyway. Hurry up. Without waiting for Qin Feng to respond, he hangs up the phone. Half an hour later, Qin Feng, guided by the waiter, quickly enters room 403 of Haidong Hotel. As soon as he steps in, he sees his 3 chubby friends chatting away. Crazy, you got here pretty fast. Sit down. The dishes are all served. Let's eat. The chubby friends greet Qin Feng with smiles as he enters. Qin Feng smiles back and notices that the table is already filled with a variety of dishes. However, judging by the dishes, the prices don't seem too high. This is quite normal, as they are all workers, and being able to eat here is already quite a splurge. Chapter 4. Clearly hitting a wall. Manager Liao was so angry that he could hardly breathe. After finally catching his breath, he pointed at Qin Feng and said fiercely, Kid, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. You're fired. After saying that, he didn't forget to look at the 3 fat guys, and you 3. You're not allowed to have dinner with him today, or you'll all be out tomorrow. After Manager Liao said these words, his anger dissipated quite a bit. In his mind, the 3 fat guys would definitely not dare to stay here to have dinner with Qin Feng under his warning. But what he never expected was that the next second, the 3 fat guys got angry. If we don't work, we don't work. Do you think we care? That's right. Just a lousy manager. Who do you think you are? What a joke. Who do you think you are? It must be said that although Qin Feng misjudged Lin Xiaoping, these brothers were indeed worth having. Manager Liao was instantly filled with rage, pointing at the 3 fat guys but couldn't say a word. At that moment, Lin Xiaoping, who was standing by, suddenly thought of something. She narrowed her eyes and said to the waiter, "Hey, I think they came here to dine and dash today. You'd better call your manager over." Chapter 5. Where do we settle the bill? Oomph. The two snorted coldly, and Lin Xiaoping said indignantly, "They're just a bunch of poor people. Your hotel will regret it." After making a tough statement, she dragged the still wanting to say something manager Liao away in embarrassment. Seeing the two leave, the hotel manager greeted Qin Feng and took the dejected waiter with him out. "What the hell is going on? Who knows? I thought we three were really going to be kicked out today." The expression of the hotel manager just now, when looking at the madman, was like that of a palace eunuch, full of flattery. At that moment, the three fat guys finally came back to their senses from the shock. They looked at Qin Feng with disbelief in their eyes. However, they quickly thought of something and anxiously said to Qin Feng, "Madman, you wouldn't really spend hundreds of thousands on a meal, would you?" Qin Feng naturally understood what they meant and smiled. "Don't worry, you guys can eat freely. I can afford hundreds of thousands." Half an hour later, the hotel manager personally brought people in and served various delicious dishes. Bird's nest, shark fin, abalone, and other high-end delicacies filled the entire dining table. Chapter 6. I have already broken up with her, come on. Don't you know your brother's character? You're right. Qin thought for a moment and felt Qin Feng was right. But I have food and lodging at school, and my parents give me pocket money every month. You're the one who needs money for dating. Should I transfer some to you? Hearing Qin use words, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit touched. He smiled and said, "No need. Your brother isn't lacking money right now. Also, if you run out of money, just tell me. As long as you don't spend it recklessly." "Hee, then thank you, brother." Qin laughed and suddenly thought of something. She said to Qin Feng, "By the way, brother, are you free the day after tomorrow?" "I'm free, what's up?" Qin Feng had no plans to go back to work, so he was indeed free. "That's good. Sister Schwer wants to invite us to play at Overseas Chinese Town the day after tomorrow. What do you think?" "Sure." Qin Feng nodded and smiled. "I'll go to your school to pick you guys up then." "Uh-huh," Qin replied. However, she quickly thought of something and said to Qin Feng, "You can't bring Lin Xiaoping along. You know I don't like her." Chapter 7. Simply looking for abuse, what the hell? Who is this? So arrogant? Impressive. A level 1 account actually dares to look down on a carnival big shot. I admire you. Who gave this brother the courage? Liang Jingru? Qin Feng's comment was like a depth charge, instantly causing an uproar in the entire room. Lin Sikong, who was secretly pleased, almost passed out upon seeing Qin Feng's comment. Taking a deep breath, he immediately replied with a pale face, "Kid, I see you are just a mouthpiece. You dare to compare with me in the carnival? What are you afraid of? What is there to be afraid of?" Qin Feng curled his lips quite disdainfully. After all, he was now a man with a rebate system for spending 100 times the amount, and gifting naturally counted as spending. This guy actually dared to challenge him to compare gifts, simply looking for abuse. "All right, I hope you won't regret it." Seeing Qin Feng accept the challenge, Lin Sikong repeated good 3 times. "Kid, just wait for me." Wow, Sikong is very angry. The consequences will be serious. Hey, this guy is asking for trouble. He actually provoked the carnival big shot. I think he's doomed. What the hell, what's going on here? Did I just arrive to witness a gift war? Chapter 8. We don't care about your regular customer. Lin Sikong also realized that Zhao Schwerer was completely different from the female internet celebrity he had known before. The $10,000 worth of gifts were practically like throwing water into the ocean. With that much money, he might as well go to a nightclub and enjoy himself. After pondering for a moment, he angrily glanced at Qin Feng's ID and then directly closed Douyin. Did Sikong just go offline? He really did. He actually ran away. Damn it, I just thought he would win for sure. I'm so disappointed. What a piece of trash. I thought there would be a battle of the rich today. But who knew it would end up being a damn squib? I had already guessed that Sikong wouldn't be able to handle it. Sure enough, I was right. I thought he was pretty impressive before, but he turned out to be so easy to take down. Our brother Feng is impressive. He took that guy down in a few moves. I'm a fan now, a fan. Hee. Anyway, from now on, I'm a fan of brother Feng. Supporting Schwerer and brother Feng together. Together. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Lin Sitsong's offline status instantly triggered a wave of disdain from netizens. Sitting in front of the screen, Zhao Schwerer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 9. It was all a misunderstanding what happened. Seeing her expression, the middle-aged man standing nearby frowned and walked in. The moment he reached the computer, he was also stunned. Qin Feng, standing still, naturally understood what had happened and coldly said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take everything out for me." You should know there was over 100 million in his bank card. Even for a large bank like theirs, he was one of the few super VIPs. Now that Qin Feng wanted to transfer such a large sum of money to another bank, it would definitely be a significant loss for their bank. Moreover, if this matter got back to the head office, the bank customer service representative wouldn't need to say much. Even the branch manager would definitely be in trouble. Upon realizing this, the middle-aged man could no longer remain calm. He hurriedly raised his head and flatteringly said to Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, it was all a misunderstanding. Please forgive us. We didn't expect you to be so understanding. I will have her help you raise the transfer limit to 100 million. That's right. I'll take care of it right now." The bank staff, coming back to their senses, quickly added, Chapter 10. Is this for real? Can it be played like this? These two who offended Qin Feng must be fired immediately and never employed again. As for the Diamond Black card, a major client like Qin Feng absolutely qualifies for one. Qin Feng pondered for a few seconds before nodding. In fact, to him, it didn't matter which bank he kept his money in, since the bank admitted their mistake. He couldn't be bothered to pursue it further. Seeing Qin Feng nod, Shui Kai let out a sigh of relief. He quickly arranged for staff to take Qin Feng to the VIP room. As for the branch manager and the bank staff, they were directly told to leave. By the time Qin Feng completed the relevant procedures, it was already noon. To express his apology, Shui Kai took Qin Feng to a high-end restaurant. Over a hearty meal, the two had already become brothers. Since Shui Kai had to meet a client in the afternoon, he said goodbye to Qin Feng and they parted ways. Next, what should I buy? Standing by the roadside, Qin Feng couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. How about I buy a car first? With that in mind, he hailed a taxi. Hello, where to? As soon as he got in the car, the driver politely asked. Chapter 11. Directly broke through 1 billion. Just go. Qin Feng replied calmly. Just 43 million. He really didn't take it to heart. Hearing those two words from Qin Feng, it was as if he was buying vegetables at the market, and the staff couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Ding, you have spent a total of 43,000,000 yuan this time, successfully receiving a rebate of 4,300,000,000 yuan, which has been deposited into your Hua bank account. Please check. Just after the staff successfully swiped the card, the system voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Soon, a text message from the bank arrived. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your Hua bank account ending in 5987 successfully deposited 4,300,000,000 yuan at 1323 on July 2nd, with a balance of 406,046. 889 yuan after the transaction, spending 43 million and directly receiving a rebate of 43 billion into the bank account. Who would believe this? This made Qin Feng even more confident about buying a luxury car. He forcibly suppressed his joy and said to the staff, I can buy that Lamborghini Veneno now, right? Hearing this, the staff eagerly nodded and replied, Of course, I'll handle it for you right away. Chapter 12. Take me to Huaihai Bun. Just after Qin Feng left the auto show, he had the person in charge arrange a chauffeur for him. He didn't know what they were thinking, but they directly found him a beautiful model as a driver. Qin Feng looked up and down at the model in front of him, feeling quite amazed. He had seen beautiful women before, but he had never seen someone with such an explosive figure as this one. For a moment, he was truly at a loss for words. Faced with Qin Feng's somewhat aggressive gaze, Shen Menghan appeared a bit flustered. After a while, she weakly asked Mr. Qin, Where are we going now? She had seen many rich people, and there were plenty of wealthy second-generation suitors chasing her. In front of those people, she was like a high and mighty swan. If anyone else dared to look at her like that, she would definitely not give him a good face. However, when facing Qin Feng, she seemed very timid, afraid that she might inadvertently offend him. Ahem. Qin Feng cleared his throat a couple of times before shifting his gaze away from Shen Menghan. Suppressing the urge to nosebleed, he said very seriously, Take me to Huaihai Bun. To be honest, this girl's figure was just too enticing. Chapter 13. What does 51 share mean? However, at this moment, Shen Mingyao, who was standing aside, was already wide-eyed in shock. She had heard everything Qin Feng just said very clearly. How could Shen Mingyao not know what TX technology was? She just never expected that this man in front of her would own shares in TX technology and a whopping 51. What does 51 share mean? Doesn't that make him the true helm of TX technology? My God, what kind of extraordinary person is this man? Just as Shen Mingyao was in shock, Qin Feng put away his phone. He turned to Shen Mingyao and asked, What did you want to say to me earlier? I don't have anything. Coming back to her senses, Qin Mingyao wanted to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. In fact, she really wanted to ask Qin Feng if he had a girlfriend now, but she worried that asking might upset him. Qin Feng naturally had no idea about her little thoughts. Seeing that she had nothing to say, he directly handed her the remote control and said, "Let's go in and take a look." After saying that, he opened the door of the Lamborghini Veneno and got inside. Chapter 14. Come be my personal butler. By the way, do you think you can just work under me? As for how to address me, just call me Master. All right, Master. Don't you think it's time to find a maid for your villa? Qin Mingyao came back to her senses and said to Qin Feng. Indeed, it was necessary to find a maid. Qin Feng looked around and agreed with Qin Mingyao's statement, but this house was a bit too big. One maid would definitely not be enough. By the way, we also need a high-quality butler. With this thought, Qin Feng immediately picked up his phone and started looking on the recruitment website. However, it made him frown that after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anyone satisfactory. Either they were too old or too ugly. Seeing Qin Feng frown, Qin Mingyao leaned her little head over. Master, it seems there's a talent leaderboard in the upper left corner. Why don't you click to take a look? Huh, it really is. Qin Feng exclaimed and clicked in. Su Moyu, 24 years old, the only 9-star talent on the site, graduated from Miliangwo Harvard University with a PhD in economic management. Huang Chu, 23 years old, top 8-star talent, graduated from the Sun Never Sets University with a PhD in hotel management. Xiao Yuqing, 23 years old, top 8-star talent, graduated from South China Medical University with a PhD in traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 15. Our Michelin 3-star does not accept takeout. With everything settled, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit smug. The people he hired are absolutely goddess-like in the eyes of ordinary people. However, to Qin Feng, they're just a butler and servants. With such a disparity, which man wouldn't feel envious? Coming back to his senses, he turned to Qin Mingyao and asked, "So, are you hungry?" A little, Qin Mingyao shyly nodded in response. "All right, what do you feel like eating?" Qin Feng opened the takeaway app and casually handed it to Qin Mingyao. However, what made Qin Feng a bit frustrated was that after waiting for a long time, Qin Mingyao still hadn't decided what to order. "What's wrong? Can't you find something you want to eat?" Qin Mingyao nodded, unsure of what to choose. "How about this? I'll order." If it were the old Qin Feng, he would definitely be just as clueless as Qin Mingyao about what to order. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't know what he wanted to eat. It was that he simply couldn't afford it. The things he wanted to eat were just too expensive. Remembering the Michelin 3-star dishes he had seen in novels, Qin Feng made a decision. However, after searching the takeaway app for a long time, he found no Michelin 3-star restaurants. Chapter 16. This is simply slapping their faces? Chef Charlie, I think Manager Liu is going too far. Alice, waiting outside, complained. What do you mean? Chef Charlie asked. Humph. Alice snorted coldly and continued. We are Michelin 3-star chefs, and now we have to deliver takeout for the Huaxia people. Doesn't he know the company's rules? I think what he's doing is completely humiliating us and lowering the restaurant standards. It was clear that Alice was quite dissatisfied with Liu Wei's arrangement. Well, you do have a point, Chef Charlie sighed after hearing her. In fact, he shared Alice's sentiment, feeling that Liu Wei was deliberately targeting them. After all, chefs like them were quite proud. Delivering takeout was like a slap in the face. However, who could blame Manager Liu? They could only hold back their feelings. While they were discussing quietly, Qin Feng had also opened the villa door with the remote control. Seeing the door open, the two immediately stopped talking. Led by Charlie, they pushed the dining cart inside. Chapter 17. My God, the rich man is truly terrifying. Honorable guests, we are very happy to serve you. After collecting the plates, Charlie and Alice deeply bowed to Qin Feng and Qin Mingyao. Haha, the dishes at your restaurant are indeed good, Qin Feng said, smacking his lips and smiling. Also, I am very satisfied with your service. As long as you are satisfied, Charlie said, handing a bill to Qin Feng. This is your bill for this consumption. Please take a look. A total of 660,000. After reading the bill, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Michelin 3-star really isn't cheap. If this were in the past, he wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Of course, Qin Feng was just thinking. He wasn't short on money now. He casually pulled out his black card and handed it to Chef Charlie. Go ahead. Charge a total of 700,000. The extra 40,000 is your tip. He was quite satisfied with Charlie and Alice's performance today. Really? Thank you so much. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Charlie was instantly overjoyed. That was 40,000 huaxia coins. Even 9-star chef like him couldn't help but be tempted. He had seen rich people before, but he had never seen anyone as extravagant as Qin Feng. Chapter 18. The Strongest Pretender, Qin Xiaoquan. After leaving the villa, Qin Feng first strolled around the garage. To be honest, he found it difficult to choose for a moment. After all, there were just too many luxury cars in the garage. Rolls-Royce Phantom? No, that seems a bit too ostentatious. Ferrari LaFerrari? Also no, it feels too flashy. It must be said that having too many cars can be a headache. After some thought, Qin Feng finally decided to drive the bright red Lamborghini. He sped off and drove straight out of Huaihai Bun. Half an hour later, Qin Feng arrived at an industrial park. This was where he used to rent a place, close to the factory, just a few hundred meters away. Due to the industrial park, the houses nearby were relatively cheaper than in other areas. Next, Qin Feng planned to return to his rental place first. After all, he still had many personal belongings there. Watching the sky gradually darken, Qin Feng casually found a spot and parked the car. He rented an old building. Although the place was a bit run down, the location was still decent. To maximize convenience and profit, the landlord rented out an entire floor. With Qin Feng's previous income, it was impossible for him to rent out an entire floor. Chapter 19. Is a broken Audi A6 really impressive? Yuqing? Qin Xiaoquan was taken aback, stuttering and at a loss. The pretentiousness he had shown in front of Qin Feng had long since vanished. What do you mean? How many times have I told you? Don't call me Yuqing. Xia Yuqing said angrily, not forgetting to show a hint of disdain. With her figure and looks, what man wouldn't want her? Over the years, the number of men who pursued her could probably fill a long line. Now, this guy actually said something like that. It was no wonder she was angry. Qin Xiaoquan felt awkward and didn't know how to address Xia Yuqing for a moment. Suddenly thinking of something, he quickly changed the subject and flattered. I've already made you some black-bone chicken soup. Do you want to try it? Without waiting for Xia Yuqing to respond, he hurriedly ran into the kitchen. After a flurry of activity, he soon came out with a bowl of soup. He first blew on the edge of the bowl, then smilingly handed it to Xia Yuqing. Drink it slowly, it's a bit hot. At that moment, he looked just like a little lapdog. Chapter 20. This car is definitely rented. Idiot. Qin Feng scoffed, directly giving Qin Xiaoquan the middle finger. Without waiting for Qin Xiaoquan to react, he stepped over to where he had parked. Although Qin Xiaoquan was very displeased, now was not the time to argue with Qin Feng. He opened the passenger side door, waiting for Xia Yuqing to get in the car. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed. Soon, a bright red supercar parked behind the Audi. Attracted by the noise, everyone immediately turned to look. Wow, this car is so beautiful. When Qin Xiaoquan saw the vehicle behind him, he was instantly surprised and opened his mouth wide. At the same time, he was filled with envy. Compared to his broken Audi, it was simply incomparable. It really looks good. This must be a supercar, right? Han Su, sitting in the back seat, also agreed with Qin Xiaoquan's statement. TSK. This car must be worth several million. How enviable. Wang Yin had an envious look on her face. She wished she could sit in that car. Several million? My God, that's so expensive. How long do I have to work to afford it? Chapter 21. The confession of two toads, no matter what thoughts Xia Yuqing and the others had. Qin Feng had no way of knowing. Driving like crazy, Qin Feng soon arrived at the entrance of Deep City University. Since today was the weekend, many students were coming in and out of the school gate. According to school regulations, private cars were not allowed to enter the campus. Qin Feng looked around and parked the car on the side of the road, not far away. Wow, look, a luxury car. Tisk, it's just a luxury car. What's so great about it? There are plenty of luxury cars parked at our school every day. You don't understand. Those broken cars are just trash compared to this one. No way. Is it that exaggerated? What exaggerated? This is a Lamborghini Veneno. Okay? The market price is at least 80 to 90 million. My God, is it real? That's just too awesome. TSK. Bringing a car to our school. It's obvious they have bad intentions. They must want to keep our school's girls. Hey, our school's 4 major beauties. I've heard 2 of them have already been kept by rich old men. Now only Zhao Shuier and Qin Yu are left. Who says otherwise? I hope our 2 school beauties can resist temptation. Chapter 22. Do you want a hero to save the beauty? Wow, who is that? Do you want a hero to save the beauty? TSK. Someone actually dares to talk to Zhou Ruochuan and the others like that. As this voice sounded, Everyone turned to look. They wanted to see who dared to disrespect Zhou Yuan and his brothers. Huh, this person seems not to be from our school. Indeed, but he is way too handsome. He is handsome, but what? You're not going to say he is a little worse than you, are you? TSK, am I that superficial? I meant to say, this handsome guy dares to confront Zhou Yuan and his brothers. Doesn't he fear getting into trouble? Exactly. This brother's right. You should know that Zhou Yuan's family runs a real estate company, and they have a lot of thugs under them. So you understand. My God. Then this guy is doomed this time, right? As soon as the crowd saw Qin Feng, they were instantly attracted by his looks. But soon, they began to worry for him. After all, Zhou Yuan and his brother were not people that just anyone could provoke. Brother Feng, brother. At that moment, Zhao Shui'er and Qin Yu immediately recognized the person and quickly ran to Qin Feng's side. Chapter 23. Did you buy a broken van? Wow, is that a Lamborghini Veneno? My God, that guy's so rich. No wonder he is so arrogant. He is even richer than Zhou Ruohai and the others. So handsome and so rich. Is he still going to let people live? The scene not far away was naturally noticed by the onlookers. They never expected that Qin Feng really had the guts to stand up to Zhou Ruohai and the others. Do you think Zhao Shui'er and Qin Yu been kept by him? How is that possible? Didn't you hear Qin Yu call that guy brother just now? What brother? A boyfriend? Hee, what you said seems to make some sense. A boyfriend is also a brother. Sigh, I envy them so much. They can be kept by such a handsome guy. Anyway, everyone was just watching the fun and making wild guesses. Brother, where are we going? Aren't we taking a taxi? Qin Yu, who was being held by Qin Feng, asked in surprise. Take a taxi? I drove here. Drove? Qin Yu was stunned and curiously asked, brother, did you buy a car? Yeah, I just bought it yesterday. Chapter 24. Did I get into trouble? Huh. What are Zhou Ruohai and the others going to do? Looking at the direction they are running, it seems to be towards Qin Yu and them. I can't believe it. Are they planning to beat up that guy? It's really possible. After all, he just slapped their faces. It looks like there's a good show to watch. Rich people fighting in the street. Just thinking about it feels exciting. The departure of the Zhou Ruohai brothers immediately piqued the interest of the onlookers. In their eyes, Qin Feng had just given no face to Zhou Ruohai and his brother, and they must be preparing to take revenge now. How could they miss such a good show? After a lot of discussion, they all headed towards the direction where Qin Feng was. Brother, what are they going to do? Qin Yu nervously asked as she looked at the scene before her. I think we should call the police. Zhao Shui'er was also a bit panicked and pulled out her phone to prepare to call the police. But just then, Qin Feng stopped her, saying with a playful tone, no need to call the police. They're not here to cause trouble, right? Just then, Zhou Ruohai and his brother had already arrived in front of Qin Feng. Chapter 25. My brother is Shue'er's sister's husband, Eastern Overseas Chinese town, located near Longshan in Deep City, covering an area of about 9 square kilometers. Attractions include the Grand Canyon, Tea Creek Valley, Cloud Sea Valley, theme hotels, and Tianlu Mansion, among 5 sections. It is also China's first world-class ecological tourism demonstration area that combines leisure vacation, sightseeing, tourism, outdoor sports, and other themes. One could say that the number of domestic and foreign tourists coming here every day is at least several thousand. Today, as weather is nice, and because it's Sunday, the number of visitors is several times higher than usual. Qin Feng and the others drove quickly and soon arrived near Overseas Chinese town. After parking the car, they walked over. However, when they saw the dense crowd at the scene, they were immediately taken aback. They really didn't expect there would be so many people at Overseas Chinese town today. To be honest, they were a bit hesitant to go in. Brother, there are too many people, right? Qin Yu looked at the dense crowd and couldn't help but frown. It's okay. Qin Feng chuckled and comforted Qin Yu, saying, don't be fooled by the long line outside. Once we get inside the scenic area, it won't be that crowded. Chapter 26. What is the real intention? Not long after Guan, shouting, hung up the phone, a middle-aged man approached. The middle-aged man looked to be around 50 years old. He had slick back hair and wore a branded suit, clearly a successful person. Shouting, who are these ladies? As soon as he saw Shenming Yao and the others, his eyes lit up. He looked them up and down, as if wanting to devour them. The girls frowned upon seeing his gaze. At that moment, Guan, shouting, pointed to Shenming Yao and quickly introduced her to the middle-aged man. This is my former colleague, Shenming Yao. After that, she pointed to Qin Yu and Zhao Shui'er. They are Meng Yao's friends and are still in college. Guan, shouting, emphasized the last part. Still in college? That's great. When the middle-aged man heard those words, The fire in his eyes intensified. How about we add each other on WeChat? I can treat you to a meal sometime. No need. Zhao Schwerer and the others shook their heads and directly refused. They weren't fools. This man clearly had ulterior motives. Chapter 27. Are you teaching me how to do my job? What's going on over there? It's so noisy. I'm not sure, but it seems like someone is about to fight. Fight here? Are they crazy? Don't they fear getting caught and sent to jail? Hey, you guys don't know. I just vaguely heard that old man seems to want to forcefully keep those beauties. What the hell? Is that really happening? That's too arrogant. I have to go check it out. Bro, wait for me. Due to the commotion caused by Qin Feng and his group, a large crowd quickly gathered around. Wow, so many beautiful girls. No wonder that old man has bad intentions. They are just too good looking. Look, that young man is also very handsome. He looks like a celebrity. Do you think that old man wants to keep that girl as a girlfriend? That's quite possible. Look at how well he has dressed. He might be someone important. Oh man, doesn't that mean this young man and those beauties are in trouble? When the onlookers got a good look at Shun Ming Yao and the others, their eyes brightened, seeing so many people suddenly surrounding them. Guan Shouting felt a bit flustered and immediately prepared to pull Li Mingho away. Chapter 28. You dare to use your sister to threaten me? Ha ha. This guy is really killing me with laughter. I seriously suspect he graduated from a drama school. Wow. His acting is unbeatable. I almost believed him. I'm also confused. How can anyone find a phone number for Mayu? That's not the point. The point is he talks to him like he's scolding his grandson. That's impressive. He and Huaxia. There are probably not many who can talk to Mayu like that. The world is big, and there really are all sorts of people. It's a pity he has such a good appearance. Just like Li Mingho, the onlookers all thought Qin Feng's phone call was just an act. To be honest, even Zhao Schwerer and Qin Yu, who were standing nearby, had the same thought. As for the person in question, Qin Feng remained calm in the face of everyone's doubts. He believed that soon these people would be slapped in the face by his words. Sure enough, the next second, Li Mingho's phone rang. Wow, that kid didn't actually call his brother-in-law, did he? When Li Mingho saw the caller ID, he immediately felt a bit flustered and muttered to himself, impossible. My brother-in-law must have other matters to discuss. Chapter 29. This is too shameless. Is that so? Qin Feng squinted and looked Li Mingho up and down. After a long moment, he smirked and said, since my sister said so, then you can slap yourself 10 times. Hearing this, Li Mingho almost jumped up in joy. Okay, I'll do it right now. It's just 10 slaps. Compared to going to jail, it's nothing. Master, 10 slaps is too lenient. I think at least 100. However, just as Li Mingho was excitedly preparing to slap himself, Shen Mingyao spoke up. After saying that, she suddenly thought of something and pointed at Guan Shouting not far away, saying playfully, and her too, she has to slap herself as well. What does it mean when the heart of a woman is the most poisonous? This is exactly it. Just moments ago, Li Mingho was excited, but now he shivered. I don't want to. Why should I slap myself? Guan Shouting immediately screamed, angrily pointing at Shen Mingyao and yelling, you know, I used to be the one who bullied Shen Mingyao. Now that Shen Mingyao was turning the tables on her, how could she be happy about it? Chapter 30. This place is too beautiful. However, Qin Feng didn't care about that and took Shen Mingyao and the others away without looking back. He was a saint. He wouldn't let Li Mingho off easily, unless the sun came up from the west. Damn, this operation is too slick. The onlookers couldn't help but feel bewildered by the scene. Bro, you're too ruthless. Haha. After walking a short distance, Qin Yu couldn't help but give Qin Feng a thumbs up. Zhao Schwerer and Shun Mingyao, seeing this, also found it hard to suppress their laughter. Due to the earlier commotion, Qin Feng's impressive identity had been exposed. Just as they were about to queue up, a staff member from the scenic area personally invited them in. I must say, overseas Chinese town is indeed well done. Aside from the beautiful environment, there are various entertainment options, like the world's unique wooden roller coaster and the glass bridge standing at the top, allowing a walk among the clouds. In short, the ticket was definitely worth it. After a day of fun, Qin Feng and the others were quite satisfied. However, overseas Chinese town was indeed a bit too large. Chapter 31. Could this guy really be deliberately teasing me? When a middle-aged man saw Qin Feng and the others, his eyes immediately brightened. There was no helping it. Qin Feng and his friends were simply too good-looking. Hello, sir. I'm a manager here, Wang Sihai. Coming back to his senses, he stretched out his hand and smiled at Qin Feng, asking, I heard from Xiao Lu that you want to buy a villa here, right? That's right. Qin Feng smiled, extending his hand to shake his. I want to buy your best villa. Can you help recommend one? What? Wang Sihai thought he had misheard and asked Qin Feng in disbelief, Sir, are you serious? To be honest, at this moment, Wang Sihai was quite skeptical about the authenticity of Qin Feng's words. As the manager of Tianlu Mountain, he was familiar with wealthy and influential figures in the deep city. After all, there were quite a few rich people who purchased villas from him. However, he had never seen or even heard of Qin Feng and his companions before. Of course, although he thought this in his heart, he didn't dare to show it directly. If he misjudged, wouldn't he offend someone? Of course. Qin Feng nodded and directly took out his bank card. Chapter 32. Who on earth is this guy? Thinking of this, Wang Sihai couldn't sit still anymore. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and said to Qin Feng, Since you think 7 billion is cheap, what do you think? Wang Sihai asked this just to test Qin Feng. He wanted to see whether Qin Feng truly thought it was cheap or was just playing with him. If he was indeed playing with him, he certainly wouldn't remain polite. However, Qin Feng knew his thoughts well and smiled slightly, saying Dendonda swipe the card. After saying this, he directly handed a bank card to him. For Qin Feng, the price of 7 billion was really nothing. Wang Sihai was stunned for a moment, then prepared to take the bank card. But when he clearly saw the bank card in Qin Feng's hand, he was instantly shocked. Oh my god, that looks like a black card from Huaya Bank, right? Wow, it really is. This is so awesome. My goodness. There can't be many people with this car in our Huaxia, right? If I remember correctly, I think I saw Ma Dad use it in our hotel last time. Damn. Who on earth is this guy? Chapter 33. How much money is in this card? Mr. Qin, your bank card. After Wang Sihai swiped the card, he respectfully prepared to return it to Qin Feng. Bro, your bank card is so awesome. Why not give it to me? At this moment, Qin Yu wrapped her arm around Qin Feng's and said sweetly. She had just seen the expressions of those people when they saw her brother's bank card. They were all envious. Even though she didn't understand what a black card was, she knew for sure that it was something impressive. Qin Feng was taken aback. To be honest, he didn't want to give this card to Qin Yu. It wasn't that he was stingy, but he didn't want the girl, who was still studying, to be exposed to so much money. After all, he currently had over 300 billion in this card. However, he soon relaxed and nodded, saying, All right, then I'll give it to you. In Qin Feng's view, having so much money was to ensure that his family could live a good life. Since Qin Yu wanted it, it was fine to give it to her. A few hundred billion was nothing. He could always earn it back. Wow, really? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yu was so excited that she directly kissed Qin Feng on the cheek. Bro, you are the best. Chapter 34. Can you order here? Wow, that essay won. 7 billion mansion. Xia couldn't help but gasp when she heard Wang Sihai's words. She knew very well that the price of Yunding Tiangong was sky high. Even her father didn't have the financial power to buy it. Now Wang Sihai actually told her that this young man in front of her had bought Yunding Tiangong. How could she not be shocked? To be honest, she was already amazed by Qin Feng's looks the first time she saw him. Now looking at Qin Feng again, her eyes sparkled even more. In her mind, if she could have a boyfriend like Qin Feng, wouldn't her friends be envious? However, when she saw the appearances of Zhao Shuer and the others, she suddenly started to feel a bit disheartened. Xia, I have a little matter to attend to. Her uncle, who could see through her thoughts, smiled and said, Why don't you take Mr. Qin and the others around? In his view, if Xia could really get close to a wealthy person like Qin Feng, perhaps their whole family could benefit from it. Sure. Upon hearing Wang Sihai's words, Xia, who had just been feeling down, immediately became happy again. Chapter 35. Are you really planning to stay in my house? How can that be? Everyone hasn't eaten yet. Qin Feng pouted, a bit speechless, and said, You girl, you really don't know how to spend money. After saying this, without waiting for Qin Yu to react, he directly took the phone. He didn't care about the prices of the dishes. Anyway, no matter how much he spent, he would get a 100-fold return. Without saying much, he started ordering from the menu. Here, let's order these first, and if it's not enough later, we can order more. Qin Feng casually handed the phone to Xia. Not enough. Dude, do you think this is feeding pigs? When Xia saw the dishes Qin Feng ordered, she couldn't help but complain in her heart. She counted carefully, and in just this short time, Qin Feng had ordered almost 40 dishes, and there were only 5 of them. It would be a miracle if they could finish it. Of course, what shocked Xia even more was that all the dishes Qin Feng ordered were priced at no less than 100,000. This meant that this meal would cost at least 4 to 5 million. Even a rich girl like Xia had never eaten such an expensive meal. Thinking of this, Xia secretly made a decision in her heart. Chapter 36. That really is my brother. believe it or not. At this moment, Shen Mingyao also woke up from her room. As soon as she stepped out, she directly saw the scene in front of her. Although she couldn't help but feel a bit jealous, she didn't say anything. After all, she and Qin Feng had no relationship at all. All right, let go of me. Xiaoyu is still waiting for us to have breakfast. Under Shen Mingyao's gaze, Zhao Shuer felt a bit shy and gently pushed Qin Feng away, saying to him, after everyone finished breakfast, he personally took Qin Feng and the others around all the places they hadn't visited yesterday. Originally, Qin Feng planned to stay here for another night. However, thinking that Qin Yu and the others had to go to school tomorrow, he dismissed that idea. Qin Feng took the group of girls out of overseas Chinese town. I have to say his harvest this time was quite significant, not to mention the money, which directly brought him 170 billion. Moreover, he also acquired 51 equity in Byte Technology and Yida Real Estate. Brother Feng, can I ride in the same car as you? As soon as they arrived at the parking lot, Zhao Shuer said to Qin Feng, who was about to get in the passenger seat. Sure. Chapter 37, Big Shot. Are you serious? Really? Are you joking? My dear uncle, doesn't it mean your family is really wealthy? Wow. So we've been living in the same dorm with a rich person. According to what you said, this Lamborghini poison should belong to you too, right? The girls were stunned when they heard Qin Yu's words. They originally thought Qin Yu was just dating a rich guy, but it seemed like it wasn't the case. Qin Yu didn't pay attention to their astonished expressions, smiled, and said, I'm not sure about my family's wealth, but my brother is quite rich. By the way, this car was just gifted to me by my brother 2 days ago. As she spoke, Qin Yu's eyes were filled with admiration. Wow, your brother is so good to you. I'm really envious. If I had such a brother, I'd probably wake up smiling in my dreams. By the way, Xiaoyu, if that's the case, doesn't that mean your brother doesn't have a girlfriend yet? Oh my god, does that mean I have a chance? Quick, give me your brother's WeChat. And me too, I want to add him. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the girls couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Chapter 38. I've already given the black card away, brother. You can't be serious, right? Qin Yu looked at Qin Feng, unable to believe it. Of course I'm serious. Qin Feng smiled and said to Qin Yu with a doting expression, You're my only sister. I can't let you suffer. For Qin Feng, as long as Qin Yu and the others were comfortable, money was not an issue. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a surge of emotion. She turned to Zhao Shuer and whispered, Sister Shuer, what do you think? Me? Zhao Shuer was taken aback and then blushed, saying, Why don't we go live at your place? She had just gotten closer to Qin Feng, so she naturally wanted to stay at his house. That's fine. Qin Yu understood Zhao Shuer's thoughts, nodded, and said, We have a car, so it will be convenient to go back. After a few exchanges, Qin Feng left Deep City University with Shen Mingyao. Master, where are we going now? In the car, Shen Mingyao turned to Qin Feng and asked. Let me think. Qin Feng said, Wait a moment, I need to make a call. After all, he had given his black card to Qin Yu. Chapter 39, Terrifying Super Big Shot What? Can it be done? Seeing Shui Kai and the others stunned, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. No, it's not that. Being questioned by Qin Feng, Shui Kai quickly came back to his senses. He rushed to Qin Feng's side and asked in shock, Brother Qin, do you really have over 300 billion in your bank account? Yes. Seeing Qin Feng nod, Shui Kai continued, You're the largest shareholder of TX Technology? That's right. And you are the behind-the-scenes boss of Byte Technology and Yida Real Estate? I guess that's not wrong. Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly. I say, brother, you really kept this a secret from me. After receiving Qin Feng's confirmation, Shui Kai couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I had known you were this amazing, I wouldn't have dared to waste time talking to you. I'm really sorry for underestimating you. That's nothing, Qin Feng said, rolling his eyes. Do I look like a petty person? To be honest, Qin Feng hadn't taken the earlier incident to heart. It was natural for people to question his abilities. Chapter 40. His name is Qin Feng, my high school classmate. Oh, everyone is here. Shui Kai stood up from the sofa and smiled at the arriving crowd. Ha! How could we dare not come when President Shui speaks? Yes, yes. Everyone responded with smiles. Come, let me introduce you. Shui Kai invited them over and pointed to Qin Feng sitting on the sofa, saying, This is the super big shot I told you about, Mr. Qin Feng. Hello, Mr. Qin. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly bowed to Qin Feng. They thought that someone like Qin Feng, a super big shot, should not be given a bad impression. At this time, Shui Kai continued to introduce Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, they're all the heads of major banks in Deep City. This is Mr. Liu from ICBC. And this is... Shui Kai was quite clever and introduced everyone present to Qin Feng. Hello, everyone. Qin Feng nodded and smiled at them. It will be hard work for you all to handle the black card matters. Not at all. It is our honor to serve you, Mr. Qin. That's right. I really didn't expect Mr. Qin to be so young. You are truly remarkable. Chapter 41. I'm just an unemployed drifter, of course. The man in a suit smiled proudly. Not taking it seriously, it's just an Audi A8, only a little over 2 million. As long as it makes one happy, that's just small money. It's worth noting that the man in the suit owned a real estate company with over 100 employees in Deep City. He had just received a 10 billion order from Yida Real Estate, so he didn't think much of the 200 million Audi A8. Wow, Boss Zhang. You are so good to me. Upon hearing this, Yuanwen was so moved she was about to cry. However, whether it was genuine or fake emotion was hard to tell. Just then, while wandering around, Qin Feng suddenly spotted Yuanwen not far away. He greeted Xinmeng Yao and then walked over alone. Yuanwen, it's you? Yes, it's me. Yuanwen smiled and pretended to be emotional, saying, It's been a long time since we last met. Yeah. Qin Feng nodded. Are you working here now? Yes, I came to Deep City right after graduating from high school. After all, I don't have much of an educational background, and after searching around, I felt this job suited me better. Chapter 42. Is it fun to mess with me? Is it embarrassing? I think it's fine. Qin Feng curled his lips, somewhat unconcerned, and said, besides, it's not like I don't have good cars, right? Upon hearing this, Yuanwen couldn't help but laugh, and said, You mean to say you have other cars? To be honest, I don't believe it all. It's only been 3 or 4 years since we graduated high school. Having savings of 200,000 to 300,000 is already quite impressive. Now you're telling me you have other cars, and they're good ones? How could I possibly believe that? That's right. Qin Feng nodded and shrugged, saying, I do have other cars. I came to buy the Audi this time, just to keep a low profile. Hee hee. Yuanwen couldn't help but scoff, somewhat disdainfully saying, Qin Feng, I didn't expect that after a few years, your bragging skills have improved quite a bit. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the cars you bought are even better than the Audi? Yuanwen felt that Qin Feng must be saying this for the sake of face. Sort of. What do you mean, sort of? Then I want to ask you, what car did you actually buy? Chapter 43. Has Yida Real Estate changed hands? Hee hee. Qin Feng chuckled. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. In at most 10 minutes, you'll know who I am. All right, I'll give you 10 minutes. Zhang Wenqing curled his lips, looking completely unconvinced. In his eyes, Qin Feng was definitely just putting on airs. Yida Real Estate, headquarters in the capital. President Wang, Director Su wants to see you. What does he want? Wang Yilin frowned and said impatiently to his secretary, Don't you see I'm talking to President Xiao? Have him come back later when I have time. But he said he has urgent business. What urgent business could be more important than my meeting with President Xiao? Wang Yilin said dismissively, President Wang, why don't you meet with Director Su? He might really have urgent matters. At this moment, a man in a suit sitting across from Wang Yilin couldn't help but speak up. Yes, President Wang, I agree with President Xiao. If we delay something important for your company, wouldn't we become the sinners? All right then, Wang Yilin said to his secretary, Go and bring Director Su in. Chapter 44. Am I just a pig? Oh, Qin Feng was taken aback after hearing this, his eyes turning cold. Looks like Wang Yilin is quite confident. After saying that, he didn't wait for Su Shengjun to speak and directly hung up the phone. Just then, Zhang Wenqing also finished his call. Hee hee. He chuckled and sarcastically said to Qin Feng, Kid, I've already. However, before he could finish, his phone rang again. Hello, who is it? This time he didn't check the caller ID and directly answer the call. I'm Wang Yilin. President Wang? Zhang Wenqing was stunned, almost dropping his phone in shock. He never expected that Wang Yilin would actually call him. Taking a deep breath, he stammered, I don't know. What can I do for you, President Wang? It's nothing much. Just wanted to inform you that our cooperation between Yida Real Estate and Dongxing is officially canceled from now on. Wang Yilin added, of course, if Dongxing wants to sue us for breach of contract, that's also fine. What? Cancel the cooperation? Chapter 45. We're really here to be servants and housekeepers. Damn it. You scoundrel, get out. Zhang Wenqing shouted angrily, directly pushing Yuanwen to the ground. In his mind, if it weren't for this scoundrel Yuanwen, how could he possibly offend a big shot like Qin Feng? Thinking about the days ahead filled with debt and hiding, Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but tremble. Yuanwen also didn't expect Zhang Wenqing to treat her like this. Lying on the ground, she was dazed for a long time, unable to come to her senses. Master, aren't we buying a car? In the car, Xinmeng Yao asked Qin Feng. Of course, who said we aren't buying? Xinmeng Yao was taken aback and curiously asked, then why did we just leave? That store was too dirty. Qin Feng curled his lips, expressing his disdain. We should go to the Mercedes 4S store instead. Oh, okay. Shen Mingyao, though somewhat confused, nodded. At that moment, Qin Feng seemed to remember something and continued speaking to Shen Mingyao. By the way, if you have time later, help me book 2 tickets online for the day after tomorrow to the capital. Book tickets? Chapter 46. Isn't this gate too big? Hello, is this Xiao Lu? As soon as the security guard pressed the answer button, Wang Hao's voice immediately came through. Yes, it's me. What can I do for you, President Wang? Is there a group of more than 10 girls at the entrance? Yes. The security guard nodded. They came early in the morning, saying they were here to be servants for our owners. I was worried they had other intentions, so I didn't let them in. Good job. Wang Hao first praised him and then continued. They are indeed here to be servants, serving Mr. Qin of Building 95. I'll send you photos on your phone shortly. Just let them in according to the photos. Okay, President Wang. After they finished speaking, the conversation ended. So, can we go in now? The people present had clearly heard the conversation. Su Moyu said to the security guard. Yes, please wait a moment. The security guard replied and immediately took out his phone. At that moment, his phone quickly received more than 10 photos of beautiful women. After comparing, he respectfully invited Su Moyu and the others in. Chapter 47. If not the boss's wife, then who else could it be? Walking along the stone-paved path, the girls soon arrived at the villa entrance. Qin Feng had already opened the villa door when they entered, and they walked right in. Wow, these two are way too good-looking. Oh my god, could that handsome guy be our boss? Isn't he too young? When they saw the two people on the sofa, they were immediately amazed. However, they didn't dare waste time and hurriedly stepped forward, greeting Qin Feng and the others. Hello, boss. Hello, boss's wife. Ah, Qin Feng was initially taken aback, but quickly reacted. He smiled and pointed at Shen Mingyao, saying, she is not your boss lady. Not the boss lady? The women were a bit confused, unable to understand what this meant. In their view, a woman who could sit next to the boss couldn't possibly be anything other than the boss lady. Just then, Shen Mingyao spoke up. Like you, I am also the master servant, mainly responsible for driving the master. Servant? Master? Upon hearing Shen Mingyao's words, the women couldn't help but frown. Such ambiguous titles instantly made them feel that this job might not be so good after all. Chapter 48. So what if there's no future? Boss, you didn't trick us, did you? As soon as the women heard Qin Feng's words, they couldn't help but ask. Their earlier thoughts of leaving were instantly diminished. In their view, with their abilities, it was impossible for them to be too inadequate. As long as Qin Feng didn't have any bad intentions, this job was actually quite good. Of course not. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said in disbelief, do you think I lack women? The women were initially stunned, then they all shook their heads vigorously. With Qin Feng's age, looks, and wealth, what woman wouldn't he be able to have? When they first entered, they had surveyed the yard, and the rows of luxury cars looked like a car exhibition. Who would believe he lacked women? To be honest, Qin Feng's first impression on them was quite good. These high-achieving beauties had encountered many rich second-generation men, but those people usually had a serious playboy vibe. However, they felt none of that from Qin Feng. Instead, he seemed approachable. All right, I'll give you half a day to think about it. Chapter 49. Is this even a human question? Oh, I see. As soon as Su Moyu heard Qin Feng's words, she instantly blushed. This could only be blamed on her naivety. Qin Feng was rich, but that didn't mean he was a fool. How could he expect to get paid without doing anything? She didn't waste any time and directly sent her bank account number to Qin Feng. After receiving the account number, Qin Feng immediately transferred 10 million to her. However, what Qin Feng didn't expect was that the system didn't provide a rebate this time. System. Why is there no rebate this time? Without saying a word, Qin Feng began to communicate with the system in his mind. Ding. Because your transfer this time is not a consumption, the system cannot provide a rebate. Please understand. Is that so? Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. What if the recipient spends this money? This was a question Qin Feng was very concerned about. If this couldn't lead to a rebate, that would be a bit troublesome. He certainly didn't want to personally purchase items for his home in the future. Ding! If the recipient spends this money, the system will automatically rebate into your bank account. After hearing this from the system, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 50. In front of the boss, you're nothing. All right, that's it for today. After enjoying the services of the beautiful women, Qin Feng stood up from the sofa. He had to make a trip to the capital city tomorrow, which was a den of dragons and tigers. Apart from being rich, it seemed that Qin Feng really didn't have any chips to compete with Wang Yilin. If that guy played dirty, he might not come back. For a moment, Qin Feng couldn't think of any other way. After pondering for a moment, he began to communicate with the system. System, can you help me open the system mall? Qin Feng had read quite a few system novels in the past, and almost every system had a super awesome mall. In those malls, they would sell all kinds of elixirs, weapons, martial skills, and even divine beasts. He was also trying to see if his system was similarly impressive. Ding, sorry, you currently do not have permission to open the system mall. Please understand. However, to Qin Feng's disappointment, his system did have a mall, but he did not have the authority to open it. Is that so? Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment, and then asked, what conditions do I need to meet to gain opening permissions? Chapter 51. You'll know if you try. Boss. In less than 10 minutes, Guan Feifei found Qin Feng again. How did it go? Qin Feng replied with a sound and smiled as he asked. I just contacted General Li from Eagle Airlines. He said he can sell you a Boeing 747. Guan Feifei didn't waste any more words and immediately told Qin Feng. As for the airspace application and approval procedures, he can handle all of that for you. A Boeing 747? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. He didn't know much about planes. That's right. Guan Feifei nodded and began to introduce. The Boeing 747 is currently the most cost-effective commercial passenger aircraft on the market, suitable for cargo transport or passenger use, with a price of about $350 million. If converted to Chinese currency, it's roughly around 2.3 billion. Is that so? After listening, Qin Feng decisively said, then let's buy it. What? Qin Feng was taken aback and couldn't help but frown slightly. Did they not sell it for 2.3 billion? Not exactly. Guan Feifei smiled wryly and said he wants to charge a 5 handling fee. Chapter 52. I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you. Please wait a moment. I'll open the door for you. Not wanting to waste any time. The security guard quickly jogged over to open the big gate. As Li Yihong drove in, he didn't forget to greet with a smile. Just then, a security guard coming on shift saw this scene. Hey Santa, what are you doing? Is there some big shot in there? He stepped forward and curiously asked the security guard, looking at this car, it doesn't seem like it. You don't know anything. Santa, you've grown some guts. Daring to talk to your brother Yang like that. The new security guard scolded with a laugh and hurriedly asked, come on, tell me. Who's the big shot in there? Hee hee. The guard named Santa chuckled and smirked. I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you. Come on. Is it true? Is he that impressive? Of course. Sander's lips curled slightly as he casually said, have you heard of Qin Feng, General Qin? Heard about it. That's a big shot. The new security guard immediately showed an expression of admiration upon hearing this. Do you mean that the person sitting inside is President Qin? Chapter 53. After mastering Mandarin, call me back. Ding. Since the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded 400 billion, the system has successfully activated the designated additional reward option service for you. Ding. The designated additional reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service industry companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, tourism service companies, retail food companies. Please make your selection. I said to the system, why are all these options just companies? After hearing these options from the system, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown and asked the system, can't you give me some elixirs or magical artifacts? Ding. Sorry, your current permissions are insufficient. The system cannot provide you with these services. Damn, it's insufficient permissions again? I have to say, hearing this phrase made Qin Feng feel an urge to hit someone. Forcing himself to suppress the anger in his heart, he began to ponder carefully. Real estate companies, hotel companies, service industry companies, resource development companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, tourism service companies, retail food companies. Chapter 54. Senior Sister Lu Rubing. Huaxia? Lucia was taken aback and said apologetically to Qin Feng, boss, I'm not sure about this. Should I ask Mr. Smith for you? That's fine. Qin Feng nodded. Lucia didn't waste any words and turned to look at Smith, asking him, Mr. Smith, the boss wants to know, does our Blackwater Group have a branch in Huaxia? Yes. Okay, I understand. Saying this, Lucia spoke directly into the phone. Boss, Mr. Smith said, we have a branch in Huaxia. Is that so? Qin Feng was a bit happy to hear this. Tell him that I need a few bodyguards by today. After saying this, he suddenly thought of something and added, right? Make sure they are all women, no men needed. You have to know that Qin Feng is looking for bodyguards who must provide protection 24 hours a day. And his home is filled with women. What if a group of male bodyguards caused issues? Just thinking about that scene made Qin Feng shiver. Okay, I'll tell Mr. Smith. Please wait a moment, boss. Chapter 55. Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer are in trouble. By the way, at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked Lu Rubing, "How did you get into the villa?" "Of course we walked in," Lu Rubing said with a disdainful expression. "Your group's awareness of security is too poor. The security in the community is virtually non-existent. If I were your enemy, you would probably—" Lu Rubing didn't finish her sentence, but she believed Qin Feng should understand. Ahem. Qin Feng awkwardly cleared his throat twice and said weakly, "Actually, the public security in Huaxia is quite good, it should be." However, before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Lu Rubing. "Boss, I must seriously tell you that your safety is crucial to Blackwater Group, and there can be no negligence." What surprised Qin Feng was that just a moment ago, Lu Rubing, who had a cold expression, actually said such a long reasoning when it came to his safety. Ahem. Qin Feng cleared his throat again and hurriedly changed the subject. "By the way, why are you all wearing this style of clothing? This should be traditional Hanfu, right?" Chapter 56. The whole bill is paid by young Master Huang. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. Qin Feng called out twice and found that the call had already been hung up, instantly falling into a rage. "Lu, come with me." Qin Feng's eyes turned red as he said to Lu Rubing. After saying this, without waiting for Lu Rubing to react, he stepped towards the parking lot. Lu Rubing, though unsure of the situation, quickly followed. In a short while, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom drove out of Huaihai Buen Haidong Hotel. As night fell, the streets were already brightly lit. A series of honks sounded, and soon more than 10 cars stopped at the entrance of Haidong Hotel. Among these cars, the most eye-catching was a Lamborghini Veneno. Shortly after, a large group of students, about 20 or so, got out of the car. Under the guidance of the waiter, they quickly walked into the hotel lobby. "Yo, young Master Huang, what brings you here today?" At this moment, a man in a waiter uniform approached with a flattering expression. "Hee, today we have a class reunion." Huang Linhua smiled and said to the hotel manager, "Old Yang, could you arrange a seat for us?" Chapter 57. Spare me this time. "Xiao Yu, why don't you sing a song too?" At this moment, Huang Linhua directly handed the microphone to Qin Yu. Upon hearing Huang Linhua's words, everyone quickly chimed in. "Yes, Xiao Yu, just go up and sing a song. I've heard people say that you sing really well." "That's right. Xiao Yu used to win awards in national high school singing competitions." "Wow, that's amazing. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Okay." After saying this, she turned to Zhao Shuer, Sister Shuer. "Shall we sing together?" "Me?" Zhao Shuer was taken aback, but seeing Qin Yu's somewhat spoiled expression, she eventually agreed. When everyone heard that the two goddesses were going to sing together, they became even more excited. "Sister Shuer, what do you want to sing?" Qin Yu asked Zhao Shuer while scrolling through the screen. "Look for something that's best for a duet." Okay." Qin Yu nodded and began to browse. "Sister Shuer, how about this song, Today You Are Marrying Me?" In no time, Qin Yu found a song she thought was great. Chapter 58. At least you're smart. Not bad. At least you're smart. Zhang Bao was quite satisfied and patted Huang Linhua on the shoulder, saying to him, "Now, it's up to you." After saying this, he left a few of his underlings to guard the door and turned to leave the private room. Once Zhang Bao left, the scene fell into silence. Ahem. After a long time, Huang Linhua finally cleared his throat twice. Turning his head, Huang Linhua awkwardly smiled at Qin Yu and Shuer, Xiao Yu Shuer. "What do you think about going over there?" As soon as he said this, everyone immediately turned to look at him. Some had disdainful looks. Some looked contemptuous. Some were mocking. They never expected there could be such shameless people in this world. Under the gaze of so many people mocking him, Huang Linhua also felt a bit embarrassed. However, now that things had come to this, he could only go all the way. As for Qin Yu's brother, Qin Feng, he had long been cast aside in his mind. Huang Linhua thought, even if Qin Feng was rich, so what? You must know, Lord Leopard was not only wealthy, but also had hundreds of subordinates who could wield knives. Taking a deep breath, ignoring the gazes from others, he continued to speak to Qin Yu and Shuer. "Xiao Yu, do you know who Brother Leopard is?" Chapter 59. "Rubing, I'm assigning you a task. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and said to the hotel manager with a smile that was quite a smile, "It seems you have something to hide from me." "There's nothing, Mr. Qin." The hotel manager hurriedly shook his head. "You shouldn't listen to her nonsense. How could I possibly have anything to hide from you?" After saying this, he turned to the front desk with a fake smile and said, "Xiao Su, tell Mr. Qin if two beautiful girls came to our hotel today." At this point, he added, "Make sure you think clearly before speaking, got it?" "Understood." The front desk nodded and then turned to Qin Feng, saying, "Mr. Qin, I must have remembered wrong. There weren't However, before she could finish, Qin Feng interrupted her directly. Do I look like a fool? Mr. Qin, I'm giving you one last chance. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold as he said lightly. There really weren't. The hotel manager gritted his teeth and said seriously, all right. Qin Feng repeated 3 times before turning to Lu Rubing. Rubing, I'm assigning you a task. Chapter 60. What happened to your face? Xiao Yu, what happened to your face? At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly noticed something was off with Qin Yu's face. The clear handprint was obviously a sign she had been hit. Brother Feng, it was him who hit me. Zhao Shui'er pointed to Huang Linhua, who was slumped on the ground, and recounted what had happened earlier to Qin Feng. After hearing Zhao Shui'er's account, a chilling aura erupted in Qin Feng's eyes. Huang Linhua, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but shiver. It was you who hit my sister? Qin Feng squatted down and asked Huang Linhua. Why, yes, it was me. Huang Linhua trembled as he replied. Good. Qin Feng's tone turned cold as he stood up. You dare to hit my sister? It seems you think you have some strength. After speaking, without waiting for Huang Linhua to respond, Qin Feng ordered Lu Rubing break his limbs. Limbs? Lu Rubing was slightly taken aback and frowned. Aren't there 4 limbs? Where did the 5th limb come from? Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice, feeling somewhat speechless. Doesn't he have one down there? Chapter 61. You're my real brother, right? Looking for death. Qin Feng scoffed and ordered Lu Rubing do it. Bang! As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the blond guy at the front was kicked away. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately fainted. The other subordinates who were about to rush forward were almost wide-eyed in shock. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Did he eat spinach or something? Bang, bang, bang. However, before they could come to their senses, Lu Rubing kicked them all away. Just like the previous blonde guy, they all lay on the ground, unconscious. How is this possible? Zhang Bao watched the scene in front of him, nearly stumbling to the ground. He never expected that such a beautiful girl like Lu Rubing would have such great strength. You must know his subordinates had fought many times, and each time they had taken down their opponents. Now, it was unbelievable that within less than 10 seconds, they were all beaten unconscious. To be honest, Zhang Bao was genuinely scared at this moment. Lord Leopard, right? Qin Feng smirked and said playfully to the shocked Zhang Bao, Come on, what did you just say? Why don't you say it again? Chapter 62. Do you have the strength for this? Since that's the case. Qin Feng paused deliberately, glancing at Zhang Bao's somewhat expectant expression before continuing. Then transfer all your other assets to me. You, Zhang Bao, who had originally held some hope, nearly spewed blood in anger upon hearing this. Pointing at Qin Feng, he angrily said, You're not keeping your word, am I? Qin Feng smirked, clearly amused. Did I ever say I would let you go if you paid? This. Damn, it seems I really didn't tee. Puff. Zhang Bao couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. So have you considered it? Aye. Zhang Bao hesitated, doubting whether Qin Feng would play tricks on him later. After a moment of silence, he said firmly to Qin Feng, If you can guarantee to let me go this time, I agree. Hee hee. Qin Feng sneered, looking down on him. Are you trying to negotiate terms with me? Let me tell you, no one has the qualification to negotiate terms with me. Qin Feng. After saying this, without waiting for Zhang Bao's reaction, Qin Feng made a gesture for Lu Rubing to act. Chapter 63. This is too infuriating. Do you still want revenge now? Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Xiaoxin couldn't help but tease with a laugh. The two were instantly left speechless. Asking them to find Qin Feng for revenge was no different from sending them to their deaths. Since they didn't want revenge, then this matter would be considered settled. Xiaoxin waved his hand and said lightly, Let us notify everyone from now on. Anyone who dares to oppose Mr. Qin will be our enemies. The Sanhu of Shuncheng. In Xiaoxin's view, Qin Feng was a rare opportunity. Even if they couldn't hold on, they certainly couldn't offend him. Zhang Bao was the example. Luda and Zhou Feiji, hearing this, also had no objections. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, Qin Feng took Lu Rubing and a few other women to Shenzhen International Airport. Since Qin Feng had his own private plane, as soon as they entered the hall, a staff member immediately approached them. Hello, Mr. Qin. My name is Wan Jiwei. I just spoke with you on the phone. Hello. Qin Feng nodded in response. Please follow me. With that, Wan Jiwei led Qin Feng and the others to the VIP passage. Chapter 64. Are we really not going to greet them at the entrance? 3 hours later, at Daxing Airport in the capital. Mingyao, have you arranged a car? Qin Feng asked Shen Mingyao as they disembarked from the plane. Yes, I've arranged it. Shen Mingyao nodded in response. That's good. With that, Qin Feng led the group out of the airport. They stood outside the airport for less than a minute when a van drove up. The next moment, a middle-aged man got out. He first sized up Qin Feng and the others, then smiled and approached them. Hello? Is this your rental car? What? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and replied somewhat confusedly. No, you must have mistaken us for someone else. No way. The middle-aged man was also surprised, murmuring. They clearly said they would arrive at this time, and they are all handsome men and beautiful women. At this point, he scratched his head and asked Qin Feng and the others, I would like to ask, is there a lady named Shen Mingyao among you? Shen Mingyao? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately looked at Shen Mingyao. The other women did the same. Me? Shen Mingyao said, somewhat bewildered. That's me. Who are you? Chapter 65. Aren't they all celebrities? At the entrance of the Yida headquarters, the sound of a car horn echoed as a dilapidated van came to a stop. Oh, it seems there really isn't anyone. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Qin Feng began to look around. Qin Feng, who was sitting in the back seat, immediately frowned upon hearing this. Just as he thought, those guys really gave him a show of strength. At that moment, a uniformed security guard walked over. He first knocked on the car window, then said with a cold expression, delivery vehicles use the back entrance. Shen Mingyao was slightly taken aback, and after rolling down the window, she said somewhat speechlessly, I say, security brother, what makes you think we look like delivery people? Aren't you? The security guard looked inside the car. Damn, are they all celebrities? When he recognized the looks of Qin Feng and the others, he was almost shocked enough to bite his own tongue. It must be said, he was indeed stunned by their looks. After a long while, he finally softened his tone and said, since you're not delivery people, please fill out this form. Hey, do you know who is sitting in this car? Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyao immediately became dissatisfied. Chapter 66. Kneel down and say sorry to me 3 times, hey kid. What are you laughing at? Lin Sikong got out of the car and shouted sternly at Qin Feng. What business is it of yours? That's right. What's wrong with my master smiling? However, as soon as Lin Sikong finished speaking, Shen Mingyao and Qin Feng stepped forward. In their minds, how could Qin Feng possibly be someone who could be provoked by such a showy person? Damn, this kid is way too popular with women, right? Lin Sikong, while feeling displeased, couldn't help but feel envious. After a long pause, he darkened his face and said to Qin Feng, Kid, do you only stand behind women? Hearing this, Qin Feng and Shen Mingyao immediately wanted to say something. But at that moment, Qin Feng stopped them, stepping a few paces forward. He looked at Lin Sikong with a playful expression and said, So what do you want? Very simple. Lin Sikong shrugged casually and said, First, hurry up and move your broken car. Second, kneel down and say sorry to me 3 times. Otherwise, hee. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but snicker. Clearly unconvinced, otherwise what? Chapter 67. Don't blame me for knocking out all your teeth, hahaha. However, what Lin Sikong didn't expect was that the moment his words fell, Su Shengjun couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lin Sikong frowned, asking in a hostile tone. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at your ignorance. Su Shengjun rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, Do you know who President Qin is? You actually dare to say such arrogant words? Oof. Upon hearing this, Lin Sikong let out a cold snort, filled with sarcasm. Who can he be? Just a slightly more advanced dog under my uncle. He wasn't a fool. It was clear that Su Shengjun showed great respect for Qin Feng. Lin Sikong guessed that Qin Feng was probably a higher-up in Yida real estate whom he had never met before. Even if he was a company executive, so what? He was still just working for his uncle. Kid, you'd better speak a little more cleanly. At that moment, Lu Rubing, who had been silent, looked at Lin Sikong with a cold gaze and said, Don't blame me for knocking out all your teeth later. You. Lin Sikong was immediately enraged. Just as he was about to say something, when he met Lu Rubing's icy stare, he forcefully swallowed the words he wanted to say. Chapter 68. Even if I'm not late, I still get beaten, right? Sikong? As soon as Wang Yilin walked in, he immediately noticed Lin Sikong lying on the ground. His previously playful expression instantly turned dark. He glared at Qin Feng and the others, then walked toward Lin Sikong. The senior executives following him exchanged glances, puzzled as to why Wang's nephew would be lying in the company's conference room. Sikong. Wang Yilin gently pushed Lin Sikong a couple of times. And only then did Lin Sikong slowly wake up. Oh, uncle, why are you here? Lin Sikong looked at Wang Yilin with a confused expression. Tell me, Who knocked you out? Wang Yilin squinted his eyes and did not answer Lin Sitsong's question. Knocked out? Upon hearing Wang Yilin's words, Lin Sitong was taken aback for a moment. However, he quickly thought of something, glanced around, and pointed at Qin Feng and the others, saying, "It's them, uncle. You must teach them a good lesson. Don't worry." Wang Yilin first patted his shoulder and then pulled him up from the ground. He stepped forward to Qin Feng and asked him, "Mr. Qin, my nephew was knocked out by you?" Chapter 69. Leadership is not something you can handle like this. What's wrong? No one. Qin Feng curled his lips and said with some disdain, "Didn't everyone want to give me a show of power? Why are you all backing down now?" Hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone shrank back their heads as if they hadn't heard anything. Since no one dared to stand up, Qin Feng looked at Shen Mengyao and asked, "Mengyao, you should remember who was here just now, right?" "Master, I remember them all." "Okay, then you can help remind them." "Got it, Master." Shen Mengyao nodded and then looked at the people present. Wherever her gaze landed, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads, as if afraid of being pointed out by Shen Mengyao. After scanning the crowd, Shen Mengyao finally fixed her gaze on Wang Yilin. She pointed at Wang Yilin and said, "Him." Wang Yilin, being pointed at by Shen Mengyao, couldn't help but curl his lips, showing an expression of disdain. In his opinion, even if he was singled out, so what? Did Qin Feng really dare to fire him? Unless Yida wanted to go bankrupt, that would be more likely. Well, who else? Qin Feng nodded and continued to ask. Chapter 70. Am I the largest shareholder of Yida? Are you done? Qin Feng smirked and asked Wang Yilin Donda. What do you mean? Wang Yilin was slightly taken aback and frowned. He thought Qin Feng shouldn't have such an expression at this moment. Nothing much. I just wanted to say. Qin Feng deliberately paused for a moment before continuing. If you're done, then please take them and roll out, okay? You want to fire me too? Wang Yilin looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Not only him, but the other high-ranking officials who had been smug just moments ago were also dumbfounded. They never expected that, after Wang Yilin introduced their impressive capabilities, Qin Feng would still want to fire them. Of course, what surprised them the most was that Qin Feng even intended to get rid of Wang Yilin, the chairman. To be honest, even when Qin Feng said he would fire all the top executives, they didn't believe he would dare to fire Wang Yilin. After all, not to mention that Wang Yilin was the founder of Yida, just his abilities were unmatched by most people. But now, hearing Qin Feng's words, it was clear he had no intention of keeping Wang Yilin, and it was no wonder they were dumbfounded. Chapter 71. This guy is a madman. All right, since you all aren't selling, forget it. Qin Feng curled his lips and turned to Shen Mengyao, saying, Mengyao, help me call MOU. I have something to discuss with her. After finishing, he added, by the way, remember to put on speaker. Okay, master. Shen Mengyao nodded, took out her phone, and dialed the number. Mengyao, is there something you need? As soon as the call connected, Su Mou's pleasant voice came through. Master is looking for you. Shen Mengyao said, handing the phone to Qin Feng. MOU, I remember you're a PhD in economic management, right? Yes, boss. Great. I need to assign you a task. Boss, please say, is there a way you can help me lower Yida real estate stock by 10 within an hour? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and said into the phone, what? This guy actually wants to lower Yida's stock? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin and the others were instantly dumbfounded. However, once they came back to their senses, they found Qin Feng's request rather childish. Yida Real Estate? That was the leading giant in the real estate industry in China, with a market value of at least $1.2 trillion. Chapter 72. The system mall finally opens. Beep. You have spent $6 million on Yida stocks this time, successfully earning a rebate of $600 million, which has been deposited into your industrial and commercial bank account. Please check. Beep. You have spent $8 million on Yida stocks this time, successfully earning a rebate of $800 million, which has been deposited into your industrial and commercial bank account. Please check. Beep. You have spent $12 million on Yida stocks this time, successfully earning a rebate of $10.2 billion, which has been deposited into your industrial and commercial bank account. Please check. Beep. You have spent $23 million on Yida stocks this time, successfully earning a rebate of $23 billion, which has been deposited into your industrial and commercial bank account. Please check. Beep. You have spent $38 million on Yida stocks this time, successfully earning a rebate. Just as Wang Yilin and the others looked ashen, the system voice kept ringing in Qin Feng's mind. In less than 20 minutes, the balance in his industrial and commercial bank card had already exceeded $300 billion. Beep. Since the balance in your bank card has successfully exceeded $500 billion, would you like to enable the point-based additional rewards option service? Chapter 73. I'm definitely selling this stock today. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately purchased 99 super gene serums in the system all. One super gene serum costs 1 million consumption points, so 99 would be 99 million. Just as Qin Feng successfully completed the payment, the system prompt appeared at the bottom of the screen. Beep, congratulations on successfully purchasing 99 super gene serums. Would you like to use them now? Without wasting time, Qin Feng directly pressed the use button. Beep, congratulations on successfully using one super gene serum. Physical constitution 1. The standard value for an ordinary adult male is 100. Your current physical constitution total is 117. Just as Qin Feng saw this message, he felt a surge of energy. The slight back pain he had seemed to lessen significantly. Wow, this thing is even better than Viagra. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately started clicking away. Beep. Congratulations on successfully using one super gene serum. Physical constitution 1. The standard value for an ordinary adult male is 100. Your current physical constitution total is 118. Beep. Congratulations on successfully using one super gene serum. Physical constitution 1. The standard value for an ordinary adult male is 100. Your current physical constitution total is 153. Chapter 74. Are we going to lose big? General Qin, what do you mean? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the senior executives present were all dumbfounded. Even Wang Yilin, who was not far away, showed a look of surprise. It should be noted that just a moment ago, he thought that Qin Feng was doing this to take the equity from them. But now it seems that that's not the case. Haha, a bunch of stupid fools. Are you all dumbfounded now? Just then, the guy wearing glasses jumped out again. To be honest, he was a bit worried that Qin Feng would agree earlier, because if that were the case, he would look like a clown. However, now, apart from feeling heartbroken about his money, he felt quite pleased. What did you just say? You bastard? Say it again, if you dare. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao and the others could no longer endure it and angrily said to the glasses guy, Hee hee. The glasses guy snorted coldly and said, so what? You're just a bunch of fools. Yang Hao and the others were about to speak again, but were directly interrupted by Qin Feng. All right, if you want me to buy your shares, it's not impossible. Chapter 75. Boss, are you a master in the late stage of dark energy? After Wang Yilin and the others left, Qin Feng explained a few things to Su Shengjun and the others. After all, Yida suddenly lost so many senior executives. It was impossible to recover in a short time. However, this was not a big problem for Qin Feng. After all, he had money. If necessary, he could just hire some talented people from other places through a headhunting company. There's no way around it. Having money allows for such indulgence. As for the security guards at the door earlier, Qin Feng also issued an order for their dismissal. By the time Qin Feng and the others left Yida, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Master, where are we going now? In the van, Shen Mingyao asked Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, the other girls also looked at Qin Feng, waiting for his response. Let's find a hotel to eat. Okay, master. Shen Mingyao nodded and stepped on the gas. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the most luxurious hotel in the capital. As the only pseudo-7-star hotel in the capital, it was definitely a top-notch existence in terms of decoration and other hardware facilities. Welcome. Chapter 76. Did I encounter an assassin? Wow. I didn't expect my kick to be so powerful. As soon as Lu Rubing left, Qin Feng began to examine the deep pit under his feet. Shrugging, he quietly muttered, looks like I'll have to compensate the hotel later. Forget it. Let us take a shower first. With that, Qin Feng walked toward the bathroom. I must say, taking a bath in a bathtub feels much better than a shower. However, just as Qin Feng finished a shower and was about to walk out of the bathroom to go to bed, he suddenly felt a murderous intent approaching from behind. What the hell? Am I encountering an assassin? At that critical moment, Qin Feng quickly dodged to the side. In the next second, he saw a gleaming dagger land precisely where he had been standing. Damn, someone really wants to kill me? Could it be someone sent by Wang Yilin? Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked directly at the person. What made Qin Feng frown slightly was that the person was dressed in tight black clothing, completely covering her body, making it impossible to see her face. However, judging from her figure, she should be a woman. Chapter 77. It seems I was right. Let us talk. Lu Rubing took a deep breath and asked the foreign woman, what is your name? Who sent you? I'm Lisa. The foreign woman looked at the dagger in front of her and continued, I was sent by the Blue Rose organization. Blue Rose? Lu Rubing was taken aback. And couldn't he help but frown? We shouldn't have any grievances with your Blue Rose, right? We're just an assassin organization. We do whatever the person who pays us asks, and we really have no grievances with you. So you're saying someone paid you to kill us? Exactly. Lisa nodded. Can you tell me who paid? Lou Rubing narrowed her eyes and said coldly. This. Upon hearing Lou Rubing's words, Lisa hesitated. What's wrong? Do you think your dagger isn't sharp enough? Our organization has rules. We cannot disclose the information of our employer, so, Lisa said, while sneaking a glance at the dagger in Lou Rubing's hand. You mean you don't want to say? Sorry, that's the rule. In that case. Lou Rubing narrowed her eyes and pushed the dagger forward again. Don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 78. Do I look like a big shot? The commotion from the onlookers was quickly heard clearly by Su Xingjun and the others not far away. Hey, what are you talking about? Yeah, is that how you talk? You don't know anything, yet you're making a fuss? Where are the security guards? Get a security guard here. Just as the senior executives at Yida Square wanted to show off in front of Su Xingjun, he directly stopped them. Wait, let me explain to everyone. To be honest, he found their words very uncomfortable to hear. However, in order to protect Yida's reputation from being ruined, he forced a smile. He stepped forward and, somewhat apologetically, said to the onlookers, everyone, I'm really sorry. I'd like to apologize to you all first. The reason we're doing this has its reasons. Soon, a big shot will be arriving at Yida, so I hope everyone can understand. A big shot? Upon hearing Su Xingjun's words, someone immediately expressed doubt. Su, you're not talking about yourself, are you? Do I look like a big shot? Chapter 79. The big shot appears, causing a sensation throughout the venue. At Yida Square, after the onlookers finished their discussions, they all began to look forward to the arrival of the big shot. What were they looking forward to? Naturally, they were eager to see what kind of big shot could even drive Wang Yilin away from Yida. Su, has the new boss said when he will arrive? Yeah, we've been waiting here for so long. He wants he does not come, right? Why don't you give him a call and ask? At that moment, the senior executives of Yida Plaza were getting a bit anxious and said to Su Xingjun. All right. Su Xingjun nodded, feeling that they had a point. He took out his phone, found Qin Feng's number, and dialed it directly. Mr. Qin, how long until you arrive? As soon as the call connected, Su Xingjun hurriedly asked respectfully. I'm already here. Here. Su Xingjun was taken aback and looked around. However, there were too many people at the scene, and he couldn't see anyone. But I don't see you. How about this? Qin Feng said with a slight smirk. I have a van with a license plate DA5877. Please inform the security to let it through. Chapter 80. My damn charm sister. Why are you still in a daze? Take a picture. Take a picture? Oh my gosh. This is big news. Wow. Look at his damn charm. I almost forgot about this. I must post it on my moments and share it with my friends. Honey, hurry up and take a picture. This is definitely going to be trending. No way. Aren't you usually mad when I take pictures of handsome guys? If you take pictures of others, I will definitely be upset. But this one is different. Feel free to shoot. Why? What do you mean why? A big shot like him definitely won't look at you. You jerk. Watch me twist your ear. The onlookers quickly came back to their senses and hurriedly took out their phones, snapping pictures left and right. Not far away, Lou Rubing quickly stood in front of Qin Feng. Shen Mingyao and Guan Feifei immediately positioned themselves on either side of Lou Rubing. They knew very well that Qin Feng actually didn't want to appear too much in the news media. What the hell is going on? Who are those women? I'm so mad. I was just about to take a picture of that handsome guy. Hey, I'm not mad. Didn't you notice that those ladies are very pretty? Chapter 81. Then we won't be polite at Yida Plaza. Under Su Xingjun's guidance, Qin Feng and the others quickly entered the Yida Mall. As one of the most famous shopping malls in the capital, it encompasses various functions including shopping, leisure, entertainment, and dining. However, the primary function is still dominated by shopping. Moreover, as the capital of China, the capital is naturally a key investment location for Yida. The grandeur of this Yida Mall is definitely not comparable to other Yida malls. Just in terms of area, it covers at least tens of thousands of square meters. It's worth noting that in the capital, having such a large mall is not something every enterprise can achieve. Qin Feng glanced around the hall. There weren't too many businesses on the first floor, around 5 or 6. This is quite normal, as the area of the first floor of a mall is usually much larger than that of other floors, and the prices are several times higher. The businesses that can operate on the first floor are mostly jewelry and accessories. Since Qin Feng brought Lou Rubing and the others shopping today, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. He smiled at Lou Rubing and the others, saying, ladies, feel free to pick whatever you like today. I'll cover the bill. Chapter 82. What is so precious it's just a watch? What the hell? This guy is too outrageous. Buying 3 watches worth millions each and still want something more expensive? Why don't you just fly to the sky? It was just the watch shop owner who thought this. Everyone else felt the same way. In their view, Qin Feng's behavior was indeed a bit excessive. They were also worried that when Qin Feng came to their store, he would behave the same way. The salesperson hesitated, unsure of what to do. Don't worry. I'll pay for it myself. Qin Feng wasn't stupid. He could see what others were thinking. He just said that on purpose. How could he let them think he owed them a favor? Mr. Qin, that's not what I meant, the salesperson hurriedly said, glancing at their boss again. The watch shop owner was equally awkward. He didn't expect that Qin Feng had no intention of getting anything for free. With an awkward smile, he said to Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, that's not what I meant. However, before he could finish, Qin Feng interrupted. All right, just bring out your most expensive watches quickly. I still want to check out other stores. Chapter 83. What a big mouth for a kid, all right. Let us pay first. Saying that, he took out his wallet in front of everyone. However, except for Su Shangjun and a few women, everyone else was stunned. There was no way around it. The black cards in Qin Feng's wallet were simply too outrageous. If they didn't know that this person was the boss of Yida Real Estate, they would definitely suspect that Qin Feng was using a fake card. He quickly took out his card and paid in one go. Soon, Qin Feng received a text message notification on his phone. No need to say more. It was definitely sent from a bank. Qin Feng didn't bother to check. It was just over 10 billion. What was there to look at? Let us go. Let us check out other places, Qin Feng said, stepping out the door. After coming back to their senses, everyone immediately followed him. Before long, they arrived at a jade shop. To Qin Feng's surprise, after they walked into the store, not a single salesperson came forward. It seemed as if they were ignoring Qin Feng and his group completely. What is going on? Su Shengjun frowned slightly and asked a senior executive from Yida Plaza beside him. Chapter 84. What bed do you want? Who are you? Coming back to his senses, Qin Feng asked the old man in the tang suit. Mr. Qin, this is the owner of this jade shop, Wang Mingfu. Before the old man in the tang suit could speak, a senior executive from Yida Real Estate, standing next to Qin Feng, introduced him. Oomph. The old man in the tang suit snorted coldly, immediately showing a very arrogant demeanor. Wang Mingfu. Qin Feng was taken aback, then smirked and said, You also have the surname Wang. You must be a relative of Wang Yilin, right? He had heard that this jade shop was opened by a relative of Wang Yilin. That's right. I'm Wang Yilin's uncle. The old man in the tang suit spoke coldly, his face dark as he said, Little kid, were you the one who drove my nephew out of Yida? Hee hee. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh and did not respond. After a long while, he finally curled the corners of his mouth slightly and said, From your tone, it seems you're quite unconvinced. Of course I'm unconvinced. Yida Real Estate is my Uncle Wang's company. What right do you have to take it? Before Wang Mingfu could speak, the man standing behind him spoke up first. From the expression on his face, it was as if Qin Feng had stolen some precious treasure from him. Chapter 85. Do you think I will lose? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Mingfu hesitated. He never expected Qin Feng would propose such a bet. On one hand was his granddaughter, and on the other was the trillion-dollar Yida. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and said to Qin Feng with red eyes, Fine, I'd agree. What? The little girl behind him gasped, her mouth wide open. She couldn't believe that these words came from her beloved grandfather. Master, how can you do this? I don't agree. Just then, that man stepped forward again, angrily saying to Wang Mingfu. In his view, the little junior sister was his exclusive possession. How could he let anyone else interfere? What? Wang Mingfu's eyes turned cold, his tone chilling as he said, Do you think I will lose? Since I won't lose, what does it matter if Meng Meng is the wager? After saying this, Wang Mingfu no longer looked at Wang Meng Meng and turned to Qin Feng, saying, Can we start now? Hee. Qin Feng smiled casually and said, Since you agree, then of course we can. Chapter 86. Hasn't it only been a minute? I've finished picking. Qin Feng nodded, looking quite casual. Wow, hasn't it only been a minute? Moreover, you didn't even bring a strong flashlight? I mean, brother, are you kidding us? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Shangjun and the others were almost shocked enough to drop their eyeballs. They had to admit, it was the first time they saw someone pick stones like this. At that moment, Wang Mingfu had finally chosen his second stone. When he discovered that Qin Feng had already finished picking all his stones, he couldn't help but frown. Damn, this kid is picking way too fast. Coming back to his senses, he looked over at the 3 stones Qin Feng had picked. Not looking was fine, but once he did, he almost laughed out loud. You see, the 3 stones Qin Feng picked were precisely the ones he had already decided against. In his view, there was indeed jade in these stones, but definitely not much. Otherwise, where would there be a share for Qin Feng? He glanced disdainfully at Qin Feng and continued to search for raw stones with a strong flashlight. This was a wager worth trillions. He wouldn't be as casual as Qin Feng. About 10 minutes later, Wang Mingfu finally managed to select the third stone. Chapter 87. Is it really that hard to open full jade? Only Qin Feng, at this moment, still maintained a very indifferent demeanor. Is it really that hard to open full jade? You should know, among these 3 stones, there are 2 full jades. If they get opened, Wang Mingfu might just go crazy on the spot. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let's hurry and open the third one. Qin Feng didn't have much time to watch Wang Mingfu show off and impatiently said to him, I'm still waiting to finish shopping and go home to sleep. After saying this, Qin Feng yawned in front of everyone. Humph. Seeing this, Wang Mingfu couldn't help but snort coldly. Kid, just wait to go home after losing everything. Saying this, he confidently handed the third stone to the old man. The old man didn't waste any time, taking the stone and cutting it down immediately. As he made the first cut, another hint of green appeared. Damn, another green one? This is just too amazing. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the old man cut out a full jade stone. Wang Mingfu's experience in identifying stones was indeed not something ordinary people could compare to. My God, another full jade? Chapter 88. Brother, are you serious? Emperor seed? This is actually an emperor seed? When Wang Mingfu clearly saw the stone in Lu Rubing's hand, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that Qin Feng would open such a rare emperor seed. The entire stone was crystal clear, without a trace of impurities. Moreover, the overall green was even more brilliant and translucent than the 2 full jades he had opened earlier. If viewed from distance, it looked like a green diamond, shining with a shimmering green light. My God, this is just too impressive. The little girl Wang Mengmeng nearby immediately showed a look of admiration toward Qin Feng. Being Wang Mingfu's granddaughter, she naturally understood jade well. Emperor seed? This is definitely a very rare type of jade. After all these years by Wang Mingfu's side, she had never seen anyone open one. Not just her. Shen Mingyao and the other girls, as well as Su Shengjun, all had expressions of admiration. If Qin Feng's earlier opening of a full jade was not such a big deal, then this emperor seed was enough to prove how sharp Qin Feng's eyesight really was. Moreover, Qin Feng didn't even use a strong flashlight, but just picked casually. Chapter 89. I'm afraid you're overthinking it. You overestimate yourself. Qin Feng snorted coldly and said to the already dumbfounded Su Shengjun, remember to call an ambulance for him too. After saying this, he led everyone out of the jade shop. As they reached the door, he suddenly turned around and said to the still stunned Su Shengjun, by the way, remember to change all the signs of this jade shop for me. Mingfu Jade Shop? That's really unpleasant. All right, boss. Coming back to his senses, Su Shengjun nodded and curiously asked, boss, what do you want to change it to? Change it to? Qin Feng pondered for a moment before continuing. Just change it to Mingmingda Jade Shop. What? Upon hearing this, Su Shengjun thought he misheard. Unable to hold back, he continued to ask Qin Feng, boss, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. I said change it to Mingmingda Jade Shop. Damn, are you serious, brother? That name? How peculiar. After Qin Feng confirmed it again, Su Shengjun almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Not just him, everyone else was the same. Not far away, Wang Mingming turned red with embarrassment upon hearing this. In her mind, Qin Feng must have named it after her. In fact, she wasn't wrong. That was indeed the meaning behind the name. Anyway, this would be her own jade shop in the future, so he could name it however he wanted. There's no way around it. Having money makes one so willful. After saying that, Qin Feng no longer paid attention to Su Shengjun and the others, leading Shen Mingyao and the others to other stores. The rest of the itinerary went quite smoothly. After a round of shopping, Shen Mingyao and the others had already filled their hands with big and small bags. Even the senior executives and merchants from Yida Plaza who were following them helped carry quite a few things. As for Qin Feng himself, his hands were empty. Let him carry bags while shopping? That's probably asking too much. By the time they left Yida Plaza, it was already around 10 o'clock at night. At that time, Yida Plaza was completely deserted. As everyone bid farewell, the van slowly drove away. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and the others finally returned to the Imperial Capital Hotel. Just as Lu Rubing was about to break down the door, Qin Feng's room door was suddenly opened. Come on, can't anyone let people sleep? Qin Feng said. rubbing his eyes with a dissatisfied expression. The girls were momentarily stunned and couldn't help but find it amusing. Just as they were about to say something, Qin Feng spoke again. You all look like you're hungry, right? How about a late-night snack? Forget it. I'll just hurry and order takeout. As Qin Feng said this, he began searching for his phone on the table. Seeing this, the girls all walked in with wry smiles. After Qin Feng finished ordering takeout, they all sat on the sofa and started watching TV. Master, when are we going back to Shenzhen? Qin Fei curiously asked Qin Feng. The other two girls also turned their gaze towards him. Let's play in the imperial capital for 3 days first. After we go back to Shenzhen, I need to return to my hometown. Qin Feng replied. He knew that Qin Yu's school was about to start summer vacation, which would be a perfect opportunity to take her back. Back to your hometown? The girls were taken aback, and Lu Rubing couldn't help but ask Master, where's your hometown? Yeah, you've never mentioned it before. Shen Mingyao immediately chimed in. My hometown is in northern Hunan. If we go back this time, I'll take you all along. My hometown is beautiful. I can take you around. Really? That's great. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the girls were immediately filled with joy. Having such a good boss made them very happy. Chapter 90. Brother, your idea is quite crazy. Soon, the time came to the third day. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Qin Feng finished his breakfast, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Qin Feng frowned and shouted towards the door. It's me. The next moment, a not-so-standard Mandarin voice came from outside. Judging by the accent, it should be a foreign woman. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something, stepped forward, and opened the door. Sure enough, it was you. As soon as the door opened, Qin Feng recognized the person and asked, So, did you complete the task I assigned to you? Yes, I did. Lisa nodded and didn't elaborate further. All right, come in, Qin Feng said, bringing Lisa inside. As soon as they returned to the room and sat down, Qin Feng took out his phone to check. Weibo, shocking. Former owner of Yida drowned in his own villa's swimming pool last night. Headline, surprising, Wang Yilan drowned at home. Was it suicide or murder? TX News, terrifying. Former owner of Yida may have committed suicide after being ousted from Yida. Just as Qin Feng had thought, major news outlets had already reported Wang Yilan's death. Chapter 91. Do you mean you want to die? What is your relationship with your sister? Qin Feng did not answer Lisa's question, but instead asked her back. It's okay. Although Lisa guessed that Qin Feng had ulterior motives, she dared not refuse to answer. That's good. Qin Feng smirked and said playfully. Now I need to assign you a new task. New task. Lisa was taken aback and frowned. Haven't I already completed a task for you? Hee hee. Qin Feng sneered coldly. Do you think I would let you off so easily with just one task? Hearing this, Lisa almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She had seen many unreasonable people, but someone as unreasonable as Qin Feng was truly a first for her. Don't feel wronged. I'm not afraid to tell you that from the moment you came to kill me, you should have anticipated such consequences. Qin Feng said with a cold tone. Of course, if you don't want to complete this task, that's also fine. Really? Upon hearing this, Lisa suddenly seemed to see hope. Of course. Chapter 92. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Meanwhile, the watch shop owner from Yida Plaza called. To show his respect for Qin Feng, the watch shop owner voluntarily stated that he would personally deliver the watches. In just half an hour, the hotel room door was knocked on again. When Qin Feng received the watches from the shop owner, he directly handed one to each of Shen Mingyao and the other girls. For Qin Feng, as long as they could do their job seriously, a few watches were nothing at all. All right, let us hurry up and pack, preparing to go back to Shenzhen. After sending off the watch shop owner, Qin Feng saw that everything was almost ready and said to the girls, By the way, Mingyao, have you informed the airport? Yes, I've already notified them. That's good, Qin Feng said, suddenly thinking of something. He turned to Qin Fei, who was packing her luggage, and said, Fei, when we get back, I have a task for you. What task? Qin Fei was taken aback and curiously asked. After returning, have generally send over 4 or 5 private helicopters. Chapter 93. This is simply too much. Here, Bing Bing, go check on Mingyao. Why hasn't Tishi come back yet? Seeing that Shen Mingyao hadn't returned for so long, Qin Feng couldn't help but say, All right, master. Lu Rubing nodded and stepped out. In a short while, she arrived at the door of Qin Feng's room. Finding the door ajar, she walked straight in. However, to Lu Rubing's surprise, the entire room contained only Shen Mingyao squatting on the floor. The waitress was nowhere to be seen. If one listened closely, they could hear Shen Mingyao softly sobbing. Mingyao, what's wrong? Lu Rubing quickly approached and asked the squatting Shen Mingyao. Mifine. Upon hearing Lu Rubing's voice, Shen Mingyao hurriedly wiped away her tears. The reason Shen Mingyao was so sad was simply because of the waitress's earlier comment about her lover, which had struck a nerve. It's important to know that although she did have feelings for Qin Feng, he had always viewed her merely as a subordinate. Now, being humiliated like this by a stranger, how could she possibly feel good inside? Lu Rubing was not a fool. It was evident that something had clearly happened just moments ago. Chapter 94. What does he have to do with it? Could it be the Wang family again? Qin Feng shrugged and said, somewhat speechless. To him, it seemed that he had really gotten into a confrontation with the Wang family these past few days. However, what Qin Feng didn't expect was that he was actually wrong this time. Let's put it this way. Our boss does indeed have a connection with the Wang family, but this is not the Wang family's hotel. The hotel manager waved his hand and said proudly, this hotel is owned by Lin Yanhai, the head of the Lin family. I believe that as the new boss of Yida, President Qin must have heard of Lin Yanhai, right? The hotel manager was quite clear. The Wang family was a family allied through marriage with the Lin family. Now that Qin Feng had offended the entire Wang family, how could the Lin family just stand by and do nothing? He speculated that the reason the Lin family hadn't acted yet was simply that they were investigating Qin Feng, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Lin Yanhai? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then frowned in contemplation. Just as the hotel manager was eagerly anticipating something, he heard Qin Feng sarcastically say, sorry, but I seem to have never heard of him. The hotel manager almost spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing these words. Chapter 95. Surround the entire Imperial City Hotel. In less than 2 hours, Lu Rubing returned completely unscathed. From the expression on her face, it was clear that she hadn't experienced any post-battle disarray. Bing Bing, how did you come back so quickly? As soon as she walked in, Qin Feng immediately asked curiously. Everything went smoothly. I just warned them and came back. Lu Rubing said casually, rest assured, the Lin family will never dare to trouble us again. Wow, Sister Bing Bing, you're really amazing. Upon hearing Lu Rubing's words, Shen Mingyao was almost so happy she could jump up. Not far away, Guan Feifei also immediately gave thumbs up. In their view, the Lin family, one of the 8 great families of the Imperial City, was such a terrifying existence. Lu Rubing going in alone was like going into the tiger's den. Even if she wasn't injured, she would probably be quite flustered. But from Lu Rubing's current appearance, where was the evidence of such a situation? This could only prove that Lu Rubing's strength far exceeded their imagination. What they didn't know was that as soon as Lu Rubing revealed her identity to the Lin family, even the Lin family's ancestor personally came out to greet her. As for the subsequent conversation, it goes without saying that Lu Rubing definitely took the lead. Chapter 96. Super Bio Bodyguard. Terminator number 1. As soon as Qin Feng and the others stepped out of the airport, they immediately noticed something unusual. Master, that seems to be Mou and the others over there. Guan Feifei, with her keen eyes, quickly spotted Su Mou not far away through the crowd. It really is, and it seems that Shui Er and Little Yu are also here. At this moment, Shen Mingyao also noticed Qin Yu and Zhao Shui Er in the crowd. Let us go, let us see. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and led the girls towards the crowd. What are you pushing for? Don't you understand what first come, first served means? Yes. It's really annoying. They have no manners at all. Can't they queue up to see beautiful women? Don't act like the airport is your family's property. Because Qin Feng was pushing quite hard, it immediately drew the dissatisfaction of the onlookers. However, when they turned around and saw the appearances of Qin Feng and the others, they were instantly dumbfounded. Wow, wow, wow. Are there really so many handsome men and beautiful women in Shunqing now? At that moment, Su Mou and the others immediately noticed Qin Feng and the others as well. Not daring to waste time, they all hurried over. As soon as they got close, they immediately formed 3 rows to stand. Chapter 97. What's wrong with your eyes? The holographic screen simulated the changes in the character. Starting from the top of the head, the simulated character's bald head soon sprouted a full head of shiny black hair. Next, the face began to change as well. A stunningly beautiful woman with enchanting eyes immediately appeared before Qin Feng. The moment Qin Feng looked at those eyes, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Hiss! Unable to hold back, he took a sharp breath. For some reason, those eyes gave Qin Feng the feeling that they could capture a person's soul. The next second, the holographic screen displayed a perfectly proportioned female body. Moreover, Qin Feng noticed that there seemed to be a glimmering long whip hanging from the biohuman's waist. Ding! You have successfully created a bio bodyguard. Would you like to extract it? Just then, the system prompt popped up again. Qin Feng didn't waste time and directly pressed the extraction button. Whoosh! The next second, a stunning beauty suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Master! The beauty looked at Qin Feng with her sparkling eyes and shyly called out. After calling, she didn't forget to throw a flirtatious glance at Qin Feng. Chapter 98. Perfectly suitable. Soon, those who were still foolishly smiling immediately snapped back to reality. When they looked at number one again, they were filled with fear as if they had seen a ghost. I have to say, the impression that number one just gave them was quite eerie. Master, who is this? Seeing this, Lu Rubing couldn't help but ask Qin Feng. However, from the expression on her face, it seemed she had not let down her guard. This is Terminator number one, an intelligent bioengineered human developed by my new company. Qin Feng said with a slight smile, half jokingly. The reason he said this was mainly due to the numerous black technology products available in the system mall. In addition to the super bio bodyguards, there are also electromagnetic energy guns, electromagnetic cannons, thunder warplanes, and so on. Since these things would eventually be revealed, it was better to attribute everything to the new company. It's worth mentioning that under Qin Feng's name, he owned the largest black technology base in the world. Letting it take the blame for Qin Feng's system was simply perfect. Bioengineered human? As soon as Lu Rubing heard this, she was stunned. She never expected that this obviously intelligent being in front of her would actually be a bioengineered human. Chapter 99. Do you believe I can make you sleep on the street tonight? Okay, master. Number one nodded and directly opened the navigation. Bro, what did you just call her? Number one, what kind of weird name is that? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yu and the others almost popped their eyes out. They never thought that such a beautiful girl would have such a strange name. Of course, they didn't dare to ask further, as it would inevitably seem impolite. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Feng and the others arrived at a nearby large shopping mall. After parking the car, Qin Feng led the girls into the mall. The entire mall was divided into 4 floors. The first floor mainly sold jewelry and other valuable items. The second and third floors sold snacks, clothes, and nutritional products. As for the fourth floor, it housed some high-end leisure clubs. As soon as they entered, Qin Yu and the others ran towards the jewelry section. Ladies, are you looking to buy jewelry? As soon as the 2 girls arrived, a salesperson immediately approached them. I want to buy a ring for each of my parents. Qin Yu nodded and said to the salesperson. Chapter 100. Are you very rich? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't hold back and coldly asked Zhou Yin. What could I mean? Zhou Yin sneered disdainfully and said, I just wanted to say, if you don't have money, don't waste others' time here. You. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was furious. Just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Qin Feng. Qin Feng stepped forward and frowned at Zhou Yin, saying, How do you know we don't have money? Do I need to explain? Zhou Yin rolled her eyes, looking disdainful. Let's not even mention that your family is poor. You probably haven't been out for long, right? A person without a background or education having money would be strange. Oh, from your tone, are you really rich? Of course. Zhou Yin smiled proudly and said arrogantly, I'm not bragging. My friend Li Hao and I can easily earn 200,000 to 300,000 a year just by running a store. We only dared to come by diamond rings today. You guys aren't just here to get a thrill, are you? Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Lu Rubing and number one were ready to take action. Chapter 101. Do you think you're funny? Madam, do you also have a black card? Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, the jewelry store owner suddenly came to his senses and asked her in disbelief. In his view, Zhou Yan was standing with Qin Feng and the others, so there might really be a chance. My God, what kind of terrifying figures are these? Of course. Zhou Yan smiled proudly and said naturally, don't mention black cards. I have gold cards too. Gold card? What is that? Is it even better than a black card? The jewelry store owner felt somewhat confused upon hearing this. To be honest, he hadn't really heard of any gold cards. At this moment, Li Hao finally handed a handbag to Zhou Yan. All right, now let you see what a real card looks like. Zhou Yan said, casually pulling out a bank card from the handbag. Slap. Hualien Bank Credit Gold Card. Zhou Yan slammed the card on the table and said confidently, it's golden, and it has a limit of 100,000. How about that? Impressive, right? After that, she pretentiously pulled out a second card. Chapter 102. I don't believe he can be that rich. All right. Qin Yu nodded and called over the previous salesperson. In no time, the girls helped Qin Yu pick out a large number of jewelry pieces. After all, this was her own store now. The jewelry chosen by Qin Yu and the others was basically very beautiful and expensive. Standing aside, Zhou Yin couldn't help but swallow hard. However, she thought that Qin Yu and the others must be deliberately showing off in front of her. She still didn't believe that Qin Yu and the others would dare to take them like this. If she wasn't mistaken, the jewelry selected by Qin Yu and the others would at least exceed $1 million in price. All right, please wrap all of these for us. After Qin Yu and the others finished selecting, they had the salesperson wrap them up. After giving some instructions, under the shocked gazes of Zhou Yin and the others, Qin Feng and the others boldly walked out. As they were leaving, Qin Feng even patted Li Hao's shoulder with emotion. Leo, did they really just take them away like that? Zhou Yin looked at Qin Feng and the others' retreating figures, incredulous. It should be coming back to his senses. Li Hao couldn't help but mutter softly. It seems the crazy guy has really made a fortune this time. Chapter 103. Having a wealthy brother is just so extravagant. That's right, 12 boxes totaling 54 million. The salesperson nodded and said to Qin Yu, if you're not satisfied, we can still negotiate the price. To the salesperson, it was normal for Qin Yu to be shocked. After all, even Ma Dad would be shocked for a long time after eating an $8 ice cream. Bro, what do you think? Qin Yu turned around and asked Qin Feng. If it were her own money, she would definitely buy it without hesitation. After all, this is Qin Feng's money, so she still needs to ask Qin Feng about it. It's fine, just buy directly. For Qin Feng, his parents' health is more important than anything else. It's just 54 million, right? For him, it's just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, he has a cashback system. Spending 54 million will immediately return 4 billion to his account. Wow, is that for real? Is it that extravagant? That's 54 million. How can you act like you're buying cabbage? Although Qin Feng's words were very simple, they sounded like a thunderclap to Li Hao and Zhou Yin. The waiter was also stunned on the spot after hearing this. Chapter 104. Opportunity. This is definitely an opportunity. After a pause, Qin Feng continued, all right. About that class reunion you mentioned, if I have time, I'll attend. After saying that, Qin Feng took Lu Rubing and the others and walked toward the parking lot without looking back. Honey, do you think what he said is true? Zhou Yin looked at Qin Feng's departing figure and quietly asked Li Hao. It should be true, right? Li Hao let out a bitter smile and sighed. He had originally thought of hitting Qin Feng with a blow, but unexpectedly, he was the one who got hit. How could he possibly be so rich now? That's not scientific. Zhou Yin thought of this and took out her phone. She wanted to see if Qin Feng was really that wealthy. What are you doing? Leo, seeing Zhou Yin searching on Baidu, couldn't help but ask. If he's really that rich and has such a powerful black card, there shouldn't be no information about him on Baidu, right? Oh, you make a good point. Li Hao quickly leaned his head over. At that moment, Baidu quickly displayed search results about Qin Feng. Chapter 105. Xiao Feng, do you know who I am? By the time Qin Feng woke up again, it was already 6 in the afternoon. After taking a shower, he headed to the restaurant. I must say, the 10 million he gives Su Muyu every month was well spent. The dishes on the table were all delicious. Even Zhao Shuer, who claimed to be on a diet, couldn't help but eat several bowls of rice. Of course, there was also some delicious red wine to accompany the meal. After a whirlwind of eating and drinking, the girls were basically all drunk. After Qin Feng and Lu Rubing sent Qin Yu and the others back to their rooms, they started watching TV in the living room. Just then, Qin Feng's phone received a WeChat message. He had thought it was Li Hao again, but when he opened WeChat, he found it was a friend request. Thorny Rose? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and directly opened the person's moments. Since they were not friends, he could only see a maximum of 10 updates. Xia Yuqing? As soon as Qin Feng clicked on one of the posts, he immediately recognized the person. Xiao Feng, do you know who I am? Just as Qin Feng pressed agree, Xia Yuqing's message came through. Chapter 106. Your words are really perfunctory. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on Xia Yuqing's door. Yuqing. Shin Xiaoquan knocked on the door while calling out. Do you want a cup of milk tea? I ordered your favorite. I don't want it. Xia Yuqing shouted back at the door. Don't want it? Shin Xiaoquan was slightly taken aback and continued. I also order you a spicy hot pot. Why not come out and eat something? It's not good for your health to skip dinner. I said I don't want to eat. Didn't you hear? Shin Xiaoquan felt a bit awkward and said, all right, if you're hungry, just let me know and I'll order for you. Get lost. Go away. Upon hearing that he was still outside nagging, Xia Yuqing immediately threw a pillow at the door. She was already upset that Qin Feng hadn't replied to her message. And now, Chun Xiaoquan was bothering her. She couldn't hold it in. Okay, I'm leaving now. Chun Xiaoquan heard Xia Yuqing was genuinely angry and didn't dare to stay any longer. Don't be mad. After saying that, he quickly left the door of Xia Yuqing's room. Chapter 107. My God, she can really fly a plane? Brother, are we taking a bus back? Qin Yu suddenly thought of something and said to Qin Feng. At this time, there shouldn't be any buses left, right? What bus? Didn't you see there's a private jet in the courtyard? Qin Feng originally came back this time to give his parents some face and to shine on the family. Since he wanted to show off, he naturally had to use the most impressive mode of transportation. Would he let a billionaire ride a bus? That's just a joke. I saw it. But does anyone here know how to fly a plane? Qin Yu pouted and said, I think it would be better if we just drive back. That's not bad either. In Qin Yu's mind, if she could drive the Lamborghini Poison that Qin Feng gave her around the county and village, that would also be quite impressive. No way. Qin Feng waved his hand and refused. Driving back would take too long, at least 20 hours. You are all girls. You can't handle such a long drive. Besides, do you think those low-clearance sports cars can handle the dirt roads back home? Chapter 108. Brother will buy the entire scenic area for you. The girls felt the plane slowly ascend and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. I must say, this really surprised them. Brother, this is too awesome. Qin Yu looked through the plane's window at the ground getting further away and said to Qin Feng. The other girls also looked at the pilot with admiration. Hee hee. Qin Feng chuckled and casually said, This is nothing. The pilot can even operate an aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier? My God, are bioengineered people this amazing? That's incredible. I envy you. If only I could fly a plane. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, all the girls began to discuss softly. Just then, unexpectedly, the pilot, who had just been flying the plane, walked over from the cockpit. Wow, what are you doing? Just as all the women were in shock. Qin Feng quickly shouted at number one. Number one, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be flying the plane? It's fine. This plane has an autopilot mode. I've set it up. Number one smiled and asked Qin Feng, Master, do you want to experience the fun of flying? Chapter 109. Qin Feng's high-profile return. What? Brother, are you joking? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yu's eyes widened. That's a national for a scenic area. How could it be purchased by a private individual? Haha. Qin Feng chuckled casually. In this world, there's nothing that money can't solve. Even if there is, it definitely doesn't include this. Qin Feng wasn't just showing off. He genuinely believed that if he could help improve the GDP of the entire Xiangbei region, for instance, by investing in a few large factories or moving the headquarters of Yida to Xiangbei, then buying a mere scenic area would be no challenge at all. Oh, my brother, why do I feel like you've been acting more and more like a nouveau riche lately? Qin Yu teased Qin Feng with a smile, but I like it, thank you. Brother. Saying that, she pecked him on the cheek. My goodness, everyone look, that seems to be a helicopter. Wow, it really is. This helicopter is so big and beautiful. I feel like this helicopter has a bit of a futuristic vibe. Yeah, it really looks cool. Chapter 110. Is it here to spray pesticides? Uncle, come out quickly. It seems there's a plane in the sky. So what if there's a plane? We've seen them before. No, this plane seems to be flying towards our village. Oh my goodness, that looks like a helicopter, right? It really does. How did it end up in our village? Could it be here to spray pesticides? It shouldn't be. It's flying so slowly, and it doesn't look like a pesticide-spraying plane. It really doesn't. It feels quite high-end. Just as the villagers below were shocked and discussing the plane, Qin Feng deliberately leaned his head out of the window and waved with a smile in front of everyone. Instantly, the villagers recognized Qin Feng. My goodness, that seems to be Qin Feng from the Fangping family, right? It really is. How'd he come back flying a plane? Hey, look, the girl sitting next to him should be Qin Yu. That's right, it's that girl. It seems there are quite a few beautiful girls on that plane. Oh my goodness. It looks like Qin Feng has become successful outside. Chapter 111. I'm so nervous you should stop. It's not good for girls to be too tall. Standing not far away. Qin Feng couldn't help but complain. Who said that? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu winked at Qin Feng. Sister Bing Bing and the others are all over 7 meters. Bing Bing? Li Guifeng was taken aback and asked Qin Feng, Xiao Feng, are you dating? Mom, you don't know? Sister Bing Bing is my brother's bodyguard. Saying that, she turned and shouted into the helicopter, Hey, Sister Bing Bing, how much longer are you planning to stall? What? Bodyguard? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the couple was stunned. They then looked towards the helicopter. Sister Bing Bing, what should we do now? Yeah, I'm so nervous. Hearing Qin Yu's call from outside, Shin Ming Yao and the others couldn't help but shiver. Although they were just Qin Feng's subordinates, at this moment, it felt like they were meeting the parents of their partner. and Lu Rubing was the most composed among them, so they could only rely on her now. What else can we do? Hurry up and bring the gifts down. Chapter 112. This is too exaggerated. Xiao Feng? He's helping Gui Feng cook. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng quickly smiled and said, "Since everyone is here, let's hurry inside." After speaking, he led the village chief and others into the main room. "Auntie, let me stir fry. Annie, let me pick the vegetables. You rest for a bit." "Oh, Annie, put that down. Let me do it." As soon as they entered, the village chief and others heard a chorus of girls' voices coming from the kitchen. Following the sound, they were soon stunned on the spot. Beautiful. They're so beautiful. It must be said that the looks of Lu Rubing and the others were indeed outstanding. Although they had seen Lu Rubing and the others from a distance when they got off the plane, they hadn't seen them clearly due to the distance. Now that they looked closely, each of them was as beautiful as a fairy. "Xiao Feng, the village chief, and the others are here. Hurry and bring them chairs." Qin Feng shouted towards the kitchen while moving chairs. "The village chief is here?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng, who was busy in the kitchen, quickly handed over the task of tending the fire to Qinyu. Chapter 113. Are you envious of our son? My goodness, is this really true? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone immediately stood up excitedly from their chairs. The village chief took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feng. "Xiao Feng, are you serious?" "Of course it's true," Qin Feng said with determination. "Village chief, I won't forget the kindness you all showed me back then. It's just about helping everyone develop together. It's a small matter. That's really great." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but smile widely. They never expected that such a small act of kindness back then would be remembered by Qin Feng until now. Looking at Qin Feng again, their eyes held a bit more gratitude. "All right, we can eat now." At this moment, Li Guifeng also came out of the kitchen and said to Qin Feng and his father, "Hurry, set the table, we are ready to eat." "Okay." Qin Feng and his father nodded and quickly got busy with the villagers. After a hearty meal, Qin Feng let Lu Rubing and the others pick some gifts from what they brought for their parents to give to the village chief and the others. At first, the village chief and the others were reluctant to accept, but when they encountered Qin Feng's determined gaze, they could only smile wryly and accept them. After sending all the villagers away, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. In rural areas, people generally go to bed early, and Qin Feng's family is no exception. However, due to the limited number of rooms in Qin Feng's house, which is only 3 main bedrooms and 1 guest room, it became a difficult issue for Qin Feng's parents to arrange the sleeping arrangements. Although they could arrange for Lu Rubing and the others to stay with nearby neighbors, that would still feel a bit inconvenient. After dinner, the elderly couple found a place to quietly discuss. "Let me think," Li Guifeng said, lowering her head in thought. "How about this?" she continued after a moment of contemplation. "There are 5 girls in total, right? Let Xiaoya and one of them share a room. And since the guest room isn't very big, we can have the remaining 4 girls stay together." "And that sounds good. Let's arrange it that way." Qin Feng agreed, feeling that his wife's arrangement was reasonable. "All right, let's hurry and make the arrangements," Li Guifeng said, pulling Qin Feng towards where Qin Feng and the others were. "Xiao Feng, I just discussed with your dad," Li Guifeng said as soon as she reached Qin Feng. "We'll have number 1 and your sister share a room. As for Meng Yao and the other 4, they can all sleep in our guest room since it's big enough for 4 without being cramped." "What about me?" Qin Feng asked, feeling a bit confused. "You will sleep alone in the outermost room." With that, Qin Feng had no objections. Nodding, he said, "All right, let us arrange it this way." He quickly ran towards the bathroom. As for Lu Rubing and the others, they had no objections to the arrangement made by the elderly couple. Although the Qin family's conditions were not great, the bedding provided for the girls was all brand new. Therefore, even though they were sleeping in this old house, they felt no discomfort at all. Chapter 114. Sounds pretty good. The next morning, after breakfast, Qin Feng headed to the village chief's house. After some discussion, a number of construction teams arrived from the county in the afternoon. To be honest, after Qin Feng's generous quote, all the construction teams showed satisfied expressions. Although Qin Feng's requirements were quite strict, such as completing all constructions within 2 months and using only the best materials, the price he offered was unimaginable for them. Compared to market prices, Qin Feng's offer was at least 3 times higher. Of course, no matter how generous Qin Feng was, he knew he wouldn't suffer any losses. Such a large project quickly attracted the attention of local media and leaders. By noon on the 3rd day, many media representatives with cameras arrived in Qin's village for interviews. When they learned that such a large project was being built for free by Qin Feng, everyone was shocked. Mr. Qin, may I ask what your purpose is for being willing to build for the villagers for free? A reporter from another county asked skeptically, holding up a microphone. In his view, there wouldn't be anyone in today as society who would do something without expecting anything in return. Qin Feng must have some hidden agenda. Although the reporter's question was sharp, Qin Feng was not angry. He chuckled, then said seriously, "There's no purpose. I'm willing to build for everyone for free, simply out of gratitude." Gratitude? You mean the villagers have done you a favor? Exactly. Then I would like to ask how much you plan to invest in this construction? Not much. Just prepare 100 million for now. If that is not enough, I'll add more later. What? 100 million? My goodness, that is too generous. Not enough? And you'll add more? Wow, that is impressive. I envy this. When will our village have such a generous person? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the reporters erupted in excitement. They originally thought Qin Feng could invest 1 or 2 million, which would already be impressive, but they never expected him to mention over 100 million. What does 100 million mean? For those wealthy individuals, it might not be much, but for such a remote small city, it could be equivalent to the entire city's GDP for a year. You must know, standing on the street and looking down the road, it's hard to see a few good cars in Qin Feng's area. Compared to the economically developed cities, it was like heaven and earth apart. 100 million is a staggering amount for everyone here. How could they not be shocked when Qin Feng casually mentioned it? 100 million. That is a number they couldn't even count to. To be honest, at this moment, they were somewhat envious of the villagers in Qin's village. Living in free villas, how could that not be appealing? Compared to the villas in big cities, they seemed even more willing to stay in the countryside. After all, the fresh air and the sounds of birds in the countryside were far better than those in big cities. Chapter 115. Are you talking about that kid from your second uncle's family? Just as the interview with the reporters ended, leaders from the county and the state rushed over. What Qin Feng was doing was a good deed for the country and the people, and it naturally couldn't be overlooked. The reporters who were about to leave quickly gathered around again. After chatting with the leaders, Qin Feng also secured many benefits for the village's construction. Of course, with rewards. There must be sacrifices. As a person from northern Hunan, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't be stingy with his hometown. He immediately stated in front of the leaders that he would invest no less than 10 billion in northern Hunan. The leaders couldn't help but smile widely upon hearing this. To be honest, the main reason they came today was for this. But just then, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and said to the governor, "Leader, I want to ask you something, if it's convenient." "What are you talking about? Feel free to ask." "I want to know if it's possible for me to buy Zhangjiajie National Forest Park." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone was stunned. Chapter 116. Where is Xiao Feng? Didn't he come back? "Dad, what is this?" the young man asked curiously. Hearing his question, Qin Feng immediately turned his head. Looking at the young man, he said urgently, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and help me find the car keys." "What do you need the car keys for?" the young man replied, looking confused. "What else could it be for?" Qin Feng glared at the young man, somewhat frustrated, and said, "Your cousin is coming back in glory. Shouldn't we hurry to see him? What's so great about it? How about you stop contacting Uncle Air's family?" The young man shrugged, looking indifferent. "What do you know?" Qin Feng's mouth twitched, feeling a bit awkward as he said, "Wasn't your Uncle Air's family poor before? Now your cousin is so successful and even plans to build villas for the village for free. This is a project worth over 1 billion, and the profits are obvious. As the saying goes, fat water doesn't flow into outsiders' fields. After all, I'm his uncle. If I could get the entire project to contract, we could easily make 30 to 40 million this time, right? Would he agree to that?" the young man asked doubtfully. Chapter 117. Is this how you talk to your cousin? Looking at Qin Feng's expression, he seemed to have suffered a great grievance. Standing outside the door, Qin Feng almost laughed out loud. He wasn't stupid. Given the conditions in Qin Feng's house, it wouldn't be difficult to take out even 200,000, let alone 20,000. In Qin Feng's view, the reason he was acting poor was likely for ulterior motives. "Big brother, I understand. The past is the past." Qin Feng also felt his eyes redden after hearing this. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng continued, "When our parents divided this old house, I gave it all to you. Look, now Xiao Feng is so wealthy. You can't forget about me, your uncle." "Big brother, what do you mean by that?" The initially touched Qin Feng became alert upon hearing this. What else could it mean? Isn't Xiao Feng planning to build for our hometown for free? Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly as he casually said, "Such a big project is best entrusted to family." He thought, Could you let Xiao Feng hand this project to me and also help our family build 2 or 3 villas? Chapter 118. I'm planning to attend a class reunion. It's nothing special. Qin Feng sighed, feeling somewhat disinterested. I just want to say, our family doesn't owe you anything. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was quite angry. To be honest, he never expected that the usually honest second brother would dare to speak to him like this. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Qin Feng. You've got 10 seconds to get out of my house, or don't blame me for being rude. To be honest, if Qin Feng weren't concerned about his father's feelings, he would have kicked Qin Feng out long ago after that speech. All right, Qin Feng coldly repeated, picking up Qin Hong from the ground and striding out of the house. As soon as he reached the car, he couldn't help but throw a threat back at Qin Feng and the others inside. You all wait, this matter isn't over with you. After saying that, he opened the car door and placed Qin Hong inside. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. To be honest, the thing he hated most in life was being threatened by others. With his eyes slightly squinted, he glanced at Lu Rubing not far away. Chapter 119. Are you crazy to have Qin Feng work for Housie? Are you crazy to have Qin Feng work for Housie? After hesitating for a moment, Yu Wenwen edited this message and sent it to the WeChat group. Ever since she was slapped by Qin Feng outside the 4S shop last time, she had specially searched for information about him online. It turned out that not only did she discover, but she was also shocked. Starting from scratch, assets worth trillions, owning several Fortune 500 companies and Huaxia's top 500 companies. The man with the most black cards in all of Huaxia, to say the least. Each of these facts made Yu Wenwen regret her past decisions. If she had accepted Qin Feng's pursuit back in high school, wouldn't she have soared to great heights? Yu Wenwen, what do you mean by that? When Li Hao saw Yu Wenwen's message, he immediately became alert. In his view, Yu Wenwen must have learned something. Yeah, Wenwen, you can't say that. Li Hao's store can earn at least several $100,000 a year, so it's quite normal for Qin Feng to help out. Right? That's right. It's not that I look down on Qin Feng, but given his family background and education, it's not that easy to find a good job outside. Chapter 120. Classmates with ulterior motives. Ahem. After clearing her throat twice, Tang Xini reminded somewhat jealously, Wen Kai, someone is asking you a question. Oh, sorry. Reminded by Tang Xini, Yu Wenkai finally came back to his senses. That's right, I am Yu Wenkai. The woman naturally noticed Yu Wenkai's expression just now, but she didn't mind at all. Instead, in front of Yu Wenkai, she confidently introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Yu, I am Su Rongrong, your future secretary and assistant. After speaking, she directly extended her delicate white hand. Su Dongvong, nice name. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenkai immediately reached out to shake her hand, feeling the smoothness from her palm. Yu Wenkai couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. After a while, he reluctantly released her hand. Watching this from the side, Tang Xini was almost furious. It was as if he was flirting with his secretary right in front of her, his girlfriend. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Yu Wenkai speak again. Rong, I might not be able to go to the company today. Please take me and Xini to Xiangbei International Hotel. Chapter 121. Who is it? Is it more distinguished than Wenkai? All right, you all stop pretending with me. Yu Wenwen pouted, a playful look on her face. Now it's just us who know. Later, we'll all rely on our own abilities. When Yu Wenwen learned that Qin Feng would also attend the class reunion today, she made a special trip to the mall. In the mall, she bought various styles of sexy lace lingerie. She didn't believe that when she wore these, Qin Feng wouldn't be moved. As for whether Li Hao and the others could cling to Qin Feng, that was none of her business. Just as Li Hao was about to nod in agreement, a car horn sounded from a distance. 8648. That seems to be Lao Ban's car, right? That's right. It's Lao Ban's car. I rode in it a few years ago. Come on, let's go greet him. As soon as the crowd saw the license plate of the car, they hurriedly swarmed around it. Hello, Teacher Liao. As soon as the car came to a stop and the door opened, everyone immediately shouted at Liao Zhangwo. Hello everyone. Liao Zhangwo first chuckled, then began to size up the group in front of him. Although Li Hao and the others had left school for several years, Liao Zhangwo quickly recognized all of them. Chapter 122. Who is the person on the plane? Upon hearing Liao Zhangwo's words, everyone fell silent. To be honest, they really didn't want to undermine Yu Wenkai. In their view, Yu Wenkai was incomparable to the person they were waiting for. Why is everyone suddenly quiet? Seeing this, Liao Zhangwo was also taken aback. He wondered, could it be that there's someone more distinguished than this overseas returnee, Yu Wenkai? How could that be possible? Liao Zhangwo couldn't fathom that there could be such a person. Standing aside, Yu Wenkai's face had already turned ashen, although his classmates didn't say anything. He saw it as a direct humiliation. He had thought that this group of classmates was gathering here to curry favor with him before he got out of the car. However, after he alighted, these guys showed no enthusiasm at all. Now, they were all just standing there waiting for someone else. How could he, as a big shot from a Fortune 500 company, endure such treatment? As for Su Rongrong and Tang Xinyi, they were equally dissatisfied with their classmates' attitudes. Yu Wenkai's mouth twitched slightly, and he said to Liao Zhangwo, "Teacher Liao, why don't we wait a bit?" Chapter 123. Boss, do you need some drinks? You're right. That plane must be rented. Su Rongrong quickly agreed, saying if I'm not mistaken, this should be a Sikorsky S-92 helicopter, which costs at least over $1 billion. You know, even my yin might not spend that much money to buy one. How could that kid possibly afford it? As the secretary to the general manager of Weigao, Su Rongrong had some understanding of high-end luxury items. In her view, Qin Feng's helicopter was definitely rented. That makes a lot of sense. After hearing this, Yu Wenkai also found it very reasonable. Nodding, he squinted his eyes and said, "All right, let us go in first and see if we can expose that kid's true face later." With that, he stepped towards the hotel entrance. Su Rongrong and Tang Xinyi immediately followed suit. In no time, they were led by the waiter to a private room on the 3rd floor of the hotel. As soon as they entered, they saw their classmates all gathered around Qin Feng, fawning over him. Yu Wenkai snorted coldly and walked over with Tang Xinyi and Su Rongrong. Chapter 124. Good wine, really good wine. Drinks? Yu Wenkai was taken aback at first, then waved his hand, saying no. Turning to Tang Xinyi, he said, "Xinyi, don't I have 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite in my suitcase that I brought back from the U.S.? Go get them so our classmates can have a taste." What? 1982 Lafite? My goodness, is that for real? Li Hao and the others just came to their senses and were immediately stunned. You know, the dishes Yu Wenkai just ordered had already shocked them. What Australian 3-head abalone and top grey bird's nest and Australian steak? Although they didn't really understand these. Just hearing those names made it clear that the prices were outrageous. But now, Yu Wenkai was actually going to bring out 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. This was the kind of high-end wine that usually only appeared in TV dramas. Just 1 bottle costs at least over 100,000. For 2 bottles. That's over 200,000. To be honest, at this moment, Li Hao and the others suddenly felt a bit regretful. They thought that although Qin Feng was wealthy and owned several large enterprises, he seemed to be too aloof compared to the Yu Wenkai right in front of them. Chapter 125. Isn't the aroma of this wine too strong? What? Am I hearing things? Oh my gosh, are you serious? My dear sister, 1945 Romanicani? How much is that? Are you guys really comparing it to 1982 Lafite? There's no comparison at all. Damn, is it that impressive? Of course. The last time I had 1945 Romanicani, it was at least 3 million a bottle. What? How much? 3 million a bottle? Damn, is that divine water? I have to say, as soon as Qin Feng said this, it was like a deep water bomb. In just a few seconds, it instantly exploded everyone present. They never expected that Qin Feng would mention 2 bottles of 1945 Romanicani worth over 3 million each. Compared to Yu Wenkai's 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, it was like being crushed into dust. As the saying goes, without comparison, there's no harm. As for Yu Wenkai, he was also quite shocked at first. After all, even he had never drunk such high-end red wine. Chapter 126, just over 10 million a year. Just a small amount. My dear sister, are you serious? When everyone heard Qin Feng's words, they almost stumbled and fell to the ground. You know, a bottle of 1945 Romanicani is worth over 3 million. With at least 20 people here, that means Qin Feng would have to spend around 70 million just on wine. Is there anyone in the world richer than Qin Feng? Just as everyone was filled with joy, Liao Zhangwo couldn't help but speak up. Xiaofeng, I think you should forget it. It's not easy for you to earn money. No need to spend so much. Teacher, it's fine. Qin Feng smiled slightly and casually said, "Actually, making money is quite easy for me." This wasn't Qin Feng showing off. With a cashback system, he was probably the easiest person in the world to make money. Really? Hearing this, Liao Zhangwo was taken aback. Suddenly thinking of something, he asked Qin Feng, "By the way, what are you working on now?" Liao Zhangwo has been busy with the student summer vacation these days and hasn't really paid attention to the news. Otherwise, how could he possibly not know how impressive Qin Feng is now? Chapter 127. Using the fixed-point additional reward option service again. All right, no problem. Yuan Kai waved his hand grandly and said, you can just register a bit with my secretary later. Hee, thank you so much. Thank you, President Yu. Ha ha. Looks like I'm going to be a senior executive too. This is so cool. I can brag about it when I go back. Upon hearing Yuan Kai's words, everyone almost jumped up with joy. To them, this trip was definitely worth it. However, at that moment, Yuan Kai turned to Qin Feng with a playful smile. Crazy guy. Do you want to come over too? Don't worry. As long as you come work with me, I guarantee you a stable job. This was a great opportunity for Yuan Kai to show off in front of Qin Feng. So how could he let it slip? Yes, Qin Feng. Why don't you come work with Yuan Kai? Tang Xinyi chimed in with a mocking smile. Even though you're rich now, not having a proper job isn't good, right? What the hell? Are you joking? As soon as the two said that, everyone present, except for Su Rongrong and Liao Jiangwo, looked speechless. Who is Qin Feng? Chapter 128. You used to be the chairman of Weigao Technology, right? Ding. You have successfully activated the fixed-point additional reward option service 10 times. Ding. Do you want to fix the option content? Fixed option. Qin Feng didn't have time to waste with the system, so he quickly said, Ding. The fixed-point additional reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service industry companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automotive retail companies, tourism service companies, retail food companies. Please make your fixed selection. I choose technology companies. Ding. You have fixed your choice to technology companies. The system has activated the fixed-point additional reward, with 9 times remaining. Ding. As you have made a fixed selection this time, the system will additionally reward you by raising your equity to 100. Ding. As your bank card balance has successfully exceeded 900 billion. The system will additionally reward you with 100 shares of Honghai Group. The equity certificate has been stored in the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Ding. As your bank card balance has successfully exceeded 1 trillion, the system will additionally reward you with 100 shares of Tianjiang Group. The equity certificate has been stored in the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Chapter 129. Am I really showing off in front of my own boss? Yes, I am. As soon as the words fell, an English response quickly came from the other side. Although Qin Feng could understand it, he couldn't help but frown, with a slight curl of his lips. He said to the person on the phone, Can you speak Mandarin? Given Qin Feng's personality, how could he choose to accommodate the other party? You know, last time he had already required Heishui Group to speak Mandarin entirely. What is wrong with foreigners? Are foreigners something special? Since they are all employees of Qin Feng now, they should obediently speak Mandarin. The other side was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly replied, I can, although it sounded a bit off. That was exactly the result Qin Feng wanted. The others around saw this, and all gave Qin Feng a thumbs up in their hearts. In their view, being able to force a Fortune 500 tycoon to speak Mandarin is probably something only Qin Feng could accomplish in Huaxia. To be honest, this made them feel quite impressed. Very good. Qin Feng smiled slightly and continued. May I ask your name? My name is Stephen Owen. You could just call me Owen. Chapter 130. Isn't this too ruthless? Hearing Yuan Kai's words, Tang Xinyi, who had been frowning in thought, suddenly got angry. Pointing at Yuan Kai, who was kneeling on the ground, she shouted angrily, Yuan Kai, you bastard. However, Yuan Kai seemed to not have heard, as he looked at Qin Feng with an expectant gaze, hoping to plead for forgiveness. Still want it back? Qin Feng curled his lips and said contemptuously, Do you think I need it back? After saying that, without caring about Yuan Kai's expression, he spoke to the person on the phone. I don't care how capable he is. My company is decided by me. If you have any objections, just keep it to yourself. Weigao technology is indeed impressive in the US and even globally, but to Qin Feng, it is nothing. Even if it goes bankrupt because of this, so what? Moreover, does firing a mere Yuan Kai really have the power to make Weigao technology go bankrupt? All right then. Owen felt very displeased upon hearing Qin Feng's words. But in the end, he could only nod helplessly. I will arrange it as soon as possible. After that, Qin Feng gave him a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. Chapter 131. Can you show some mercy? Naturally, Qin Feng was unaware of everything happening on this side. Of course, even if he knew, he would definitely look down on it. To be honest, the fact that Qin Feng could treat them to such a lavish meal for free was already quite generous. Just thinking about their sycophantic nature is enough to make one feel disgusted. Qin Feng and the others didn't plan to go back tonight, as it was already quite late. After leaving the private room, they booked 3 presidential suites directly in the hotel. Qin Feng took one for himself, while the other 2 were given to Liu Rubing and the others. As soon as they entered the room, Qin Feng headed straight for the bathroom. He had drunk quite a bit during dinner, and the smell of alcohol was still strong on him. Knock, knock, knock. When Qin Feng came out of the bathroom, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Who is it? Qin Feng frowned and stepped forward to open the door. However, he didn't expect that the visitor would be Tang Xinyi. What are you doing here? Qin Feng frowned and asked Tang Xinyi, can I come in and talk? Tang Xinyi glanced around and said to Qin Feng, blushing. Qin Feng didn't think too much and nodded, letting her into the room. What is up? Why did you come to find me? Qin Feng found a comfortable spot on the sofa and asked Tang Xinyi. Brother Feng, Tang Xinyi was about to say something, but Qin Feng directly interrupted her. All right, don't call me Brother Feng, you don't deserve it. Just hurry up and say what you need. I have other things to do. Okay then. Tang Xinyi felt very embarrassed after hearing this. Taking a deep breath, she said to Qin Feng, I know it was all my fault back then. I shouldn't have let myself be misled. But doesn't the saying go, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of kindness? My first time was given to you. Oh, so what do you mean by that? Qin Feng asked. I don't mean anything. I just want to say. Tang Xinyi's eyes turned red as she looked at Qin Feng with a pitiful expression and said, I really need this job at Weigao Technology. Could you possibly go easy on me? You really need this job? Qin Feng asked, a playful expression on his face. So what does that have to do with me? Can't you consider the past between us and let me off this time? Stop right there. I have no past with you. You should hurry up and accompany Yuan Kai. Qin Feng said as he stood up and pushed Tang Xinyi out. Bang, bang, bang. However, shortly after he sent Tang Xinyi away, someone knocked on his door again. Who the hell is it now? Can't a person get some sleep? Just then, the door was pushed open again. What the hell? It's you? Qin Feng initially thought it was Shun Mengyao and the others, but to his surprise, it was Su Rongrong. Get lost, don't disturb my sleep. Without saying another word, Qin Feng directly closed the door in Su Rongrong's face. He wasn't stupid. He knew exactly why she was coming to find him in the middle of the night. It was just to use her body to win his forgiveness. But as a righteous young man, how could Qin Feng allow the schemes of these 2 women to succeed? So he sent them away without a second thought. Chapter 132. Hurry and let go of my idol's hand after breakfast. Qin Feng and the others boarded a plane and returned to Qin family village. They stayed at home for another 2 to 3 days. During this time, Qin Feng reached a consensus with the leaders from the province to buy the entire Zhangjiajie Forest Park. As for the subsequent investment and construction in Xiangbei, Qin Feng entrusted it to Yida. Seeing that things were on the right track, Qin Feng first took Qin Yu and a few girls to visit Zhangjiajie Forest Park. After greeting his parents, he took Qin Yu and the girls back to Shenzhen. Just as Qin Feng returned, he received a call from Byte Technology, asking him to attend a large event the company was preparing. Originally, Qin Feng wasn't very interested, but when he learned that Zhao Shui'er had also been invited, he agreed. After all, with Zhao Shui'er's timid personality, he was genuinely worried that she might get bullied. The event was scheduled for the following morning. Early the next day, after giving some instructions to everyone, Qin Feng casually picked up Bugatti Veyron and took Zhao Shui'er out. When they arrived at the event venue, it was already crowded with people. Chapter 133. What's wrong with fans? Fans can call you too by the time the staff on-site noticed. It was already too late. In a critical moment, Qin Feng instinctively reached out to protect Zhao Shui'er. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as he caught the shoe that had been thrown at her. Frowning, Qin Feng didn't think twice and threw the shoe back in the direction it came from. Smack! Another crisp sound rang out as the shoe hit the girl who had thrown it, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. What the hell is going on? My goodness, this is too impressive. What's the meaning of this? He actually dared to hit someone? Is it no law anymore? I used to like this guy, but I didn't expect him to be like this. I must seek justice from him today. Is it really necessary to use such force just because someone threw a shoe at a woman? Yeah, I don't like him anymore either. The girls who had been shouting along with her just moments ago immediately erupted into chaos upon seeing the situation. Chapter 134. I say, brother, you really pull this off while the largest shareholder? The staff almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. With a sneer, he disdainfully said, if you're the largest shareholder, then that makes me the father of the shareholders. All right, if you don't have an invitation, just get out of here. I don't have time to waste with you. Hey, how can you speak like that? Zhao Shui'er couldn't hold back anymore upon hearing his words. She could accept being looked down upon, but she would never allow anyone to belittle Qin Feng. However, the staff member didn't take her seriously, rolling his eyes and saying, "I'm telling you, miss, if you want to go in, just hurry up. I definitely won't let anyone in without an invitation." You. Zhao Shui'er wanted to argue with him again. But at that moment, Qin Feng stopped her, saying, "All right, there's no need to argue with him. I'll just call the general manager." After saying that, Qin Feng took out his phone and made the call. "Mr. Qin, is there anything you need?" A very respectful voice came from the other end shortly. Cough, cough. Qin Feng cleared his throat a bit awkwardly and said, "I've been stopped at the door by the staff. Can you come out and let me in?" Chapter 135. Is he really letting me go? "Mr. Qin, what's going on?" Zhao Sihai asked, pointing at the staff member who was slumped on the ground. Although he didn't know what had happened, from the expression of the guy in front of him, it was clear that something bad had happened. "It's nothing," Qin Feng said casually with a slight smile. "All right, let's go in now." Turning to the staff member, he added, "Bro, I can go in now, right?" "Of course." The staff member wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said to Qin Feng, "Great." Qin Feng smiled and led Zhao Shui'er toward the entrance. In Qin Feng's view, this guy was just a bit prickly in his speech. Other than that, there wasn't much to it. He wasn't the kind of person who would argue over trivial matters. Seeing this, Zhao Sihai gave the staff member a fierce glare and hurriedly followed behind. "What the hell? He just let me go like that? This is too good, right?" Watching Qin Feng and the others walk away, the staff member felt both terrified and filled with admiration for Qin Feng. He never expected that after Qin Feng revealed his identity, he wouldn't show any sign of holding a grudge against him at all. Chapter 136. Isn't this a bit too overbearing? "Crocodile, why don't you go talk to that beauty?" At that moment, a somewhat lewd-looking host quietly said to a nearby host with a big mouth. "What did you say?" The big-mouthed host was slightly taken aback and curiously asked, "What else?" The lewd host rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Of course, I'm suggesting she switch positions. It's such a pity for such a beautiful girl not to be a host. Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" The big-mouthed host grinned and said somewhat shyly, "What's inappropriate about that? Don't you still not have a girlfriend?" The lewd host laughed and quickly advised, "If you help her this time, maybe she'll think you're a good person and get closer to you." "That's unlikely, right?" The big-mouthed host pouted, feeling a bit doubtful. "Wasn't there a handsome guy next to her just now? That could be her boyfriend. Didn't you say it's not certain? What if he isn't? Stop with the what-ifs. If you don't go, then I won't hold back," the lewd host said, standing up directly from his position. Chapter 137. I wonder who is willing to come up and give it a try? "What the hell does it have to do with you?" Su Xiao said coldly after hearing this. "Who do you think you are to speak here?" "You." Zhao Shui'er was also quite angry upon hearing this. Just as she was about to say something, Yu Luo spoke up. "Xiao, isn't what you said a bit too rude?" After saying that, she stepped over to Zhao Shui'er's side. She pulled Zhao Shui'er over and said to her, "Let's go sit in the back. Don't mind people like this." "Yu Luo, what the hell do you mean?" Su Xiao was instantly furious and blocked Yu Luo, saying coldly, "It doesn't mean anything. You like sitting in the front row, right? So just sit well." After saying that, without caring about Su Xiao's expression, she pulled Zhao Shui'er to the back row to sit down. At that moment, music suddenly played in the venue. The hosts who had participated in previous events knew that this was a sign that the event was about to start. Su Xiao, who was originally thinking of being unyielding, coldly snorted and then sat down obediently. "Are the cameras ready?" At that moment, a man holding a walkie-talkie said to the surrounding staff. Chapter 138. I'll buy all 5 of these products without a live stream. Male host. I have to say, our Xiao host is really impressive. Female host. Of course, selling approximately 54 million yuan worth of agricultural products in 8 minutes. Isn't that impressive? Male host. All right. I wonder if anyone else is willing to come up and give it a try. After the host finished speaking, the lights and cameras turned back to the audience. Crocodile. Are you going up? I'm not going up. Going up now would just be slapping myself in the face. Haha, that's true. Xiao is really too impressive. White-faced V. Why don't you go up? You're a big host. You shouldn't be worse than Xiao, right? Forget it. I can play with technology, but selling goods is a no-go. How about you, Xiaohui? You might not have as many fans as Xiao, but you're definitely prettier than her. Maybe it will work. Still no. I can't compare with her. To everyone's surprise, after Su Xiao came down from the stage, not a single host dared to go up again. Not for any other reason, but because they didn't want to be slapped in the face. Among these people were also the major hosts sitting in the front row. The 2 hosts on stage became a bit flustered upon seeing this. If no hosts are willing to go up, won't the event just flop? Chapter 139. Wow, his hands are so good-looking. President Zhao? How could it be him? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and quickly spotted the newcomer. There were more than 10 people, both men and women. The one walking at the front was a very handsome young man. However, what puzzled everyone was that Zhao Sihai, the general manager of Byte Technology who had just spoken, seemed to be like a little follower behind the young man, looking very respectful. It wasn't just him. The other men and women seemed to be the same. Hey, who is that young man? I don't know, but he looks quite impressive. He should be an important figure, as he was personally invited in by President Zhao. My goodness, is that for real? Of course it's real. At first, we thought he was some new host, but now it seems he isn't. This definitely isn't the case. Didn't you see who was following him? Everyone, hearing this, began to carefully observe the people behind Qin Feng. Wow, that woman seems to be Manager Li from the Douyin marketing department, right? Yes, it really is her. And standing next to her should be Manager Liu from Tomato. My God, these seem to all be high-level executives from Byte Technology. Chapter 140, Don't worry, I got this. Although the murmurs of the crowd were small, they still reached the ears of several people on stage. Zhao Sihai frowned slightly upon hearing this. Ahem. He cleared his throat a couple of times before continuing. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. The reason I'm helping you, Luo, is because... Zhao Sihai paused for a few seconds on purpose at this point. Then, with a face full of affection, he said, because she is my daughter. Zhao Sihai? What? Is this for real? No wonder President Zhao is helping Sister Yuluo. It turns out that's why. Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's words, everyone widened their eyes. They never expected that Yuluo would actually be Zhao Sihai's daughter. This explains why Yuluo had such great resources as soon as she entered Douyin. As the daughter of the general manager of Byte Technology, it would probably be hard for her not to become a popular host, right? Moreover, Yuluo also has such a fairy-like appearance. Wow, she is actually President Zhao's daughter? Hearing Zhao Sihai's words, Su Xiao suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over her. She knew that not long ago, she had a conflict with Yuluo. If Zhao Sihai finds out about this, how could she possibly have a good outcome? Chapter 141. I hope you can also create miracles. The host felt somewhat awkward upon hearing Su Xiao's words. He wasn't a fool. He could easily tell Su Xiao's intentions. Ahem. He coughed twice and was about to say something when Zhao Shui'er unexpectedly stood up from her seat, saying, "Let me give it a try." Wow, is this for real? She really isn't afraid of embarrassing herself? Everyone was stunned and widened their eyes at Zhao Shui'er's words. They never expected that she would actually dare to go on stage. Looking at Zhao Shui'er again, in addition to pity, there was an inexplicable sense of admiration. Well, okay. The host thought for a moment and then smiled wryly, nodding. Given the current situation, if Zhao Shui'er didn't go on stage, the subsequent activities might indeed be difficult to carry out. Go for it. Qin Feng smiled slightly and made a cheering gesture towards Zhao Shui'er. Go for it. Zhao Yuluo, sitting beside him, quickly echoed. I will. Zhao Shui'er nodded, stepping onto the stage with the rhythm of the music. Hello, beautiful, what should I call you? As soon as Zhao Shui'er got on stage, the two hosts immediately came to her side. Chapter 142. Your brother Feng, could it really be him? Zhao Sihai, upon hearing this, was so angry that he almost exploded. He turned around and wanted to apologize to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng didn't even look at him and directly opened Douyin on his phone. As Zhao Shui'er's boyfriend, how could Qin Feng let her be embarrassed? Since no one was willing to buy, he could just buy everything himself. After all, he had quite a few large enterprises in the country now, and he could directly give them to employees as benefits. Without wasting time, Qin Feng quickly entered the live room through the promotion on the Douyin homepage. Just like the barrage displayed on the big screen, it was filled with voices resisting Zhao Shui'er. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately typed a message below the barrage. A bunch of idiots, if you can't afford it, stop blabbering here. I have to say, Qin Feng's sharp words sounded quite provocative. Wow, who the hell are you? Screw you. How do you know I can't afford it? That's right, stop pretending. If you have the ability, buy one for us to see. I'm not afraid to tell you, my monthly salary is at least around 50,000. How could I not afford a few broken mangoes? Chapter 143. This is a bit too extravagant, right? No, it's nothing. Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's question, Zhao Yuluo's face turned even redder. Really nothing? Zhao Sihai asked suspiciously. Really nothing. Zhao Yuluo wrapped her arm around Zhao Sihai's, acting coy. How could she dare to say she was just teased by Qin Feng? Over here, Qin Feng saw Zhao Yuluo turn her head and then look back at his phone. Didn't those netizens say, if you can do it, then come and do it? Well, Qin Feng would let them see if he could do it. Without saying a word, he directly clicked the purchase button in the live room link. After he successfully made the payment, the computer screen immediately popped up with the word sold out. This, Zhao Shuier, who was focused on the live broadcast, instantly smiled when she saw these two words. She clearly remembered that Qin Feng's Douyin ID was your brother Feng. Zhao Shuier first looked up towards the direction where Qin Feng was. Then, she thanked the camera, saying, "Thank you, brother Feng, for your generous support. Love you." Oh my god, everyone look, is it sold out? Chapter 144. President Qin can't be that wealthy netizen, right? Understood? What do you understand? The lewd man sitting next to the crocodile was momentarily confused. At this time, everyone else also looked over the crocodile. I can't believe you guys are so dumb. The crocodile rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Let me ask you, what is our President Qin's name?" "Qin Feng, didn't we just find out?" The lewd man said, suddenly as if he thought of something. "Wait, Qin Feng, your brother Feng? Wow, could President Qin really be that wealthy netizen? What do you think?" The crocodile's mouth curled up slightly, looking amused. Upon hearing this, the surrounding streamers erupted in discussion. "Oh my god, is this for real? Brother Feng, it seems this is really possible. Wow, if that's the case, the strong talker in the live room just now isn't so. It seems that Shuier and our President Qin might have quite a close relationship. I can't believe you need me to say this. Didn't you see that she already jumped into his arms? If I'm not mistaken, Shuier must be President Qin's girlfriend." Chapter 145. Sorry. You don't have the qualification to make me remember you. President Qin, isn't this inappropriate? Just then, a slightly balding middle-aged man stood up not far away. Hearing his words, everyone turned to look at him. Wow, what's Vice President you doing? What else could he be doing? Naturally, he was standing up for Su Xiao? My goodness, does he have the guts to confront President Qin? I can't believe it. Is he really angry for a woman? TCH, what's the big deal? Vice President Yu is also a shareholder, okay? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, everyone couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Who are you? Qin Feng frowned and asked with some confusion. Me? Didn't I introduce myself earlier in the backstage? Really? Qin Feng scoffed, obviously not impressed, sorry. You don't have the qualification to make me remember you. You, the middle-aged man, was almost choked by his words. He never expected that Qin Feng would be so disrespectful. Wow, is President Qin really this arrogant when he speaks? Others were equally shocked. Who is this middle-aged man? Chapter 146. Only a fool would do that. Hearing their words, Qin Feng was not angry at all. He chuckled and continued, "If you are not satisfied with this, you can actually leave." Wow, President Qin, is this tough? Awesome. Really too awesome. The streamers in the audience couldn't help but silently give him a thumbs up. They never expected that at this point. Qin Feng wouldn't back down at all. Not only they were surprised, but also the high-level executives who had just stood up were equally astonished. "Mr. Qin, isn't what you said a bit too much? You're not wrong. Even if you're the largest shareholder of Byte Technology, there's no need to humiliate us like this, right? Besides, you only own 51 of the shares. What right do you have to tell us to get lost?" Yes, it's as if none of us are shareholders. The shareholders, who came back to their senses, began to condemn Qin Feng. I have to say, this scene felt strangely familiar to Qin Feng. Qin Feng sneered coldly and disdainfully, said, "Just a few small shareholders. Who gave you the confidence to talk to me like this? Is it Liang Jingru?" Chapter 147. Isn't it nice to have beautiful women and luxury cars every day? Oh, that sounds reasonable. Yes, Vice President Yu is right. How could there be such foolish people in this world? Damn, that startled me. Showing off, that guy is really too showy. I want to see how he will step down next. When the senior shareholders heard Vice President Yu's words, they also felt it made a lot of sense. Not just them, even the hosts on site shared the same view. They still didn't believe Qin Feng would do something so harmful to himself. However, imagination is rich, while reality is skinny. In less than 5 minutes, Byte Technology's headquarters called. The content of the call was very simple, just about the plummeting stock price. Qin Feng immediately instructed the on-site director team to project the current stock market situation onto the big screen. When everyone saw the continuously plummeting stock prices on the screen, they were all stunned. 5 minutes, a drop of 15, 7 minutes, a drop of 20, 10 minutes, a drop of 30. By the time 20 minutes passed, the stock price of Byte Technology had already fallen below the 50 mark. Chapter 148. Qin Feng is so arrogant and overbearing. Vice President Yu and the others never expected that Qin Feng had no intention of stopping. Do you think this is interesting? Vice President Yu snorted coldly and said unhappily, "Don't forget, even if the company's shares drop to rock bottom, we are still shareholders of the company. We still have the right to oppose your decisions." Vice President Yu was right. "I advise you to stop early. It's still not too late." Yes, yes. If you keep this up, the company will really go bankrupt. Did you acquire Byte Technology just to let it go bankrupt? When everyone heard Vice President Yu's words, they hurriedly echoed, "Hee hee." Qin Feng sneered and said dismissively, "Let it go bankrupt. Do you think I care? Besides, who says you can still be shareholders of Byte Technology in the future?" "What do you mean?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but feel confused. "Are you trying to buy the shares we hold?" "Let me tell you, that is absolutely impossible." Chapter 149. Mr. Qin, I am completely convinced this time. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Vice President Yu and the others were immediately left speechless. There's no way around it. What Qin Feng said was the truth. Even if they wanted to refute, they couldn't find any reason to do so. They now realized that the Qin Feng in front of them was not only a tough nut to crack, but also a rich man. Hundreds of billions seemed to him no different from waste paper. You have to know, just in the last half hour, Qin Feng had lost at least over 200 billion. What does over 200 billion mean? Many small countries might not even reach that number in a year as GDP. I have to say, having money makes one so willful. Vice President Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his unwillingness, and said in defeat, "Mr. Qin, I am completely convinced this time. Previously, we were the ones who didn't recognize the mountain and offended you. If you insist on being the one in power, we will let you." "Let me?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nearly laughed out loud. He curled his lips in disdain and said, "It's simply ridiculous. Do I need you bunch of trash to allow me?" From the expression on his face, there was nothing but mockery. Chapter 150. Who the hell dares to have an opinion? All right, the troublesome people have left. Once Su Xiao and the others left, Qin Feng continued. As the largest shareholder of the company, I officially appoint myself as the chairman of Byte Technology. I wonder if anyone has any objections? Objections? Who the hell dares to have objections? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. They weren't fools. Qin Feng's recent bold maneuver could easily cost someone their life. If they let themselves be seen again, what would be the difference from seeking death? Moreover, even if they had objections, what good would it do? Right now, Qin Feng holds 96 of Byte Technology's shares, which means the entire company is his. Seeing that no one was speaking, Qin Feng chuckled. "Since everyone has no objections, then I will talk about business." Saying that, Qin Feng turned to Zhao Sihai, who was not far away, and said, "Mr. Zhao, I am assigning you a task now. I wonder if you are willing." Task. Zhao Sihai was taken aback and curiously asked, "What is the task Mr. Qin is talking about?" "It's like this." Qin Feng smirked, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Those guys just now, didn't they all go to the hospital?" Chapter 151. Become a giant within a month? "Mr. Qin, if you want to deduct our bonuses and dividends, we accept it." At that moment, Zhao Sihai stood up and said, "But shouldn't we consider how to restore Byte Technology's stock price?" Mr. Zhao asked a good question. Qin Feng chuckled and continued, "What I want to say next is, I hope everyone can assist me in making all of Byte Technology's subsidiaries giants within the next month. I wonder if everyone has confidence." "What? Become a giant within a month? How is that even possible?" When everyone heard Qin Feng's words, they were immediately dumbfounded. You have to know, although Byte Technology is one of the top 500 companies in China, its other subsidiaries, apart from Douyin being top tier, are quite average. Making them all giants within a month is simply something unimaginable. Even Zhao Sihai, who was not far away, couldn't help but twitch his mouth fiercely after hearing Qin Feng's words. In his view, the most important thing right now is to pull Byte Technology back from the brink of bankruptcy. Chapter 152. A mere super anchor? Can they really be supported just because one wants to? Here, the two of them rushed back to Huaihai Villa quickly. As soon as they entered the villa, Qin Feng directly pulled Zhao Shuer into the downstairs bedroom. However, Qin Feng did not intend to do anything inappropriate with Zhao Shuer. He had some questions for her. "Shuer, I want to ask you something." After the two found a comfortable spot in the room to sit down, Qin Feng said seriously to Zhao Shuer, "Brother Feng, feel free to ask." Zhao Shuer nodded in response. "It's like this." Qin Feng got straight to the point. "Do you really want to pursue a career as an anchor? Or is it just a passing whim? Is it important?" "Yes, it's very important," Qin Feng said earnestly. Zhao Shuer thought for a moment. Then, somewhat shyly said, "To be honest, Brother Feng, my childhood dream has always been to become a big star. I do really want to pursue a career as an anchor, but..." Zhao Shuer's mood inexplicably became a bit disheartened. She was very aware that the anchoring profession was not as simple as everyone imagined. Every year, countless people hope to get rich through live streaming. Chapter 153, System. Did you just complete the upgrade? Ding! The system will upgrade to version 20 within 10 seconds. Please wait patiently. 1098521. Ding! The system has successfully upgraded to version 20. You can check it anytime and anywhere through the light screen. Just as the system finished its reminder, a light screen appeared right in front of Qin Feng. Unlike previous light screens, this one had turned into a rainbow of colors. It looked quite high-end and sophisticated. System. Did you just complete the upgrade? Qin Feng stared at the light screen, completely bewildered. To know, in the novels he had read, when the protagonist wanted to upgrade the system, it would take at least 10 days or even half a month. Some perverse systems even required the protagonist to go through life and death cycles. However, Qin Feng's system seemed to have no difficulty in upgrading at all. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. The system actually completed the upgrade. If this didn't leave Qin Feng dumbfounded, it would be really strange. Ding! Yes, the system has successfully upgraded. If you don't believe it, you can check the system mall. Chapter 154. Forget it, too lazy to argue with you at that moment. Qin Feng quickly ordered the system to turn off the voice prompts. The next second, the system's prompt appeared on the light screen. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using 1 intermediate super gene serum. Your physical constitution 1. Standard value for an ordinary adult male is 100. Your current physical constitution total is 219. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using 1 intermediate super gene serum. Your current physical constitution total is 220. Ding! Congratulations, your current total is 314. In less than a minute, the system had used up 99 intermediate super serums for Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng could clearly feel the changes happening within his body. Although he didn't know what it meant, he could be sure that he was definitely much stronger than before. Just by lightly clenching his fist, he could feel an unparalleled, explosive power. System, how about it? I'm not a weakling now, right? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask the system. Ding, still a weakling. What the hell? I'm so strong now. You still call me a weakling? Chapter 155, Bro. You're not trying to fool us, are you? Ahem. Qin Feng coughed awkwardly and replied, Nothing, just joking around. To be honest at this moment, Qin Feng really wished he could find a hole to hide in. Is that so? Qin Yu giggled and ran to Qin Feng's side. After carefully examining him, she said with a half-smile, Why do I feel like that's not the case? Bro, why don't you sing again? Yeah, master, sing again. I think it sounds pretty good. Hee, I also think it's really nice. Have you guys noticed? When our master sings, he doesn't seem to be any worse than a professional singer. It really seems that way. So impressive. Hearing Qin use words, the other girls immediately echoed her. To be honest, they really didn't expect that not only was Qin Feng handsome, but his singing was also so good. Qin Feng hesitated a bit. If it were anyone else, he would definitely refuse without hesitation. However, he didn't want to disappoint the women in his home. What's this and that, bro? Do you not love us anymore? Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to waver a little, Qin Yu quickly added fuel to the fire. Chapter 156. How about it? Are you dumbfounded? After a while, Suma Yu brought paper and pen to Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't waste any time. After laying the paper on the coffee table, he began to write furiously without a second thought. The girls, seeing this, all looked on with suspicion as they surrounded Qin Feng. They wanted to see what Qin Feng's so-called good song was all about. As night fell and the air grew cool, the flowers fell to the ground like frost. Originally, the girls who looked indifferent suddenly widened their eyes when they saw Qin Feng finish these 2 lines. My God, how is this possible? These 2 lines are too poetic. They never expected that the style of Qin Feng's song would be completely different from the previous one. Even just seeing these 2 lines of lyrics gave them a very lofty feeling. On Qin Feng's side, he didn't care about their shocked expressions and continued to write passionately on the paper. You gazed from afar, exhausting all the twilight, forgetting and unable to forget. I have to say, the more Qin Feng wrote, the more he felt it. He believed that if this song were to be released, it would definitely shock the entire entertainment industry. As for the girls surrounding him, they were already dumbfounded. Chapter 157. Why hasn't the broadcast started yet? After dinner, Everyone first watched TV in the living room for a while. Then, they each went to their own rooms. Tonight, Qin Feng had something important to do. That was to help Zhao Shuer elevate her status in the live streaming industry. Qin Feng first made a call to Douyin, asking them to arrange the most impressive pop-up recommendation for Zhao Shuer. This meant that as soon as you opened the Douyin app, the system would automatically give you a pop-up channel. The live streaming time was set for 8 p.m., and Zhao Shuer had prepared early. To be honest, she was quite nervous. After all, this was Zhao Shuer's first time receiving such an impressive recommendation position. It was obvious that the number of people watching her live stream today would start from at least 100,000. For a new streamer, this was absolutely a unique opportunity. Time flew by quickly, and it was almost 8 p.m. in the blink of an eye. Although Zhao Shuer's live stream had not yet started, tens of thousands of people were already online. Wow, why hasn't it started yet? Isn't it supposed to start at 8 p.m.? Just a few more minutes. Really? By the way, who is this streamer? I don't know, but it seems like a pop-up recommendation. I've never heard of it before. Chapter 158. A connection request from super streamer. Zhao Shuer, who had just been disappointed, was instantly filled with confidence. She smiled slightly and looked in the direction of Qin Feng. In her mind, if it weren't for Qin Feng's help tonight, her live stream might have truly ended in failure. Her gaze towards Qin Feng was full of gratitude. Not far away, Qin Feng noticed this and said nothing more. Just gave Zhao Shuer a thumbs-up gesture. Then, he looked down at his phone again. With so much attention at once, it was obviously impossible for Qin Feng to send red envelopes one by one. However, fortunately, Qin Feng's Douyin had special care from the development department. This little matter didn't seem to be a problem for Qin Feng at all. Without further delay, Qin Feng directly clicked on the multiple distribution button for sending red envelopes. With this action, he sent out at least 1 million in cash. Of course, with investment comes return. The next second, all the netizens who received red envelopes started to flood the screen with thank you messages. Originally skeptical netizens saw this and immediately joined in the following crowd. As the saying goes, it's better to have fun together than alone. Chapter 159. This live stream room is too lively. In a super streamer WeChat group. Mumming's fan, Lily, how's it going? Has that woman connected with you yet? Guguda. Yes, if she connects, let us know. And we'll take the fans to help you boost the rankings. Lily go. Not yet. Maybe she's scared? Still daring to use a pop-up recommendation. We must show her what tonight. Why girl? Exactly, Lily's sister just needs to compete with her. Leave the rest to us. Tonight, let's show her what a real super streamer is. Ian Wan Yin, sisters, do you think Qin will have any objections to what we're doing? Don't forget about Si Yao's fate. Upon hearing this, the girls couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. This was quite normal, as Qin Feng had indeed cast a significant shadow over them due to the events of that afternoon. But just then, Si Yao stood up. Just watch, I will make that bitch look good. Guguda, what's there to be afraid of? This is just normal competition, right? If we really anger them, we could just go to Dolong. Why girl? Gugu is right. Anyway, there are more platforms than just Douyin. Dolong is pretty good. Chapter 160. I want to see who dares to take them in. What is the point of singing? What's there to sing about? Exactly, I hate streamers singing. It's always those same popular songs. I think you should just admit defeat. I hate listening to songs. Can't you learn to dance like Lily's sister? I don't care. I'm going to Lily's sister's live stream. Her outfit looks so sexy. Wow, it really does. I can't see it clearly from here. I'll go check it out. As soon as the super streamers heard that Zhao Shuer was going to sing, they knew their opportunity to stir the pot had come. Without hesitation, they quickly started sending bullet comments in Zhao Shuer's live stream. However, what they never expected was that besides their few comments, hardly anyone else was following suit. This was quite normal, as the red envelopes Qin Feng had just given to the netizens were no joke. Even if they didn't like the streamer singing, they definitely wouldn't jump out to cause trouble. At that moment, seeing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. Although he had never streamed before, he was well aware that these few were definitely trying to stir up trouble. With that thought, he stood up and walked out. Chapter 161. What does Lily's sister have to win? Over here, in Lily's sister's live stream room. Lily's sister, it's not good. The gifts from over there have surpassed us. What the heck? How did this happen? We've already sent 40 carnivals. Who knows? Suddenly being overtaken. No way. I have to go over there and check what's going on. This is too abnormal. Lily's sister's fans quickly noticed the anomaly in Shuer's live stream. They had originally thought victory was in their grasp, but they never expected such a turn of events. Lily's sister, who was live streaming, was also instantly dumbfounded. She never thought that Zhao Shuer would actually surpass her. Taking a deep breath and greeting her fans, she hurriedly took out her phone. When she opened WeChat and saw the chat content in the Super Streamer WeChat group, she couldn't help but shiver. Mumming's fan. Sisters, it seems my live stream has been banned. What should I do? Guguda. Mine seems to be banned too. Oh my god, what's going on? Bon xiao du. No what? Is this real? I need to hurry and check my live stream. Pang xiao du. Wow, mine is banned too. Chapter 162. Even with many people, they could still take him down. As soon as the fans heard Su Xiao's words, they immediately began to pledge their loyalty. No problem, we can watch the live stream anywhere. The #1 big brother is right. We can watch on Douyin. What a broken platform, daring to ban our Lily sister. I think it will close down sooner or later. Yeah, exactly, what do they think? Do they really think that if we leave, our Lily won't have a place to go? Douyin is pretty good. I've heard Xiao's gone there too. Perfect timing, Sister Lily. Why don't you join YY and the others to support Xiao? It's safe to say that the fans' words hit the nail on the head for Sister Lily. She was worried that the fans might not leave with her, but it seems this group of fans is quite loyal. All right, it's settled then. Sister Lily took a deep breath and started her live stream again. Although she knew she was bound to lose this time, she worked hard to make the fans more devoted. Originally wearing a relatively conservative coat, she took it off and donned a form-fitting outfit, beginning to move and pose seductively. Chapter 163. Xiao Xue, he can't be your boyfriend, right? I have to say this song Cool is undoubtedly a classic in any world. The reactions from the audience at the venue prove this point well. Moreover, besides having beautiful voices, Qin Feng and the other person coordinated perfectly. When Qin Feng returned to his seat not far away, the audience in the live stream still hadn't fully come to their senses. Babies, how was that song? Wasn't it good? Seeing that there was no response in the live stream for a long time, Zhao Xiaoxue couldn't help but ask. After she said this, everyone finally reacted. In the next moment, a stream of amazed comments appeared on the screen. Oh my god, that was so beautiful. Yes, I just cried listening to it. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling on the ground. How can I explain that? Wow, I still have goosebumps right now. Me too. Xiaoxue, you were amazing. At this point, everyone suddenly thought of something. By the way, Xiaoxue, what about that handsome guy from just now? Chapter 164. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Just in the last second, YY and the others finally sent the last gift. Next, it was time to wait for the system to tally the results. Of course, everyone thought Sister Lily would definitely win this time. Not only did they think so, but the audience in the live stream had the same thought. 10, 9, 8, 7. Looking at the countdown on the system, both sides were filled with anticipation. Everyone wanted to see who would be the ultimate winner in this competition between the new and old streamers. Just as everyone was waiting with bated breath, the system finally revealed the results of this PK. What the heck? How is this possible? When the bright red word fail appeared on Sister Lily's screen, she was completely stunned. You have to know that just a moment ago, she was already preparing to celebrate her victory. But who would have thought the result would be like this? Not only was she stunned, but the super streamers and fans in the live stream were equally shocked. They never expected that after sending millions of gifts in the last 10 seconds, they would still lose. Chapter 165. So are you stunned? What the heck? You were the one who said to bark like a dog earlier. Now you're the one saying to let it go. Can't you have a bit of dignity? The fans in Zhao Xiaoxue's live stream almost popped their eyes out when they heard Sister Lily's words. They never expected that Sister Lily, having lost, would still have the audacity to say such things. Let go. Zhao Xiaoxue scoffed and said disdainfully, Sister Lily, you can't even admit defeat gracefully? If that's the case, I don't think you deserve to be a super streamer. The moment Zhao Xiaoxue said this, her fans began to curse as well. Xiaoxue is right. What a joke. You still want to let it go. Damn, when you made that bet earlier, why didn't you think about letting it go? Now you won't let it go. What kind of nonsense is that? A super streamer? You're just trash. I can't believe I've supported you for so long. You have no sense of integrity. That's the kind of person I despise the most. In their view, Sister Lily completely lacked any sense of integrity. However, what did this mean to Sister Lily? Chapter 166. This guy is making me laugh to death. Not only were they shocked, but the so-called Douyin Xiao song was also the same. To be honest, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in right now. As a mere marketing director of Douyin, how could he dare to question whether the chairman of Byte Technology was qualified? Wasn't this a joke? It was a slap in the face. How about now? I should have the qualification to talk to you, right? Qin Feng smirked and asked with a half-smile. Hearing Qin Feng's teasing words, Dolong Xiaosong couldn't help but twitch his lips. To be honest, he really wanted to log off and leave. However, after thinking for a moment, he still sent a comment. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. It was probably all a misunderstanding. In his mind, although he was a high-ranking member of Dolong, it was best not to offend someone as important as Qin Feng. At this moment, his tone was completely different from before when he was arrogant. Ha ha ha. This guy's making me laugh to death. Yeah, as soon as the big boss revealed his identity, he backed down. Doesn't he have any dignity? Exactly. No dignity at all. Just a bully who fears the strong. Chapter 167. The proud Qin Feng and the humble Xia Yuqing. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoxue also started her second collaboration. This time, her guest was the #1 on Douyin, Zhao Yuluo. Qin Feng was quite relieved about Zhao Yuluo. After just a quick glance, he directly left Zhao Xiaoxue's live stream. Once outside, he made a phone call. Mr. Qin, is there anything you need me to do? As soon as the call was connected, the voice of the previous Douyin technical director came through. You should know what happened in Xiaoxue's live stream just now, right? Qin Feng got straight to the point. Yes, I know. The other party replied, sounding somewhat curious. Mr. Qin, are you really planning to acquire Dolong? What do you think? Qin Feng shrugged his lips and casually asked, I think there's no need for that. He chuckled, nodding and saying, actually, I also feel there's no need. To be honest, I did have that idea at first, but now I've changed my mind. As Qin Feng spoke, a mischievous glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. Chapter 168. A master of game operations. As for whether Xia Yuqing would be anxious waiting, that was no longer within Qin Feng's considerations. The next second, the system opened a light screen in front of Qin Feng. He didn't waste time and directly pressed the System All button. Soon, he found a game-related item on the light screen. Parallel Dimension Game Talisman Intermediate. Allows the user to elevate their gaming skills to divine level and obtain a complete game. Random. Unique in this world. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. In Qin Feng's view, since there were no games in this world that caught his eye, it was better to check out the parallel dimension. Without further delay, he immediately clicked the purchase button. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully purchased one intermediate parallel dimension game talisman. Would you like to use it? Just as Qin Feng clicked purchase, a prompt from the system appeared on the light screen. Naturally, he chose to use it. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully used one intermediate parallel dimension game talisman. You have obtained a hard drive for the parallel dimension game Honor of Kings, which has been stored in your system warehouse and can be retrieved at any time. Chapter 169. Chore, do you want to have some late-night snack? Time flew by quickly, and before he knew it, it was already midnight. After finishing her live stream, Zhao Chore, looking exhausted, walked down from upstairs. Seeing her, Qin Feng, who was having a late-night snack, said, Chore, do you want some late-night snack? No, I'm on a diet. Zhao Chore shook her head, yawning, and said, Brother Feng, I'm going to rest now. I'm so sleepy. Okay, let me help you inside. Qin Feng said, quickly getting up to assist Zhao Chore into her room. Initially, he planned to chat with her for a while. However, seeing her current state, Qin Feng thought for a moment and then dismissed that idea. He knew that with the system, he could go without sleep for days and nights without any effect. But for an ordinary person like Zhao Chore, even one night without sleep would probably be exhausting. Sigh, it seems I need to enhance Chore and the other strength. Otherwise, it's hard to even find someone to chat with at night. Qin Feng thought of this and suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. After all, Lu Rubing, as a master of hidden strength, could only go without sleep for a maximum of 3 days and nights. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. Bing Bing, do you think there are any medicines that can enhance your physique? Qin Feng approached Lu Rubing in the living room and asked her, medicines to enhance physique? Lu Rubing was slightly stunned and after a while said, there are some, but the effects might not be very obvious. Master, are you asking this to help us enhance our physique? After finishing her sentence, Lu Rubing looked at Qin Feng with a touched expression. Yes, you all are too weak now, and I can't sleep. It's hard to find someone to chat with. Qin Feng waved his hand, smiling wryly. Lu Rubing had no solution to Qin Feng's words. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. Without wasting time, he asked the system, can a super gene serum in the mall be used by others? In Qin Feng's view, if he wanted to improve Zhao Chore and the others' physique, he could only rely on the system now. Ding yes. To Qin Feng's surprise, the system's answer was indeed affirmative. Really? That's great. Qin Feng almost jumped up in joy upon hearing this. System, should I purchase it directly for them to use? Or how does it work? Ding. You can purchase it directly and then have them take it. However, it cannot reach the same physique as yours. 99 low-level super gene serums can only elevate them to the mid-stage of hidden strength at most. Oh, that's still pretty good. After hearing this, Qin Feng had no hesitation, quickly purchasing 99 low-level super gene serums in the system all. He didn't waste a moment. After purchasing the low-level super gene serums produced by the system, he directly gave each of Zhao Shui'er and the others 99 portions. When Zhao Shui'er and the others received the low-level super gene serums from Qin Feng, they didn't hesitate at all. They directly took it in front of Qin Feng. In just an instant, their bodies quickly changed, just like Qin Feng's not long ago. At this moment, their strength directly broke through to the small master level. Chapter 170. An eye-opening experience not long after Zhao Shui'er and the others enhanced their strength. A man wearing glasses entered the hall. Qin Feng was quite familiar with this man. It was none other than Ma Yu. Seeing Qin Feng come downstairs, Ma Yu immediately stood up from the sofa, jogged over to Qin Feng, bowed, and then extended his hand respectfully, saying, "President Qin, hello, I'm Ma Yu. We spoke on the phone last night." "Hello," Qin Feng said, extending his hand to shake his. He then pointed to the dining table not far away and smiled, saying, "Let's eat first. We can talk about business later." "Okay." To Ma Yu, Qin Feng's words were like a decree. After nodding, he followed Qin Feng to the nearby dining table. Just as they sat down, Su Moyu ordered people to bring out a table full of sumptuous dishes. Even though Ma Yu had seen a lot, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the dishes laid out on the table. Bird's nest, shark's fin, caviar, abalone, and many dishes he had never even seen before. This was definitely an eye-opening experience for Ma Yu. Chapter 171. People strive for higher places. Water flows to lower places very good. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. But just then, he suddenly thought of something and said to Zhao Sihai, "Mr. Zhao, I have another task to assign to you." "President Qin, please go ahead." "It's like this," Qin Feng said straightforwardly. "You should know about what happened in Shui'er's livestream last night, right?" "Yes, I have some understanding." Zhao Sihai nodded and said, "It's good to know." Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, with a playful expression, and said, "The task I assign to you is to ensure that within 3 days, you bring all the hosts from Dolong over to me. If possible, it would be best to bring their operations and technical team as well. As for the salary, we can offer them 3 times the amount." Qin Feng has always been straightforward in his work, never dragging his feet. To him, some things are better done sooner rather than later. Otherwise, that General Manager Xiao from Dolong might still think he is just joking. As for the saying that a gentleman takes revenge 10 years later, as someone who holds grudges, Qin Feng could not agree with that. Chapter 172. In the end, Li Xiaoyu still softened his heart. Damn it, could it really be related to you? Seeing this, Li Xiaoyu could no longer hold back and directly cursed. "Li Dong, I didn't expect the consequences to be so serious." Xiao Qimin, who was slumped on the ground, felt like he was about to cry. It must be said that he would never have imagined that Qin Feng's revenge would come so swiftly. After all, it had been less than a day since last night. "Humph." Li Xiaoyu snorted coldly, with a dark expression, and asked, "Speak up. What the hell did you do last night?" In Li Xiaoyu's view, the most crucial issue now was to clarify the details of last night. Hearing this, Xiao Qimin inevitably hesitated. "What are you stalling for? Speak quickly." Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but angrily scolded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qimin immediately shivered. Well, the thing is, he no longer dared to hesitate and hurriedly explained everything that happened last night to Li Xiaoyu. After Li Xiaoyu and the other senior executives present heard it, they looked at Xiao Qimin with eyes that seemed like they wanted to swallow him alive. Chapter 173. Either don't do it, or do it thoroughly. In a large conference room, apart from Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qimin, there were only about 30% of the remaining company executives. Seeing such a scene, Li Xiaoyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What he didn't know was that the reason why there were still about 30% of the executives left was mainly because Byte Technology hadn't acted yet. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't be even that 30% left. Li Xiaoyu took a deep breath and finally managed to regain his composure. He leaned on the table with both hands, looking defeated, and said, "Everyone, Byte Technology has launched a final assault against us. I don't know if anyone has a solution. If this continues, our Dolong might really go bankrupt." After Li Xiaoyu finished speaking, he looked at the few remaining executives. An older executive remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Li Dong, I think the most important thing for us now is to fire General Manager Xiao and then seek Byte Technology as forgiveness. Exactly. I agree with Manager Lu's view. Our technical department, including myself, now only has 3 people left. We can't carry on with the work at all. Chapter 174. You guys really look down on people too much, right? In the Byte Technology headquarters conference room, Manager Zhao, such a big matter. Shouldn't President Qin come in person? Li Xiaoyu frowned and said to Zhao Sihai, Yes, Manager Zhao. You guys really look down on us too much, right? We are here to discuss the acquisition, and the boss doesn't show up. How can we talk? That's right. Hurry up and call President Qin over. The other senior executives from Dolong quickly chimed in. In their view, Dolong is at least a company with a market value of hundreds of billions. The fact that Qin Feng, as the boss of Byte Technology, didn't come in person gave them a feeling of being looked down upon. Sorry, President Qin is busy. Zhao Sihai shrugged and said dismissively, Besides, the acquisition is your idea. Byte Technology has no such intention. Manager Zhao, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's words, Li Xiaoyu was instantly bewildered. He had always thought that Byte's main purpose for dealing with Dolong was to acquire them. However, now it seemed that Zhao Sihai didn't think so at all. Chapter 175. The only live streaming platform in all of Huaxia. By the way, Qin Feng added, starting today, all new users who successfully register on Douyin will receive an 8 yuan cash red envelope reward as long as they completely watch the first video. What? You're still giving new users rewards? Zhao Sihai could no longer sit still upon hearing this. Cough, cough. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he hurriedly said, President Qin, isn't this plan a bit too extravagant? I'm afraid. Zhao Sihai didn't continue after that. He believed that with Qin Feng's intelligence, he should be able to understand what he wanted to say. In Zhao Sihai's view, the scheme proposed by Qin Feng was indeed quite attractive to the vast number of netizens. After all, who would like an activity that felt like picking up money? But if they really followed Qin Feng's proposal, that 1 billion would probably not last long. Yes, President Qin, your investment is too large. Why not cancel the new user rewards? I think it should be canceled, and that big wheel activity too. The winning probability is too high. If it's a 100% chance to win a phone or computer, wouldn't our company go bankrupt? Chapter 176. Really or not? Are you just bragging? Everyone, you should have seen the welfare activities prepared by Douyin this time, right? Of course I've seen it. It seems that as long as you watch 100 videos a day, you can spin the big wheel on the homepage once, right? That's right. It's so awesome. I've already watched over 30 videos. I'm really looking forward to it. The activity details say it's a 100% chance to win, right? Exactly. Douyin is being really generous this time. I just received 8 yuan. Me too, haha. I hope I can win a computer so I can show off when school starts. Forget about the computer. I heard they only prepared 100,000 units. If I can win a phone, that's enough. Hey, I also want a phone. I heard it's the latest model from Huawei. It's so cool. Due to the extravagant nature of the event hosted by Douyin, there were indeed a lot of netizens discussing it in the hall. By the way, did you participate in that card collecting activity? Card collection event? I've never heard of it. What the heck? Wow, you don't even know about this? It's right there in the personal interface. Hee, I saw it. It seems like if you collect all 5 blessings, you can share 1,000 billion Huaxia coins, right? Chapter 177. Could it backfire? The next morning, in Byte Technology's conference room. Mr. Qin, you are too amazing. Yes, our Douyin is on fire now. Just yesterday afternoon, the new users of Douyin surpassed 300 million. Incredible, really incredible. Zhao Sihai and the others had just settled down when they couldn't help but praise Qin Feng. They had also promoted Douyin before and invested quite a bit of money. But compared to this time, the results are simply worlds apart. I must say, they're truly in awe of Qin Feng now. Although Qin Feng's plan seems a bit extravagant, the results are undeniable. The current promotional effect can be described as explosive. It's not bad. Qin Feng chuckled and said modestly, Mr. Qin, you're being too modest. This is not just okay, it's really impressive. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Sihai quickly retorted, You might not know, but when I was strolling the neighborhood yesterday, many people were discussing Douyin. Chapter 178. Then prove it to them. However, just as Douyin was on the rise, the Western media couldn't help but start feeling envious. Wall Street Journal. Douyin welfare event? Haha, it's simply a joke. In Huaxia. Is there really such a company? Epic Times. Douyin? Just a third-rate platform. Trillions in funds for an event? Ridiculous. Pippi Daily. On how a third-rate company deceives the public. Ridiculous events that provoke ridicule worldwide. Daily Lanner. Ridiculous Huaxia. Ridiculous companies. I'm afraid there won't be such shameless companies anywhere on Earth. Although most people in Huaxia wouldn't read these 4 newspapers. Some patriotic Chinese still tagged Byte Technology in the comments below their official Weibo. Within half a day, this incident caused a sensation in Huaxia. When many people saw these news articles, they began to retaliate. Damn it, what's this? Is it strange that we have such a company in Huaxia? Yes, yes. And what do you mean by deceiving the public? I'm not deceiving anyone. Chapter 179. Is he the biological brother of Yu Luo? Fire him and bring in someone capable. In Qin Feng's view, his company wouldn't keep such idle people. What's wrong? Having difficulties? Mr. Qin, could you give him another chance? Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and curiously asked, Mr. Zhao, could it be that he is your relative? That's right. Zhao Sihai didn't hide it and directly admitted, he is my biological son, Yu Luo's biological brother. To be honest, even Zhao Sihai himself didn't understand why he added that last sentence. Yu Luo's biological brother? Qin Feng paused slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, Okay, then for Yu Luo's sake, I'll give him a chance. However, he definitely can't hold the position of director of the publicity department anymore. Let's make him an assistant for now. After saying that, Qin Feng added, Tell him that if he wants to be promoted, he should personally go abroad this time. You should understand what I mean, right? Yes, I understand. Zhao Sihai let out a sigh of relief, but couldn't help feeling a bit frustrated. Chapter 180. It's so relieving. The next morning, Byte Technology released a new Weibo post. The content was very simple, just 8 short words. Prove yourself within 3 days. When the vast number of netizens saw these 8 words, they instantly understood Byte Technology's intention. Haha, I knew Byte Technology wouldn't back down. This is the pride of our Huaxia. Great job, Byte Technology. So relieving, it's really so relieving. Forget it from now on, I will support all Byte Technology products. Me too, I must support Byte, support Douyin. I love you, Byte, I want to cheer for you. Awesome, we must give a thumbs up to such a patriotic company. That's right, enough said, I'm going to browse Douyin right now. Same as above 1. By the way, does anyone have extra Jingyifu? Same as above 99. Same as above 999. Same as above 9,999. Just less than an hour after Byte Technology's Weibo post was released. The number of comments and likes below had already exceeded 1 million. Moreover, with the current trend, it seemed to be continuously increasing. It's obvious that Byte Technology's actions this time won a lot of genuine support from the people. Chapter 181. These ads are too impressive. The news from US quickly made its way back home. When the Chinese people learned of this news, they immediately erupted with excitement. Without saying a word, they all rushed to the comments section of Byte Technology's Weibo. Brothers, have you heard? Douyin is completely on fire in the US. How can we not know? Just now, I had an American friend asking me how to register for our domestic Douyin account. Ha ha, this time we are really relieved. Damn it. Let us see if they can still be so arrogant. So awesome. I heard that in their country, Douyin can be seen everywhere on the streets. Isn't that right? You don't know, I'm currently in the US, and those ads are hilarious. I don't know who came up with them. Yes, yes. I heard that Douyin's success in the US is all because of those ads? Ha, that's right. Should I upload those ads for you to see? Sure, hurry up. Before long, someone posted the Douyin advertisement from the US on Weibo. Wow, these ads are too impressive. Chapter 182. I just want to ask you, can you ship within 3 days? That's right. Qin Feng nodded and asked, does your company have stock of this cruise ship? Yes, we do. Are you sure you want to buy it? Of course, I'm sure. All right. You only need to pay a deposit of 10, and we will ship the goods to you within a month. A month for shipping? Qin Feng frowned upon hearing this. Can it be shipped earlier? The foreign man thought for a moment and continued, it can be done, but the deposit might. However, before he could finish, Qin Feng interrupted directly. No need for a deposit. I will pay the full amount. Can it be shipped within 3 days? What? You want to pay the full amount? The foreign man was taken aback by Qin Feng's words. Dear boss, are you sure you want to pay the full amount? That's 800 million pounds. Is that a lot? Qin Feng curled his lips and said dismissively, I'm just asking you. Can it be shipped within 3 days? What the hell? Is that a lot? Is that even something a person would say? The foreign man couldn't help but complain in his heart upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Of course, complaints aside, Chapter 183. Interesting. Really interesting. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was the third day. Early that morning, Qin Feng gathered all the women in the villa, including Su Muyu and the others. During this period, Su Muyu and the others had been quite diligent in their work. Qin Feng planned to take them out for a bit of fun. Since the journey to Yintian port wasn't too far, they ultimately decided to drive there. Soon, a long line of luxury cars appeared on the streets of Shenzhen. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and stare. My God, why did so many luxury cars suddenly appear? No idea. Maybe there's a car show somewhere? Wow, that one looks like a Maybach, right? That's so cool. Maybach, please. Didn't you see the one behind it? The one behind? Oh my goodness, that seems to be a Lamborghini Veneno, right? That's right, it's a Veneno. And behind this Veneno is a Ferrari LaFerrari. My God, look at the people in that Ferrari LaFerrari. They all seem to be beauties. Chapter 184. Just give it, why get angry? Give it to your uncle. Shen Mingyao angrily cursed and prepared to rush over to teach this guy a lesson. You should know that she had taken the super gene serum given by Qin Feng, and her strength had already surpassed that of a minor master. This guy in front of her probably couldn't withstand her punch. Mingyao, just give him the money. Just then, Qin Feng spoke up to stop her. Master? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Shen Mingyao looked at him in confusion. In her impression, Qin Feng was a decisive person. Just give it if I say so. What? Are you not going to listen to me? Qin Feng frowned and asked Shen Mingyao. Shen Mingyao, seeing this, dared not retort. Pouting, she muttered a bit aggrieved, just give it, why get angry? Saying this, she reached into her bag and pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills. She shot a fierce glare at the security guard and then threw the money on the ground. The security guard, seeing this, was not angry at all. He reached down to pick up the money and walked away proudly. All right, we'll find a chance to deal with him later. Chapter 185. Beat him up, give him a good beating. What kind of company is Yida Real Estate? It is one of the top 10 in China's top 500. Even if you gave her the courage of a leopard, she definitely wouldn't dare to provoke them. The security guard, seeing Haozi stop his actions, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, President Lu's name was still quite effective. But just then, Yang Meyer asked him, do you know what position President Lu holds at Yida? What position? Upon hearing Yang Meyer's question, the security guard was taken aback and blurted out, you don't know President Lu? After saying this, he muttered quietly, it shouldn't be. Didn't President Lu tell us that you would be coming? I know him. Who says I don't? Yang Meyer rolled her eyes and said somewhat shyly, I was just testing you, right? Go ahead. Let me see if you still remember. Me? The security guard looked confused, thinking, test me? Are you crazy? How could I not know who President Lu is? Of course, he thought this way, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, the bodyguard named Haozi was still staring at him closely. He smiled confidently and said, our President Lu is the new manager of Yida at Yintian Port, Lu Jiong. Chapter 186. As the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. That's right. Sister Meyer, we're the same. The others around were also deeply moved. Although they had heard that Yang Meyer pampered her fans, they never expected her level of pampering to be to this extent. Just as everyone was feeling touched, suddenly there was a series of ouch sounds. It was obvious that the ones crying out were the two security guards. It was unclear whether Yang Meyer's aura was too strong or their presence was too low. After this group of people approached Yang Meyer, they completely ignored the two of them. If it weren't for their ouch sounds breaking the touching atmosphere, it was likely that this group of people would not have discovered them lying on the ground until they left. Sister Meyer? Who are they? The girl with the bun looked at the two injured security guards and couldn't help but curiously ask Yang Meyer. The others turned to look at Yang Meyer as well. They're just two bastards. Faced with everyone's questions, Yang Meyer was calm and collected. After thinking of a reason, she began to fabricate. Just now they want to find me to extort a toll for passing through the port. Chapter 187. This guy is too handsome. After a while, Yang Meyer and the others had already entered the port. Their initial plan was to park all the cars in the parking lot. However, when they saw the parking lot filled with various luxury cars, they suddenly began to feel troubled. Sister Meyer, the parking lot is full of luxury cars. What should we do? Haozi turned around and asked Yang Meyer, who was sitting in the back seat of the RV. Yang Meyer glanced outside and couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a moment, he said, how about this? Let's wait for Lin Xiao and the others to arrive before we talk. All right. Haozi nodded and pulled the car over to the side. Yang Meyer didn't linger in the car. She opened the door and got out. The bodyguards followed suit immediately. Wow, there seemed to be a lot of people over there. Yang Meyer shaded her eyes with her hand and looked in the direction where Qin Feng and the others were. They should be the owners of those cars. Really? Yang Meyer first glanced at the various luxury cars in front of her, then smiled and walked forward. Come on, let's go greet them. This was quite normal since Yang Meyer was a top figure in the industry. Chapter 188. This is too much, really too much. Not exactly high, just an unemployed drifter. Qin Feng scoffed and said casually, Unemployed drifter? Upon hearing this, Yang Meyer couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. As if she thought of something, she awkwardly said, If you don't want to say it, then forget it. In her view, Qin Feng's identity couldn't be simple. Just the luxury cars in the distance were all worth over 10 million. Since he didn't want to say anything, she figured it was best to let it go. Just as she was about to say something else, a very overweight woman came running over from not far away. Sister Meyer, the Linglong wontons you wanted. I bought them for you. The woman ran while jiggling her extremely greasy fat. Just as she was about to reach Yang Meyer, she suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, spilling the wontons everywhere. Seeing this, Yang Meyer immediately frowned. Without a second thought, she yelled at the fat woman, Useless thing. You can't even handle such a small task. Why don't you just die? It must be said that although Yang Meyer was quite pretty, her words were extremely unpleasant. Chapter 189. Didn't we just become enemies? Mr. Qin, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yang Meyer immediately frowned. What do you mean? Qin Feng scoffed, casually opened his phone to play a video, and said, You could just watch for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the video started playing. Useless thing, you can't even handle such a small task. Why don't you just die? She's my assistant. How I treat her has nothing to do with you bunch of lowlifes. The content being played was simply what had just happened. After Yang Meyer watched the video Qin Feng played, her expression immediately darkened. After a long while, she looked at Qin Feng and said, Mr. Qin, this is a bit too much, isn't it? We have no grievances in the past and no grudges in recent times. Is that so? Qin Feng sneered and coldly said, But I seem to remember that we just became enemies, didn't we? Enemies? When did that happen? Yang Meyer was taken aback and asked in confusion, Did you forget how you refer to them just now? Qin Feng said, pointing at Su Muyu and the others. Chapter 190. I say, Bing Bing. What are you trying to do? Hee hee, Sister Bing Bing, am I amazing or what? Guan Feifei chuckled and asked with a hint of pride. Amazing, of course amazing. Lu Rubing replied, giving Guan Feifei a thumbs up. Standing not far away, Yang Meyer finally came back to her senses. Looking at Hausi, who was lying on the ground, lifeless, her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. She never expected that a girl casually sent by Qin Feng would be so powerful in a fight. It should be noted that Hausi was the strongest among her group of bodyguards. It must be said that she was now in a bit of a dilemma. Should she have her bodyguards join in? It was clear that it would only end up with them being served as food. Just as she was feeling a bit at loss, she suddenly saw a large group of people walking over from not far away. When she recognized the leading figures, a smile immediately spread across her face. Without saying a word, she jogged towards the large group. Soon, she seemed to be chatting with the few people at the front. In no time, the large group followed Yang Meyer as she led them towards Qin Feng and the others. Chapter 191. Lin Xiao. This kid seems to look down on you. Yang Meyer's face flushed red as she gently punched Lin Xiao's chest. Hey, you're really bad. Ha ha ha. Once we get on the yacht, you'll know how bad I really am. Lin Xiao laughed heartily and couldn't help but give Yang Meyer a peck on the lips. He then turned to Qin Feng and said, Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Leave the phone and the girl, and you can go. The expression on his face was extremely arrogant. You're looking for death. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lu Rubing, who was standing next to Qin Feng, immediately got angry. With a cold glare, she raised her fist and prepared to step forward. However, at that moment, Qin Feng stepped in to stop her. Taking a step forward, Qin Feng smiled lightly at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, are you teaching me how to do things? Oh, Lin Xiao, this kid seems to look down on you. Before Lin Xiao could speak, another young master stepped forward. Kid, do you know who you're dealing with right now? I won't hesitate to tell you. This is Lin Haoyu, the son of Lin Yanhai, the head of the 8 great families in the capital. If you know what's good for you, you should obediently listen to him, otherwise. Chapter 192. Mr. Qin, why don't you let Qini help them? Little beauty, are you trying to take on 8 by yourself? One of them couldn't help but mock Shenmeng Yao. Yes, you're so delicate. If we beat you up later, it wouldn't be good. You might as well just stand aside. Don't blame us for being rude later. You can't say that. This beauty is really bold. And her chest isn't small either. Haha, it really is. I bet it's at least 36E. TSK, TSK, TSK. If we beat her chest up later, won't we feel heartbroken? As soon as that person finished speaking, the others immediately joined in the mockery. The words they spoke were simply filthy. Shen Mingyao, who already had a fiery temper, couldn't tolerate their teasing. You're looking for death. Shen Mingyao shouted angrily and charged towards the group with her fists raised. Damn, a little master? How is this possible? At the beginning, the few masters of dark energy seemed indifferent. But once they felt the momentum emanating from Shen Mingyao, they were immediately stunned. Before they could prepare to retreat, Shen Mingyao's fist had already smashed over. They wanted to dodge, but how could they be a match for Shen Mingyao? Chapter 193. He is definitely pretending to be dead. How many moves do you think Qin can handle? It shouldn't be just a few moves. After all, he is a minor master. I guess it should be at least 10 moves, right? 10 moves? You really underestimate Qin. I bet it wouldn't be more than 6 or 7 moves. No way. Is Qin really that powerful? Haha, you don't know, do you? Qin is the #1 among the minor masters of the Qin family. That's right, last year at the family conference. My brother Fuguwei had a private match with Qin, and he only lasted 5 moves. Wow, it seems this beauty has kicked an iron plate. That's right. Qin Xiao. Remember to let Qin go easy on her later. Yes, if she gets hurt. Just as Qin charged toward Shen Mingyao, a few young masters nearby began to discuss among themselves. They all shared similar thoughts to Qin, believing that Shen Mingyao would definitely lose. Fei, you and Shuer go together. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with cunning, and with a grin, he said to Guan Fei and the others, "Didn't they just say we have more people than them?" Chapter 194. Do you know what I hate most in my life? What? 1 hand for each person? When Qin Xiao said this, everyone was taken aback. No way, are you joking with us? Lin Haoyu stood up, pointing at Qin Feng and shouting angrily. Yes. How could you say we only need 1 hand? Kid, we are all from the 8 great families of the capital. You'd better think carefully before you speak. Today, although you have the upper hand, the 8 great families are not as simple as you think. Exactly, just a few minor masters. We have plenty in the 8 great families. Hearing Lin Haoyu's words, the other young masters also stood up. They didn't believe Qin Feng would really dare to oppose the 8 great families. Do you know what I hate most in my life? To their shouting, Qin Feng seemed to not hear it all. He curled his lips and said to Lin Haoyu, I don't care what you hate anyway. Lin Haoyu was about to say something else when suddenly, Qin Feng grabbed his outstretched finger. Without a word, he directly bent it back. Crack. Chapter 195. Dear Big Shot, isn't this too extravagant? Why are you still stunned? Hurry up and notify them to speed up the ship. When Qin Xiao saw everyone panicking, he hurriedly urged, That's right, speed up, we must speed up. After hearing this, everyone immediately came to their senses. They no longer dared to delay and quickly notified the captain to speed up the ship. Normally, a large cruise ship's cruising speed is about 36 knots. But at this time, Qin Xiao and the others actually increased the speed to 52 knots. Before long, the cruise ship had sailed far from the port. However, Qin Feng's ship remained stationary. Qin Xiao and the others looked far away, and their hearts calmed down. They thought they had escaped a disaster today. However, at that moment, a long whistle suddenly came from the port. It was obvious that the ship was preparing to start. Just as Qin Xiao and the others had just breathed a sigh of relief, they immediately became nervous again. They regretted their earlier bravado and wished they could slap themselves in the face. If you don't seek death, you want to die. Now, they could only hope that Qin Feng would be magnanimous and spare them once again. Chapter 196. Qin Xiao, will raising a white flag work? Well, since you. After hearing Joseph's words, Qin Feng was about to agree. However, at that moment, the captain jumped out in a fit of rage. Dear Big Shot, you can't agree to Joseph. You just asked me first. After saying this, the captain looked at Joseph with anger in his eyes. In his view, Joseph was clearly trying to steal his business. This was a huge sum of 3 million. How could he easily give it to Joseph? What do you mean I asked first? You didn't even agree just now. Joseph immediately retorted. You said I didn't agree, Just as the captain was about to say something more, Qin Feng interrupted him, saying, Enough, stop arguing. Since this captain agrees, let him take charge. After saying this, Qin Feng casually found a spot in the cockpit to sit down. Liu Rubing, who was following behind, immediately helped Qin Feng massage his shoulders. Okay, dear big shot, just watch. I promise I won't disappoint you. Chapter 197. Isn't that bullying a child? Before long, everyone found random spots. They quickly arranged a deck of playing cards they somehow found. Brother, do you want to play a round of landlord? Landlord? Qin Feng curled his lips and said somewhat disinterestedly, forget it, you guys can play by yourselves. If I play landlord with you, wouldn't that be bullying a child? After saying this, he ignored everyone and turned to look at the scenery in the distance. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed really uninterested, Qin Yu and the others didn't disturb him anymore. Holding the cards in hand, they soon began to play landlord with great excitement. Time flew by quickly, and soon half an hour had passed. The ship had already entered international waters. At that moment, Qin Feng's phone suddenly rang. He casually answered the call. Dear Big Shot, we have now entered international waters. Do we need to continue moving forward? As soon as the call connected, Joseph's extremely respectful voice came through. International waters? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. After a while, he responded, do you know if there are any interesting islands nearby? Chapter 198. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Feng. I am from Huaxia. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully used 1 intermediate language talent gene. You have achieved level 8 English proficiency. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully used 1 intermediate language talent gene. You have achieved level 8 Russian proficiency. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully used 1 intermediate language talent gene. You have achieved level 8 Japanese proficiency. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully used 1 intermediate language talent gene. You have achieved level 8 French proficiency. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully achieved level 8 Korean proficiency. Ding, congratulations, you have succeeded. With the continuous refresh of system prompts, Qin Feng quickly used up all 99 intermediate language talent genes. It can be said that every time Qin Feng used 1 intermediate language talent gene, he would gain proficiency in 1 more language. By the time he used all 99, it meant he had successfully mastered 99 languages. It is worth noting that the person who masters the most languages in this world only knows 11. But now Qin Feng has mastered 99. If this gets out, it would definitely shock the whole world. One must say, the products sold in the system are simply powerful to the extreme. Chapter 199. Living on the island is really cool. In Yamamoto Jiro's view, this was a good opportunity to flatter Qin Feng. What if he missed it? Who knows if there will be a next time? Of course, yes. Qin Feng was not pretentious and immediately agreed. After all, he was the island owner, and it would surely be much more convenient for him to handle things. Seeing Qin Feng agree, Yamamoto Jiro was also very excited. After making a gesture to invite, he led Qin Feng and the others to walk towards a nearby location. Before long, he brought them to a large parking lot. In the parking lot, in addition to many luxury cars, there were also dozens of buses. After arranging for Qin Feng and the others to get into the luxury cars, Yamamoto Jiro himself followed others onto a bus. The road to the island was fairly smooth, and along the way, there were sporadically a few small houses. After about 10 minutes of driving, Qin Feng and the others finally reached the center of the island. Unlike the outskirts, the entire center of the island was filled with tall buildings. A casual glance at the road revealed various luxury cars of considerable value. Shopping malls, leisure clubs, hotels, etc. were all available on both sides. Chapter 200. That means my last name is actually Yamamoto. Wow, isn't that the island owner of Tianzi? Indeed, oh my god. How'd he come here? Look quickly. Why are there so many beautiful women following him? And that young man, he is so handsome. From their appearance, it seems they were brought over by the island owner. My goodness, who are these people? How can they have the island owner personally accompanying them? After seeing this scene, everyone in the hotel lobby was shocked and filled with confusion. Where's the manager? Get your manager here. Yamamoto Jiro's face became serious as he spoke to one of the receptionists. Okay, island owner, please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, the receptionist hurriedly ran towards the front desk. Before long, he brought over a foreign man in a suit. Hello, island owner. How may I assist you? As soon as the foreign man approached, he immediately bowed to Yamamoto Jiro. It's like this. Yamamoto Jiro didn't beat around the bush and directly pointed at Qin Feng, saying, this is my good friend, Mr. Qin Feng from Huaxia. Chapter 201. Yamamoto is really too much. Although these people are considered big shots in their own country, otherwise, how could they afford to stay in a 6-star hotel like Tianshang Rinjian? But now they are on Yamamoto Jiro's territory. They dare not forget the necessary respect. As for Qin Feng's recent performance, they could only describe it as impressive. Mr. Qin, please feel free to speak. Just as Qin Feng and the others sat down, Yamamoto Jiro said to Qin Feng, "It's like this." Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and straightforwardly said, "I want to buy this island from you. How much are you willing to sell it for?" "What? You want to buy my island?" Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Jiro couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He never expected that what Qin Feng wanted to discuss with him would be this. His exclamation also attracted the attention of all the onlookers around. Chapter 202. This is a matter of life and death. How dare they admit it? Soon, the sounds of cursing came into the ears of everyone in the lobby. What the heck, are these guys crazy? How dare they say this is a broken place on Mr. Yamamoto's territory? Impressive. I think they're probably dead for sure. Definitely. When have you ever heard of someone offending Mr. Yamamoto and still living? They're simply seeking death. Yamamoto Jiro, who had just been smiling and talking with Qin Feng, now had a completely darkened face. It would have been fine if Qin Feng was toying with him. After all, he is a big shot, a super big shot who opened with 300 billion. However, these guys, they only have a little money. Now they dare to show off on his territory. How could he not be angry? That large group of people dragging their luggage quickly noticed Yamamoto Jiro sitting on the sofa. Their previously furious expressions instantly turned into fear. They never expected Yamamoto Jiro to be sitting in the hotel lobby. They wanted to say something, but when they saw the extremely gloomy expression on Yamamoto Jiro's face, they immediately suppressed whatever they wanted to say. Chapter 203. What? You dare to call me brother-in-law, little Yamamoto? Mr. Qin, I apologize. Let me make you laugh. After his group of subordinates left, Yamamoto Jiro smiled at Qin Feng and said, "You see, these people actually dare to threaten me? Using your huaxia saying, that should be disturbing the earth above the Tai Sui, right?" When Yamamoto Jiro said this, his face was filled with a playful expression. "By the way, you just said you want to use 300 billion to buy my island, right?" Qin Feng is not a fool. How could he not hear the implied meaning in his words? This is clearly a bit of a threat. However, how could Qin Feng possibly fall for this? He curled his lips and casually said, "If you're unwilling, then forget it." "Willing? Who said I wasn't willing?" Yamamoto Jiro chuckled and shrugged, saying, "But about the price, can you add a bit more? Want to increase the price? Of course, you're so wealthy. You shouldn't mind, right? I have money. It's right here." Qin Feng said as he pulled out more than 10 black cards from his wallet. With a slight smirk, he said lightly, "But asking me to add money is absolutely impossible." Chapter 204. Mr. Carl, what wind brings you here? If I say I can let you choose two among them, what do you think? Yamamoto Jiro looked at Sam with a slight smile. Choose two. Sam's face instantly lit up upon hearing this. Suddenly thinking of something, he asked with some confusion, "Brother-in-law, isn't that kid your friend? Are you trying to use a friend?" Yamamoto Jiro rolled his eyes and casually replied, "I just met him not long ago. What kind of friend is that? Besides, aren't friends meant to be utilized?" Upon hearing this, Sam couldn't help but twitch his lips. "So what do you mean? What else could it mean?" Yamamoto Jiro narrowed his eyes, revealing a greedy expression. "You probably don't know, but that kid has more than 10 black cards, right?" "What? More than 10 black cards?" Sam's eyes widened in shock. "Brother-in-law, you're not joking with me, are you? There probably isn't even gates in this world with that many black cards." Hee. Yamamoto Jiro chuckled, shrugged, and said, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Chapter 205. He actually dares to call Mr. Yamamoto little Yamamoto? Not long after, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes hurriedly walked out of the casino. The waiting hotel manager saw this and stepped forward, jokingly saying, "I said, Kevin, you're walking so fast. Aren't you afraid of falling?" "Less nonsense. Who is Mr. Yamamoto's friend? Hurry up and introduce him to me." Kevin had no time to chat with him and replied somewhat irritably, "Isn't this him?" The hotel manager pointed to Qin Feng not far behind him and said, "This is Mr. Qin Feng." Upon hearing this from the hotel manager, Kevin looked over at Qin Feng. Young, handsome. This was Kevin's first impression of Qin Feng. To be honest, Kevin really didn't expect Mr. Yamamoto's friend to be so young. After all, Yamamoto Jiro was a successful middle-aged man. He usually looked down on young people. Now he has friends with Qin Feng. What does this imply? It implies that Qin Feng must not be as simple as he appears. After realizing this, Kevin didn't dare to waste time any longer. He immediately walked up to Qin Feng and extended his hand, smiling. "Hello, Mr. Qin, I'm Kevin, the manager of Crown Casino. We're very glad to have you at our casino. Chapter 206. Very good. Mr. Qin indeed has guts. Salt. Utter shock. Who is Yamamoto Jiro? He is the island master of Tianziyu Island, the only supreme local emperor in this place. When has he ever been called that? Yet, this young man in front of him dares to. How could such a scene not leave them shocked? Mr. Qin, don't you think that title is a bit disrespectful? If Mr. Yamamoto finds out. Kevin, coming back to his senses, frowned at Qin Feng and said. The others felt that Kevin's words were quite reasonable. After all, none of them dared to call Yamamoto Jiro that. What could happen? Does he dare to have any objections? Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that I call him that right in front of him. What the hell? I say, brother, are you kidding us? You dare to call Mr. Yamamoto little Yamamoto to his face? Who will believe that? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but start to complain in their hearts. To be honest, they would never believe that Qin Feng dared to call Yamamoto Jiro little Yamamoto to his face. Chapter 207. All right, I didn't say for you to send me off. You should know that she had already manipulated things during the shuffling to give Qin Feng an advantage. If she dealt the cards to Qin Feng first, Sam's hand would definitely not be able to compete with Qin Feng's. If that were the case, it would likely offend Sam. Who is Sam? He is the brother-in-law of Yamamoto Jiro, a notorious bully on Tianziyu Island. If he offended him, how could things go well? Conversely, if she dealt the cards to Sam first, it would offend Qin Feng. For a moment, the beautiful dealer really didn't know what to do. Just then, Kevin stepped forward and said to the beautiful dealer, Lydia, give Mr. Sam and Mr. Qin a new deck of cards. Okay. The beautiful dealer sighed in relief upon hearing this. Just as she was about to collect the old cards, Sam directly pressed his hand down, saying, What are you changing for? Just use this old deck. Deal it to me first. Sam wasn't a fool. How could he not understand the situation? It was clear that this deck of cards had issues. What are you talking about? Just deal the cards, and if you keep stalling, do you believe I'll have someone deal with you? Sam's expression turned cold as he said to the beautiful dealer in a chilling tone. Chapter 208. You actually have black cards? Kevin took the check and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, Sam called out to him again, Wait, Mr. Sam, do you have something else? Kevin turned around and asked weakly. To be honest, he was a bit worried that Sam might change his mind at the last minute. Hearing Kevin's question, Sam ignored him and turned to Qin Feng with a playful smile. Kid, aren't you going to exchange some chips? If you only have this 10 million on the table, I'm not interested. After saying this, Sam threw a very provocative glance. It should be noted that the task assigned to him by Yamamoto Jiro was to test whether Qin Feng's black cards were real or not. It seems you are quite confident. Qin Feng shrugged and casually said, Since that's the case, just give me a random exchange of 1 billion chips. As he spoke, Qin Feng took out a black card from his wallet. Without saying a word, he handed it directly to Kevin. Seeing this, Sam couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Chapter 209. You little brat, are you serious? What's wrong? Are you scared? Sam said sarcastically. Scared? Qin Feng shrugged and said, Devon, I just want her to change to a new deck of cards. A new deck? Is that necessary? What do you think? Qin Feng looked at Sam with a playful expression. He wasn't a fool. It was obvious that the old deck had been tampered with. How could he continue to gamble with him? All right. Seeing the playful look in Qin Feng's eyes, Sam suddenly felt a bit guilty. After nodding, he said to Lydia, Listen to him, change the deck. Okay. Lydia didn't dare to waste time and immediately took a new deck from the drawer. As for the old deck, it was naturally thrown straight into the trash. To be honest, Lydia's shuffling skills were indeed comparable to those of the gambling gods in movies. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but secretly admire it. In Qin Feng's opinion, if he could learn this skill, he should be able to attract quite a few girls. After Lydia finished shuffling the cards, she was ready to deal for Qin Feng and the others. But at that moment, Qin Feng stopped her again. Wait, don't deal yet. I have something to say. Chapter 210. Oh, it seems you really got beaten badly, huh? Heart of K. That's right. Qin Feng's card was indeed the Heart of K. Although on the surface, the Heart of K seemed to be much worse than Sam's Spade K. Don't forget, they were gambling on size. That means the two cards were actually of equal value. Sorry, but our cards are of equal value. So I'll take this 1 billion chips without hesitation. Qin Feng said, directly taking all 2 billion chips in front of him. You, Sam, coming back to his senses, was infuriated. Taking a deep breath, he said, This round you just got lucky. I don't believe you can keep being this lucky. In Sam's view, Qin Feng must have just stumbled upon a dead mouse. Not just him, but the other gamblers around had the same thought. Oh, really? Qin Feng shrugged and smiled playfully. That might disappoint you. All right, it's your turn to speak. It's just losing 1 billion, right? Sam's mouth twitched slightly as he forced himself to stay calm. I'm betting another billion now. Do you dare to match it? After saying that, he threw out another billion from his chips. Chapter 211. Is there really such a good thing in this world? Not just Sam thinking this. The other gamblers around weren't feeling much better. To be honest, if they weren't worried about Qin Feng's identity at that moment, they would have loved to slap him twice. If 8 billion could only be considered a trivial amount, then what should their wealth be called? Of course, no matter what they thought, Qin Feng didn't care. After hearing Sam's words, he smiled and said, Oh, really? Since that's the case, then you should bet. I'll bet if I want to. Sam snorted coldly, turned to Kevin, and said, Go, bring me 10 billion chips. At this moment, Sam was in a situation where he couldn't back down. He could only hope the casino would give him some more chips. However, as the casino manager, Kevin dared not make that decision. With a sad face, he weakly said to Sam, Mr. Sam, please don't make it difficult for me. If my boss finds out, how will I survive? You mean you don't want to lend me? Sam looked at Kevin with a gloomy expression. All right. Is it interesting to make it difficult for him? Chapter 212. What? You want to bet this island with me? Are you serious? Sam looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. He never expected that Qin Feng would actually be willing to put out a black card as a bet. Of course, Qin Feng shrugged and said casually, It's just a black card, nothing serious. Oh my God. I mean, big brother, can't you be a little more low-key? Everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts upon hearing Qin Feng's words. At this moment, Sam was already overjoyed. Such good fortune for him felt like a pie falling from the sky. He wouldn't waste any more time, seemingly afraid that Qin Feng would back out. He hurriedly said to Qin Feng, All right, I bet with you. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Feng to respond, he reached out to grab a card from the poker on the table. This time, the bet was somewhat special, and Sam hesitated for 4 or 5 seconds before finally managing to pull out a card. He flipped it over, revealing the card to everyone. Wow, Mr. Sam is impressive. He actually drew the club J. Doesn't that mean he won for sure? Yes. Unless it's a K, no card can beat him. Chapter 213. Sorry, but I won. Qin Feng smiled lightly, reaching out to take all the chips in front of him. Seeing this, Sam felt like he could die, to know he had just lost a total of 18 billion. Now Sam not only lost all his savings over the years, but also the 10 billion transferred to him by Yamamoto Jiro. If Yamamoto Jiro found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. You little brat, just as he was about to say something, Qin, who was standing behind Qin Feng, excitedly interjected. My goodness, brother, you are amazing. Yes, winning so much money in one hand is incredible. On the side, Lu Rubing also had an excited expression. It was clear that both of them were genuinely happy for Qin Feng. In their eyes, this was obviously like picking up money for free. To be honest, they didn't expect that Qin Feng would actually win money. Ahem. After hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but cough twice. He shrugged his shoulders, appearing very calm, saying it's fine, just over 10 billion won, nothing much. Chapter 214. Listen to him, give him the phone. Your brother-in-law? Qin Feng curled his lip with a disdainful expression. After a while, he disdainfully said, Just a mere island lord. Do you think I still need him to back me up? When Sam heard Qin Feng's words, he couldn't help but feel speechless. In his view, Qin Feng was simply being stubborn. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Feng continued, All right, are you going to gamble or not? If not, hurry up and leave. Gamble? What could Sam, in his current state, use to gamble? He had just lost all his savings. He was practically a broke man. However, he didn't want to just let it go. Gritting his teeth, he replied to Qin Feng. Gamble? Who said I'm not going to gamble? How about this? I'll bet my life against yours. Do you dare? In Sam's view, Qin Feng had just been lucky to win against him. He didn't believe Qin Feng's luck could last forever. Bet my life? Qin Feng sneered and said, With your worthless life, I'm not interested. If you can convince little Yamamoto to bet this island, then maybe I'll consider it. Chapter 215. It seems he's still too young. Oh, really? Qin Feng shrugged and smiled lightly. Then you'd better watch closely. After speaking, he added, By the way, if you lose again, don't come to me saying do over. If that's the case, I'm not interested in gambling with you. Sam couldn't help but snort coldly, looking very awkward. What does it mean to be slapped in the face? This is what it means. And just then, Kevin finally came over with a large tray of chips. All right, Let us talk. How are we going to gamble this time? It wouldn't be poker again, would it? Qin Feng asked Sam with curiosity. Poker? Forget it. How about we gamble on dice instead? Gambling on dice? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he had only seen dice on TV. As for reality, he had never encountered them. Even so, Qin Feng wasn't going to back down. After all, he was a man with X-ray vision. Want to make him lose? Haha, that just means Sam was overthinking it. All right, let us gamble on dice. Chapter 216. All right, you guess. What? You actually guessed 13 points? Sam frowned at Qin Feng's words. After pondering for a moment, he said somewhat discontentedly, You little brat. That's too much of a shortcut, isn't it? Shortcut? Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said, You say your thing, I say mine. How is that a shortcut? Don't forget, we're guessing the points. Sam narrowed his eyes and coldly said, Now I guess 12 points and you guess 13. Isn't that a shortcut? I can't believe it. Mister. Sam seems to have a point. Everyone present nodded in agreement. In their view, Qin Feng indeed seemed to be taking a shortcut. Ha! Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled lightly. Shrugging, he said, So what do you mean? Very simple. You can only guess a number that is too higher or too lower than mine, otherwise. You're taking a shortcut. Why should I? Just because you look uglier than me? Sam was nearly infuriated to death by Qin Feng's words. Taking a deep breath, he said with a dark expression, No matter what you say, you can't guess 13. Chapter 217. Do you think he feels bad? What the hell? Is this for real? Can be done like this? I can't believe it. Sam is too ridiculous, right? Still covering his hand? Yeah, it's already hard to guess. And now he's covering it. If someone guesses right, they'd be a god. Everyone couldn't help but whisper and complain after seeing Sam's antics. In their view, Sam was being rather shameless. Hey, is this interesting? Qin Yu, standing behind Qin Feng, frowned and said to Sam, Yeah, you're clearly not letting our master guess. Lu Rubing immediately echoed. They didn't know that Qin Feng had X-ray vision. To them, Sam was clearly bullying Qin Feng. Ha! Sam, upon hearing this, smiled playfully and said, Do you think it makes a difference whether I cover it or not? Then don't cover it. Exactly, since you say it makes no difference. Why are you covering it? Qin Yu and Lu Rubing were even more outraged after hearing Sam's words, just as they were about to speak up and say something to Sam. Chapter 218. I say, Big brother, you're too malicious. Shake it again. I can't guess like this, Sam said, taking a deep breath, his face looking bad. He wasn't stupid. He could tell that Qin Feng was clearly messing with him. Shake again? Qin Feng chuckled and said, As far as I know, there are no rules about how many times to shake the dice, right? If you really don't want to guess, then let's just forget it. Saying this, Qin Feng stood up from his seat. Upon seeing this, Sam was startled. If he let Qin Feng leave like this, wouldn't the money he lost earlier be for nothing? Not daring to waste any more time, he quickly called out to Qin Feng, Wait, I will guess. In his view, the only thing he could do now was to gamble. After all, it was a gamble of luck, and he didn't believe his luck would be worse than Qin Feng's. Really? Qin Feng asked, sitting back down, looking at the conflicted Sam. He smiled, then hurry up and guess. Sam hesitated for a moment and then said uncertainly, I guess it's 3, 5, 6, a total of 14 points. It was clear that Sam was quite reluctant when he stated this number. Chapter 219, What a Broken Watch. I'm not interested. All right, hurry up and drag this guy away. Qin Feng smirked and said to Kevin. Kevin hesitated for a moment and said with a frown, Mr. Qin, should I notify Mr. Yamamoto? In Kevin's opinion, Sam fainting wasn't a big deal. However, Qin Feng had just won tens of billions from Sam, so he felt it was necessary to report to Yamamoto Taro. Why notify him? Qin Feng shrugged and casually replied, to send him back. Well, okay. Although Kevin was the manager of the casino and had quite a few henchmen, both Yamamoto Taro and Qin Feng were not people he could afford to offend. Since Qin Feng said so, he could only reluctantly agree. Just as he was about to have someone help Sam up, unexpectedly, Sam woke up immediately. What are you doing? Let go of me. Sam's face was slightly pale as he shouted at the two who were lifting him. After shouting, he immediately looked at Qin Feng. You little brat. I suspect you cheated just now. You better return all the money I lost, or else. Chapter 220. Make him kneel and call Qin Feng grandpa 100 times. So impressive? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. Without any hesitation, he rolled up the sleeve of his wrist. Imitating Sam's earlier behavior, he casually waved the Patek Philippe Henry Graves platinum astronomical wristwatch in front of Sam and the others. Do you think your watch can compare to mine? To be honest, Qin Feng didn't intend to show off in front of him, but since Sam wanted to show off, he could only reluctantly slap him in the face. My God, what kind of watch is this? Why does it feel so dazzling? Yeah. My eyes feel like they can barely open. Did you all notice Mr. Qin's watch seems to have blood diamonds inside, and they're quite large. Oh my goodness. I think I remember what watch this is. What watch? Is it that impressive? Of course it's impressive. Mr. Sam's watch pales in comparison to this one. No way. That's too exaggerated. Mr. Sam's watch is worth 30 million Louis Moinet Meteor's gold watch. Alright. Chapter 2:21 Stop flattering me. After saying this, Qin Feng casually handed Kevin 2 black cards. Just as Kevin took the black cards, Qin Feng didn't forget to add, when you transfer the money later, remember to distribute it evenly. It should be noted that these 2 black cards were specially prepared by Qin Feng for his 2 sisters, Qin Yu and Qin Yao. Although Qin Yu was his biological sister, Qin Feng still thought it was better to distribute evenly. Okay, Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. Kevin didn't dare to waste any time and immediately arranged according to Qin Feng's instructions. In no time, Kevin returned the 2 black cards to Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all and directly handed 1 card to each of the 2 sisters, Qin Yu and Qin Yao, in front of everyone present. Thank you, brother. Thank you, master. After receiving the cards, the 2 sisters hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Qin Feng. Wow, Mr. Qin is too generous. Yeah, that's a black card, okay? He just gave it away so casually. You guys don't understand. This is what a true wealthy person looks like. A black card means nothing to Mr. Qin. So envious. I really envy them. If only I had such a wealthy boyfriend. Chapter 2:22 Mr. Qin. This might be a bit difficult. Little sister, don't you want a cue? How about this? I'll take you inside. What do you think? A tall, dark-skinned African man confidently smiled and approached Shenming Yao. Not just Shenming Yao, but the other girls were also surrounded by 2 or 3 muscular men. The looks in those men's eyes seemed as if they wanted to devour Shenming Yao and the others alive. As for Qin Feng, who was standing aside, he was completely ignored by this group of men. In their eyes, Qin Feng was just a young brat, not worth paying attention to. Sorry, I don't think so. Shenming Yao frowned and said with a look of disdain. The other girls naturally didn't give these guys any good looks. Hey, I'm saying, little sister, can't you recognize a good thing when you see one? Do you really want to keep queuing? Surprisingly, after being rejected by Shenming Yao, the African man didn't get angry at all. Whether I queue or not is none of your business. You black eyes should just go back where you came from. Shenming Yao didn't have time to waste on him and coldly replied. Chapter 2:23 How will Blade torture Qin Feng? What? You guys are leaving? Yamamoto Taro, who was feeling quite pleased, was suddenly shocked when he heard Qin Feng's words. If Qin Feng really left, how would he carry out his next plan? Thinking of this, he quickly spoke into the phone. Mr. Qin, don't worry, I'll... However, before Yamamoto Taro could finish his words, Qin Feng hung up on him. Brother, what happened? Did you handle it? Seeing Qin Feng hang up the phone, Qin Yu couldn't help but ask quietly. The other girls also looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled slightly and confidently said, Almost there. Almost there. What does that mean? Just as the girls were puzzled, Qin Feng's phone rang at that moment. However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Feng didn't even look at it and directly hung up. The girls were all confused, unable to understand what Qin Feng was up to. Just then, Qin Feng's phone rang again. Originally, the girls thought Qin Feng would continue to hang up, but to their surprise, Qin Feng calmly answered the call. Chapter 2:24 This is too cowardly. You're Mr. Qin? Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, Blade and the others immediately looked over. They frowned slightly, their eyes filled with doubt. This is quite normal. After all, Qin Feng looked too young. That's right, it's me. Facing the doubts from Blade and others, Qin Feng appeared quite calm. So what if he killed many? In front of him, they were still just kids. Upon confirming Qin Feng's identity, Blade didn't dare waste any time. He stepped forward and politely said to Qin Feng, Hello, Mr. Qin, I am under Mr. Yamamoto. You can call me Blade. Blade? Qin Feng sneered and did not shake his hand. Instead, he mocked in English. You have quite a powerful name. However, a proper Huaxiao person being a dog for a Fusang person, isn't that a bit too humiliating for that name? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What did he just say? He actually dared to say that Blade was Mr. Yamamoto's dog? Oh my God, does he want to die? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone nearly popped their eyes out. They never expected that Qin Feng was not trying to climb the social ladder at all. Chapter 2:25 Why do you want to kill me? Moments later, a scream from Qin Yu echoed through the sliding tube. From that earth-shattering sound, it seemed the girl was quite scared. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He turned his head to say something to Zhao Shuer, but at that moment, Zhao Shuer preemptively said, "Brother Feng, why don't we go together?" It was evident that Zhao Shuer was quite frightened when she said this. All right then. Seeing this, Qin Feng nodded. According to the staff's arrangement, the two soon stood before the tube. As soon as they hugged tightly, the staff pushed them out. Fortunately, the angle of the tube wasn't too steep, and the sliding speed was relatively slow. However, Qin Feng found it a bit speechless that Zhao Shuer, who he was holding, immediately started screaming as soon as they entered the tube. Moments later, they landed directly in the pool below. The water wasn't too deep, at most reaching their abdomen. Perhaps considering the safety of the tourists, a staff member was specifically arranged in the pool. As soon as Qin Feng and Zhao Shuer hit the water, that staff member immediately approached them. Just as Qin Feng thought that the staff member would reach out to help them, he didn't expect that a glint of cold light suddenly flashed in the staff member's hand. Not good, Qin Feng thought to himself, quickly pulling Zhao Shuer beside him. Then he lifted a foot and kicked straight at the staff member's elbow. Although the resistance in the water was significant, the force of Qin Feng's kick did not diminish at all. If this kick hit, the staff member's elbow would definitely be shattered on the spot. However, just at this critical moment, the staff member barely dodged and managed to avoid the kick. To be honest, this was something Qin Feng had not anticipated. After all, with his small master realm, there were hardly any people who could dodge his attacks. It was certain that this person was definitely a master. Just as Qin Feng was slightly surprised, the staff member waved the dagger and lunged at him again. What the hell? You're not done yet, are you? Qin Feng cursed angrily, no longer polite. He reached out, preparing to grab the dagger that was thrusting toward him. However, what Qin Feng did not expect was that before his hand could grab it, the person attempted to dodge again. Being able to dodge once was one thing. Now, wanted to do it a second time? How could Qin Feng let him succeed? Without any pause, Qin Feng followed the direction the person dodged and reached out. However, the result was that he grabbed nothing but air. Moreover, Qin Feng also noticed that even though the staff member used a hat to cover their face, "You go up first," Qin Feng said sternly to Zhao Shuer and the others. Zhao Shuer hesitated for a moment, but she still obediently climbed up to the shore as Qin Feng instructed. "Now tell me, who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" Seeing Zhao Shuer standing next to Qin Feng finally asked the woman in front of him. However, the woman did not answer his question. Instead, she swung the dagger in her hand and stabbed directly at Qin Feng's arm. As a small master, how could Qin Feng be easily hit by her? Before her dagger could descend, Qin Feng sidestepped and dodged directly. In other words, she stabbed into nothingness. At that moment, Qin Feng seized her by the throat. Chapter 226, What can you do? Let go of me. The person struggled while shouting. Even though Qin Feng had a grip on her throat, her voice remained loud. "If I don't let go, what can you do?" Qin Feng replied casually, rolling his eyes. "Fine, just wait." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the person no longer held back. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she began to shout loudly, "Help! There's a pervert here." As soon as she finished speaking, her hat fell off. Immediately, a large crowd of onlookers gathered around. In no time, the area around the pool was filled with people watching the commotion. What the hell is that guy doing? How outrageous. There really are all kinds of people. He is actually choking a girl. Yeah, he looks so handsome. But who knew he would be this kind of person? Once the onlookers saw what was happening, they immediately began to criticize Qin Feng. To them, Qin Feng's behavior was simply too bullying. "You bastard, you forced me to do this. Do you still dare not to let go now?" Chapter 227. Is this kid too much? All right, I'll count to 3, and we'll both let go, Qin Feng said, and immediately began counting. 1, 2, 3. Just as Qin Feng counted to 3, both of them released their hands. Bastard. However, just as Qin Feng let go, the woman angrily slapped him. Damn it, is this never-ending? Feeling the gust of wind coming from the slap, Qin Feng couldn't care less about the pain of being choked. Cursing inwardly, he instinctively bent backward to dodge. The woman saw Qin Feng dodge and did not hesitate for a moment. She immediately lifted a leg and kicked down towards Qin Feng's waist. If he got hit, he would probably spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. At that critical moment, Qin Feng rolled to the side, causing the woman to kick into thin air. You think you can show off? After dodging the kick, Qin Feng was instantly on the verge of rage. Before the woman could react, he slapped her directly. Although the woman's level was not low, it was still inferior to Qin Feng's. Faced with Qin Feng's slap as swift as the wind, she had no chance to dodge. Chapter 228. Are you trying to drive us all away? Not only did they find it unbelievable, but the onlookers on the shore felt the same way. To all of them, Qin Feng's current situation was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, there were several muscular men on the opposite side. And Qin Feng? He was all alone. Now he still dared to be so arrogant. How could they not be shocked? You little brat, you were looking for death. The few who came to their senses could no longer hold back their anger. They cursed and rushed towards Qin Feng with their fists raised. This kid is just too arrogant. It seems he's bound to get beaten today. Yes, I really think he doesn't know the heavens from the earth. He clearly wants to show off in front of the beauties, yet he's so clueless. I think he deserves it. If I weren't older, I would have gone down to teach him a lesson. You're right. What I despise the most are men who hit women. The onlookers on the shore looked at Qin Feng with pity. In their eyes, someone as clueless as Qin Feng needed to be taught a good lesson. Chapter 229. Do you want to kill the chicken to scare the monkey? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Knife Edge's face immediately darkened. It was known that he was the first person other than Yamamoto Jiro to dare to give him such orders. In that moment, he felt a strong impulse to kill Qin Feng. But when he thought of Yamamoto Jiro's instructions, he ultimately forced himself to suppress that emotion. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, they all have tickets, so what? However, before Knife Edge could finish, Qin Feng interrupted him directly. If you can't handle such a small matter, it seems I'll have to call little Yamamoto directly. As he spoke, he turned to Zhao Schwerer beside him. Schwerer, go get my phone. Okay. Zhao Schwerer nodded and prepared to head to the changing room. Wait. Seeing this, Knife Edge dared not talk too much and immediately blocked Zhao Schwerer's path. What? Do you have something to say? Qin Feng shrugged casually. Mr. Qin, there's no need to trouble Mr. Yamamoto with this matter. Chapter 230. Who sent you to assassinate us? Qin Feng cast a disdainful glance at Knife Edge and his companions, who were somewhat displeased, and after they left in a huff, he carried the beautiful woman who had attempted to assassinate him to the changing room by the swimming pool. From their previous encounter, it was evident that this beautiful assassin was also quite skilled. She had managed to exchange a few moves with Qin Feng. Although she had now been beaten into a pulp, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't let her off so easily. He needed to find out her background. Otherwise, Qin Feng and his group would always be ambushed by them. Seeing that she remained unconscious, Qin Feng said to Zhao Schwerer, go get a basin of cold water. Zhao Schwerer understood that Qin Feng intended to interrogate her and immediately went out to fetch a basin of cold water. As Zhao Schwerer left the changing room, she saw the crowd that had been shot by Knife Edge floating in blood. She couldn't help but feel a shock at Knife Edge's brutality. When Qin Feng saw Zhao Schwerer bring in the water, he splashed it directly on the beautiful assassin. Due to the coldness of the water, the woman immediately shivered all over. Upon realizing that she had been tied up by Qin Feng, she immediately tried to break free. Chapter 231. Who is this woman? She can even be supported by the master? The results were obvious. With Qin Feng's ability to intimidate, how could he possibly let her go without thoroughly scaring her? When Zhao Schwerer and the other two saw Qin Feng come out, they immediately rushed over. Brother Feng, how was it? Did you get anything out of her? Yeah, I got something. Qin Feng nodded and said to the beautiful woman, why don't you tell them as well? Upon hearing this, the woman hesitated a bit. What's this and that? Just hurry up and say it. Seeing her hesitation, Qin Feng said impatiently, all right, Fine. The woman shivered as she spoke. My name is Li Ji, and I am the leader of the Blue Enchantress Assassin Organization. I came here today to avenge my sister, Lisa. Qin Yu was shocked to hear that this assassin was here to avenge her sister. How did my brother offend your sister that you came all the way here to kill him? Coming to her senses, Qin Yu angrily questioned. Meanwhile, the very clever Zhao Schwerer immediately remembered the female assassin that Wang Yilin had sent before, Lisa. That Lisa had also mentioned that she was part of the Blue Enchantress Assassin Organization. Chapter 232. So I came a step late. Watching the beautiful waitresses in maid outfits bustling in with the luxurious dining carts to their presidential suite. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous about the attentive service of this six-star hotel. At that moment, when a maid saw that there were so many beautiful women in the room, they were also taken aback. Once they recovered, they all bowed in unison to Qin Feng and the others, saying, we are very pleased to serve you all. Su Moyu and the others couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Come on, it's just a meal. Why make it so grand? Just then, Qin Feng casually waved his hand. All right. Let's get started. We're hungry. The maids originally wanted to showcase their even more attentive service, but upon hearing that Qin Feng said they were hungry, they immediately began to unveil the top dishes from the luxurious dining carts. This is the big belly bluefin tuna from the Atlantic Ocean, cooked using low-temperature techniques to enhance its smooth and delicate texture. And this is the exquisite lobster from the nearby Tianzi Sea, locally sourced, extremely fresh. Chapter 233. That wasn't a thief. Yesterday, he came to assassinate me. Just like that, Qin Feng and that person were at a standstill for about 4 or 5 seconds. Seeing that the shadow didn't dare to make a move, he said in a low but very authoritative tone, "Why aren't you making a move? Can you do it or not? If not, just roll back and drink milk. Don't come out here wasting feelings." Upon hearing this, the shadow was completely at a loss. Wow, this Qin is too arrogant, right? Encountering an assassin and still asking the assassin to hurry up and act? The shadow was obviously not a pushover either. Being humiliated by the person he was supposed to kill immediately ignited his anger. The curved knife in his hand suddenly lunged towards Qin Feng with a very strange motion. When Qin Feng sensed that the assassin could no longer hold back, he slightly furrowed his brows. He then suddenly threw off the quilt and, using 2 fingers, accurately pinched the curved knife that was stabbed down. The force that the assassin used to stab at Qin Feng was almost his full strength. This task was extremely important to him, so he had to go all out. Otherwise, failure meant death. However, despite using all his strength for this stab, he still felt the curved knife encounter a powerful resistance. Chapter 234. Master, are you hurt? When the girls heard Qin Feng say that the masked man actually came to assassinate him, they immediately panicked. Qin ran over and asked in surprise, "Brother, are you serious? Did that masked man come to our room yesterday?" Shen Mingyao also looked at Qin Feng with a confused expression. "God, Master, how come I didn't hear anything at all? Why didn't you call us? We would have definitely turned him into meat paste. Master, are you hurt?" The other girls looked at Qin Feng with tense expressions. Hearing the girls' concern for him warmed Qin Feng's heart. He smirked and confidently said, "How could I be hurt? That person was too weak. He was no match for me. Simply not worth mentioning. But I want to say, you all must be careful these days. And make sure to lock the doors at night, because there might be some danger. After all, this is an ungoverned island." After hearing this, the girls understood Qin Feng's intentions. Just after Qin Feng and the others had a luxurious breakfast, the hotel room's phone suddenly rang. Soon Wei went to the phone. Chapter 235. Gambler or Gambler. When Qin Feng saw Yamamoto coming over, he also got out of the car with the girls. Yamamoto Jiro took a puff of his cigar and walked over with a fake smile. After exhaling a smoke ring, he shook hands with Qin Feng and said, "Mr. Qin, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Ha! I was worried you might have something today and couldn't make it." At this time, Qin Feng only looked up at the insincere Yamamoto and had no intention of shaking his hand. He simply ran his fingers through his stylish hair and teased Yamamoto. "Little Yamamoto, didn't you say you wanted me to come and have some fun? Why did you bring so many subordinates? Are you afraid I might lose money and run away?" Qin Feng glanced at the more than 30 people standing behind Yamamoto, all dressed in black suits and looking very fierce. What caught Qin Feng's attention for a moment was a middle-aged man in a white suit. The man had a serious expression and wore brown-tinted glasses, and he was also staring at Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought to himself, this person might be the formidable character Yamamoto mentioned on the phone earlier. When Yamamoto Jiro saw that Qin Feng didn't want to shake hands with him, he felt greatly insulted. Chapter 236. Just play I Don't Lack Money. Just as Qin Feng and Zhao Shuier were enjoying the seaside view on the deck of the cruise ship, a group of people suddenly approached from behind. Qin Feng had already sensed their arrival, so he turned his head and took a quick look. The newcomers were Yamamoto Jiro and Sam. Yamamoto Jiro narrowed his eyes and said with a smug smile, "How does it feel? Mr. Qin, this cruise ship is not bad, right? This ship can bring me 2 billion in revenue a year." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. 2 billion a year is indeed decent for an ordinary person. But for him, Qin Feng, it was not even enough to fill a gap in his teeth. Qin Feng curled his lips in disdain and looked at Yamamoto Jiro, saying, "Little Yamamoto, I see you have only this little skill. You're really a country bumpkin. Never seen money." At that moment, the onlookers on the deck, upon hearing Qin Feng call Yamamoto Jiro a country bumpkin who had never seen money, were all shocked. Wow, Indeed, this Qin big shot is different when he speaks. He actually said that Mr. Yamamoto is a country bumpkin who has never seen money. Chapter 237. Since that's the case, let's start. Seeing that Qin Feng no longer asked people to take their seats, Sam decided not to waste any more time. With a slight smile, he said to Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, let's play Texas Hold'em today. What does that sound?" "Texas Hold'em?" Qin Feng replied calmly, "It's up to you. I won't lose anyway." Upon hearing this, the corners of Yamamoto Jiro and the others' mouths twitched uncontrollably. Wow, this kid is too arrogant, right? Thinking of this, Yamamoto Jiro immediately waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "Bring the chips." As soon as he finished speaking, several men in black immediately walked over with trays. They prepared 20 billion in chips for each of the 5 people at the table. There were chips worth 5 million each, 10 million each, and even 1 billion each. After the subordinates set all the chips, Qin Feng casually tossed a black card to one of them. The man quickly understood and took out the POS machine to enter the amount. However, he was very cautious while pressing the numbers. After confirming it a dozen times, he finally dared to press the final confirmation button. Chapter 238. Disappointed. This is really disappointing. When Yamamoto Jiro and the others heard that Qin Feng finally stopped asking for a card change, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They all sat down again, and after the beautiful dealer Lena took out a new deck of cards, they let her prepare to deal. Lena was a very professional dealer. So at the beginning of the game, she simply introduced the rules of Texas Hold'em. After removing the jokers, there were 52 cards left in a deck. Each player can have 2 whole cards, and then 5 community cards will be dealt on the table. After the first 3 community cards are dealt, players can choose to bet or fold. After that, 1 community card is dealt in each subsequent round. All players combine their 2 whole cards with the community cards to form the best hand, with the highest hand winning. The strongest hand is a straight flush, followed by 4 of a kind like 4 aces, then 3 of a kind flush straight, and so on. After listening to the professional introduction from dealer Lena, Lu Rubing seemed to understand a bit. She looked at Qin Feng and confidently said, "Master, it turns out Texas Hold'em is so simple. I've learned it already." Qin Feng nodded at her and said, "That's right, just follow my lead later." Chapter 239. Not even as good as a woman? Just as Yamamoto Jiro was about to fold, he saw Lu Rubing follow suit, which left him momentarily stunned. The onlookers were also shocked by this action. What the hell? This beauty beside the big boss is so bold too? Damn, this beauty has some guts. No wonder she can stay by this boss Qin's side. I wonder if this stunning beauty needs a loyal follower. I want to be her loyal follower and shine her shoes. At this time, seeing Yamamoto's intention to fold, Qin Feng put down his ice cream and said with disdain, "Hey Yamamoto, that's not interesting. You don't even have the guts of a woman?" Yamamoto was about to fold, but upon hearing Qin Feng's mockery, the flesh on his face instantly began to tremble. He gritted his teeth, glanced at the gambling king next to him, and only saw a look that said, "Do as you wish." Furious, Yamamoto Jiro could not tolerate someone publicly saying he was even less than a woman. How could he continue to be the island master of Tianzi Island after that? Chapter 240. Could this be the true skill of the world gambling king? Qin Feng looked at their astonished expressions, but his own remained unchanged. He curled his lips and said to the beautiful dealer, "Since Mr. Yamamoto has gone all in, let's deal the remaining 2 community cards." After receiving Yamamoto Jiro's consent, Lena finally dared to deal. She first dealt a diamond king, followed by club queen. Watching Lena deal the cards felt like a sentencing to Yamamoto Jiro. With each card she revealed, his heart trembled violently. When he saw the diamond king and club queen, he was left dumbfounded because his whole cards combined with the community cards only made a pair of aces, not even 2 pairs. Seeing the last community card was a club queen, a faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. Because now, Qin Feng had a straight. This meant he had the highest hand among all players. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. "Since everyone is having so much fun today, I'll raise another 10 billion. After saying that, he casually pulled out a black card and tossed it into the center of the table. Chapter 241. Don't celebrate too early. The gambling king, after playing that card, immediately showed a very proud expression. He suddenly transformed from a stiff state, stood up, and shouted at Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, since you're so confident, please reveal your cards. Let everyone see." Upon seeing the gambling king's ecstatic reaction, Yamamoto Jiro immediately realized that the gambling king had already secured the win. He also jumped up and shouted like a madman, Mr. Qin, show your cards. Let everyone see who will be the one in a desperate situation. The onlookers, seeing Yamamoto Jiro's excitement, all realized he probably had the win in the bag. What the hell? What is going on? That cowardly Yamamoto has become so excited? He must have guessed Mr. Qin's cards and feels he has won. Look at Mr. Qin. He seems to not take them seriously at all. At this moment, Qin Feng was also startled by their frenzied state. Wow, even cheating can be so arrogant. Before Qin Feng could think further, Yamamoto Jiro immediately flipped his whole cards over. Chapter 242. A two-legged dog has no right to bargain with me. Yamamoto subordinates, seeing their boss was about to faint from anger, quickly rushed to support him. Quick, call an ambulance. Get a doctor. Watching as Yamamoto Jiro completely lost, the women behind Qin Feng immediately jumped up in joy. They all ran over to hug Qin Feng and kiss him on the face. Seeing the chaos on the opposite side, Qin Feng immediately shouted at Yamamoto's subordinates, "Since you have lost, then hand over all these chips to me." He waved his hand at Lu Rubing, Zhao Shui'er, and others. Lu Rubing immediately understood and gathered the hundreds of billions of chips from the table to her side. Just as Qin Feng was about to collect the money and leave, Sam, who had folded earlier, suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." Qin Feng and the others were taken aback. Seeing it was the sycophant Sam, they completely ignored him. Lu Rubing just focused on returning the black card to Qin Feng. But Sam rushed over with a few people and shouted, "Mr. Qin, did I say you could leave? The game isn't over yet." Chapter 243. Returning to Deep City. Continuing the battle in the city at this moment, the onlookers, seeing the scene descend into chaos, immediately hid back in their rooms. The ship they were on had already left Tianzi Island. However, since the sun had not yet set, they hadn't gone far. So Qin Feng immediately led the women to the control room. Upon seeing Qin Feng and the others approach, the captain quickly stepped aside. "Please don't kill me. Big brother, I'm just a worker. I'm just working for the island master." Qin Feng merely glanced at him and said, "Turn around quickly. Take us to the port of the harmony of the ocean." Upon hearing this, the captain didn't dare to delay for a moment. He immediately took the helm and directed the cruise ship toward the port of Qin Feng's harmony of the ocean. In less than an hour, the cruise ship arrived at the port where Qin Feng had come earlier. The onlookers on the ship immediately began to complain. "What the hell? Wasn't it supposed to be a 7-day journey? Why are we back in just a few hours? Damn, you should take a look at what happened. That island master Yamamoto is about to die." Chapter 244. As a worker, it's really hard for me. The next morning, Qin Feng and the others arrived at the Yintian Wharf in Deep City. As soon as they got into the Lamborghini Veneno, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. It turned out to be members of the 8 major families. Upon learning that Qin Feng was returning to Yintian Harbor today, they had brought a large group of people to settle scores with him. Last time, without saying a word, Qin Feng sank their small cruise ship. That day, they nearly faced total destruction, and fortunately, rescue personnel arrived quickly. Naturally, the young members of the 8 major families remembered this grudge after being rescued. It seemed they were well prepared today. When young Master Lin saw Qin Feng and the girls getting off the ship, he immediately signaled his subordinates to come over. Qin Feng understood immediately that these people were looking for trouble. However, he didn't take them seriously at all. With a slight smirk, he said to the girls, "Those rabid dogs are back. Let's not get entangled with them. Just drive straight through." Indeed, Qin Feng would never consider these insignificant people. At that moment, he felt some anger towards the 8 major families. They actually keep bothering me, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 245. Unexpectedly suffering such a cruel blow at that moment. When a green light turned on, Qin Feng immediately stepped on the gas. Just as he rushed out, a small Porsche beside him suddenly accelerated sharply and overtook him. After passing Qin Feng, the Porsche driver honked several times, as if to say, "Want to compete?" Seeing this, Qin Feng merely curved his lips. "A broken Porsche wants to overtake me?" Without thinking much, he floored the accelerator. In less than 3 seconds, a deafening roar echoed through the entire street. The Lamborghini Veneno that Qin Feng was driving immediately left that small Porsche far behind. The Porsche owner, seeing himself being left behind in less than 3 seconds, pounded the steering wheel in anger and muttered, "Damn it, what's so great about driving a Lamborghini? One day, I'll be even better than you." At this time, he could only vaguely see the impressive flames shooting out from the exhaust pipe of Qin Feng's car. Upon arriving at Building 95 of Huaihai Courtyard, the girls got out of the car, looking somewhat tired. After a few days of bumping around on the cruise ship, they were indeed quite exhausted. Chapter 246. I need to talk to you after seeing Yuan Yunyun and Yang Meyer's fans arguing. Su Moyu's face showed a hint of worry. She was concerned that the fans of the two would escalate the situation. If it got out of hand, it would definitely involve Qin Feng and the others. So, without thinking much, Su Moyu decided to inform Qin Feng about this matter. She said to Qin Feng, "Master, I need to talk to you." At this moment, when Qin Feng heard someone calling him, he turned to look at Su Moyu, asking, "What's the matter?" "Master, there are people outside the community looking for trouble. I think we should deal with it." Su Moyu deeply. Qin Feng looked at Su Moyu with some confusion and asked, "What kind of people? How dare they cause trouble at Huaihai Courtyard?" "Master, it's like this. Didn't we run into a female celebrity at the wharf earlier? After we bumped her into the sea, she posted a Weibo saying she almost got harmed. Her fans were quite unhappy. And now the group outside seems to be Yang Meyer's fans, saying they want to take revenge on you." "Yang Meyer? So it's that little brat?" Upon hearing Su Moyu's words, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. Chapter 247. Bot. Isn't it just 80 billion? Qin Feng was enjoying the drama of the fan confrontation when he clicked into the Weibo profile of Yuan Yunyun. He discovered that she was actually a top-tier female star in the country. After reading a few of her posts, he realized she wasn't just a pretty face like Yang Meyer. Most of her posts were about work and learning. Therefore, Qin Feng couldn't help but look at this top-tier female star with new respect. In his impression, those celebrities were all flashy. But Yuan Yunyun suddenly gave off a sense of approachability. Qin Feng felt that such a star would definitely become very popular in the entertainment industry. Seeing this, Qin Feng already had a general understanding of the situation, so he stopped watching the fans argue on Weibo. At this time, since everyone had already eaten breakfast, the girls were sitting on the sofa in the hall, feeling quite bored. Qin Yu suddenly suggested, "Brother, how about we play a game?" Qin Feng, having had his fill, got up from the dining table and patted Qin Yu's little head, saying, "Do I look like someone who has so much free time?" Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and said, "Hee, brother, do you have anything else to do?" Chapter 248. You need to talk to me? I wonder what kind of powerful entity the Qin Film and Entertainment Group is, that it could acquire a cultural media company that has been established for over 30 years overnight. My goodness, the entire entertainment industry is going to be reshuffled. Impressive, really impressive. A once-in-a-century event. While netizens were hotly discussing this, Yang Meyer was lying in a hospital bed, still wanting to post something on Weibo to gain sympathy from her brainless fans. After a few days of operation, her Weibo was almost filled with topics about her. So, she was already feeling on top of the world, just as she was thinking about how to gain sympathy and was about to open Weibo to post. The scene in front of her almost made her faint, because right now, the trending topics on Weibo were all about the acquisition of the cultural media company, and the big stars on Weibo were all panicking because of this acquisition. Especially the stars under the cultural media company. Why were those old men selling the company when it was doing well? I can't understand why the boss of the cultural media company would choose to exit at this time when the film and television industry environment is so good. Chapter 249. President Qin, have you let me go? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Yang Meyer immediately squeezed out a smile like a flower, not daring to waste any time. She hurriedly walked up to Qin Feng. With a flattering smile, she said to Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, I finally get to meet you. I'm really so happy." Qin Feng was taken aback. What the hell is going on? Wasn't she the one who called someone over to cause trouble just a moment ago? Why is she now acting like a sycophant? Before Qin Feng could react, Yang Meyer immediately put on a playful smile. "Mr. Qin, it's like this. I realized that after you acquired the entertainment media company, you are now my boss. So, this morning, I came to pay my respects to you." It turned out that after being toyed around by capitalists, Yang Meyer had thought things over all night after being rescued yesterday. She figured that since Qin Feng was now her boss, if she continued to confront him, it would only lead to her own suffering. So she decided to back down and submit to Qin Feng. Early this morning, she brought her manager along, intending to apologize to him. As for Qin Feng, he found her sudden flattery quite contemptible. Chapter 250. Isn't this looking down on people? Hearing Yang Meyer say she wanted to let him go, Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This woman is quite cunning. She had just brutally attacked her own subordinates, and a few days ago, she secretly sent fans to block his door. If it weren't for the tight security at Huaihai Courtyard, those brainless fans might have barged into Qin Feng's room and caused a ruckus. They might even have plotted against him, putting his life in danger. If he were to easily let her off now, she would definitely still get involved with those from the 8 major families in the company. And those families were serious about dealing with Qin Feng. Therefore, Qin Feng could not allow her to stay in the company any longer. Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked at Yang Mi'er with disdain and said, letting you go would mean not letting myself go. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yang Mi'er, who had just shown a hint of joy, suddenly turned anxious. Mr. Qin, what do you mean by that? Qin Feng didn't want to waste more words with this woman. He waved his hand and said, there's no need to waste your breath on me. You have until tomorrow to pack your things and get lost. Chapter 251. Is it okay to buy a building for 6 billion? The manager, hearing Qin Feng's ridicule, immediately became furious. What the hell? Is this a place for you to act so arrogantly? With that, he brought a few staff members to try to chase Qin Feng and his companions away. However, Qin Feng was not someone they could intimidate. He took out a black card and, with a contemptuous look, said to the manager, what high-end things do you have in this lousy store? Do you believe I could buy this entire mall? When the lowly staff members saw Qin Feng's black card, their expressions immediately changed. Damn, this person actually has a black card. Could he really be a big shot? What the hell? This era is too crazy. How can a random person have a black card? It's over. We can't afford to mess with a black card big shot. The manager, who had just been arrogant, immediately turned into a sycophant upon seeing Qin Feng's black card, apologizing profusely. Oh my goodness. It turns out you're the big boss. I was blind just now. Damn it. He even pretended to slap his own face a few times. Chapter 252. This little brat can't hurt me at all. The young man was also holding a cup of milk tea. When he turned around and saw Qin Feng, he thought he was just a young guy. He scoffed and showed a disdainful expression, thinking Qin Feng was just trying to show off. He then turned to his ugly girlfriend and said, I thought he was someone important. He even says buying a building for 60 billion is cheap. Simply ridiculous. On Qin Feng's side, Mayu on the phone was clearly very excited, wanting to take credit. Mr. Qin, you didn't hear wrong. That building has indeed been bought by us for 60 billion and has already been renovated, ready for occupancy. Already renovated? Qin Feng, after taking a sip of juice, casually asked, which building did we buy? I'm currently at the mall near the CBD. How about this? I'll go take a look now. Initially, Qin Feng didn't have the intention to go, but when he heard Mayu say it was already renovated, he immediately became interested. Chapter 253. Little Ma, your flattery skills are improving day by day. However, before the person could finish speaking, Lu Rubing stepped directly on his face and coldly said, not hitting your face? Do you think you can still become a star without a beating? The man, being stepped on, immediately started crying, no, beautiful heroine. I still want to find a girlfriend. Lu Rubing wouldn't listen to him anymore and lifted her foot to stomp down again. Seeing this, Qin Feng finally spoke up again. All right, let's call the police. Let him experience whether the law still exists in this world. After hearing this, Lu Rubing stopped her beating and took out her phone to call the police. The police on the other end, upon hearing that someone was robbing in the SKP mall, immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation. Just as Qin Feng and Zhao Shuier arrived at the underground parking lot, the nearby patrolling police had already arrived at the security passage. After Lu Rubing's explanation, the police took the young man away. Qin Feng and the others then headed straight to Soho South District. They saw the most luxurious building at the intersection. Chapter 254. You blind dog eyes, this is our company's first shareholder. Mr. Qin Feng, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Mayu naturally understood his meaning. He nodded heavily. Mr. Qin, don't worry. Even if you want me to go through fire and water, I won't hesitate. While Mayu was speaking, his phone suddenly rang. He politely smiled at Qin Feng and, with Qin Feng's permission, casually answered the phone. Hello, is that so? The stars have arrived, right? Okay, let them all come up. Just a minute after Mayu hung up the phone, more than 10 handsome men and beautiful women walked out from the elevator on the 108th floor. Accompanying them was a new manager from Qin's film and entertainment company. Upon seeing Mayu, the manager immediately became very respectful. When he saw Qin Feng, he hesitated for a moment and looked him over. Upon noticing that Qin Feng was extremely handsome and charming, and that he was surrounded by numerous beautiful women, he couldn't help but think that Qin Feng must also be a celebrity. With that thought, he shot a fierce glare at Qin Feng. Then he turned to Mayu and said, Mr. Ma, I'm sorry, I didn't know this celebrity was coming, so I didn't stop him from bothering you. Chapter 255. Boss, why did you bring me here? I'm not that kind of woman. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yuan Yunyin was not afraid at all. She followed Zhao Shui'er and Shun Mingyao into the elevator. Ma Yu immediately had an idea and didn't dare waste time. He directly escorted Qin Feng and the others to the entrance of the Qin Entertainment Building. Just as Qin Feng was about to get into the car, he respectfully said, "Mr. Qin, I have to attend a banquet tonight, so I can't take you any further. If you have any instructions in the future, just give me a call." He then turned to look at Yuan Yunyin and whispered in Qin Feng's ear with a chuckle, "Mr. Qin, this girl seems quite exciting." After hearing this, Qin Feng merely smiled faintly, too lazy to engage in more small talk with Ma Yu. He waved his hand and got into the Bugatti Veyron. Yuan Yunyin's manager, upon seeing someone come down in the lobby, immediately approached her with curiosity and asked Xiaoyan, "Why did you come down so quickly? Where are the others?" Yuan Yunyin replied calmly, "The others are still up there waiting for arrangements. I'm just here to see how our new boss plans to discuss the company's operation methods." Chapter 256. Come, let me teach you how to play this piece. Qin Yu and Shun Mingyao saw Yuan Yunyin dazed and thought she couldn't play at all. "Hey, little sister, if you can't do it, just come down quickly. Our host still needs to eat. I learned piano before too. And those who can generally play can do it with their eyes closed. So why is it taking so long? Yeah, look, she hasn't moved at all." Before the girls could finish their discussion, Yuan Yunyin reached out and gently touched the piano keys, feeling the warmth of the top-quality piano. Suddenly, a beautifully melodious tune echoed in the spacious lobby. Everyone was taken aback. After a moment, they finally applauded Yuan Yunyin. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, the piece she played was one that no one present had heard before. After finishing, Yuan Yunyin stood up and bowed to express her gratitude for the applause. Then she smiled and said, "This is my soon-to-be-released original song. I hope you all like it." Upon hearing that soft piano piece, Qin Yu was almost moved to tears. Chapter 257. It would be bad if you got lost. "Mr. Qin, I think it's better to forget it. After all, it's our first meeting, and my manager is still waiting for me." After hearing this, Qin Feng shrugged and casually said, "All right, since you say so, I'll have someone take you out. After all, this Huaihai courtyard is quite large. It wouldn't be good if you got lost walking alone." Saying this, Qin Feng immediately went to the dining table and called over a bodyguard from the Heishui group to escort Yuan Yunyin back. At this moment, Zhao Shui'er, hearing Qin Feng's words, felt a bit disappointed. She originally had no talents to showcase in her live stream. And if she could learn something about music from this popular domestic celebrity, she could perform some talents during her live streams in the future. Therefore, she was somewhat reluctant to see Yuan Yunyin leave just like that. "Brother Qin, how about I go talk to her and ask her to stay for dinner?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu and Su Moyu, along with the other girls, had also developed some fondness for the talented Yuan Yunyin. So they chimed in, "Yeah, brother, it's already so late. It's not too late to eat and then leave. We have prepared a sumptuous meal. It would be a waste not to eat. Host, I'll go talk to her. Since she has come, where else can she go?" Saying this, Zhao Shui'er and the others walked over to Yuan Yunyin and said, "Oh, big star, since you're here and it's mealtime, why not sit down and eat with us?" Hearing the girl's persuasion, Yuan Yunyin felt a bit embarrassed. She thought, since everyone was so warmly inviting her, if she hesitated to leave, wouldn't that be disrespectful? With that in mind, Yuan Yunyin awkwardly smiled and said, "All right, since everyone is saying this, I can't refuse your kind invitation." Just as she said this, she was pulled to the dining table by Zhao Shui'er and the others. Being surrounded by so many beautiful women while having dinner with Boss Qin made her feel somewhat uneasy. At this moment, Qin Feng said to her, "Yunyin, didn't you say you wanted to know how our Qin Entertainment Company operates? Don't worry, if I have time later, I'll discuss it with you in detail." Although Yuan Yunyin heard Qin Feng say this, she really didn't dare to stay here too long. "Mr. Qin, it's already quite late. How about we chat next time when there's an opportunity?" Qin Feng shrugged and stopped teasing her, saying, "Look at you all nervous. Are you afraid I might really eat you?" He then added, "All right, after dinner, I'll have someone escort you back." After hearing this, Yuan Yunyin finally relaxed. She then had a very pleasant dinner, thanks to Zhao Shui'er and the others' warm hospitality. Zhao Shui'er also mentioned to her that if she had time, she should come and visit often, and they could teach her piano and music theory. Although Zhao Shui'er could directly learn from Qin Feng, she felt it wasn't good to always cling to him. Yuan Yunyin readily agreed. After all, as a top student from a music academy, it was no problem to give Zhao Shui'er some pointers. Moreover, Yuan Yunyin did feel that Qin Feng's subordinates were quite warm towards her. After saying her goodbyes, Liu Rubing personally drove Yuan Yunyan out. At this moment, after having Liu Rubing take Yuan Yunyan away, Qin Feng took out his phone and started chatting. The person he was chatting with was naturally Xia Yuqing, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time. The content of their conversation was quite simple. Xia Yuqing wanted to ask Qin Feng out, while Qin Feng, being quite straightforward, refused. Women are such strange creatures. The more you ignore them, the more they want to get closer. That's exactly how Xia Yuqing was now. Qin Feng was chatting with her just to pass the time. After chatting for about half an hour, he finally returned to his room. Chapter 258, the eve of the release of the game Honor of Kings, early in the morning. Yuan Yunyan called. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm here to seek your advice." Upon hearing that it was Yuan Yunyan on the phone, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. "What is it? It's so early." It's known that Qin Feng usually had a bit of a morning grumpiness. Being woken up by a phone call so early was quite annoying. "Well, Mr. Qin, you taught me a song yesterday. I think the melody of that song is really beautiful. So, I wanted to ask you if I could make some slight modifications and include in my new album." After hearing this, Qin Feng felt that Yuan Yunyan was indeed quite fascinated by music. He didn't think too much and immediately replied, "Sure, but you don't need to modify it. The completion of that song later is already very high, and it's my original composition that no one else knows about. I feel that it should sound great with your voice." Yuan Yunyan jumped up with joy upon receiving Qin Feng's approval. After all, this song surpassed the quality of all the songs in her new album. If she could include later in her new album, it would definitely become her title track. Chapter 259, is Mr. Qin being a bit too presumptuous? Amazing. Truly amazing. Indeed, the big boss's ideas are incredibly domineering. Overwhelmingly impressive. This is even more attractive to gamers than the marketing plan Mayu arranged earlier. Not want to waste any time, Mayu nodded repeatedly and said, all right, Mr. Qin, you really have a great business mind. Once we launch this advertisement, our servers might just explode. No, I need to have the technical team prepare 20 more servers. Qin Feng, curious, asked, how many servers do you have prepared now? How many players can one server accommodate? Mayu quickly responded after thinking for a moment. We currently have 80 servers. Each server can accommodate about 50,000 players online at the same time. 50,000 players online at the same time per server? After hearing this, Qin Feng calculated for a moment in his mind. After a while, he instructed Mayu, in that case, have the technical department prepare 200 more servers. Adding to your existing servers, that would give us a total capacity of 24 million. Otherwise, it's very likely that the servers will get overloaded. Chapter 260, they were complete novices at playing this game. Xiaoma, what's going on? As soon as the phone was connected, Qin Feng questioned him. Mayu, hearing Qin Feng's inquiry, immediately became somewhat flustered. What happened, Mr. Qin? Without wasting time, he stammered. Did the game installation package I sent you not work? Qin Feng didn't wait for him to finish and replied impatiently. You still tell me that TX Technology is professional in making games. This Honor of Kings is a 5v5 game. Why didn't you create a feature for face-to-face play? If 10 players are together, they can't play together? Hurry up and redo it for me. Make a room for 10 players to play together. 10 players together? Upon hearing this, Mayu suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, their game team had only considered online matching for 5v5 and hadn't thought about the scenario of 10 people playing offline together. Not daring to waste any time, Mayu quickly said, Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. I'll arrange for the technical staff to modify it right away. Saying that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 261, wait a moment. I'll take you flying. Oh my gosh. Yuan Yunyan's album has been released, and now Weibo is about to explode. Just as the girls were preparing for another round, Guan Feifei, sitting not far away, suddenly exclaimed. The other girls were momentarily stunned by her exclamation, then hurriedly opened Weibo. The first trending topic they saw was the popular female singer Yuan Yunyan's latest album Nostalgia being released. Among the hundreds of thousands of hot comments, Yuan Yunyan's fans were already in a frenzy. Yunyan is amazing. I will definitely support the new album. I love you. Mwah. Yunyan baby is so powerful. Truly a talented woman. I've listened to the songs from Yunyan's new album at least 10 times already. I must say, every song is incredibly touching. Exactly. Especially that song later, it nearly brought me to tears. Indeed, that song later was stunning, making me think of my first love back in the day. The girls looked at the enthusiastic comment from fans on Weibo. For a moment, they also felt confident about Yuan Yunyan's new album. Chapter 262, I said Xiao Ma. Is this all you're capable of? That just means you're inexperienced. Do you think the master is fooling us? Don't forget, this game was proposed by the master. Yes. With the master's abilities, he must know this game inside out. Master, since they don't believe you, then you don't need to take them along when playing later. Just take me and Xiao Yu. Who said we don't believe it? We also want to play with the master. I also want to play with the master. Hearing the girls' requests, Qin Feng felt quite pleased. With a slight smile, he said to them, I'll open a room later, and whoever has the fastest hand speed, I'll take with me. The girls immediately perked up at this. Wow, and it's going to be about hand speed. This game seems to be all about hand speed, right? I need to practice my skills. At noon, Qin Feng and the girls had just finished a very rich lunch. The time was just 11:55. At this moment, Zhao Shui'er and Shun Mingyao were already sitting on the sofa, clearly waiting for the public beta download of Honor of Kings to open. Chapter 263, the guy called Feng Ge, is probably the real big boss, right? As for Qin Yu, she was more interested in support characters, so she immediately chose the healer Kai Wenji and followed Qin Feng to go down the lane. Shun Mingyao, feeling that Daji was as sexy as she was, chose Daji to go mid lane. Li Ji, as the leader of the Blue Rose Killer Organization and a trained assassin, naturally has a keen interest in assassins. Thus, she played Ake as the jungler. Lu Rubing, being a master-level player with strong abilities, chose Zhong Wuyan as the top laner. When they entered the game, they all selected the top-tier epic skins. The opposing players were stunned when they saw Qin Feng and his team enter the game. Wow, the enemy's 5-man team is all V8 pros? My gosh, look at their names. All of them are Feng Ji's first maid, second maid, third maid, and there's even a Feng Ge's sister. That Feng Ge must be the real big shot, right? Incredible. You all better protect me. I'm already a bit scared to lane against that Feng Ge. Just as the game started, the opposing marksmen began to feel intimidated. Chapter 264, an invitation from a professional club. When Angela saw Qin Feng and his companion approaching, she immediately panicked. Wow. Bro, there are 2 people here. Damn. He jumped up to hit me. Run. Just as she was about to turn and escape, Qin Yu used her first skill to bounce forward. Ding. Angela suddenly froze. What? Why did I stop halfway? Damn, is my internet lagging? At that moment, her teammate immediately said, lag my ass. That's a stun. Didn't you see the game guide before? The person awkwardly replied, of course I did, but this is just too disgusting, right? No way. I'm not going to lane against these 2. Seeing her health drop drastically in just a few hits, she decided to go down with Qin Feng's Gong Sunli. She turned around and unleashed her ultimate. However, Qin Feng had already used his first skill and couldn't dodge Angela's ultimate. At that moment, seeing Qin Feng's health continuously decreasing, Qin Yu used Kai Wenji to cast an ultimate and charge forward. She had played this hero yesterday and knew that this ultimate could heal. Chapter 265. Is this really for beggars? Actually, even before the game was released, Qin Feng had already contacted Mayu. He had him specially protect Feng Ge, Feng Ji's sister, and all the maids from 0 to 99,999. Mayu understood what this meant. As his boss's game account, it had to be unique. So without hesitation, he arranged for technical staff to lock these IDs. When the professional gaming studios discovered they could not register, they prepared to contact the real Feng Ge. They thought, since they couldn't copy it, they would just buy the original. But to their dismay, they realized they simply couldn't find Qin Feng through their channels. After some contemplation, they could only post online seeking help. Please help us find Feng Ge in honor of kings. We are preparing to form a professional gaming team and will offer a base salary of 1 million if Feng Ge can join us. Of course, if we perform well and get sponsorships and bonuses, we will also share 10 of the profits with you. If Feng Ge sees this post, please contact us quickly. Chapter 266, the Sister Love Team? Sounds so low, wow. We've captured a big shot. Is this you or really that Feng Ge? The big shot is so incredible. Is she really looking down on 1 million? When Qin Feng saw those players' replies, he didn't care at all. He was too lazy to respond again and directly handed the phone back to Qin Yu. Shortly after she received the phone, Qin Yu suddenly said to Qin Feng, bro, it seems like someone added me as a friend, claiming to be from the Jingba team. The Jingba team? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly. Without wasting time, he said to Qin Yu, okay, show me. He took the phone from Qin Yu and casually glanced before accepting the person's request. Since Honor of Kings had just been released, he wanted to see what these so-called professional teams were really like. The person from the Jingba team After Qin Feng accepted the friend request, immediately asked, "Are you Fengge?" Qin Feng smirked and replied confidently, "Who else would have the guts to use this name?" The person from the Jingba team was quite perceptive, realizing that there was only one Fengge in the entire Honor of Kings. Chapter 267. Our team name shall be AG Invincible this way. Not only can we advertise for Qin's entertainment group, but we can also have the stars from Qin's entertainment promote the team. It's a mutually beneficial, absolutely win-win choice. Qin Feng couldn't help but praise. No wonder you're a top student. Your mind is so sharp. All right, let us go with Qin's entertainment group. Then, without further ado, Qin Feng immediately called Mayu. As soon as Mayu received Qin Feng's call, he immediately became respectful. "President Qin, what can I do for you?" Without saying much, Qin Feng got straight to the point. "Xiao Ma, have the Qin's entertainment group establish an Honor of Kings team. As for the members, it will be me and my maids." Mayu was initially a bit confused upon hearing this, but soon he understood. Not daring to say more, he nodded and said, "Okay, President Qin, I will arrange it for you right away." Suddenly remembering something, he asked Qin Feng, "By the way, President Qin, what do you want to name this team?" Upon hearing Mayu's question, Qin Feng only thought for a moment. Chapter 268. The world's #1 club. Hello? President Qin, I'm sorry, I was a bit. After calming herself down, Yuan Yinyin quickly said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Are you really going to arrange a concert for me?" Qin Feng replied lightly, "Of course. You really have talent. Just don't let the fans down when the time comes. If this goes well, I'll arrange a national tour for you. You should understand what I mean, right? I have high hopes for you." Hearing this, Yuan Yinyin finally believed that Qin Feng was not joking with her. Without wasting any time, she quickly expressed her determination to Qin Feng. "Okay, President Qin, I will definitely work hard. I promise not to let you down or disappoint the fans." After hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and said, "Okay, as long as you don't let your current achievements blind your eyes, just learn to look a little further ahead. Let's leave it at that for now. Good luck." With that, Qin Feng hung up the phone. At this moment, as the sky grew darker, a cool evening breeze began to blow outside the window. Qin Feng glanced at Shun Mingyao and the others and said to the group of girls, "How about we have a bonfire feast tonight?" Chapter 269. What tricks are they playing? Hearing Qin Yu say this, Qin Feng stopped joking with Zhao Shuer. He stood up directly from his chair. He patted Qin Yu's little head and said to her, "Let's go. Brother will take you to meet that so-called Invincible Family Club." With that, he brought Qin Yu to the lobby on the first floor. He immediately picked up his phone. Sure enough, as Qin Yu said, that so-called Invincible Family Club was provocatively challenging on Weibo. They even said that if Qin Feng didn't dare to fight, then the ID Fengge would be a TX game shill. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer. These fools really could come up with all sorts of ideas. They just want to lure me in a battle. Why bother with all this fancy stuff? However, even though Qin Feng thought this way, he still felt that he had to fight against the people from this Invincible Family Esports Club. Because if he didn't fight this time, those players might really think he was a shill in the TX game. This would have a huge impact on their entire Honor of Kings. So without thinking too much, Qin Feng immediately replied under that Weibo post. "Where did this little brat come from? Dare to challenge me one-on-one?" Chapter 270. Don't you know how to dodge skills? When the audience saw that Qin Feng hadn't chosen a hero in the last 10 seconds, they immediately began to scream. "Oh my god, what is Fengge doing? He didn't even choose a hero? This is really interesting. Picking heroes like crazy while not choosing one at all? Awesome. Fengge is awesome. Fengge's momentum has already won half the battle." In the end, the system randomly selected a melee tank hero for Qin Feng, Xiang Yu, and the person who knocked down Fengge chose a mage hero, Diao Chan, in the last second. The audience immediately understood what was going on when they saw this. That person who knocked down Fengge had practiced before. Just look at his proficiency badge. It's a red one. Wow. Looks like this guy has some tricks up his sleeve. Fengge is in danger. How is he going to fight this? Fengge didn't choose a hero in the end. It must have been randomly selected by the system, right? A mage against a tank. Isn't that a total crush? At this moment, as Qin Feng entered, he leisurely made his way to the mid lane. He saw that Diao Chan was also well prepared, starting with a little book that increased magic power. Chapter 271. It's completely dazzling to me. Now Qin Feng has reached level 8, while Diao Chan has just reached level 6. Qin Feng also completed a yellow fork and an endless blade. You have to know, this equipment has high damage and high critical hit rates. When the crowd of onlookers saw that Feng Gu was playing a tank hero and actually built an endless blade, they all roared again. Oh my god, is he playing a tank hero? Completely not following the rules? Awesome. Dominant. The equipment that Feng Gu is building makes it feel like he has some skills. As for Diaochan, seeing his defensive tower about to be chopped down by Feng Gu, he had just reached level 6 and had a flash ready. He wanted to engage Feng Gu under his tower. I'm under the tower. You can't attack me, right? Saying this, he immediately jumped up using his second skill, preparing to use his first skill to poke at Qin Feng Xianyu. Seeing him jump up, Qin Feng didn't T-attack, but instead waited for his hero's passive. Chapter 272. This is a god-level play, okay? Meanwhile, their Weibo was already in chaos, surrounded by Feng Ji's fans. What kind of trash esport club are you? You lost, and still won't apologize to Feng Gu? Exactly. I thought their team had some skills, but seeing their current behavior, I'm just disgusted. This trash club. Our Feng Ji's fans can drown you with just our spittle. After learning that the Invincible Family Club was unwilling to apologize, Qin Feng just smiled slightly. He then called Mayu. As soon as the call was connected, Mayu said nervously, Qin Zong, what instructions do you have? Qin Feng didn't waste time and immediately instructed, you tell the people from the honor of King's Professional League to talk to that Invincible Family Club. If they don't apologize to Feng Gu, their club will be disqualified from the competition. Mayu, still not fully understanding the situation, immediately nodded and replied, okay, Qin Zong, I will contact them. After hanging up, Qin Feng saw that Shan Mingyao, Lu Rubing, and the other girls were still awake. Chapter 273. This time, let them taste what it means to lose everything. Not wanting to waste any more words, he quickly nodded and replied, okay, Qin Zong, I will arrange it right away. After saying this, he didn't forget to add, Qin Zong, you really have a business mind. I will definitely learn more from you in the future. Seeing Mayu flattering him again, Qin Feng couldn't help but scold him, Xiao Ma, I can see you don't want your bonus anymore, right? Didn't I tell you? No more flattery. Mayu was startled by Qin Feng's words. Although the bonus was not crucial to him, he couldn't afford to lose Qin Feng's favor. Not daring to waste time, he quickly nodded and bowed to Qin Feng, saying, okay, Qin Zong, I remember, I guarantee I won't do it again. You go ahead. I won't disturb you. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng had already hung up the phone. Later, while Qin Feng was having breakfast, he saw Zhao Shueker still practicing the piano. This reminded him of Yuan Yunyan's upcoming concert. Thinking of this, he asked Zhao Shuerer and the others, do you know who is holding a concert recently? Chapter 274. Super concert? The top leader? The security guard, hearing Qin Feng's words, couldn't help but scratch his somewhat confused head. After a long while, he tentatively asked, sir, are you looking for our security supervisor? Security supervisor? Qin Feng almost stumbled to the ground upon hearing this. He came to buy the venue. What use would a security supervisor be? I mean, call out the highest-ranking person in your venue. The highest-ranking person, understand? Upon hearing this, the security guard finally understood Qin Feng's meaning. To be honest, if it were an ordinary person, he would have definitely scolded them harshly. However, he didn't have the courage to do that in front of Qin Feng and his group. After all, just from their attire, it was obvious they were not ordinary people. With a bitter smile, he said to Qin Feng, sir, how can we see them? Should I ask our supervisor? Okay. Qin Feng nodded immediately. After about 10 minutes, the security guard finally told Qin Feng that their supervisor would be coming soon. At this point, Qin Feng had already taken his people inside the venue. Chapter 275. There is a way to success through diligence. The ocean of learning is vast and requires hard work. Qin Feng didn't want to explain too much to her. After a brief pause, he said lightly, this venue is very large. You need to be mentally prepared to perform for 120,000 people. Yuan Yuyuan was stunned. She had originally thought that if the company could arrange a concert for tens of thousands of people, she would be very satisfied. But unexpectedly, Qin Feng was giving her a concert for 120,000 people. President Qin, I must have misheard. Not wanting to explain further, Qin Feng simply said, just be prepared, and hung up the phone. The reason Qin Feng called her was just to give her a heads up. Otherwise, if the concert date approached and she wasn't prepared, there would definitely be problems. Afterwards, Qin Feng briefly explained the situation of the AG Invincible team to Shin Mingyao and Li Ji, and then happily went to level up with Qin Yu and the others. At this time, the entire leaderboard of Honor of Kings had already seen some players at the Star Glory rank. They were all teams established by major companies. For example, there was the Jingba team the Invincible Family team, the Nanfo team, the Baisian team, the Dongxing team, the Shiqian team, and so on. Chapter 276. Please welcome the AG Invincible team to the stage. In these few days, Qin Feng had also clearly discussed with Liu Rubing and Li Ji about the AG team's future in the KPL arena. With the first KPL event approaching, those professional teams were training frantically, wanting to achieve good results on the S1 stage. Lin Xiao's Invincible Family team now had 3 players who had reached the highest rank. This was undoubtedly a huge shock for the players. Awesome. The people from Invincible Family are simply too fierce. Yeah, I'm so envious. In less than 2 months, they've already reached the highest rank. What is so awesome? My brother Feng reached the highest rank on the 2nd day after the server opened. Okay? This Invincible Family team has 3 top-tier players. I bet they will definitely win the championship this time in KPL. Yeah. Look at Brother Feng's AG team. Only Brother Feng is strong. The other girls are simply terrible. Chapter 277. Could it be that Brother Feng made a mistake? Team declaration? After hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly and said, "We don't need these flashy things." The host, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, immediately showed a shocked expression. After a long pause, he awkwardly said, "Well, you have a point. After all, your gaming skills are well known. So, could you each briefly introduce yourselves?" After hearing this, Qin Feng spread his hands helplessly and said, "Do I still need to introduce myself?" As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in a commotion. Even if the host were deaf, he could hear what the audience was saying. He awkwardly handed the microphone to Qin Yu. After receiving the microphone, Qin Yu simply said, "Hello everyone, I'm the support, you error." Then Shun Mingyao briefly introduced herself. I'm a mid laner of the AG Invincible team, Yao Yao. Liu Rubing took the microphone and said, "Top laner Bing Bing," followed by Li Ji, Jungle Li Ji. Although they only introduced themselves very briefly, the audience went even crazier than before. Chapter 278. Still want to run? Let's see how we smash you. After the camera focused on his bewildered expression for a full minute, he finally came to his senses. What the heck? What is going on with the opposing team? They didn't even pick a marksman? Is this Fenggu really going to play the Monkey King in the bottom lane? And he's even taking a smite to play the bottom lane? Damn, I've never seen such a strategy before. The players from the Invincible Family team, who originally thought they could easily crush Brother Feng's Liu Ban or Ho, were startled when they saw that the last pick on the opposite side was actually a De Xiao. Their hearts sank. They were afraid that Qin Feng would pull off some dazzling moves again. So as soon as the game started, they kept a close eye on Qin Feng's Monkey King's movements. When Qin Feng went to farm the river crab and stood in the bushes for a moment, they shouted into the microphone, "Damn, be careful in mid. The monkey is missing." When Qin Feng came out of the bushes after eating the river crab, the opposing marksman, Sun Shangxiang, immediately yelled, "The monkey is back. He is back. Support, play safe, and wait for us 5 to come over and deal with him." Chapter 279. His expression looks like he is constipated. Brothers, go. Take him out in one hit. But little did they know, just as they were chasing over, Qin Feng suddenly jumped backward. He directly leaped onto the faces of Jiao Chan and Genghis Khan. Then came a rapid combo. With his ultimate ability, Qin Feng's hand speed allowed him to unleash a terrifying combo of 7 hits in 1 second. Moreover, Qin Feng had already built an endless and half a Master S item, coupled with the crit and penetration from his runes. He instantly reduced the health of the two trying to ambush him, Jiao Chan and Genghis Khan, to a sliver, and as they were trying to escape, Qin Feng used Smite to slow them down. Genghis Khan had just been killed by Qin Feng once. Now his hero level was directly 2 levels lower than Qin Feng's. Moreover, Genghis Khan had long been haunted by psychological shadows. After being slowed down, how could Qin Feng let him go? He moved in for a basic attack and effortlessly secured the kill. The low-health Jiao Chan, however, managed to escape using her second skill combined with a flash. As for Sun Shangxiang, upon seeing that Qin Feng's monkey had finished its skills, she immediately used her first skill to climb up, planning to deal a combo to Qin Feng. But to her surprise, Qin Feng showed no signs of retreating at all. Chapter 280. Do you dare to hack against me? At this moment, Qin Feng had already tanked 3 hits from the turret, and since Jiao Chan was still alive, Qin Feng didn't approach from the top. He had no choice but to tank the turret and head back down. When Qin Feng entered the turret area, he had placed a second skill right in front of the turret. He He originally intended to enter the area of Daji's second skill and go back to base directly. But unexpectedly, the low-health Diao-chan, seeing that Qin Feng had tanked several hits from the turret and was low on health, stealthily emerged from the jungle. Qin Feng had already realized that she was still in the jungle and kept an eye on that perspective. The moment Diao-chan came out, she immediately used her first skill against Qin Feng, trying to secure his kill. But what she didn't expect was that as soon as Qin Feng saw a figure appear, he also used his first skill. His skill perfectly blocked Diao-chan's first skill damage. More importantly, this directly granted Qin Feng an additional passive shield. After dodging the damage with his skill, Qin Feng rushed up to hit Diao-chan with a stick. This strike triggered a critical hit, and that low-health Diao-chan couldn't withstand Qin Feng's critical damage at all. Chapter 281. If you want a signature, shouldn't you ask me? After that, Qin Feng took Shen Mengyao and the other girls to play another qualifying match. Unsurprisingly, they crushed the opponent's crystal in just 7 minutes. After the match ended, Qin Feng brought all the girls back to the lounge. As soon as they entered the room, they surrounded Qin Feng. "Master, you are really amazing. You just obliterated them with a few moves." Yes, especially that last play with Liu Ban. You even got 3 pentakills. Wow. All the audience stood up and shouted your ID. I was so excited watching from under the big screen, it felt like watching a movie in a theater. Surrounded by the girls, Qin Feng simply said, "The purpose of playing in this KPL is to have fun with you. It's getting late, so if there's nothing else, let's hurry back." After saying this, he stood up and led the girls out of the lounge. When they arrived outside the Cosmic Center venue, Qin Feng's fans had even stopped watching the remaining matches. They all stood at the back of the venue, waiting for Qin Feng and the others to come out from the VIP passage. Chapter 282. Are you joking? Just then, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. He turned to Shen Mengyao and said, "Mengyao, we have a match in a couple of days. Can you check which teams made it to the top 12? Upon hearing this, Shen Mengyao immediately took out her phone to check. As for Qin Feng, he opened his Weibo. Unsurprisingly, his Weibo followers had already surpassed 30 million. Meanwhile, the official Weibo of the AG Invincible team had also gained over 10 million followers. Just then, a post from the Invincible family team quickly caught Qin Feng's attention. After reading the post, Qin Feng couldn't help but be jolted. The Invincible family team had actually posted the replay of yesterday's match. Moreover, they sarcastically wrote that with Brother Feng's combo speed, it almost exceeded human limits. Shouldn't we all question this? Upon seeing this, the fans of the Invincible family began to leave comments below the post. Is this even humanly possible? Look at that, 7 hits in 1 second. There's no way this was done by a real person. Chapter 283. Are you allowed to learn, but I am not? There's no way I would lose. Qin Feng composed himself and said to the manager, "After all, the Cosmic Center venue is ours, and the maintenance costs are negligible. We just need to run an advertisement for Yuan Yuyan online, and her next new album can be performed directly at the concert." The manager was instantly stunned upon hearing Qin Feng's words. He never expected that the famous Cosmic Center venue in Shenzhen was actually Qin Feng's property. Moreover, he knew that Yuan Yuyan had just released a new album not long ago. Now Qin Feng was saying that Yuan Yuyan was preparing another new album. How could he not be shocked? Coming back to his senses, he asked Qin Feng suspiciously, "President Qin, didn't Yuan Yuyan just release a new album not long ago? Are you implying that she is preparing another new album?" Qin Feng simply smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about that. Just ensure that the advertisement gets out." After that, Qin Feng thought for a moment and continued, "By the way, you need to keep an eye on that Yang mirror." Chapter 284. I said, "Guys upstairs, can you stop pretending? There are probably 3 more songs, right? You taught me 11 songs these past few days, plus the 3 I reserved earlier, making a total of 17 songs." Qin Feng nodded slightly after hearing this. After a long pause, he continued, "If I remember correctly, your concert should be in about 5 or 6 days, right? President Qin, can you teach me 2 more songs today? I want to record them directly and take them back to study." "Sure." Without any hesitation, Qin Feng immediately agreed. A little while later, he arrived at the adjacent sound and music studio. After opening the system mall, he directly purchased 2 pieces of Parallel Universe music sheet. The songs obtained were Qianqian Juij and Drifting Across the Sea to See You. Qin Feng quickly produced both songs completely, using professional music equipment. Both the background music and vocal parts were performed perfectly. Yuan Yuyan stood aside, deeply enchanted as she listened to Qin Feng's performance. After finishing the recording, she was eager to go back. As she was leaving, she couldn't help but admire Qin Feng, saying, "President Qin, your singing is just too beautiful." Chapter 285 The Power of Money is undeniably huge. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng sped down the street in his Ferrari. The cool breeze against his face made him feel refreshed. He had just received a call from the manager of the marketing department at Qin Entertainment. And from the anxious tone of the caller, Qin Feng felt that what he wanted to discuss with him was definitely not a good thing. Without caring for the award ceremony after the competition, Qin Feng hurriedly left the venue and rushed towards the Qin Entertainment building. Although he did not exceed the speed limit, the wildness of the Ferrari allowed him to reach the CBD center of Deep City quickly, even in the high-rise buildings of this urban center. The building housing Qin Film and Television Group stood out like a crane among chickens. When Qin Feng arrived at the meeting room, all the core personnel of the company were already seated, except for the main person in charge, Mayu. President Qin. President Qin. Before Qin Feng could walk into the meeting room, several high-ranking executives of Qin Film and Television Group respectfully greeted him. Qin Feng slightly nodded to acknowledge everyone. After all, he was the breadwinner for these people, and even if he ignored them with a stern face, there would be no consequences. Chapter 286 Who is that guy anyway? Apart from the Huaihai Villa where Qin Feng lived in Deep City, there was another wealthy district called Xian. Unlike the terrifying housing prices of Huaihai Villa, the prices in Xian were relatively cheaper. However, there was another threshold. The owners of villas here had to own their own businesses. This made the two wealthy districts completely different. Huaihai Villa was filled with overnight rich men, while Xian was mostly inhabited by local families of Deep City. The residents of Xian looked down on those from Huaihai Villa, believing they were merely nouveau riche without sufficient foundation, unworthy of being compared to their well-established wealthy families. Conversely, the owners of Huaihai Villa also looked down on the local tycoons of Xian thinking of them as second-generation rich relying on their parents' legacies. The 8 prominent families renowned throughout China, said to control half of the country's economy, not only occupied vast ancestral homes in the capital, but also had many descendants residing in Xian A group of second-generation heirs, led by the eldest sons of these 8 families, played various roles in the upper society of Deep City. Chapter 287 Is someone thinking of me? Regardless of what Mayu thought, Li Xiaotian pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, in front of our 8 families. He is nothing more than a nouveau riche with a bit of money. As for how to deal with them in Qin Film and Television Group, I have already thought it through. The other 3 young men looked intrigued upon hearing this. Lin Winching asked, "Then hurry up and tell us, brother." It seems that Mayu has forgotten whose territory Deep City really is after moving too fast in recent years. Haha, what's the rush? Let me explain slowly, Li Xiaotian said with a smile, then took a sip of tea from the cup on the stone table. He then looked at the 3 and said, "You all know about the announcement made by my Shengshi Film Group today, right? Of course we know. The 8 families were originally one, and we were the strongest allies. But now the other 4 seem to want to distance themselves from us. We 4 families naturally need to be more united and pay more attention to the developments of each family's industry," someone said lightly, expressing his views on the current situation of the 8 families in Deep City. This statement naturally garnered agreement from the other 2. Chapter 288 Night. Support this princess in Qin Feng's view. He was indeed very outstanding. But to say that there was no one else in the world who could be as excellent as him was somewhat flattering, wasn't it? He did not expect that the image he held in Qin Yu's heart would be so remarkable. Turning to Zhao Shuer, he said, "Let's go, first have a meal, and afterward we can go see the painting that Qin Yu mentioned." Zhao Shuer nodded and got into the car with Qin Feng. Amidst the envious gazes of countless students, Qin Feng drove away with the 2 campus beauties in his Audi. Sitting in the back seat, Qin Yu chattered away with Zhao Shuer, completely ignoring Qin Feng, which left him feeling quite frustrated for a while. "Xiao Yu, does that art exhibition you mentioned before open in the evening?" Helplessly, as an older brother, Qin Feng had to initiate the conversation. Sure enough, Qin Yu, who had originally ignored him, became interested upon hearing this. However, she still maintained her aloof demeanor and pretended to be uninterested, saying, "It does." "Then shall we go there after we finish eating?" Qin Feng asked. "Okay." By the time Qin Feng drove to the restaurant, the slanting sun hanging in the western sky had already disappeared. Chapter 289 What a big mouth. Asking me to get lost for 500,000. That's right. The owner of Shengshi Film Group has some grievances with me and wants to use this concert to suppress me. Qin Feng said with a smirk. He didn't care if his sister and woman knew about this matter. After all, in his view, it was not a big deal. At most, it was just a small story in his career. Seeing that her brother did not take this matter to heart, Qin Yu did not ask further. If there was anyone in the world who trusted Qin Feng the most, it would undoubtedly be Qin Yu. The hotel's efficiency was quick, and a table full of dishes was soon served. This time, the hall manager did not appear, likely attending to other guests. A young waiter asked, "Sir, would you like any drinks?" "Well, I won't be drinking since I'm driving today." "What beverages do you have?" Qin Feng pondered for a moment. When the waiter began to list the drinks, it was clear that the hotel had trained their staff well. After hearing about more than 30 types of drinks, Qin Feng's head began to throb, and in the end, it was Qin Yu who ordered a fresh fruit juice. Chapter 290, The Trouble of Spending More and More Money. Qin Feng's words were met with disdainful looks from Shun Linchuan. Clearly, this young master Shun did not believe that this young man in front of him was one of those with a bit of money, as he claimed. Ignorance is bliss. Kid, you must be from out of town, right? Deep City is not some corner of the world. You may have a bit of money, but it's nothing in front of me, Shun Linchuan. Shun Linchuan lifted his chin slightly, looking down at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng was half a head taller than him, making it impossible for him to actually look down. Instead, his posture seemed more like he was looking up at Qin Feng. "Give me the car number, 2 million, and get lost immediately. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to waste more words with you." Qin Feng glanced at him and said decisively, showing no intention of engaging in further conversation. The lobby manager, upon hearing 2 million, visibly changed his expression. When he looked at Qin Feng again, his gaze was filled with much more respect and even humility than before. Being able to casually throw out 2 million just to make an uninvited guest leave. How could he be an unknown person? However, there were very few prominent young masters in Deep City that he didn't recognize. And this young man in front of him was most likely one of those children from a big family coming from outside, as Shun Linchuan had said. Chapter 291. You think you can have a good life after provoking me? Dream on. Watching the backs of the three leaving, Qin Feng felt no waves in his heart. He turned back and continued to enjoy the delicious food with Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. Brother, were those three people a bit slow in the head? Qin Yu asked after taking a sip of juice. Qin Feng smiled slightly at her words. Sometimes his sister had quite a sharp tongue. However, those three guys did seem a bit off. Without the disturbance of others, the three of them quickly finished dinner. Qin Feng spent 80,000 to settle the bill and received a 100-fold rebate from the system, instantly receiving 8 million. Looking at the ever-increasing balance in his account, the earlier troubles surged back to Qin Feng's mind. He sighed silently and called the two women to head outside. In the parking lot of the Golden Splendor Hotel, a dozen little thugs with various colored hair had gathered. From the cigarette butts scattered on the ground, one could tell the quality of these people was not very high. The three young masters, Shun Linchuan and his companions, were standing next to this group of thugs, casting dark looks at the hotel entrance, waiting for Qin Feng to appear. "Shin Xiao, that guy still hasn't come out?" A blonde thug threw a cigarette butt aside and asked Shun Linchuan. Chapter 292. Here, our master is her. With the sound of a car engine starting, a Maserati carrying the three young masters quickly sped out of the parking lot, disappearing into the night. This sudden movement naturally caught Qin Feng's attention. Watching the vehicle gradually fade away, a smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. Would this matter of finding someone to deal with him end so easily? Shin family, huh? Retracting his gaze, Qin Feng looked at the only remaining standing blonde thug. Upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, the blonde thug's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, since it was still mealtime, most people were still inside the hotel enjoying themselves, and no one passed by while Qin Feng was dealing with him. Otherwise, this blonde thug's disgraceful state would probably be known to all the local ruffians by tomorrow. "Big brother, it was Shun Linchuan who asked me to deal with you, and he gave me 100,000. I'll give you the 100,000 if you let me go this once, okay?" The blonde thug lay on the ground, looking eagerly at Qin Feng, his face full of fear, completely devoid of the arrogance and dominance he had shown earlier. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to waste more words with him. He kicked him and said, "Get lost, take them away." Chapter 293. Master Wu, why aren't you speaking? Antique appraisal skill copied. Intermediate level, can appraise antiques from various dynasties. Purchase price 10 million consumption points. Taking advantage of a lull. Qin Feng searched the system all and found this skill. Just by looking at the skill's name, one could tell its usefulness. Without any hesitation, he paid the consumption points to buy it. While Qin Feng was looking for skills to help him through the current situation, some people around recognized the middle-aged man who had spoken. Master Wu, you're the appraiser of this authentic Tang Yin painting, right? This little girl actually said this painting is fake. I think it's just that this little girl wants to be famous. Isn't it trendy to be an internet celebrity now? I think so too. The little girl looks quite good, probably thinking of becoming an internet celebrity to make some quick money. The noisy discussions reached Qin Feng's ears as he exited the system mall. Looking at Qin Yu beside him, tears had already gathered in her eyes under the pointing and whispering of the crowd. These guys crying isn't worth it. Qin Feng chuckled softly and leaned down to whisper in Qin Yu's ear. After hearing this, Qin Yu wiped her eyes with her hands and nodded. Hee. This little girl is still crying? It turns out that a woman who talks nonsense can also cry. Chapter 294. This guy really is a stubborn duck. Looking at Qin Feng, who was full of determination, the onlooker's confidence wavered a bit. Perhaps Master Wu really made a mistake, or, as that young man said, there might be other hidden truths? These were all onlookers standing further away, unlike the group surrounding Master Wu. The 10 or so people around Master Wu looked at Qin Feng with eyes flashing with hostility, if not for the fact that they were in a public place. Who knows what they might do? Master Wu's brows furrowed slightly as he sought another master for appraisal. No one knew the authenticity of this painting better than him, and upon hearing Qin Feng's suggestion, his heart skipped a beat. Master Wu could never be that kind of person. The president of the Deep City Antique Appraisal Association. Old Mo is at the art museum today. He might still be there. Why don't we contact him and have him come over to take a look? Old Mo? If Old Mo is really here, that would be great. He can surely prove Master Wu's innocence. The crowd began to discuss, and even without Qin Feng saying anything, some people had already started to look for connections to contact Old Mo. It must be said that these sycophants of Master Wu, aside from not being very bright, indeed had some connections in Deep City. Chapter 295. Have you seen a black card? Just say this is fake. As a seasoned appraisal expert, he understood not only antiques. Antiques were merely the focus of his work. For example, he was also a master in luxury goods appraisal. Although the clothes Qin Feng wore had no labels, the material was clearly extraordinary, including the clothes worn by the two women behind him. Such materials combined with such craftsmanship were mostly designed and made by top fashion designers in the world. After observing Qin Feng for a while, Old Mo concluded that this young man was definitely not an ordinary person. Old Mo, it's this painting. I think it's just a product of modern technology. Qin Feng looked at the painting in the glass cabinet and said with a light smile. Before Old Mo could speak, Master Wu's expression changed, and he darkly said, Kid, do you dare to talk nonsense in front of Old Mo? I have carefully appraised this painting. It is indeed a work of Tang Yin. Old Mo turned to glance at him, but didn't he speak immediately. Instead, he focused on the glass cabinet. Get someone to open this cabinet. I want to take a look. Hearing Old Mo's words, Wang Daji fully embodied the role of a qualified lackey, knowing exactly what to do now. Chapter 296. How did you know there was another painting? When the person in charge arrived at the display case and saw Old Mo, his expression clearly changed. He quickly walked towards Old Mo and respectfully said, Old Mo, you are indeed here. Do you want to open this display case? Yes. Some people doubt that this painting is a fake. As the president of the Deep City Antique Appraisal Association, I naturally need to give everyone an explanation. Open it. Old Mo replied after looking at him. The person in charge hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his concerns. If this painting is an authentic work by Tang Yin, its value won't be less than 80 million. If it gets damaged after being opened, let it be opened. This gentleman just promised that if this painting is genuine, he will offer 100 million to buy it. You don't need to worry about whether this painting will be damaged, Old Mo said, his expression somewhat displeased and his tone becoming more serious. The person in charge was taken aback, then glanced at Qin Feng. He felt a mix of curiosity and doubt, but since Old Mo had said so, he naturally couldn't say more. He quickly took out a key from his waist and inserted it into the keyhole of the display case. With a crisp click, the glass display case was opened. This was a glass display case of the highest protective level, specifically used to protect the valuable antique worth tens of millions from damage. Chapter 297. This boss wants to buy my painting, right? After seeing Qin Feng's gesture, Master Wu stepped aside to contact the owner of the painting. In no time, Master Wu returned to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, my friend is willing to sell but he hopes to meet in a quieter place, Master Wu said, somewhat embarrassed as he looked at Qin Feng. After all, his friend helped him avoid becoming a laughingstock in the appraisal association and being expelled. Originally, he wanted his friend to bring the painting to Qin Feng, but unfortunately, that friend just refused. Qin Feng didn't think too much about it and nodded, asking, "Where will the transaction take place? What time?" "It can be done now at Central Park." "He is already on his way there," Master Wu said. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't say much, feeling a bit relieved, and quickly mentioned the trading location his friend told him. Qin Feng nodded slightly and turned to walk toward the entrance. Master Wu quickly followed suit, completely ignoring the intentions of his own president. Old Mo shook his head and sighed, then suddenly had an idea. Qin Feng recognized at a glance that this painting was a fake and also that it was a copy of another painting. Chapter 298. Is there also a problem on that side? As the scroll was slowly opened, Old Mo let out an exclamation. Could this be the work of Huang Gongwang? Following Old Mo's words, the people present showed shocked expressions. Only Qin Feng had a look that seemed to say it was expected, while Zhao Xuerer's face showed some confusion. "Old Chen, where did you get this painting?" Master Wu, unable to control his emotions, stared blankly at his friend. Old Chen, however, smiled mysteriously and said, Have you forgotten what I do?" Though he didn't say it outright, everyone present looked at him with surprise. Qin Feng had a knowing expression, realizing that this painting was obtained by Old Chen through excavation, probably only unearthed less than half a month ago. "The painting is good. I'll send you 100 million now," Qin Feng said. Earlier, when he saw the fake in the Deep City Art Museum, Qin Feng had already suspected. The pattern on that painting could definitely not be found in today as domestic scenery. Although that painting was a fake, the scenery depicted had a sense of realism. This was also why Qin Feng could confirm that the painting was a copy of another work. Chapter 299. Good for you, Qin Feng, good for you. Maya regarding the problems at Yuan Union's concert. Qin Feng didn't need to think to know who was behind it. It was simply the 8 great families. Yang Meyer chose to hold her concert on the same day as Yuan Union, and the implication was obvious. Since the other side didn't want us to have it easy, then we'll make things difficult for them. Today, you all go and contact all venues in Deep City with a capacity of over 50,000 people, and let them quote a price. Qin Feng said after pondering for a moment, looking at everyone. The others in the conference room showed puzzled expressions, wondering what Qin was planning. The person in charge looked at Qin Feng and said, "Mr. Qin, should we let them quote a rental price?" "Rental? No. This time I want those guys from Shangshi to not find any venue to hold their concert." Qin Feng replied, "Let them give us a price for purchasing the venue. As long as the price doesn't exceed a 20% premium, buy them all. After you finish the statistics, tell me. I will transfer the money." Qin Feng spoke calmly, as if he were discussing what vegetables to buy at the market for dinner, rather than involving tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars. Chapter 300. Rehearsal videos and Water Army. Hearing the secretary's report, Li Xiaodian let out a heavy breath. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke. "Since the people at Deep City Stadium are unwilling to make this money, I think other venues in Deep City would be more than happy to earn this money. Go contact Murphy Venue." Murphy Venue, among the dozens of venues in Deep City, is the second largest after Deep City Stadium. Deep City Stadium can accommodate up to 150,000 people, while the slightly smaller Murphy Venue can accommodate at least 130,000 people. "Okay, Mr. Li." The secretary felt relieved and turned to walk out of the office. As the office door was gently closed, Li Xiaoyan's face was once again shrouded in anger. After a moment of silence, the anger on his face gradually dissipated. He took out his phone and dialed a number, summoning the person in charge of Yang Meyer's concert. When the boss calls, the person in charge naturally puts down what he is doing and rushes to the boss's office immediately. However, the secretary at the office door looked at him with a strange expression. Without time to think, the person in charge pushed the door and entered. Looking at Li Xiaotian, who had his back to him, he softly said, "Mr. Li, you were looking for me?" "Yes, you should have the rehearsal videos of Yang Meyer during this time, right?" Chapter 301. Heading to Murphy Venue. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the person in charge's expression clearly froze for a moment. Then he showed a look of realization. "Mr. Qin, you're amazing. After this move, who would be afraid of these water armies causing trouble, haha?" The person in charge first showed a relaxed expression, smiling as he spoke. Then he answered Qin Feng's question. "Mr. Qin, there are a total of 7 venues in Deep City that can accommodate over 50,000 people. Among them, the largest. Deep City Stadium is an official building and will not be sold. We paid $500 million for the naming rights and rented the Deep City Sports Center for 2 years. Currently, this venue can be considered private property of the Qin family. The other party also agreed that after the 2-year rental period, we, the Qin family, have the right of first refusal for leasing. Qin Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. He was aware of the situation. After all, he personally transferred the $500 million this morning. The other venues have all been negotiated except for the Murphy venue, which the other party is unwilling to sell or allow us to name. Qin Feng frowned slightly, wondering what the owner of the Murphy venue was thinking. Why not make money? What is the background of this Murphy venue? Chapter 302. Does President Qin mean he wants me to work for you? Qin Feng took a sip of the tea and did not immediately answer Shui Feng's question after putting down the cup. Instead, he praised her tea-making skills. Haha, President Qin, you flatter me. It's just some ordinary tea. Seeing that Qin Feng did not respond to her question, Shui Feng did not show any particular expression, instead lightly laughing. Then Qin Feng looked at Shui Feng and said, I still need a secretary who can make tea. I wonder if President Shui would consider it? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Shui Feng's expression suddenly changed. She felt deeply insulted. After all, she was the general manager overseeing the Murphy venue. How did she end up in a subordinate role in the mouth of this young man? President Qin, that joke isn't funny at all, Shui Feng said coldly, her smile disappearing. Lu Jigang, standing nearby, was also taken aback. Their boss wasn't like this at the company. Why'd she changed here? President Shui, let me finish. I plan to acquire all venues in Deep City, and I'm still short a management person. You should have that experience. Rather than secretary, it will be better to say someone to help me manage the venues. Do you understand what I mean, President Shui? Chapter 303. Young Masterly. You must have a way, right? As night fell, Qin Feng, with the mindset of being a good boss, treated Shui Feng and Lu Jigang to a lavish meal at a 5-star hotel. This young man would be their boss starting tomorrow. Perhaps working with such a wealthy and young boss wasn't a bad thing. Watching the young man spend money without a second thought, Shui Feng found herself somewhat recognizing him. After dinner, Qin Feng had the driver take him home. Sitting on the sofa in the villa, Qin Feng browsed Weibo. Under the Weibo of Qin Film Group, the mocking comments about Yuan Yuyin and the Qin family were still overwhelming, just as they had been in the afternoon. They mocked Yuan Yuyin for lacking self-awareness and mocked the Qin family for overestimating themselves. A company that had just been established dared to challenge the Prosperous World Film Group. Prosperous World, do they have no backup? They even resorted to hiring trolls to create trouble. I don't know if you were trying to annoy me or find some psychological comfort for yourselves. Closing the notebook, Qin Feng turned to the women. With such a big incident happening on Weibo, Yuan Yuyin hadn't even called him once. Qin Feng speculated that this woman must be gearing up for the concert in 3 days. Chapter 304. Going to the Appraisal Association, President Qin. You said yesterday that you wanted to acquire all the venues in Deep City. After a night's communication, half of the venues have agreed to our acquisition plan. There are a total of 28 venues in Deep City, 7 of which can accommodate over 50,000 people. These largest venues have all been acquired by us. Among the remaining 21 smaller venues, 10 agreed to our acquisition plan last night. I will send the acquisition proposals to you shortly, President Qin. The CFO of Qin Film Group reported the results of the day as hard work to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded slightly, a satisfied look flashing in his eyes. The senior management of Qin Film Group is quite good, each possessing notable action and leadership skills. As the boss, he only needs to provide financial and authoritative support to these individuals when necessary, which makes things much easier. You all did well. Let's finalize the remaining venues today. The concert starts in 2 days. After leaving that sentence, Qin Feng stood up, preparing to leave. Chapter 305. This painting is fake. Qin Feng's arrival did not make old Mo lift his head. What do you want? Didn't old Mo ask me to come to the Appraisal Association more often? Qin Feng chuckled upon hearing this. Only then did old Mo look up, and upon seeing Qin Feng, a hint of surprise flashed in his weary eyes. He quickly walked to Qin Feng's side and pulled him toward a nearby coffee table, muttering, I didn't expect you to come so soon. I thought someone as young as you with such great wealth would be very busy. Come, sit down. I'll make you a cup of tea. Looking at the enthusiastic old man, Qin Feng felt a bit helpless. Old Mo, you don't need to go to so much trouble. I just came to take a look. Besides, I'm not busy at all. I'm quite free every day. That's why I came here to hang out. If you're free, then come off and haha. Old Mo ignored Qin Feng's protests and busily took out some tea leaf from the tea cabinet at the door. Soon, he brought a cup of tea to Qin Feng and sat down opposite him. Mr. Qin, you came at just the right time. Someone just sent me a painting for appraisal. This painting is a bit strange. Both the paper and the paint should be from that era, but the brushwork is completely different from the other works by the artist. Chapter 306. Do I need to explain anything to a young person like you? Really? Who are you? President. When did our Deep City Appraisal Association allow someone who speaks such nonsense to enter? After hearing Qin Feng's words, Yang Guangfeng's expression changed, and then he spoke with a mocking tone. Old Mo frowned upon hearing this and glanced at Qin Feng. Seeing his determined expression, he felt inexplicably more confident in this young man. Perhaps this young man really had a grasp of the situation. Seeing that Old Mo merely looked at this young man and did not respond to him, Yang Guangfeng's expression darkened. He said in a deep voice, President, could this be one of your juniors? If so, I can pretend this incident never happened. Based on my more than 10 years of professional experience, I can say with absolute certainty that this painting is fake. Yang Guangfeng spoke firmly, confident in his words. A smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. Did this guy really not understand, or was he pretending not to understand? Can someone of his level really become the vice president of the Shun City Appraisal Association? However, Qin Feng didn't rush to reveal the origin of the painting. Instead, he felt a bit of malicious amusement in his heart. Chapter 307. Urgent. Waiting online, how about this? I want to let Vice President Yang waste his breath. If you can provide evidence that your judgment is correct, I will give you 50 million. Qin Feng glanced at Yang Guangfeng, preparing to bait the hook. His plan was simple. First, provoke this Vice President Yang, as angry people are the easiest to lose their composure. Moreover, based on both his appearance and personality, Yang Guangfeng was definitely someone who could be easily angered. Qin Feng's disdainful and mocking words successfully infuriated Yang Guangfeng. An angry person easily loses judgment over simple matters. However, after a few words from Old Mo, Yang Guangfeng regained some composure. This did not prevent Qin Feng from continuing to bait the hook and implement his plan. Qin Feng's next step was to add some fuel to the fire with a huge amount of money, making it burn even brighter. As expected, when Yang Guangfeng heard 50 million, his eyes held not only anger, but also a hint of greed. 50 million. For anyone, it was definitely not a small sum. Even for those billionaires. Chapter 308. Is having money impressive? Yang Guangfeng regretted why he had brought this painting. Why did he come here today of all days? And at this time, he also regretted arguing with this young man over the authenticity of painting. Clearly, it was his and the president's affair. The Shun City Appraisal Association's business. Why did it involve such a terrifying young man? Yang Guangfeng was flustered. He didn't want to continue with the bet that Qin Feng had just mentioned, nor did he want the 50 million that the young man had just promised. He didn't know what to do now, as Qin Feng was staring at him from not far away. Old Mo stood by with his hands behind his back, adopting a posture of watching the situation, showing no intention of helping him out. Damn it, is having money impressive? I just said this painting is fake. This is my profession, my job. Can a rich young man even discern the authenticity of this painting? 50 million, right? You have money, and I want the 50 million you brought to me. Yang Guangfeng steeled himself. Whatever happens, happens. He no longer looked at the stack of black bank cards on the table, as if those cards could still break through his psychological defenses. Chapter 309. Is this kid trying to scam me? I want to see how you prove this painting is real. Yang Guangfeng snorted coldly and spoke. He was confident that his appraisal result was the final conclusion. No matter what tricks this young man was trying, it wouldn't change the outcome. Qin Feng smiled slightly, picked up a cup of tea nearby, and splashed the tea onto the painting on the table. Old Mo's expression changed as he looked at Qin Feng, his trust in him replaced by endless disappointment. Had he been too trusting of this young man? Yang Guangfeng jumped up at the sight, his face turning red as blood rushed to his head. Kid, what are you doing? Are you trying to ruin this painting and leave no evidence behind? I see you just don't want to fulfill that 50 million bet. He shouted at Qi Yun, completely forgetting that this young man in front of him was a terrifying existence with 20 black cards. As he thought of that 50 million, he had already gone mad when he saw it slipping away from him. Qin Feng glanced back at him, then shook his head disdainfully. Of course, he noticed the disappointment in Old Mo's eyes, but he didn't explain further. Chapter 310. I am very cautious, damn it. Don't you know who Qin Feng, am in the depths of the city? Seeing Yang Guangfeng lunging at him, Qin Feng showed no mercy and kicked straight at Yang Guangfeng's face. After taking the gene serum, his strength was no longer comparable to an ordinary person. Even those with martial arts backgrounds would likely find it hard to match him. This kick still retained 80% of his strength. Otherwise, if he had kicked with full force, Yang Guangfeng's head would have burst like a ripe watermelon. Even with only 20% of his strength, the power of this kick was beyond what Yang Guangfeng, already weakened by indulgence, could withstand. The fierce Yang Guangfeng, who had just lunged like a hungry tiger, was now sent flying backward. The speed of his backward flight far exceeded the speed at which he had lunged at Qin Feng. Bang! With a loud noise, Yang Guangfeng collided solidly with the wall. Old Mo even felt a slight tremor in the office, indicating just how powerful Qin Feng's kick was. He smacked his lips, silently swallowing his saliva. His heart filled with shock. Chapter 311. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Seeing Yang Guangfeng's terrified expression, Qin Feng smiled slightly. To others, Qin Feng's smile seemed warm and friendly, but to Yang Guangfeng, it was the smile of a demon. Don't come over. No, no. Yang Guangfeng panicked. Seeing Qin Feng lift his leg and ran frantically toward the door. Qin Feng sighed slightly and said, "What's wrong with this guy? Did I kick him stupid? Old Mo, your association's vice president still owes me 8 million. Qin Feng looked at the gradually closing door and said to Old Mo. Yang Guangfeng had already thrown open the office door and was running wildly outside. Old Mo chuckled and nodded, saying, "I understand. But that guy probably won't be back anytime soon. Why don't you just take this painting, Mr. Qin? Consider it as offsetting the 8 million he owes you." Old Mo understood. This painting was likely brought by Yang Guangfeng to trouble him. Knowing he wasn't well-versed in antique and painting appraisal, he still brought such a remarkable painting to show him. Chapter 312. Is this not my painting? This is what you extracted from my painting. Is this not my painting? Yang Guangfeng was stunned, then realized that this guy didn't intend to give him the genuine Tang Yin masterpiece. Qin Feng smiled lightly and said, "Vice President Yang, that painting of yours is just a fake, and you said so yourself. How about this? I'll give you 5,000 yuan as compensation for destroying your fake. Oh, by the way, you still owe me 8 million, don't forget that." Originally, Qin Feng had already transferred 100 million to Old Mo. But who knew that Yang Guangfeng would come back with such an arrogant attitude? Qin Feng couldn't stand it when others acted pretentious, especially when this fool was showing off in front of him. Is 100 million really a lot? Damn, you're robbing me. I'm going to report you. I'm going to sue you. Hearing the words 5,000 yuan and 8 million, Yang Guangfeng went mad. With bloodshot eyes, he stared fiercely at Qin Feng, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. However, there was no movement from his feet or hands, clearly having been subdued by Qin Feng's earlier kick. Chapter 313. Buying all venues in Deep City, putting aside whose painting it actually is, this guy even kicked me. You guys have to manage this, right? This is intentional injury. The two men frowned at his words, a clear irritation rising on their faces. One of them looked at Yang Guangfeng and said seriously, "Yang Guangfeng, you were the one who attacked him first. This is self-defense. You might be illiterate, but you can't be legally ignorant. You two can negotiate this yourselves. 5,000 yuan for a fake painting is already quite a lot. And as for that 8 million, it's just your greed." While speaking, he had already shaken off Yang Guangfeng's hand, his tone full of impatience. "May I ask which department you two are from?" Qin Feng said with a light smile. The two were taken aback and confused, but still stated which department they belonged to. "This is my phone number. You can talk to your leaders about it after you go back. My name is Qin Feng, and I'm willing to personally donate to your department. After all, your work is too hard, constantly encountering people like this. If the office environment were any worse, it would be unbearable," Qin Feng said. Chapter 314. Planning for the future. The person in charge left, taking the 5 billion yuan he received from Qin Feng to those venues that hadn't paid yet. This time, the Qin Film Group acquired all the venues in Deep City, and excluding the few venues that Qin Feng had already paid for, they spent an additional 5 billion. The total has exceeded 7 billion, which is 1 billion more than the previously estimated 6 billion. Although the premium is somewhat severe, Qin Feng felt no pain at all. It's just 1 billion, right? It will come back as 100 billion soon, and besides, I now hold all the venues in Deep City. Can't I rely on these venues to earn back that 1 billion? The meaning of monopoly is that in the industry I monopolize. If you want to use the resources of this industry, you have to listen to me entirely. Shaking his head, Qin Feng stopped thinking too much. The provocation from the prosperous world has also come to a good conclusion. The rest is to see how the prosperous world and the 8 major families behind it will deal with the problems he has set for them. Qin Feng was mistaken. His preconceived notion made him think that the prosperous world was backed by the 8 major families. In fact, this time, the trouble from the prosperous world only involved 4 of the 8 families. However, none of this mattered. After all, the relationship between the 8 major families and Qin Feng was not good, so listing them all as enemies didn't seem wrong. Chapter 315. Am I being used as a fool? Qin Feng felt a bit depressed. He had just returned home not long ago when his precious sister Qin Yu started clamoring to go to the bar. Helpless, he couldn't resist Qin Yu's coquetry. Qin Feng agreed to take her to the bar, and Zhao Shui'er would accompany them. The other women found it too noisy when Qin Feng asked around. No one expressed a desire to go. In the end, the 3 of them drove out of the villa towards the jitty bar. Brother, I haven't been to a bar in a long time. What? You been to a bar? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Qin Feng immediately couldn't sit still. How could his sister go to such places for fun? Zhao Shui'er, sitting in the passenger seat, giggled and covered her mouth. Let me explain. That time I went with her, nothing happened. It was just a friend's birthday. We sat for a while and then left. After hearing this, the anger in Qin Feng's eyes gradually faded. Haha, brother, were you angry just now? In the back seat, Qin Yu smiled as if she had discovered a new continent. Qin Feng didn't respond. This girl was teasing him about such things. Had he been too indulgent with her lately? But then he thought that he only had this one sister. With his current strength, there probably weren't many people in Huaxia who could bully her. Chapter 316. This young man is definitely not ordinary. Where did this bumpkin come from? Not knowing the rules of Jitty Bar? Exactly, once it's full, no one can get in, and he still has the face to ask what it means. What a pity for those 2 beauties. How could such a bumpkin be followed by 2 such beautiful women? People standing near the entrance, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, immediately chose to fire back without hesitation. Qin Yu tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, her face slightly flushed. Sir, actually there is a way to enter Jitty Bar when it's full. The 2 burly men in black demonstrated a high level of professionalism, not showing the same expressions as the surrounding crowd. Those nearby were taken aback by the voice of the man in black. They then began discussing, showing no intention of mocking Qin Feng anymore. ISNT that how the onlookers behave? Once there's a new point of discussion, they want to talk about the previous events, even if they just happened seconds ago. Could it be that method? Since the opening of Jitty Bar, no one has ever accomplished this. Hee, recharging 70 million at once. How much money must one have to do something like that? Chapter 317. The first black gold card customer. Sir, you're not old. You're very young. Please come in. The woman chuckled upon hearing this. Her smiling face looked even more charming. Qin Feng caught a glimpse of a small red dot above the office door. Knowing it was a miniature camera, this woman must have seen what happened at the door through this camera. Qin Feng led the 2 women behind him into the woman's office. As soon as they entered the office, the most noticeable feeling was the silence. Unlike the explosive music outside, the room was playing a melodious tune. Inside the room, one could hardly hear the chaotic shouts and loud music from outside, as if everything from the outside world had been isolated. The soundproofing here is really impressive, Qin Feng said with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, the woman also smiled and replied, Sir, you flatter me. I contacted all the top soundproofing material companies in the world to set up this office. Qin Feng nodded, realizing that this woman was not short on money. Once the 3 of them were seated, the woman asked, What would you like to drink? 3 cups of plain water will do. Thank you, Qin Feng replied, also ordering a cup of plain water for Qin Yu and Zhao Shui'er. Chapter 318. Mr. Qin, has someone offended you here? Qin Yu bounced ahead, hopping toward the dance floor. As for Qin Feng and Zhao Shui'er, they followed behind, looking somewhat helpless. Out of sight. 4 young men were watching Qin Yu and Zhao Shui'er with lewd expressions. Li Xiao, what are you looking at? A woman's delicate voice came from behind, her affected tone somewhat annoying. Li Xiaotian, however, didn't mind at all and said without turning back, Go ask those 2 women what their background is. A strong scent of perfume wafted over, and the woman had already walked up to Li Xiaotian's side, her gaze fixed on Qin Yu and Zhao Shui'er downstairs. Li Xiao, wait for my news, okay? After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. As she left, she couldn't resist teasing Li Xiaotian a bit. What? Li Xiao is interested in those 2 women? To be honest, those 2 women were beautiful and had great figures, and they exuded a pure vibe, truly exceptional. Two lewd comments rang out, coming from two of the three young men accompanying Li Xiaotian. Li Xiaotian turned to look at them, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't tell me you guys aren't interested in those two women? Chapter 319. What does it mean to kill both body and heart? The woman was taken aback, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Wow, a beautiful lady. And three of them. I think that woman is also nice, but she's just no match for these three beauties. Ladies, what are you standing here for? Why not join us for a drink? Before the woman could respond, three drunken men approached. Their hands were already getting unruly, reaching toward Zhao Shuer, Qin Yu, and Ling Yufei. Bang! A dull sound jolted the drunkenness out of everyone. Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer stared in shock at the man lying on the ground. Qin Feng's eyes also flickered. The lively man had been knocked to the ground by a kick from Ling Yufei and was now motionless. This woman's skills are not simple. The nearby waiter finally reacted, picking up the intercom and saying a few words. In just 3 seconds, about 10 men in black appeared from who knows where, swiftly carrying away the three drunken men and disappearing into the Reveille bar. Qin Feng cast a deep glance at Ling Yufei, noting that this woman was indeed impressive. The woman who had originally wanted to say something fell silent after witnessing Ling Yufei's kick. Chapter 320. How about we divide these families? Ling Yufei, what do you mean by this? Does the Ling family want to be enemies with our four families? One of the three young masters, unable to tolerate such disregard, said with a gloomy face. As the young master of one of the 8 great families, they were used to being the center of attention wherever they went. When had they ever experienced such disrespect? It's safe to say that Ling Yufei's actions had deeply provoked the three young masters. Ling Yufei raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Be enemies with you? What I mean is just my own opinion. What does it have to do with the Ling family? Do you still think I, Ling Yufei, am just a useless person who relies on family power like you? Ling Yufei unleashed her full force, showing no regard for the four. If they were stripped of their family backgrounds, these four wouldn't even qualify to stand on the same level as Ling Yufei. The expressions of the four changed, their faces alternating between green and white, their eyes flashing with anger. We'll remember this, and about the concert, Qin Feng, just wait, Li Xiaotian said, his voice extremely suppressed, making it clear how furious he was. Before the other three could say anything, Li Xiaotian spoke again. Let's go. Chapter 321. Is this seeking trouble for oneself? Qin Feng sipped his drink, waiting for the woman before him to respond. He wasn't in a hurry. Even if Ling Yufei was unwilling to join his side, it wouldn't affect him much. The countless riches in his account weren't just for show. He had countless ways to defeat the 8 great families. Even just using money could change ownership of all the groups under them. If Ling Yufei understood and agreed to join him, it would save him some effort. After all, having someone who understood the 8 families deeply as an insider would eliminate a lot of unnecessary trouble. Mr. Qin, allow me to think about this for a few days. It's an important matter, and I can't give you an answer lightly, Ling Yufei finally said after a long pause. Qin Feng smiled upon hearing this and said, General Ling is a smart woman. I believe you can figure out the pros and cons of this. He then raised his glass, and Ling Yufei did not hesitate to clink glasses with him. Ling Yufei quickly left the black gold private room, and Qin Feng didn't say anything to keep her. Looking at the 2 women beside him who were already slightly tipsy, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Chapter 322. The Reputation of Reveille Bar. Who are you? How dare you come to Reveille Bar to cause trouble? The man in black looked coldly at the group of thugs before him, showing no signs of worry on his face. It seemed that these dozen or so people were completely insignificant in his eyes. It made sense. Given Reveille Bar's status in Deep City, how could these thugs dare to cause trouble? The thugs were taken aback when they heard the mention of Reveille Bar, and some of them already showed signs of retreat. The impact of Reveille Bar on these thugs was undoubtedly enormous. Brother Hu, Reveille Bar has rules. They don't interfere with matters outside the bar. The heavily made-up woman moved closer to Brother Hu and said in a flirtatious tone. Brother Hu couldn't stand the provocation and felt his blood rise. They naturally knew the rules of Reveille Bar. Those who often hung around here knew they couldn't mess with Reveille Bar. After a dozen thugs had been crippled for causing trouble in Reveille Bar, no one dared to cause trouble there again. The reputation of Reveille Bar spread throughout Deep City after that incident. The gray area of Deep City. Whenever the name Jia Bar is mentioned, it can make a large group of people shiver. Chapter 323. This is comparable to a divine skill. The lights in Deep City are still bright late at night, showing no signs of nighttime awareness. At this moment, at the entrance of Jetty Bar, there are a dozen punks with colorful hair surrounded by the bar's bouncers. It looks like a patch of flowers from afar. If you don't get close, you might really think it's a flower bed. All right, that's enough. Get lost. Old Wong was the first to back off, stopping only because he didn't want to waste too much time for the gentleman behind him. He called his brothers to leave and kicked Tiger Brother. At this time, Tiger Brother looked quite miserable with a bruised face. Get lost. Do you still want to eat a fist if you don't leave? Seeing that Tiger Brother still hadn't moved after being kicked, Old Wong said fiercely. Tiger Brother's body trembled suddenly. Then he quickly got up. His speed was far beyond normal, and he didn't look like someone who had just been beaten. Before leaving, Tiger Brother glanced at the woman, and when she met his gaze, her body trembled violently. She knew that Tiger Brother held a grudge against her. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been beaten like this. She thought to herself that she probably wouldn't be able to stay in Deep City anymore. Chapter 324. The Ripple Caused by Comet. Qin Feng let Old Wong choose a car himself. After a night of silence, the next day Qin Feng drove to Qin's Film and Television Group. The concert was tomorrow, so he naturally wanted to see how Shengshi Film and Television Group was going to clean up the mess of Yamier's concert. President Qin, you're here. As soon as Qin Feng walked into the building of Qin's Film and Television Group, he met several senior executives of the company. Qin Feng greeted them with a smile and then said, if there's anything going on over at Shengshi Film and Television Group, feel free to come to my office and tell me. His words were filled with the joy of waiting to see a good show. The senior executives of the group understood and nodded in agreement. Back in his office, Qin Feng made himself a cup of tea and lazily browsed Weibo. The comments under several Weibo posts about Yuan Yunyuan's concert from Qin's Film and Television Group had already exceeded 1 million, with likes in the range of 70 to 80,000. One can imagine how popular Yuan Yunyuan had become. The previous insult from Water Army trolls had long been drowned out by the comments from her fans, and after scrolling for a long time, he didn't see any comments from those trolls. Then, Qin Feng quickly typed on the keyboard and sent out another Weibo post. Dear fans of Yuan Yunyuan, we look forward to meeting you tomorrow at the Deep City Universe Center venue. Chapter 325. The Woman Who Quit in Anger. Who is it? Li Xiaotian answered his phone, impatiently shouting at the other end. Anyone would be in a bad mood if they were woken up early in the morning, especially someone who had been drinking the night before. What? Damn! After hearing what was said on the other side, Li Xiaotian cursed loudly. He then smashed his phone against the wall, and the perfectly fine phone met an unfortunate fate. As the phone made intimate contact with the wall, it shattered into pieces. The woman next to him was instantly awakened, staring blankly at Li Xiaotian. What the hell? Get dressed and get out. Without waiting for the woman to regain her senses, Li Xiaotian impatiently shouted. Seeing Li Xiaotian's furious face, the woman involuntarily trembled and quickly woke up. With a look of fear, she hurriedly got dressed and left. No matter how she cursed in her heart, she absolutely dared not linger around the angry Li Xiaotian. In situations like this, the innocent often suffer, and the woman wasn't stupid. She knew that if she stayed here, she would definitely become one of those innocent victims. Li Xiaotian lit a cigarette, and as the smoke rose, various expressions flashed in his eyes. Chapter 326. Seeking Refuge with the Company's Rivals. Gather all the senior executives of the company. The meeting starts in 3 minutes. If anyone can't make it, let them leave immediately and go handle their resignation. Li Xiaotian looked at the middle-aged man and said. The man's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly agreed before leaving the office. Unlike the man's fear, Lu Yun, who had already left Shengshi Film and Television Group, was in a good mood. The sunlight outside the window seemed especially charming at that moment. The scenery she had seen countless times outside the window looked particularly beautiful today. Humming a little tune, Lu Yun drove towards Qin's Film and Television Group. Shengshi Film and Television Group had just paid salaries a few days ago, and Lu Yun wasn't worried at all about the tens of thousands of yuan she hadn't received yet. I can forego those tens of thousands. Compared to being mistreated and in danger, I believe my choice to leave Shengshi Film and Television Group was extremely correct. Arriving at the foot of the Qin's Film and Television Group building, looking at the much taller and grander building than Shengshi's, Lu Yun felt even better. Stepping into a place that had just been her rival half an hour ago, Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh about how unpredictable life is. Hello, miss. Who are you looking for? Chapter 327. What exactly happened? Fate is a word that no one can clearly define or grasp. Qin Feng looked at the woman sitting in front of him, waiting for her reply. If nothing had happened, how could he have thought that he would gain a secretary today? Although Lu Yun's first move after leaving Shengshi was partly out of spite, isn't fate sometimes just coincidental? President Qin, you don't think I'm someone who casually leaks information about my former employer, do you? Lu Yun asked Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. I'm not like Li Xiaotian. I have complete confidence that if you agree to join us at Qin's, you will never want to resign. The company has been working hard for a long time to prepare for Yuan Yunyuan's concert, and no one has had a break for a long time. Even if we work late into the night every day, everyone still comes to work the next day with a smile. Qin Feng chuckled, his face full of confidence. Lu Yun was taken aback. She knew that Shengshi had also been working overtime frequently during this time, but everyone complained in private, even if they didn't say it out loud. She realized that compared to Shengshi, there was no oppressive atmosphere at Qin's. Chapter 328, The Unimpressed Netizens. In the conference room of Shengshi Film and Television Group, a group of senior executives led by Li Xiaotian were all present. Li Xiaotian still had a considerable influence in Shengshi. In just 3 minutes, he had indeed gathered all the senior executives in the conference room. Let us talk. What do you think about the situation on Weibo? With a moment of calm, the anger on Li Xiaotian's face faded considerably. Although he still spoke in a somewhat gloomy tone, at least he no longer looked as furious as before. In the conference room, more than a dozen company executives did not stand up to speak in response to his words. Everyone was sitting still, with their eyes focused on the ground, completely ignoring Li Xiaotian's intentions. Surely these senior executives understood their boss's temperament? Saying he was a powder keg would not be an exaggeration, especially one that was already primed to explode. It was clear that Li Xiaotian was still in a rage, and anyone who spoke up at this moment would be walking into the line of fire. No one present was a fool. Everyone knew when to act and when to stay silent. Seeing no one respond, Li Xiaotian slammed his hand on the table. Chapter 329, Preparing to Start the Acquisition Suddenly. A knock on the door interrupted Qin Feng's thoughts. He turned around in his chair and said loudly, "Come in." The office door was pushed open, revealing the person in charge of Yuan Yuyan's concert. The person in charge wore a broad smile. Before the person could speak, Qin Feng had already taken the initiative to ask, "What has got you so happy? Is it about Shengshi?" At this stage, Qin Feng could only think of Shengshi Film Group as the reason for the person's cheerful demeanor. The person in charge nodded and then explained, "Mr. Qin, Shengshi has temporarily changed the venue of Yang Meyer's concert to Luocheng. Many people who had already bought tickets are clamoring for refunds and claiming they will never attend another Shengshi concert again. To retain these customers, Shengshi has launched a campaign. Anyone who brings their ticket to Luocheng for the concert will receive an autograph from Yang Meyer." Listening to the person in charge, Qin Feng's smile grew even broader. Li Xiaotian was indeed talented. To prevent people from asking for refunds, he came up with such a solution. Although Yang Meyer's character wasn't great, her fan base was quite large, and if they really had to give every fan a personal signature. Chapter 330. The solution proposed by Li Xiaotian after apologizing again to Qin Feng. The woman hurriedly left with a stack of documents. Seeing her hurried demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. He continued walking, but he hadn't seen Lu Yun anywhere and wondered where his little secretary had gone. Eventually, he found Lu Yun in the marketing department, her head down as she spoke animatedly with the marketing staff. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This secretary, who had been retained by the young master of the Li family, truly had an impeccable work ethic. Not long after, Qin Feng left Qin's film group. There was nothing pressing that required his presence at the company. With free time on his hands, he naturally wanted to find some fun. Otherwise, he would feel guilty about the substantial funds quietly sitting in his account. At Shengshi Film Group, Li Xiaotian was on the verge of exploding. The company executive who had voiced opinions during the meeting had mysteriously disappeared, just like Lu Yun. Damn it, was he some kind of monster? Li Xiaotian felt very wronged. Chapter 331. Qin Feng, are you already making a move? With Li Xiaotian's approval, the Shengshi executives in charge of Yang Meyer's concert modified the ticket sales page on the official website after Li Xiaotian left. Ticket prices, which range from hundreds to thousands of yuan, were changed to free for all except the most expensive VIP tickets. Even the VIP tickets, which were closest to the stage, dropped from 4,000 yuan to 800 yuan. It was a clear-out sale, a solution that Li Xiaotian and this executive had come up with together. Shengshi could afford to take a loss. With Li Xiaotian's financial backing, they wouldn't miss the money from this concert. Compared to Shengshir's reputation, this money was insignificant. However, this act of giving away tickets did not seem to calm the angry netizens. After someone noticed Shengshir's actions, the official Weibo account was once again flooded with comments. Ha ha ha. Yang Meyer's concert tickets are free. For those who didn't refund, they're all getting full refunds. Is Shengshir out of options? What a joke. The biggest laugh in the film industry this year. Shengshir Film Group has successfully dug its own grave. Breaking news. A small figure in Deep City just learned that aside from one venue with a capacity of 10,000, all other venues have been bought by the Qin family. Chapter 332. Terrifyingly big clients. As the song ended, the staff watching from below began to applaud spontaneously. Mr. Qin, Miss Yuan's singing is really beautiful, and the song is written so well. A voice from a Qin staff member reached Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. How could a song exchanged from the system all be bad? Just as Yuan Yuyin was about to step off the stage for a drink, she caught sight of Qin Feng in the crowd. Excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes as she hurriedly ran down from the stage towards him. However, there were too many people present, so she couldn't just throw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Mr. Qin, you're here. Yuan Yuyin suppressed her excitement and said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and smiled. There's nothing pressing at the company. I came to see how your rehearsal is going. So what do you think of my rehearsal, Mr. Qin? Yuan Yuyin asked, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Very good. Tomorrow's concert will definitely be a great success. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Hearing Qin Feng's approval, Yuan Yuyin nodded happily. Qin Feng then scanned all the staff and said loudly, everyone has worked hard during this time. Tonight, at the Golden Splendor Hotel, I'll treat everyone to a meal to help you all relax for a day. Chapter 333. A meal worth 160 million if it weren't for the man in front of him, who was using a black card. And not even from the same bank as the last one, the lobby manager would probably suspect that this man was looking for trouble. A meal costing 40 million means that even his commission could allow him to buy a 100 square meter apartment in a slightly remote area of Deep City. The high price came with an equally hefty commission. Otherwise, as a dedicated lobby manager, why would he abandon the previous two guests? It was all because Qin Feng was wealthy. His goal had been achieved. This man was really rich. Just opening his mouth meant a meal costing tens of millions. Mr. Qin, our highest standard table here might cost over $1 million. It's fine. Just get ready and don't take too long. Noticing the hesitation of the lobby manager, Qin Feng waved his hand to signal him to hurry up. The lobby manager, satisfied, went to have the front desk register and the kitchen prepare. Yuan Yunyun knew that Qin Feng was very wealthy, so she wasn't too shocked by the tens of millions. Qin Feng dialed the responsible person's phone, asking him to notify the staff of Qin Film Group and Universe Center to all come to Jinbi Huiguang. Chapter 334. How much money does this person have? Time passed second by second. Car after car drove into the parking lot of Jinbi Huiguang. Unlike the usual scene of luxury cars filling the parking lot, today there were many cars worth tens of thousands to over 100,000. The people getting out of the cars were mostly dressed as employees. Qin Feng's notice was quite rushed, and many employees didn't have time to go home and change clothes, so they hurried to Jinbi Huiguang. However, they had no complaints in their hearts. If it weren't for their boss Qin Feng treating them, they might never step through the doors of Jinbi Huiguang in their lifetime. The high prices were enough to deter most people. At the same time, a post on Qin's official Weibo reignited the enthusiasm of all netizens, especially those who had already purchased tickets for Yuan Yunyin's concert, most of whom had already arrived in Deep City. Our company, after careful consideration, has decided to send out a benefit. The benefit is simple. We just want to invite friends who came to Deep City to see Yuan Yunyin's concert for a meal. The benefit is also quite extraordinary, as the price for a table is 1,600,000. Due to limited seating, we can't invite all friends for a meal. We have decided to draw 200 friends from over 100,000 who have already bought tickets to dine with our company's employees. Chapter 335. Igniting netizens' enthusiasm hearing Qin Feng's words. The responsible person was taken aback. In such an occasion, was he really going to let a responsible person go on stage to say a few words? Looking at Qin Feng's indifferent expression, the responsible person could only smile helplessly. It seemed that his boss really didn't like to show off. Standing up, he adjusted his attire and walked towards the stage. The entire 6th floor was a large hall, with no private rooms or anything like that. At the back of the hall was a huge stage large enough for more than a dozen people to move around on. As someone walked towards the stage, the people in the hall consciously quieted down. Testing, testing. The responsible person checked the microphone in his hand. Seeing no issues, he began his speech. Good evening, everyone. I am Wang Yi, the overall person in charge of this Yuan Union concert for Qin Film Group. After he finished speaking, applause erupted from the audience. Whether it was employees from the two companies, the fans who were drawn, or the few tables of foreign stars, everyone clapped in unison. Although the company's employees were a bit puzzled as to why it wasn't the boss who went up to speak, but this responsible person instead. Chapter 336, The Arrogant Foreigner's Brother. I really like Billis. She sings so well. I wonder if you can let her sing a song for us? Qin Yu, sitting next to Qin Feng, leaned close to his ear and whispered. Since she had drunk a bit, Qin Feng could smell a hint of alcohol on her breath. That's not good. We just invited them to be present. We didn't say we wanted them to perform. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said. Qin Yu's face fell a bit, and Qin Feng's heart tightened. He couldn't let his sister show such an expression. This was something he had repeatedly told himself after becoming wealthy. Rather than just words, it felt more like a vow to himself. All right, I'll let her sing. Which one is Billis? Qin Feng ruffled Qin Yu's hair and smiled. Seeing her brother change the subject, Qin Yu's disappointment instantly vanished, replaced by immense joy. After giving her brother a kiss on the cheek, she cheerfully said, I knew brother treats me the best. Look, that's Billis. She pointed to a woman at one of the tables of foreign stars. Qin Feng followed her direction and saw a blonde woman. Chapter 337. The anxious Billis, seeing Wang Yi return so quickly, Qin Feng thought he had negotiated successfully and smiled slightly. Mr. Qin, it didn't go well. Those foreigners are quite arrogant, saying they have no obligation to perform here. Billis herself didn't say anything. But those foreigners said our Qin group was rude to make such a request. Wang Yi leaned close to Qin Feng and whispered. Qin Feng frowned slightly. Who spoiled these foreigners to be like this? This matter might not be entirely in their favor, but they shouldn't just come up and ridicule their benefactor, right? Has foreign discourse reached such a level? Qin Feng sneered and said, make a note of those who insult Qin group. Also bring Billis outside. I want to talk to her. Originally, Qin Feng didn't want to approach the foreign woman about this matter. But seeing his sister's expectant face, he could only continue. Wang Yi nodded in response and walked towards Billis again. Hey, look, that person in charge of Qin Film Group is going over again. What's going on? He seems to have a bit of a grim expression. Could it be that he's having a conflict with those foreigners? Chapter 338. Focus on foreign affairs clearly. Yuan Union's popularity and the price of a concert still had a considerable gap compared to this internationally renowned woman in front of them. However, this does not mean that Yuan Union is necessarily inferior to Billis. The more significant reason is that Yuan Union hasn't taken steps towards the international stage yet. Right now, her fame isn't that great, and if she goes abroad, she might not be recognized at all. If her popularity increases in the future and her reputation grows, the concert revenue will naturally soar. Moreover, as a newly debuted singer, being able to sell out 130,000 tickets is already an incredible achievement. This can be compared to Yang Mi from Shengshi Film Group next door. I'll give you 80 million, and you sing a few songs for my sister. How about that? Qin Feng, not wanting to waste time, said directly. Billis was taken aback and momentarily didn't respond. Qin Feng frowned and asked again, Ms. Billis, what do you think? Is Mr. Qin going to spend 80 million to have me sing here? My concert lasts no less than 4 hours, and time might be a bit tight now. Chapter 339. Bliss finally takes the stage, Mr. Qin. How should we handle those foreign celebrities who mocked Qin Corporation? Wang Yi knew that Qin Feng didn't want to discuss too much about the foreign entertainment industry, so he tactfully asked another question. After all, Qin Feng had just instructed him to take note of those foreigners. Since he had done so, it was clear they needed to be dealt with. Wang Yi himself felt a surge of anger when he heard those foreigners disrespecting Qin Corporation. Hearing this, a smile involuntarily crept onto Qin Feng's lips. If someone familiar with him were here, they would know that someone was about to face misfortune. There was no rush. There would be plenty of time in the future when they would come seeking us. Wang Yi nodded at Qin Feng's words. After finishing, Qin Feng turned and walked back into the hall, with Wang Yi following closely behind. As they passed by a few tables of fans, Qin Feng overheard a couple of comments that left him both amused and bewildered. Two girls, about the same age as his sister Qin Yu, were whispering together. The boss of Qin Corporation is so handsome. At such a young age, he has built such a large business. It's really impressive. Chapter 340. The ticket was worth every penny. When Bliss saw Wang Yi take the stage, a look of confusion appeared on her face. Wang Yi, who knew a few simple English phrases, said a couple of sentences before Bliss voluntarily handed him a microphone. After thanking her, Wang Yi addressed everyone in the hall, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Bliss has decided to perform a few songs for us." As soon as Wang Yi finished speaking, the selected fans erupted in excitement and began discussing among themselves. "Awesome. This ticket was totally worth it. Haha, who would argue with that? A meal worth 1.6 million, and we get to see Bliss live. Absolutely a great value. If Qin Corporation holds more events like this in the future, no matter whose concert it is, I'll definitely buy a ticket." Regardless of the volume, everyone was praising Qin Corporation, with almost everyone stating that as long as there were similar events during future concerts, they will be the first to buy tickets, no matter who the performer was. The situation was also being live-streamed by these fans on their Weibo accounts. That night, Qin Corporation's film and television group was destined to set the entire internet ablaze. Even before Yuan Yuyan's concert began, several hot search topics on Weibo were already about Qin Corporation. Chapter 341. A bit of loneliness for Li Xiaotian. Good times always pass quickly. After Bliss performed 20 songs, the extravagant dinner worth 160 million finally came to an end. After calling for the luxurious chauffeur service and paying a few thousand more, everyone left the opulent venue. That night's events, whether it was the exorbitant dinner or Qin Corporation's selection of 200 ticket holders to dine together or Bliss's performance, all stirred up a huge wave online. In the office of Shengshi Film Group, Li Xiaotian sat until late at night, only to leave with a heavy sigh, feeling utterly defeated before the concert had even started. The tall figure, not particularly imposing, seemed somewhat lonely in the night. After years of never experiencing defeat, Li Xiaotian finally tasted the bitterness of failure. Chapter 342. A shocking entrance at 6 o'clock in the evening, as the lights began to turn on one by one. The city of Deep City donned its colorful attire, showcasing its unique beauty. The concert, originally scheduled to start promptly at 6, had begun, but Yuan Yuyan had yet to take the stage. "Where's Goddess Yuan? Wasn't it supposed to start at 6? Yeah, it's already 6:05. Why hasn't she appeared? What if something went wrong? Shut your mouth, you ominous person. How dare you curse Goddess Yuan? Be careful, or I'll unleash a set of military boxing on you." Observing the extravagant yet empty stage, the audience below was buzzing with conversations. The stage, lavishly decorated by Qin Corporation, felt somewhat dim without its host for the night. Suddenly, loud rumblings echoed, causing countless curious eyes to turn towards the source of the sound. Amidst the astonished gazes, the ceiling of the Cosmic Center venue began to slowly open, like a flower blooming, with petals spreading outwards. Combined with the twinkling lights above, the visual effect closely resembled that of a real flower blossoming. Chapter 343. Xia Yuqing's request. As Yuan Yuyan's concert unfolded, videos from the scene were quickly shared on Weibo. Once again, Qin Corporation successfully ignited the passion of countless netizens. Comments praising Qin Corporation and Yuan Yuyan flooded the bottom of those videos and the official Weibo account of Qin Corporation. In contrast to the grandeur of Yuan Yuyan's concert, the impromptu concert held in Luo City for Yangmier seemed rather desolate. The massive venue, capable of accommodating over 100,000 people, was now empty and forlorn. Only a handful of die-hard fans waved their support signs vigorously, ignoring the surrounding desolation. Besides the manager responsible for Yangmier's concert from Shengshi, only a few employees from Shengshi were present. The prominent domestic stars looked glum, regretting not having chosen Qin Corporation instead. The atmosphere there was vibrant, with dozens of international superstars in attendance. But in this world, there's no such thing as hindsight. One must pay the price for the choices they made. Even Li Xiaotian, the boss, chose not to make an appearance that night, clearly having little hope for Yangmier's concert. Chapter 344. The proud cousin and cousin-in-law Qin Feng drove his A6 slowly towards Deep City Airport. He couldn't be bothered to ask his cousin Xia Yuqing if she had eaten lunch, lost in his own thoughts. Seeing that Qin Feng was ignoring her, Xia Yuqing felt a bit downcast. Since it was noon, the road to Deep City Airport was not congested. Qin Feng even stopped along the way to buy Xia Yuqing a simple fast food lunch. Xia Yuqing, however, seemed to enjoy it immensely, as if she had discovered some treasure in the events that had just transpired. Shortly after Xia Yuqing finished her meal, Qin Feng finally arrived at Deep City Airport. In the parking lot, Xia Yuqing found a spot to park and sent a message to her cousin to inform her of her location. Qin Feng, do you think we count as boyfriend and girlfriend now? After sending the message, Xia Yuqing looked at Qin Feng with bright eyes. Qin Feng was taken aback, first nodding and then shaking his head. Xia Yuqing was momentarily stunned, various thoughts flashing through her mind. After a long while, she smiled and said, "It's okay. I don't mind." This statement surprised Qin Feng a bit. This woman seemed to understand things quite well. Was it that his money was too tempting? Or was it his charm that was too great? Chapter 345. The subordinate who knows how to handle things, Shuezong. Just as the two cousins were about to say something else, they were interrupted by a surprised exclamation. They frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. A man in a suit, around 30 years old, was rushing towards them with a flustered expression, as if he had just seen his parents. "Xiao Zhao, what are you doing here?" The cousin's husband said with a joyful expression. Xiao Zhao was one of his subordinates. He worked at a large company that had branches in many cities across the country. Xiao Zhao was an employee of the Shenzhen branch and part of his department. "It's really you, Shuezong. I thought I was seeing things. I'm here to pick up a client. What a coincidence to run into you here," Xiao Zhao said, bowing and scraping. The cousin's husband kept his expression unchanged and said lightly, "Client? Did you come alone to pick them up?" "A small client from Luocheng." "It's normal for you not to know, Shuezong. I came with others from my department, but they're buying water," Xiao Zhao quickly replied. The cousin's husband nodded slightly, adopting the demeanor of a company executive since he had encountered his subordinate. Chapter 346. The cousin shocked Xiao Qin at your young age. Being able to drive an A6 is pretty good. At least it's better than many of your peers. Qin Feng could easily detect the sarcasm in the woman's words. But he didn't take it to heart. He had learned to ignore such people. This was a kind of realm you couldn't reach unless you encountered enough fools. After seeing Qin Feng's Audi, there was a trace of disdain in her eyes. However, she said, "Not bad. Xiao Qin is still so young. Being able to drive an A6 is already quite good. When I was his age, I was not as good as him. Now that I'm 30, I've only just become a company president. When Xiao Qin reaches my age, he should be better than me." Watching the two of them banter, Qin Feng felt a bit irritated. Who wouldn't feel annoyed with two flies buzzing in their ear? Humbly accepting your cousin's good words. However, for Xia Yuqing's sake, Qin Feng had no intention of falling out with them. The two didn't notice Qin Feng's impatience in his words. They thought it was normal for the man to have some small emotions after being hit. Chapter 347. Pride ground to dust impossible. This must all be fake. The cousin firmly told herself. The supercars and the astonishingly large villa were definitely rented by her cousin to show off. Did she really have to spend so much for vanity? The cousin firmly believed that only the Audi might be Qin Feng's. She couldn't imagine how much money someone would need to buy so many supercars. After concluding that these were all rented by Xia Yuqing, the cousin felt much better. "Yuqing, we are relatives. There's no need to do this," she said lightly, the shock on her face completely gone, replaced by indifference and a hint of concealed disdain. But how could these supercars and this villa be something an ordinary person could rent? At least her husband didn't have the connections or funds for that. The emotions hidden deep within the cousin were not revealed, but she still somewhat believed it was true. Xia Yuqing was puzzled, wondering what kind of situation she had created. Qin Feng understood that the cousin had likely found an excuse for herself. Chapter 348. A woman's revenge. Qin Feng glanced at Wu Lily on the sofa, filled with amusement. "Showing off in front of me?" This woman was reaping what she sowed. After spending an afternoon together, Xia Yuqing successfully blended in with the other women. They were chatting and laughing, and Qin Feng felt relieved. Don't men fear fires in the backyard? Now that the women were getting along harmoniously, he could finally relax. Time passed quickly, and the leisurely hours flew by. The sun, which was originally hanging high in the sky, was now setting in the west, gradually disappearing. Ding-ling-ling. A series of urgent phone rings sounded. Wu Lily took her phone out of her bag. She initially wanted to show off her latest phone, which cost over 10,000, in front of Xia Yuqing. But after experiencing an afternoon like a nightmare, she had lost all desire to flaunt. At this moment, all she wanted was to leave this hellish place as soon as possible. She had no thoughts of showing off. The tiles beneath her feet were worth more than the phone in her hand. Her pride had long been shattered. Chapter 349. Just a bunch of useless goods meanwhile. On the cousin's husband's side, after hanging up the phone, he called for the temporary secretary assigned to him by the company. The person who arrived was a capable middle-aged man, around 40 years old. He had initially wanted to find a beautiful woman to be his temporary secretary, but to avoid making his wife suspicious, he had to settle for this man. Shuizong, what can I do for you? The middle-aged man looked at the man in front of him, who was a few years younger, and respectfully asked. He was just a secretary, while the man before him was the company president. Although he wasn't the president of the Shenzhen branch, a bit of respect was still necessary. He remembered his superior had repeatedly instructed him when assigning him to be Shuizong's temporary secretary, saying, "This Shuizong is the president from the headquarters. His status is not low, so you need to assist him well." The man was also practical, and he would do his utmost to fulfill the requirements set by his superior. Cousin's husband looked at the man and said, "Secretary Wang, I have something to trouble you with. No, it should be two things." Chapter 350. A few security guards actually dare to look down on him. Either you provide the owner's information for us to contact him, or please leave and do not affect our owner's entry and exit here. The security guard looked at Cousin's husband, already somewhat impatient. Driving a few millions Porsche, showing off at Huaihai Villa? The price of a single tree here is over 100,000. What's your Porsche worth? Although he was just a security guard, he was still a security guard at Huaihai Villa. What kind of billion-dollar tycoons hasn't he seen? How dare this guy show off here? The security guard looked at the man in front of him, disdainfully thinking. However, due to good professional ethics, he naturally wouldn't voice his thoughts. Cousin's husband was a bit dazed, glancing at the supercar that appeared in the rearview mirror. Bugatti Veyron, priced over 50 million. Damn. Looking at the supercar, just a few meters away from the tail of his car, Cousin's husband was startled all over. Now he became obedient, carefully parking his Porsche to the side, giving way to the Bugatti. As the vehicle passed by him, he saw that a woman was sitting inside. She was really beautiful. This was the first thought that crossed Cousin's husband's mind after seeing the woman. Chapter 351. Captain Wu, take him down. After hearing the bystander's words, Cousin's husband felt a bit of a headache. I am a president of Micron Company. Micron Company is a company valued at over $1 trillion. How come in the mouths of these people? I seem like a roadside vendor. Could it be that I can't afford a villa here? Even if I can't buy it now, with my annual salary of over $1 million, can I save up for a down payment in a few years? You guys, I'm going to complain about you. You actually kept our General Shui outside. And you onlookers, what are your identities? How dare you look down on our General Shui? I have to say that Secretary Wang is indeed a qualified subordinate. Upon seeing the disdainful eyes of the bystanders and security guards, he immediately felt a surge of anger and shouted at the people around him. Report us? Feel free. Here's our leader's phone number. Go ahead and call. After hearing this secretary's words, the security guard shrugged indifferently. Then he pointed to a phone at the security post, telling Secretary Wang that this was their leader's phone. The people who were originally ready to leave all stopped in their tracks upon hearing Secretary Wang's words. Chapter 352. The outcome of showing off. The most embarrassing and despairing thing in the world is when pretentiousness meets true excellence. Secretary Wang wanted to pretend he had never been here, but reality clearly did not go as he wished. Cousin's husband was about to say something else when a massive fist came flying at him, preventing the words from coming out of his mouth. Show off. I'll let you show off. It would be one thing if he was showing off elsewhere, but he dared to come show off at Huaihai Villa. Wu Daji and 7 other security guards pressed Secretary Wang and Cousin's husband to the ground, beating them while not forgetting to curse a couple of times. It was evident that the previous complaints from the two had left some thoughts in the minds of these security guards. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. These two fools came to Huaihai Villa to show off. The young man in his 20s clapped and cheered. More and more owners gathered at the entrance, watching the two beaten guys on the ground. Initially, the owners who didn't know the situation felt a bit sympathetic, and some even shouted for Wu Daji and the others to stop. But after hearing the explanations from others, they all changed to one sentence. As long as they don't die, we'll take this together. What kind of status and wealth do these people have in Deep City? Chapter 353. His gaze towards you is off. Everyone disperse. Let us not make a scene. Qin Feng also felt a bit helpless. This was his first time seeing so many owners of Huaihai Villa. And it just so happened that during their first meeting, they made such a big joke. Mr. Qin, this incident was initiated by me and Brother Zhao. As an apology, let us have dinner together tonight. The young man smiled as he spoke to Qin Feng. Zhao Gang beside him also nodded with a smile. He wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was quite smart otherwise. He would have built his way up from scratch to buy a villa in Huaihai Villa. This young man beside him was named Chun Lijun. and his family was in the real estate business in Deep City. His worth was definitely no less than 10 billion. Yet this rich young master was so polite to a young man of similar age. The key point was something Zhao Gang could easily figure out. All right, then let us have dinner together tonight. Qin Feng spoke. Some matters always need a back and forth. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of face. This little brother, we all participated in what happened earlier. Sorry about that. If we had known he was related to you, we wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Ha. Chapter 354. The shock from cousin's husband. After the few women left to drive their cars, Qin Feng, Chun Lijun, and Zhao Gang, 3 big men, stood at the entrance of Huaihai Villa, waiting for the women to bring the cars out. Mr. Qin, that fool-esque gaze towards my sister-in-law is really off. You noticed that too, right? Chun Lijun said in a low voice, looking at the Porsche parked not far away. Qin Feng naturally noticed his address, but didn't say much. Although he had no relationship with Xia Yuqing, there was no need to explain to Chun Lijun. Besides, Chun Lijun's way of addressing him had quietly changed. He had previously said he wanted to be his little brother, but Qin Feng didn't need such a little brother and immediately refused. Now hearing him call him big brother, Qin Feng knew that his desire to be his little brother hadn't disappeared. He insisted on it, so he just let him be. Seeing Qin Feng nod, Chun Lijun was overjoyed, not because his idea was recognized, but because Qin Feng didn't refuse him, calling him big brother. Great, it's done. He would have a backing in the future. This man was definitely scarier than his own family. Even he couldn't buy dozens of supercars worth tens of millions each. Chapter 355. I'll give you 3 minutes to shine. Shortly after Qin Feng and the others arrived at Jinbi Huiguang, cousin's husband and the others finally arrived late. Secretary Wang got there even earlier because he had to cancel the previously reserved private room. When cousin's husband and the others entered Jinbi Huiguang, the first thing they saw was Secretary Wang acting like a lapdog. Standing next to Qin Feng, the expression of his cousin-in-law changed slightly. Originally, he should have been the one in Qin Feng's position, while Secretary Wang should have been the one nodding and bowing beside him. But now everything has changed. After a trip to Huaihai Villa, nothing is the same. He seems to no longer be the lofty CEO of the Weimi company, but rather an outsider who feels out of place among everyone present. Secretary Wang naturally saw General Shui entering, but he only glanced at him and did not approach. He realized that the people around him were the real big shots. Compared to them, what was General Shui from the headquarters? Mr. Qin, Shui Ming has arrived. Should I go greet him? Secretary Wang leaned in close to Qin Feng and said in a low voice. Qin Feng waved his hand impatiently, and Secretary Wang quickly jogged over to Shui Ming. Chapter 356. The new boss of Weimi Company Shui Ming and his wife had their own principles. Their pride in earning millions a year did not allow them to lower their status. They were unwilling to negotiate with Qin Feng or even acknowledge his cousin. Unlike Shui Ming and his wife, Secretary Wang had no such principles. Upon witnessing Chun Lijun's impressive demeanor, his excitement grew stronger. Secretary Wang had figured it out. As long as he supported Mr. Qin, he would definitely rise to great heights. By then, what would Shui Ming matter? Seeing the atmosphere cool down, Secretary Wang started looking for a topic to liven up the room. General Shui, aren't you here in Shin City to find our company's big boss? Secretary Wang suddenly said, looking at Shui Ming. After saying this, he made an excuse to check on the dishes and left the room. After taking the initiative to stir the pot, he wisely chose to temporarily leave. Shui Ming was momentarily taken aback and then looked deeply at Secretary Wang. This guy's not simple. He wants to make himself the topic of conversation. However, he couldn't refuse to answer now, as everyone present was someone of significant stature. Chapter 357. Goodbye. Shun Linchuan Shui Ming felt a surge of anger. But thinking of the man who was so close to him, now being his boss, he held back his fury. Silently, he stood up from the ground and returned to his seat. Chun Lijun and Zhao Gang looked at Shui Ming with disdain, their eyes filled with contempt. The women glanced at the two and continued their discussion about clothes, bags, and cosmetics. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Now, with more than 3 women gathered, there was no sign of stopping their conversation. Secretary Wang returned to the room, having missed a good show. If he had come back just a minute earlier, he would have witnessed Shui Ming begging for forgiveness. Seeing that aside from a few women chattering, the others were silent, Secretary Wang wondered if the topic he initiated wasn't exciting enough. However, upon seeing Shui Ming's pale expression, he understood that the topic had already been discussed. Mr. Qin, The dishes might take a while longer, Secretary Wang said, looking at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and glanced at Secretary Wang. This guy is too calculating and is willing to sell out his boss for anyone with money and power. Chapter 358. 3 million received. Chen Lijun had a fearsome reputation. Just now, Shen Linchuan had forgotten about this matter due to his sudden anger. Now that he was calm, his panic intensified. Although Chen Lijun seemed to have stopped street racing in recent years, and that organization seemed to have disbanded, Shen Linchuan believed that if Chen Lijun wanted to, he could easily rally the members of that organization again. At that time, the Shun family would definitely not go to war with so many families just for him. Brother Chun, I was wrong. I was too impulsive just now. Please don't take it to heart. As he spoke, Shen Linchuan took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it. Shen Lijun slapped away the cigarette Shen Linchuan offered. That is my brother. Do you still remember the 600,000? Worried that this fool hadn't thought of Qin Feng, Shen Lijun mentioned it again. Only then did Shen Linchuan look at Qin Feng. When he saw Qin Feng's face, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the nouveau riche who gave 2 million each to his brothers and told them to scram? Afterward, he even gathered a group of thugs to teach him a lesson, but he witnessed a scene that he would never forget. Chapter 359. Weimi Shun City branch. Chen Lijun returned to his seat, while Shen Linchuan awkwardly stood beside him. He wanted to find an empty seat, but after seeing Chen Lijun's expression, wisely chose not to sit down. Looking at Qin Feng's profile, Shen Linchuan pondered who this guy really was. How could he make the notorious Chen Lijun sincerely call him brother? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't find anyone in the second-generation circle of Shun City who matched Qin Feng. In the end, he had to give up on the thought. As he counted the seconds, a rapid knock on the door finally sounded. Before Chen Lijun could react, Shen Linchuan rushed to the door first. His eager demeanor made it seem as if his father had arrived. He opened the door and saw the brothers who had received 2 million alongside him, almost bringing tears to his eyes. You finally made it. Hurry, come in. His voice was filled with urgency as he eagerly pulled the two into the room. Chen Lijun's name was quite effective among most second-generation individuals in Shin City. Upon hearing the name Chen Lijun, the two immediately dropped what they were doing and hurried to the opulent room. Chapter 360. Current chairman of Weimi Company, Mr. Qin. Why are you here personally? If you had told me in advance, I would have sent someone to pick you up. Xiaobin's attitude completely changed. What had been mere politeness moments ago was now respectful. Hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Since Xiaobin already knew his identity, he would no longer hide it. Have all the senior executives come for a meeting. Also, contact the headquarters to join a video conference. Xiaobin hurriedly replied, that one do. How can I call you general in front of Mr. Qin? Just call me Xiao Xia. He insisted that Qin Feng sit down for a moment while he went and notify everyone. Without giving Qin Feng a chance to speak, Xiaobin pushed open the office door and let Qin Feng sit first. After brewing a cup of tea, he began calling one by one to notify them. Watching Xiaobin busy making phone calls in the office, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. This guy is a bit slick, but being punctual for work is still commendable. As for his future, let's wait and see how things go. Xiaobin didn't realize that his long-standing habit of arriving and leaving work on time had become the key to Qin Feng's good impression of him at this moment. Mr. Qin, I've notified everyone. Our meeting will start in half an hour. Chapter 361. Extremely cautious Remy. As Qin Feng finished his first sentence, everyone present, as well as those in the video conference, burst into applause. Even if the boss farted, it would still be right. No matter what the boss said. As long as they applauded, that was it. Qin Feng pressed his hands down to signal for silence. The purpose of this temporary meeting, he said, was simply to let everyone get to know him. Everyone was taken aback, clearly unable to accept this new boss's straightforward way of speaking. Before they could gather their thoughts, Qin Feng was already preparing to return to his previous seat. Mr. Qin, wait a moment. I have something to report to you. A somewhat anxious voice came from a speaker in the conference room. Qin Feng stopped and turned to look at the computer screen. It was a middle-aged man who looked very anxious and was actually standing to speak. Seeing the somewhat excited middle-aged man on the screen, Qin Feng was taken aback. He recognized this guy. It was Remy, the founder of Micron Company. Before he obtained the 100-fold return system, this guy was already a model of success. He often posted updates on Weibo, attracting the attention of many young people. Chapter 362. Preparing to visit Ouching amid the respectful gazes of all the heads of the Micron Deep City branch, Qin Feng left the company. At the Qin Film Group, Qin Feng sat in the conference room waiting for the arrival of the company's executives. Having a secretary is indeed quite convenient. At least he no longer needed to personally notify them for meetings. Mr. Qin, Wang Yu was the first to walk in, followed by the senior executives of the Qin Group, one after another entering the conference room. Everyone greeted Qin Feng, and he responded one by one. Once everyone was seated, Qin Feng stood up and smiled. I called this temporary meeting not for anything serious, just to discuss our trip to Ouching. Seeing Qin Feng with a bright smile, everyone felt relieved. Although the Qin Film Group hadn't encountered any major issues since Yuan Yuyan's concert, the sudden meeting made everyone a bit nervous. Now hearing Qin Feng mention the trip to Ouching, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. What I promised you earlier was 2 million each, but when Qin Feng mentioned 2 million, everyone was overjoyed. That was a 2 million bonus. Chapter 363. How much can a flight cost? Qin Feng looked at the phone number sent by Chun Li-jun and did not immediately dial it. The trip to Ouching will be confirmed today. Everyone can leave now and wait for my notification, Qin Feng said to the people in the conference room. Since Chun Li-jun was coming, Qin Feng naturally couldn't let him come to this meeting room. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and left the conference room. They were quite clear about Qin Feng's capabilities. Since he said it, the trip to Ouching was most likely a done deal. After everyone left, Qin Feng returned to his office, with Lu Yun following behind. Mr. Qin, your tea. As soon as Qin Feng sat down, Lu Yun brought him a cup of tea. Having a secretary is really nice. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, and Lu Yun returned to her position. Taking out her phone, she sent a message in the group chat with the girls at the villa. We're going to Ouching the next few days. Are you interested? Brother, both Schwerer and I have classes these days, so we won't be going. Qin Yu replied first, followed by several messages indicating others were busy. In the end, only Shan Mengyao had time, which made Qin Feng feel somewhat disappointed. Chapter 364. 10 trillion, is this little money? Sitting nearby, Chun Li-jun felt a bit dazed. His judgment was indeed correct. He recognized this big brother, and he was truly wealthy. No, it was beyond just being wealthy. He really doesn't treat money like money. Have you ever heard of someone buying an entire flight just to take employees on a trip and then buying the whole airline? Maybe movies and TV shows wouldn't even dare to portray this. Glancing at the somewhat dazed Chun Li-jun, Qin Feng smiled and said, "What are you thinking about?" "What do you think I'm thinking, big brother? You're really my big brother," Chun Li-jun said somewhat mournfully. He regretted coming here. He felt like he was just here to get stimulated for no reason. Yesterday, when he heard that Qin Feng was the new boss of Micron Company, he couldn't understand what kind of person would spend trillions to buy such a large company. Now he understood. His big brother would buy Micron Company, probably for the same reason. All right, these are just small matters. Don't take them to heart. Isn't life just about seeking happiness? Qin Feng said with a smile. Then he stood up and said, "Let's go. The address has been sent over. Accompany me for a trip." Chapter 365. Taking you to a good place, Qin Feng actually didn't want to hear him talk. Anyway, he was too lazy to remember what was said. "Mr. Wu, don't say too much. Just tell me the price." Qin Feng interrupted Wu Wan, who was rambling on. Chun Li-jun secretly gave a thumbs up to his big brother. He was getting a headache just listening. "Mr. Qin, if you only want it for tomorrow, it will be 8 million. If you want to buy out this flight, it will be 18 billion. This flight goes to Ouching every 3 days, with ticket prices ranging from 300,000 to 500,000. And this Boeing 747 costs around 1 billion. Wu Wan quickly reported the prices. Buying out this flight costs 18 billion. Of that, the plane itself accounts for 10 billion, while the remaining 3 billion is the price for this route. Qin Feng was somewhat aware of the plane's price, and Wu Wan's quote wasn't outrageous. It was considered a normal price. "Then let's buy it out," Qin Feng said nonchalantly. Chun Li-jun was taken aback upon hearing this. "Big brother, that's 18 billion. Can't you just spend 8 million for one trip?" "Mr. Wu, wait a moment. Let me talk to my big brother." Chun Li-jun interrupted their conversation and said, Chapter 366. Encountering protection fee collectors, all right. Old Pang also responded loudly. Chun Li-jun leaned closer to Qin Feng and whispered, "Big brother, everyone here for a meal is a regular customer." Lao Pang used to have a shop in the center of Shenzhen, but it closed down for some reason and he was forced to move here. Qin Feng glanced at him and curiously asked, "With your Chun family strength, didn't you help him?" "Don't mention it. The boss is quite stubborn. I've asked him several times, but he just won't tell me why. Every time I bring it up, he just says what's past is past," Chun Li-jun muttered, looking at Lao Pang. Qin Feng chuckled. It seemed that the man busy cooking was also someone with a story. However, he wasn't very interested in others' affairs, especially since the other party clearly didn't want to talk about the past. Qin Feng and Chen Lijun chatted about various topics. And soon Lao Pang brought out several dishes, along with 2 jugs of wine. Before they even reached the table, Qin Feng could smell the aroma of the wine wafting from the jug. It was far from the kind of blended liquor available on the market. This was pure grain wine, the scent released after fermentation. Chapter 367. Are you trying to make things hard for me? Qin Feng had a smile on his face, and his voice was not loud. He looked like a nice guy, but the next moment, a crisp, cracking sound shattered that image completely, adding a chilling atmosphere to the seemingly ordinary small restaurant. After the clear sound, the hand of the yellow-haired guy held by Qin Feng was now exhibiting an irregular curve. Ah! A piercing scream escaped the yellow-haired guy's mouth. Qin Feng released his grip and rubbed his ears, seemingly startled by the yell. You dare to break my hand? Kill him. The yellow-haired guy, clutching his hand, glared at Qin Feng and shouted. Chen Lijun beside him was a bit stunned. His big brother was not only wealthy, but also a martial arts master. Just now, he had pressed him down so he couldn't move. And now he had single-handedly broken the yellow-haired guy's hand. Chen Lijun didn't know how much strength was needed to break someone's bone, but he knew he definitely couldn't do it. Lao Pang was also momentarily stunned, but upon hearing the yellow-haired guy's words, he quickly regained his composure. Looking at Chen Lijun, he said, Young Master Chen, you'd better take your friend and run. Chapter 368. Do you think I'm impressive? Shortly after Qin Feng and Chen Lijun left, the yellow-haired guy returned to Lao Pang's small shop with over 20 of his brothers. Finding the place empty, a fierce look appeared on his face. He hadn't even had time to find a doctor to check his hand before these guys had escaped. Damn it, burn the shop down, the yellow-haired guy said viciously. Looking at Lao Pang's shop, this place was quite remote and had no surveillance or anything. Even if he burned the shop down, there would be no evidence to prove he ordered it done. This was why the yellow-haired guy dared to act so recklessly. One of his younger brothers, standing behind him, hurried to the front of the shop, pulled out a lighter from his pocket, and then froze. Big brother, I can't light this thing. In the end, he could only helplessly explain the situation to his boss. The yellow-haired guy's expression changed, and he angrily cursed. Useless. You can't even do such a simple thing. Lao Pang's shop didn't even have a window, just 3 concrete walls and a rolling shutter door. He really couldn't find a way to set it on fire. Damn it. What a stupid luck for that idiot to have this coffin-like shop. Chapter 369. The situation is not optimistic. Lao Pang hadn't had time to respond to his daughter's question when he was interrupted by Chen Lijun. However, he just smiled at this. This person was like a lifesaver to his daughter. How could he have any other thoughts over such a trivial matter? Uncle Chen. Xiao Mei lay on the hospital bed, her face somewhat pale, but she still had a look of joy when speaking. Sister-in-law. Chen Lijun greeted the woman sitting beside the hospital bed. He had known Lao Pang's family for several years, so they were relatively familiar with each other. Qin Feng also followed the two into the ward. Looking at the young girl on the bed, a hint of sympathy appeared in his eyes. To suffer such illness at such a young age, no one can escape the ups and downs of life. Sister-in-law, this is my big brother Qin Feng. Chen Lijun introduced Qin Feng to the woman. Qin Feng also smiled and called her sister-in-law. The woman smiled broadly and quickly invited the two to sit down, only to find that the 2 stools in the ward had already been moved away by the family of the patient in the next bed. I'll go get you a stool. No need to trouble yourself, sister-in-law. We're just here to see Xiao Mei. You sit down. Chapter 370. Money can fight. And he even knows medicine? Comparable to a divine doctor. This should be enough to treat current diseases, right? Qin Feng thought as he looked at the medical talismans displayed in the system shop. During the time he was communicating with the system, Chen Lijun had also finished his conversation with Dr. Liu. Chen Lijun took an envelope from his pants and handed it to Dr. Liu. Judging by the thickness of the envelope, it probably contained no less than 30,000. Mr. Chen, this is unacceptable. You are tarnishing my profession. You are also tarnishing my character. Dr. Liu knew the young man's intentions and quickly stood up, saying seriously. Chen Lijun was slightly taken aback. This doctor seemed to be truly different from other doctors. I was too anxious. Dr. Liu, just treat Xiao Mei. You can name any conditions. Putting away the envelope, Chen Lijun said quietly to Dr. Liu. Upon hearing this, Dr. Liu's expression clearly froze, but he immediately refused without any hesitation. Mr. Chen, please don't say such things. As a doctor, I naturally must do my utmost to treat the patient. All right, Li Jun, what are you doing? Seeing Chun Li Jun wanting to say more, Qin Feng interrupted him. He then looked at Dr. Liu and said, Dr. Liu, after treating Xiao Mei, we'll treat you to a meal to express our gratitude. How about that? Chapitre 371, Encontré à car accident. Mr. Qin, have you assessed Xiao Mei's condition? Lao Pang said quietly, his voice slightly trembling. He even changed how he addressed Qin Feng, from Qin Feng to Mr. Qin. Now, no one cared about such small details. All three were nervously watching Qin Feng, waiting for his response. Well, Xiao Mei's condition is quite serious. Even if she gets a kidney transplant, there's a high probability of rejection. Qin Feng opened his mouth and said. Old Pang's face changed drastically, and he trembled as he said, Do you have a way? As long as you can save Xiao Mei, I will give you my life. No need to do that. If I didn't have a way, I wouldn't be talking to you. Qin Feng patted his shoulder and smiled. The three of them finally looked a bit better after hearing this. I'll give you a prescription. You can go to a herbal medicine store every day to get the medicine. Don't leave the hospital. Let them check Xiao Mei's condition every day. If anything unexpected happens, just call me. Qin Feng provided a phone number. Chun Li Jun was quick to react, running to the nearby nurse station to get paper and a pen for Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly wrote down a dozen kinds of Chinese medicinal herbs and handed it to Old Pang. Chapter 372. Teach you martial arts? What kind of strength is needed to bend this car, which has been severely deformed from the impact like this? The onlookers were a bit dumbfounded, looking at Qin Feng, who was supporting the car with both hands. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Li Jun, pull him out. Qin Feng suddenly shouted. Chun Li Jun jolted back to reality from his shock and quickly reached out to pull the man from the driver's seat. After the man was rescued, Qin Feng finally released his hands. The car body he had bent did not close up, but remained in the shape he had created. This strength was terrifying. Damn, boss. Are you Superman? Chun Li Jun said in shock as he laid the man flat on the ground. Others were also discussing, filled with astonishment at Qin Feng's actions. So fierce. Saying this strength is superhuman might be a bit exaggerated, but compared to us, he is like a superhero. Who says no? When that guy lost control, I thought this man was done for. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably would have made an irreversible mistake. Qin Feng did not show any expression at the crowd's amazement. However, when he saw the man who had lost control thanking him, he smiled and nodded. Chapter 373. Year-end reward supercar after sending Qin Feng back to the villa. Chun Li Jun didn't even bother to eat and immediately started looking for someone to track down the whereabouts of those yellow-haired thugs. Seeing him so anxious, Qin Feng naturally didn't keep him for dinner. After returning to the villa, he confirmed with a few women again whether they wanted to go to ouching with him. The response he received was the same as during the day, so Qin Feng could only helplessly return to his room. In the end, only Shen Mingyao and Qin Feng would go to ouching together the next day, just before going to bed. Qin Feng remembered that he hadn't notified anyone from the Qin film group yet. After telling Wang Yi, Qin Feng hung up the phone. Meanwhile, the senior executives of the Qin film group were preparing their daily necessities and clothes overnight. Since Qin Feng had booked the entire flight, taking so few people would be somewhat wasteful. Therefore, under Qin Feng's instructions, Wang Yi called on a dozen Qin employees, telling them to go to ouching for a few days of fun together. These employees had been working overtime during Yuan Union's concert, so they certainly deserved this trip to ouching. In fact, according to the flight Qin Feng had booked, even if all the Qin film group's people went, there would still be enough seats. The Boeing 747 has a capacity of about 700 people, while the Qin group only has around 600. Chapter 374. Big Shot comes to pick up at the Shunqing airport. Wu Wen had long been waiting outside. When he saw Qin Feng and the others get out of the car, he quickly stood up and walked towards Qin Feng. President Qin, President Wu, thank you for your trouble, Qin Feng said with a smile upon seeing Wu Wen. This guy hadn't gained anything from him, but was still busy running around, which was quite rare. Wu Wen wasn't stupid. After Qin Feng left that day, he had already used his connections to investigate Qin Feng's identity. The more he investigated, the more shocked he became. This young man in his 20s actually held shares in multiple Fortune 500 companies in China and the world. Moreover, he had complete control over them, which was truly astonishing. President Qin, what you said is not true. It's the least I could do, Wu Wen said humbly, unable to be assertive in front of such a terrifying young man. He was merely a director of Shunqing Airlines, with assets of only a few hundred billion, most of which were shares of Shunqing Airlines, which couldn't be converted into cash. But this young man in front of him had several groups that were not inferior to Shunchang Airlines, all of which he had complete control over. Given such a huge gap, how could Wu have the confidence to act tough in front of this young man? Chapter 375. Booked Danfeng Mountain Villa. Welcome, President Qin, to Ouching for a vacation. As the four big shots spoke, dozens of bodyguards in black shouted in unison. The imposing atmosphere startled the onlookers nearby, making them involuntarily take a few steps back. Some who were afraid of getting into trouble hurriedly left the airport, leaving only those bolder individuals who continued to wait, wanting to see the big shot welcomed by the four big shots. Hello, everyone. Qin Feng also smiled and greeted the four. Chen Lijun, who followed behind Qin Feng, was dumbfounded. He obviously recognized these four men. In fact, how many people in China didn't know these four? My big brother is amazing. To come to Ouching and have these four personally pick him up, what kind of treatment is this? Just ask in the vast China, how many people can do this? President Qin, knowing you were coming, we booked the Danfeng Mountain Villa. Danfeng Mountain Villa is the largest resort in Ouching, and you will definitely be able to rest well there. Looking at the four middle-aged men vying to speak, Qin Feng could only nod helplessly. He then got into He Mingle's car, while Chen Lijun got into another person's car. As for the employees of the Qin Film Group, He Mingle said someone would come to pick them up within 3 minutes. Chapter 376. He Mingle's 4 requests lunch ended quickly. Since many people hadn't slept all night, Qin Feng announced that activities would start again in the evening. Upon hearing this, the Qin Group employees returned to their rooms, but how could they sleep? Even the senior executives of the Qin Group were staying in such a resort for the first time. Danfeng Mountain Villa is the most high-end resort in Ouching, with the most ordinary room costing over 30,000 a day. Such high expenses were unaffordable even for the senior executives of the Qin Group. But this time, someone had booked the entire Danfeng Mountain Villa to welcome them. Although He Mingle's 4 were targeting Qin Feng, this did not prevent them, as Qin Feng's employees, from enjoying all this. On the balcony, Qin Feng and the 4 He Mingle sat around the coffee table. He Mingle proactively poured tea for several people, and Qin Feng withdrew his gaze from the distant, beautiful scenery. Looking at the 4, he said, "You 4 are treating me this way. Is there something going on?" The 4 were taken aback and exchanged glances. In the end, it was still He Mingle who spoke up. "Mr. Qin, as you know, although the 4 of us are considered top-notch in AO City, on a global scale, even in China, we hardly make it to the forefront." Qin Feng nodded slightly. It was indeed as he said. Chapter 377. This is my son, He Hong Yu. It was already close to midnight. As the streetlights of various colors were turned on, the city of AO City, which was even more prosperous than Deep City, gradually presented its most beautiful side to everyone. Employees of the Qin family opened the car windows and kept taking pictures with their phones. It seemed that any random shot here could turn into a beautiful photo good enough to be a wallpaper. Everyone was enjoying themselves, and Shen Mingyao and Yuan Yunyan, who were next to Qin Feng, were also doing the same. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled slightly. The vehicle soon arrived at He Mingle's casino, the Royal Casino, the somewhat domineering name, but seeing the decoration at the entrance was enough to match this domineering name. 2 statues over 10 meters tall were placed at the entrance of the casino, like 2 door gods. Upon seeing He Mingle's car arrive, the security at the casino promptly notified the staff inside via intercom. The staff, with the fastest speed in their lives, informed the casino's manager of the boss's arrival. The speed was unbelievable. Before He Mingle's car even came to a stop, a man with a competent look and a well-fitted suit appeared at the casino entrance with a group of over 10 people. Upon seeing He Mingle get out of the car, the man quickly walked to He Mingle's side. Chapter 378. How boring to sit here with me. Thank you, 4 bosses. Qin Feng said with a light laugh upon hearing their words. The 4 quickly waved their hands, indicating it was unnecessary. Then the 4 led Qin Feng towards the casino's elevator. Shen Mingyao and Yuan Yunyan kept following Qin Feng, as they had little interest in gambling. At this time, Chen Lijun, who had already sat down at the gambling table, knew that his elder brother was going upstairs. He probably would immediately give up the ongoing game and return to Qin Feng's side. The Royal Casino has a total of 15 floors, with the bottom 5 floors filled with various gambling tables. Bets start as low as 100 and can go up to tens of millions. The 6th to 14 floors are filled with various entertainment facilities and suites. Everything you can find in a 5-star hotel can be found here. However, the price for a suite here is double that of an outside 5-star hotel. As for the 15th floor, it is the destination Qin Feng is heading to now. The VIP area of the Royal Casino. The 16th floor has only one gambling table, but everyone who can sit at this table is a powerful figure. The qualification to sit down requires 500 million in cash. Just this rule is enough to make countless people sigh in admiration. As the elevator slowly ascended, Mingle had already explained the rules of the VIP area on the 16th floor to Qin Feng. Chapter 379. Why is everyone looking at me? However, the four of Mingle were clearly unwilling to reveal this person's identity. And this person, it seems, was equally reluctant to disclose their identity. For this, the two could only silently sigh in their hearts. Seeing the big shots speak, the dealers skillfully shuffled a deck of cards, and the game began. A total of 500 million in chips was placed in front of each person, with the minimum denomination being 1 million in chips. The three were playing the most common game of Zhajiang, known in many places as Daji, Zha-Ji. This game tests both a person's luck and psychological resilience. After all, if you hold a mediocre hand, you might be scared away by someone else's small card. 1 million to bet, 1 million to check, and double the amount to look at the cards. The rules are simple, and everyone present had played before, so there was no need for anyone to explain the rules. Each person had 3 cards placed in front of them, and Mingle, sitting at the head, spoke first. I bet 1 million. Without a second thought, he threw 1 million in chips into the center of the table. In the first round, everyone put in 1 million, and no one voluntarily looked at their cards. After all, looking at the cards would mean doubling the bet, which would be 2 million. If the cards held were not strong, it would lead to a dilemma. Chapter 380. Looks like this round has nothing to do with me again. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. He didn't lose much in this round, having only participated in 2 hands. However, the woman sitting beside him contributed a significant amount of chips. As the second round began, it was the turn of the young man who had just won to speak first. I bet 5 million. The young man directly raised the bet, skipping the 1 million baseline. Mingle shook his head and smiled, glanced at his cards, and tossed them aside. This time it was the turn of the gang leader to bet, and in the end, it was only Qin Feng, the young man, and this gang leader left. Boss Pan, you are quite confident in your cards, Qin Feng remarked as he looked at the leader. The gang leader of the Qin gang was named Pan Yu. This name would make anyone in AO City, or even in China, tremble slightly upon hearing it. Upon hearing this, Pan Yu chuckled, just average. Qin Feng also smiled lightly, and then tossed out 5 million. The young man's gaze shifted between the two, and he chose to look at his cards. With a sigh, he discarded his hand. Mr. Qin, should I show my cards to you? Pan Yu laughed as he tossed out 10 million in chips, choosing to reveal his cards to Qin Feng. It seemed that his hand was not strong. Qin Feng casually turned over his cards, revealing a pair of 2s. Pan Yu shook his head and sighed. Mr. Qin, your luck is quite good. A pair of 2s just happens to beat my hand. Chapter 381. The former goddess. At first, Qin Feng didn't pay much attention. However, upon seeing the figure walking at the back, his brows involuntarily furrowed. You all come over. Accompany Mr. Qin for some fun today. Mingle waved his hand, and 3 women quickly walked to his side. After Mingle pointed at Qin Feng, the 3 women walked over to Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned slightly and said, just leave her here. Let the other 2 go. While speaking, he pointed at the woman walking last. The men present showed expressions that conveyed a mutual understanding. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Mingle also waved his hand, letting the 2 women leave. The woman sitting not far from Qin Feng furrowed her brows upon seeing this, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure, not allowing others to see her expression. When Lu Xiao saw the 3 women, his brows also involuntarily furrowed. He recognized all 3 of them. Looking across the entire AO City, or even China, I'm afraid there aren't many people who don't recognize these 3 women. The 2 who left were already famous stars across the country several years ago. Chapter 382. System, give me a perspective talisman. After 2 more rounds, the chips on the table had piled up into a small mountain, with nearly 400 million chips placed on the table. Whoever wins can take the 400 million. In the end, it was still the more cautious Pan Yu who chose to reveal his cards first. He opened the cards of the woman who put in the money first. After glancing at the woman's cards, he decisively threw away his own. The woman remained expressionless and threw in more chips. At this moment, Lu Xiao's face was also somewhat dark as he suddenly lost confidence in his flush. That's right. This time, he had another flush. After several more hands, Lu Xiao unwillingly called for a showdown. The cards from both sides were laid on the table. Lu Xiao had a flush with 234, while the woman had the first triple of the night, 3 5s. I concede to you, Lu Xiao, the woman said with a smile. Lu Xiao's expression showed a hint of anger, going from the biggest winner just moments ago to the biggest loser. All in just 2 hands. The previous flush lost him 200 million to Qin Feng, and this time he lost even more, over 300 million. Looking at the remaining 300 million chips in front of him, Lu Xiao's expression was rather unpleasant. He mingled, and the others looked at him with strange eyes, while Qin Feng secretly laughed in his heart. Chapter 383. Is President Qin ready to go all out with me? Lu Xiao's eyes turned red as he coldly looked at Qin Feng and said, Is President Qin ready to go all out with me? Hearing this, he mingled, and the others furrowed their brows slightly, filled with dissatisfaction. Even if you're the son of the biggest jeweler in Ouching, you shouldn't have such an attitude towards our guests, right? Even if your father personally came, he should weigh his own worth. However, Lu Xiao, who was already a bit tipsy, didn't notice the look from afar. The woman sitting between Lu Xiao and Qin Feng showed a slight smile, her eyes revealing a sense of anticipation for the show. Qin Feng, however, chuckled and said, Isn't Lu Xiao the one going all out with me? Lu Xiao fell silent, but continued to toss in chips without hesitation. Every time Qin Feng put in chips, he followed suit without hesitation. Time passed second by second, and nearly 500 million chips had piled up on the gambling table. The amount they were betting each time had risen from 20 million to 50 million, just casually tossing in 50 million. Qin Feng always wore a smile, while Lu Xiao's face became somewhat ferocious. Lu Xiao, go ahead, don't treat money lightly. Betting 50 million at a time is quite painful, Qin Feng said with a smile after tossing in another 50 million. Chapter 384. Then let's do it, as President Qin says. Wang Yuding was taken aback for a moment, then blushed and nodded. Qin Feng smiled and said, Then I'll listen to you, Lu Xiao. I'm going to go all out. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Xiao's eyes. With a hand that seemed almost certain to win, Qin Feng had only put in over 100 million. Gamblers only see the money others bet and overlook that they have already bet over 300 million. This was already his last capital. If Qin Feng continued to bet, he would have to put in a third 500 million. However, Lu Xiao's expression quickly returned to normal, confidently revealing his cards. Qin Feng pretended to glance over, then sighed and said, Not bad, it seems I've lost. You turn over the cards. He then looked at Wang Yuding beside him and spoke. Wang Yuding's expression changed as she looked at Qin Feng with worry, shaking her head slightly. It's fine. Over 100 million is all winnings anyway. Just consider it returning to Lu Xiao. Seeing Qin Feng's attitude so firm, Wang Yuding no longer hesitated. Nervously, she flipped over the 3 cards in front of Qin Feng. Wow, President Qin, your luck is unmatched. This is a guaranteed win. President Qin truly is a person with great fortune. Huh? Unfortunately, Lu Xiao's seemingly certain hand lost again. Gambling is all about the gamble. Chapter 385. Of course, this is the last hand. Qin Feng was not in a hurry at all. It must be said that the dealer's skills were indeed strong enough. The cards were shuffled so randomly that there was no discernible pattern. But alas, Qin Feng had the seemingly heaven-defying ability of perspective. Lu Xiao quickly chose a card, which was a 10, and by normal standards, that wasn't small. Indeed, after taking a look at his card, a smile appeared on Lu Xiao's face. Lu Xiao was quite confident in his cards. I want to start from the left. The 4th card. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled, announcing which card he wanted. The dealer then drew the card Qin Feng mentioned from the table and flipped it over. Spade Jack. Another guaranteed win, just slightly larger than Lu Xiao's 10. But that 1 point would cost Lu Xiao 1 billion. Qin Feng said somewhat apologetically, When luck comes, it can't be stopped. My apologies, Lu Xiao. How is this possible? Lu Xiao shouted hoarsely. He wanted to argue, but seeing the looks from him mingle and the others, he swallowed the words back down. Perhaps his emotions were hard to control at that moment. Lu Xiao's face turned red, as if he had drunk too much. Chapter 386. This is not simple admiration. This is faith. The woman took a deep look at Qin Feng, then said her goodbyes and left the room. Where did this woman come from? So young yet with so much money? Qin Feng asked, looking at the closed door. He mingled smiled and said, Shen Man Yu like Lu Jiqiang is also a second-generation rich kid, but her father is in foreign trade. Her father is Shen Guoqiang. In recent years, he has built quite a business. holding over half of Ouching's foreign trade in his hands. Qin Feng nodded slightly and smiled. This woman is much smarter than Lu Xiao, haha. Shen Manyu was known for her intelligence in Ouching's circles since childhood, and now Sheng Guoqiang had entrusted her with some of the business. He Mingle continued. Shen Manyu has been in the spotlight for a while. Qin Feng smiled and said nothing as the group headed for the door. By the way, President Qin, this woman tonight, near the door, He Mingle said with a sly smile. Qin Feng paused slightly, glancing at Wang Yuding beside him, and said with a smile, "Why don't you stay at my place for a night?" "Ha, did you hear that? Make sure to accompany President Qin well tonight," He Mingle said to Wang Yuding. Chapter 387. Wang Yuding's Encounter. Even with He Mingle and the others' experiences, they couldn't imagine the astonishing things this group would do for a single word from Qin Feng. When money reaches a certain level, it can truly transform a person's thinking into this kind of appearance. Looking at the crowd in front of him, who seemed like fanatics, He Mingle and his three companions exchanged glances, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Especially Pan Yu, as the leader of the Qin gang. He needed this almost insane admiration more than anyone else. If all the hundreds of thousands of brothers in the Qin gang revered him like this, what other power in Asia could compare to his Qin gang? Pan Yu thought to himself, President Qin is magnificent. Long live President Qin. There were only about 40 to 50 employees of the Qin Film and Television Group present, sharing 200 million. Each of them could take home 3 to 4 million. To come to AO City and return home with millions was something they wouldn't even dare to dream about. The cheers of the 40 to 50 people naturally attracted everyone's attention. People raised their eyebrows and looked over, their dissatisfaction evident. Some who recognized He Mingle and the others quickly averted their gazes, their movements so swift it was almost shocking, as if afraid of being noticed by He Mingle and his companions. Chapter 388. Leisurely time Qin Feng also figured out. That was why she had such an expression when she received the chips he gave her. In front of Wang Yuding, Qin Feng called He Mingle. Without any preamble, he straightforwardly explained Wang Yuding's situation. He Mingle on the other end readily agreed, assuring that there would be no accidents. Even if He Mingle tried to push back multiple times, Qin Feng ultimately transferred the 50 million. After all, it wasn't much for him, and there was no need to owe someone a favor for such a small amount. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng looked at Wang Yuding and smiled, saying, "See, it's all resolved now. Many things may seem as difficult as climbing to the sky for you, but they aren't a problem for others." Wang Yuding was filled with excitement and joy, looking at Qin Feng, who was just a tea table away, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. "Thank you, President Qin. I will pay you back the 50 million, Wang Yuding said. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it, it's not a big deal." But inwardly he thought, "This should be my way of settling the debt for being infatuated with you back then." After sending Wang Yuding away, Qin Feng gradually fell asleep, and when he woke up again, it was already noon. Chapter 389. Auction. Don't mention it. Master, I ran into a shrew while shopping, Shen Mingyao said with an unhappy expression, taking a sip of tea. Yuan Yinyan beside her also displayed obvious anger, clearly upset by the shrew mentioned by Shen Mingyao. A shrew? What did she do? Qin Feng asked curiously. Having known the two women for so long, he had never seen them so angry. Seeing Qin Feng's curiosity, Shen Mingyao, who initially didn't want to bring it up again, could only recount what had happened. Listening to Shen Mingyao's recount, Qin Feng understood why the two were so angry. After the two women got up, they went to the mall out of boredom. Shen Mingyao had her eye on a piece of clothing, and just as she was about to try it on, a woman popped out, disdainfully saying she couldn't afford it. As sisters, Yuan Yinyan naturally couldn't just stand by, and they immediately began to argue with the woman. The woman couldn't win against the two, and after a few exchanges of insults, she stormed off, leaving a remark not to let her find Shen Mingyao. "It's not a big deal. That woman ran off because you two scolded her," Qin Feng said, somewhat amused, reasoning that it should be the scolded woman who was angrier. Chapter 390. Shen Manyu's charisma. When Qin Feng and the others entered the venue, quite a number of people were already seated. Roughly estimating there were about 40 to 50 people. "This is quite a crowd. So many people have come," Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Hearing this, He Mingle turned around and smiled, saying, "The host of this auction is President Qin, whom you have met." "Oh," Qin Feng questioned, as he had only been in AO City for a day and had seen only a few people aside from He Mingle and his companions. He Mingle chuckled and said, "It's that girl Shen Manyu who organized this auction. I thought it was someone else. It's her." Qin Feng shook his head and smiled, speaking. The group looked at the paddles in their hands and found their corresponding seats. The person at the entrance seemed to know the status of Mingle and his companions, so they were given seats in the front row. The three women sat together, with Qin Feng beside them, and Mingle and his three companions next. The group almost occupied half of the front row, and it took a long time before others settled in the front row. President Qin, that's Liu Jiqiang's father, Liu Dagua. Mingle whispered to Qin Feng after a middle-aged man took his seat. Qin Feng turned to look at the middle-aged man and noticed he did resemble Liu Jiqiang. Chapter 391. An outsider dares to compete with me? Thank you all for coming. On behalf of those in need of help, I extend my sincerest gratitude, Shaman Yu said, standing on stage with a microphone. As she slowly bent down, a round of applause erupted from the audience. After bending down, Shaman Yu briefly introduced the items to be auctioned today and then presented the first auction item. It was a piece of porcelain from the late Qing dynasty, estimated by experts to be worth around 400,000. The starting price was 300,000, with a minimum increment of 5,000. If anyone is interested in this porcelain piece, you may start bidding. Shaman Yu introduced the porcelain vase on stage and then fell silent. Is this woman also an auctioneer? The professional introduction and tone are definitely not something an amateur could exhibit, Qin Feng thought to himself as he watched Shaman Yu on stage. After Shaman Yu finished speaking, someone in the audience already raised their bidding paddle. There was no need for anyone to loudly announce their price. Just raising the red paddle meant a default increment of 5,000. Mr. Number 18 bids 300,000. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Shaman Yu said upon seeing someone raise their paddle. Chapter 392. A million overpriced for a fake. The 10th auction item was a calligraphy piece. According to Shaman Yu, this piece was created by Zhu Yunming, one of the four talents of Wu, who was as famous as Tang Yin. Because Zhu Yunming's fame did not match that of Tang Yin, the price of his authentic works was far less comparable. However, compared to the previous 9 auction items, this calligraphy piece had a starting price that was several times higher, reaching 800,000. The expert's valuation was 10 million, and when this calligraphy piece appeared, it brought a lot of enthusiasm to the previously somewhat subdued auction. Zhu Yunming's authentic work, expert valuation of 10 million, starting price of 800,000, with a minimum increment of 500,000, Shaman Yu announced. As soon as she finished speaking, someone raised their bidding paddle. Mr. No. 13 bid 8.5 million. Before Shaman Yu could finish her sentence, a second person raised their bidding paddle. Shaman Yu announced the price this person offered, 9 million. After several rounds of bidding, the painting had reached 10,050,000, exceeding the expert's estimate by 50,000. However, this 50,000 premium did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. Who knows, in 2 years, it might skyrocket in value. Antiques are just like that. You never know when the price might multiply several times or even dozens of times in a year. Chapter 393. Daring to compete with Mr. He for items? The final transaction price for this vase was 8 million. This was also the only vase that had been sold at the starting price so far. Clearly, everyone present knew the strength of Mingle. Seeing him make a move, no one was willing to offend him over a vase. Shaman Yu, however, did not show any disappointment and continued to announce the vase's ownership with a smile. Mingle merely shook his head and smiled, saying nothing further. The next item up for bid was a palm-sized jade pot. Ladies and gentlemen, according to expert identification, this should be an item from the Ming dynasty. However, this item is highly likely to be an imperial artifact, because it once appeared in a portrait of a Ming dynasty emperor. As for whether this item is indeed the jade pot from that painting, we do not have a definitive conclusion. Shaman Yu began to introduce the jade pot displayed on the podium. In the end, this jade pot, which had not been confirmed as an imperial artifact, was set with a starting price of 10 million, with each bid increasing by 1 million. When Qin Feng saw this jade pot, a glint flashed in his eyes. The jade pot actually emanated a hint of dragon energy. It was highly likely to be an imperial artifact. Chapter 394. Wang Gang's calculations. I bid 65 million. Just as everyone fell silent, a not-too-loud voice suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. The voice belonged to Wang Gang. Wang Gong. So it's this guy. It seems he has had good luck these past few years and made quite a bit of money. Haha, with a 65 million bid. He is likely trying to attract the attention of Mr. He and the others. I think so too. This guy knows how to climb the ladder. And since he has outbid Mr. He and the others, Maybe he really will make connections with them. People began to whisper about Wang Gang, but their voices were low. After all, Wang Gang's net worth of hundreds of millions made him wealthier than most people present. However, despite the low voices, quite a few comments reached Wang Gang's ears. He showed no sign of anger on his face, seemingly unconcerned with what others were saying. After calling out his bid, he kept his eyes fixed on the direction of Mingle and the others, eager to see Qin Feng's reaction and whether Mingle and the others would notice him. If he really attracted their attention, then spending over 60 million wouldn't be a loss. Chapter 395. Losing more than gaining. The gentleman has bid 101 million. Is anyone else who wants to bid? Shen Manyu, with a smile in her eyes, stood on stage and took in the situation below. She noticed Wang Gang's little scheme and, thinking about Qin Feng's relationship with Mingle and the others, felt a bit of sympathy for Wang Gang. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled, choosing not to bid further. A faint hint of dragon energy wasn't worth spending 100 million on. Seeing that Qin Feng had stopped bidding, a victorious smile appeared on Wang Gang's face. Naturally, Mingle and the others had not forgotten that they were currently playing roles. They all turned to look at Wang Gang and nodded with smiles. Seeing this, Wang Gang felt delighted. The 4 big shots had signaled to him a second time. What did that mean? It meant he was going to succeed. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Gang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement to Mingle and the others. The subsequent items up for bid did not have anything particularly remarkable, with final transaction prices around 50 million. To annoy Wang Gang and help Shin Mingyao and Yuan Yuyin vent their frustrations, every time Wang Gang made a bid, Qin Feng would directly raise the bid by 5 million. However, Wang Gang was also tough and showed no signs of backing down. Chapter 396. You don't have that luck. After the 4 big shots dropped Qin Feng and the 3 women off at Danfeng Villa, they all left. The next morning, Master, come shopping with us today. Early in the morning, the door to Qin Feng's room was knocked on by Shen Mingyao and the others. Sure, I'll get up, eat, and then we can head out. After hearing Qin Feng's agreement, the 3 women burst into laughter outside the door. Soon after, Qin Feng, surrounded by the 3 girls, had no choice but to leave. Since they were going out shopping with Qin Feng, the 3 women were naturally generous with expensive cosmetics, giving themselves beautiful makeovers. This made things difficult for Qin Feng. Sitting on the side and watching the busy 3 women, he waited for a full 2 hours. By the time the 3 women finished their makeup and were ready to leave, mealtime had already passed. Fortunately, the owner of Danfeng Villa knew about Qin Feng's relationship with Mingle and the others and was always ready to prepare meals for him. After Qin Feng spoke with the owner, within half an hour, several beautifully prepared dishes were served on the dining table. After finishing their meal, Qin Feng took the 3 women and left Danfeng Villa. The car was left by Mingle yesterday, as the 4 of them had informed Qin Feng in advance that they couldn't accompany him today due to some matters. Chapter 397. The overbearing member of the Qin gang, Zhou Mingming, stood not far away, hearing the 2 sounds of bones cracking and seeing the 2 bodyguards' pained expressions. He was startled and turned to run without looking back. He realized that these 2 bodyguards, who claimed to be from the most professional security company in the city, were just for show. 2 against 1. And they had their arms broken by the other side. What kind of situation was that? If he didn't run now, who knew what that guy would do to him? Just the thought of having his arm broken like those 2 bodyguards sent shivers down Zhou Mingming's spine. However, as the young master of the Zhou family in the city, he naturally wouldn't swallow this humiliation easily. Once outside the mall, he looked back to confirm that Qin Feng hadn't followed before pulling out his phone to make a call. Dragon brother? The call was quickly answered. Zhou Mingming lowered his voice and cautiously asked. The man on the other end, whom he referred to as Dragon Brother, quickly responded, Young Master Zhou? What made you think to call me? Don't mention it. I ran into some trouble while shopping at the mall. Does Dragon Brother have time now? Zhou Mingming spoke with a hint of anger and informed Long Gu about Qin Feng's situation. Chapter 398. Desperate Zhou Mingming. On the 3rd floor of the White Dove shopping mall, a dozen members of the Green Gang armed with various blunt weapons surrounded Qin Feng. Despite the heavy encirclement, Qin Feng showed no signs of tension or fear on his face. A faint smile lingered on his lips as he looked at each of the dozen thugs in front of him. Seeing Qin Feng smiling, Long Ji's expression became slightly serious. As a mid-level member of the Green Gang, he considered himself to have seen countless characters, but he had never encountered anyone who could maintain such composure while surrounded by several Green Gang members. Stop! Before Qin Feng could engage with the thugs, an anxious voice called out. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng revealed a more pronounced smile and slowly lowered his raised hand. He knew that with this person arriving, he wouldn't need to take action. Pan Yu rushed up to the third floor from the side elevator, looking anxious as he hurried toward Qin Feng. Long Gu and the others visibly changed their expressions when they saw Pan Yu. Boss, boss. As members of the Green Gang, how could they not recognize their leader? Under Long Ji's lead, the dozen men put away their blunt weapons and lowered their heads, calling out boss. Chapter 399, just asking for it. Zhou Hai was worried about his son. After receiving a call from Wang Long, he immediately put everything aside, called for a driver, and rushed to the Green Gang headquarters. Time passed second by second, and Zhou Mingming looked expectantly at the entrance of the Green Gang, waiting for his father's appearance. Finally, after 9 minutes, Zhou Hai's figure appeared at the entrance. Zhou Mingming breathed a long sigh of relief upon seeing his father. As Zhou Hai entered the Green Gang, he anxiously searched for his son's figure. When he saw that Zhou Mingming was not injured, he felt relieved. His gaze then fell on Pan Yu, and his heart skipped a beat. What had his son done to attract such a person? He quickly walked over to his son and respectfully said to Pan Yu, Boss Pan, may I ask what my son Zhou Mingming has done? Humph. Ask him yourself. Pan Yu coldly snorted, waving his hand impatiently. Zhou Hai learned from his son about the events that occurred that afternoon. After hearing it, he was filled with anger. His son had been reckless outside. Now he had provoked a figure that even Pan Yu, the Green Gang's boss, had to treat with respect. Chapter 400. There's always someone better. The two of them were staring intently at the cards on the table, and He Mingle was also the first not to take the initiative to greet Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't mind. He found an empty seat and quietly watched the two sides competing. Shen Manyu leaned closer to Qin Feng and whispered, Mr. Qin, what brings you here to watch this gambling showdown? Hee, I came to Ouching for vacation. Isn't it normal to join the fun? Qin Feng glanced at her and chuckled. Shen Manyu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile and introduced the background of the person from Fusang. The person from Fusang challenging He Mingle this time was named Shan Yixiang He, the #1 in Fusang's gambling. He had come to Ouching a few years ago to challenge He Mingle, but ended up returning in defeat, leaving behind 30 billion in losses. Years later, wanting to regain his face lost in Ouching, he returned to issue a challenge to He Mingle. As He Mingle controlled half of the casinos in Macau, he naturally could not ignore the challenge from Shan Yixiang He. After accepting the challenge, their battle was set for today, leading to the current scene. Chapter 401, a glamorous card-cutting technique. He Mingle was momentarily stunned, but did not harbor any suspicions. He smiled and nodded, as if agreeing to Qin Feng's words. Although He Mingle did not believe that Qin Feng could gamble, given his status, even if he lost, it wouldn't matter. As for whether the news of Qin Feng losing to the Fusang person would spread and become a joke, that was absolutely out of the question. Pan Yu, standing by, had already made a decision in his heart. If Qin Feng lost, Shan Yixiang he would definitely not leave Ouching, and his fate would likely end up being thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Compared to Qin Feng's reputation, Shan Yixiang he's life was evidently worth less. Mr. He, are you insulting me? Who is this young man that you let him compete with me? Or are you afraid, Mr. He, trying to avoid a gambling showdown with me this way? Shan Yixiang he stood up, visibly angry, and looked at Qin Feng and He Mingle as he spoke. He Mingle frowned slightly, turned to Shan Yixiang he, and said solemnly, Mr. Shan, the capable person I mentioned is Mr. Qin. And don't underestimate him, just because he is young. Chapter 402. Playing big with the smallest cards? The dealer brought out a new deck of cards. Skillfully opening it, he dealt a few cards to each player. Qin Feng glanced at his cards on the table and said, let's just play casually in the first round. I'll bet 200 million. Starting with 200 million? Doesn't he need to gauge the opponent's strength first? Although that previous move was indeed shocking, this Fusang person was not simple either. Starting with 200 million seemed a bit impulsive. While his gambling skills were strong, he was still just a young man. Or perhaps he had extreme confidence in his gambling skills. The spectators around, seeing Qin Feng casually toss 200 million chips onto the gambling table, were naturally surprised. Except for He Mingle and the 4 others, along with Shen Manyu, who had confidence that Qin Feng would win, almost everyone else had little faith in him. Hearing the whispers around him, Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Shan Yixiang he's serious expression faded slightly, replaced by a smile. Then I'll play along. I'll also bet 200 million. Seeing Shan Yixiang he also follow with 200 million, Qin Feng secretly laughed. After using the gambling technique talismans exchanged from the system, even without using the X-ray talismans, he could see what his cards were. Chapter 403. Can't afford to play? What? This is impossible. I clearly. Shan Yixiang, he shouted loudly, disregarding his image. Clearly, upon seeing his cards, his mentality had exploded. However, halfway through his words, he stopped. He clearly knew that some things should not be said out loud. Neither he nor Qin Feng had touched the cards yet. If he were to express his guess at this moment, it would likely make him the subject of ridicule. It's just 15 billion. If we lose, then we lose. Let's consider this gambling battle just beginning. Yamano Sakahito adjusted his state and prepared to start the next round. Qin Feng looked at Yamano Sakahito with a smile in his eyes. This guy isn't too foolish. He can see a thing or two. The onlookers around were also exchanging glances at this moment. After the results were revealed, everyone seemed to have forgotten how they had just commented on Qin Feng's youth. He Mingle and his three companions exchanged glances, all with rich amusement in their eyes. Let's continue, Yamano Sakahito said in a deep voice. At this moment, he had already put aside his disdain for the young man opposite him. His expression now filled with seriousness. The dealer looked at Qin Feng, who slightly nodded. Chapter 404. If I want to leave, Huan Aoqing can stop me. When Pan Yu saw the long knife in Yamano Sakahito's hand, he immediately distanced himself from him. Reaching for his waist, he revealed a bulge, indicating he had something concealed there, understood by those in the know. Boss Pan, kill this idiot. Someone with sharp eyes noticed Pan Yu's movement and the bulge at his waist, shouting recklessly. Pan Yu's expression changed. He thought, is this person an idiot? Isn't this exposing that he has a weapon? Sure enough, at that moment, Yamano Sakahito was already approaching him with a long knife in hand. Pan Yu's expression shifted slightly as he quickly drew his weapon from his waist and loaded it. Bang! Ding! The smell of gunpowder began to fill the room as a silver bullet shot out from Pan Yu's hand. However, after a muffled sound, another crisp sound followed. To everyone's disbelief, Yamano Sakahito actually deflected the bullet with his long knife. Looking at the small dark hole in the ground, everyone's faces turned very ugly. When they looked at Yamano Sakahito, their eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear. Who would have thought that the top gambler from Fusang would be so terrifyingly powerful? Chapter 405. Are you in such a hurry to seek death? Seeing Yamano Sakahito look at him again, Pan Yu's expression changed, and he raised his firearm once more. Hee, you're just sneaking up on me. Do you really think you have a chance to shoot while I'm watching? Yamano Sakahito said disdainfully upon seeing Pan Yu's action. Pan Yu's expression changed, filled with seriousness. The 8 bodyguards surrounding Pan Yu also looked grave. Whoosh! A swift sound rang out. Something was moving at high speed. Yamano Sakahito's expression changed, and without looking back, he swung his knife backward. Another chip. Mr. Qin, are you in such a hurry to seek death? Yamano Sakahito turned to Qin Feng and said. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled, shrugging nonchalantly. If you think you can kill me, then come and try. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. If you can't take a loss, don't make promises you can't keep. If you lose, you'll bite like a mad dog. This is all you Fusang people amount to. If Yamano Sakahito hadn't been holding that gleaming long knife, most people present would have echoed Qin Feng's words. But the intimidation of that long knife was too strong. No one dared to speak at that moment. Chapter 406. Sorry to scare you all. Who on earth are you? Yamano Sakahito lay on the ground, looking at Qin Feng with fear in his eyes, and asked. Qin Feng smiled and replied lightly, a Chinese. He then stepped forward and placed a foot on the arm of Yamano Sakahito that was gripping the knife. Crack! A crisp and piercing sound of bone breaking echoed, and Yamano Sakahito's right hand twisted in an extreme manner. Others watching felt a chill in their hearts, and looking at Qin Feng's back, they felt a sense of shock. Qin Feng, however, felt nothing and lifted his foot again, crippling Yamano Sakahito's other arm as well. You! Yamano Sakahito looked as if he had been pulled from water, his clothes already soaked with sweat. This is China, not a place where you, a Fusang person, can act arrogantly. Originally, you could have returned to Fusang, and it would have ended there. Now, you might not even be able to return to Fusang. Qin Feng squatted down, looking at the pained Yamano Sakahito, and said with a smile. Yamano Sakahito's pupils constricted violently, a hint of despair appearing in his eyes, as if he already knew his fate. Boss, I'll leave this to you to handle. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Chapter 407. The Weir family during dinner. He Mingle and his three companions found Qin Feng at Danfeng Mountain Villa. After a conversation, Qin Feng just smiled and repeated what he had said before. However, to the four ouching big shots, these words sounded like celestial music. When dinner time came, the four naturally accompanied Qin Feng to drink heavily. After a night without conversation, the next day, Qin Feng woke up only after the sun was high. Big brother. As Qin Feng was walking toward the dining hall, he heard Chen Lijun's voice. He turned to look at him, noticing he looked a bit more haggard than a couple of days ago. Where have you been? I thought you were missing, Qin Feng asked Chen Lijun. It had been 2 days since he had seen this kid. Ever since that night returning from the Royal Casino, he had seemed as if he had disappeared. Chen Lijun awkwardly scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, I went to meet a friend and asked about Xiaomei's condition. Qin Feng nodded slightly at this and smiled, asking, Did you find out anything? It's about the same as what you said, big brother. Xiaomei's condition isn't optimistic, Chen Lijun said, shaking his head in disappointment, helplessly. Qin Feng secretly laughed in his heart. This kid doesn't quite believe in the power of medical talismans. Chapter 408, Returning to Deep City, Tomorrow Yes. The middle-aged man sighed in his heart and said somewhat helplessly. Wu Sun's gaze swept over everyone again as he said, That's all. Disperse. Remember, you only have 3 days. If I don't see your results in 3 days, you should know the consequences. After finishing, he didn't wait for anyone in the conference room to respond and walked out with a swagger. The people in the conference room looked at each other, many with anger in their eyes. Mr. Moore, why do you have to be so accommodating to this rich second generation? Someone leaned closer to the speaking middle-aged man, lowering their voice to ask. Even though the voice was kept extremely low, the dissatisfaction in the words could not be concealed at all. Moore turned to look at him, smiled lightly, and shook his head, but did not tell him the reason. Others had already stood up and were preparing to leave when Moore spoke up. The person just now was Mr. Wu Sun, the heir of the Wu family and the majority shareholder of our new era company. What he said was not a joke, so I hope you all can perk up. While speaking, he did not forget to glance at the person next to him who had just spoken. That person's expression changed abruptly upon hearing the young man's identity, and then silently turned to leave the conference room. Chapter 409 Goodbye to the old Pang family early the next morning. Qin Feng brought a group from the Qin Feng group to board a flight from AO City to Deep City. Of course, the flight was still chartered through the Deep City Airlines. Under the reluctant gazes of Mingle and the others, Qin Feng's group left AO City. Four figures stood outside the AO City airport, watching the plane circling in the sky with a hint of reluctance in their eyes. All right, we're going home. We Haven T had a good rest these past few days, Pan Yu said with a light smile. Mingle glanced at him, also smiling. That's right. Let's go back and get a good sleep. After a while, we should go to Deep City to visit President Qin for a couple of days, right? Of course. We must go. He chuckled. It's not easy to establish a connection with President Qin. I don't want to give up that easily. The other two agreed with Mingle's words, and Pan Yu felt the same. Soon, the four got into the car and left AO City Airport. Back in Deep City, there was no luxurious convoy waiting like in AO City, as everyone drove their own cars to the airport. At this moment, they were all driving their own cars away from Deep City Airport. Master, why did you suddenly say you wanted to come back? Chapter 410 Dr. Lu's Oddity System. Give me a medical talisman. While talking with Old Pang, Qin Feng had already purchased a medical talisman in the system mall. As the medical talisman was used, that familiar aura of a divine doctor reappeared around Qin Feng. That is fantastic. Xiaomei, hurry up and thank Uncle Qin. Old Pang and his wife showed ecstatic expressions, and Old Pang hurriedly urged the 6 Xiaomei to thank Qin Feng. Qin Feng chuckled helplessly, waved his hand to stop Xiaomei's actions. We are acquainted. There is no need for that. Xiaomei is still very weak. Let her rest more. All right. Once Xiaomei recovers, our family must treat you to a meal, to express our gratitude properly. Old Pang said sincerely while looking at Qin Feng. His gaze seemed to suggest that if Qin Feng declined the invitation, he would feel unhappy. Okay. Qin Feng smiled and agreed. After using the medical talisman, Qin Feng turned his attention to Xiaomei. After taking the medicine for the past few days, Xiaomei's health had improved significantly compared to before. However, there was still a considerable gap to being a normal person, without needing Qin Feng to think too much. Under the powerful effects of the medical talisman, a prescription naturally appeared in Qin Feng's mind just by looking at Xiaomei. Chapter 411 Preparing to open a hospital upon hearing Dr. Lu's words, Qin Feng shook his head. You are a doctor. You should understand better than I do how terrifying acute heart disease is. I suggest you cancel the surgery you have on hand and treat yourself first. Qin Lijun, standing beside him, had already given his big brother a thumbs up in his heart. This truly is a divine doctor in the world. Just by checking the pulse, he could tell what illness the other person had. It's fine. There's a very important surgery tonight. I'll check my own health after I finish this, Dr. Lu said with a light smile, shaking his head. But when it came to Qin Feng's prescription, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. At this moment, Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. Seeing his smile, Dr. Lu sighed slightly in his heart. As expected, he was declined. Any normal person would know how valuable such a prescription could be. He was just a doctor, and he had only met Mr. Qin for the second time. It was normal for the other party not to trust him. Chapter 412: The Power of Chinese Netizens. After Dr. Lu left, Qin Lijun looked at Qin Feng's back, his mind racing. Big brother, are you really going to establish a hospital? Upon hearing Qin Lijun's curious word from behind, Qin Feng turned around, smiled, and nodded. Dr. Lu is a good person. If he becomes the hospital director, I can trust him with my prescriptions. In China, there are too many people who cannot afford medical treatment. Now that I have the ability, I should at least do something for this society, right? Qin Lijun fell silent, clearly not expecting his big brother to say such things. These words should not be something someone of their age could say. However, hearing such word from his big brother seemed perfectly normal. So much so that Qin Lijun thought it should be this way. Seeing that Qin Lijun was no longer speaking, Qin Feng lightly patted his shoulder and walked out of the office. Qin Lijun came back to his senses, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. He followed Qin Feng out of Dr. Lu's office. Back in Xiao Mei's hospital room, the three of them chatted with the old Peng family for a while before leaving the hospital. Before leaving, Qin Feng reminded old Peng not to forget to gather those medicines as soon as possible. Chapter 413: The mysterious hacker. Qin Feng logged into the Qin Film Group's Weibo account and quickly typed out a few lines on the keyboard. Regarding the Hiba of the New Era company in the U.S. and Douyin, our Qin Film Group unconditionally supports Douyin. If by 8 a.m. tomorrow, Douyin's download volume in the U.S. surpasses Hiba, we will randomly select 10 fans from our Qin Film Group, each receiving 100,000 yuan as a red envelope. To thank you for supporting Douyin in this dispute. Weibo has a lottery function, and if Chinese netizens really accomplish this feat before 8 a.m. tomorrow, he will use this lottery function to randomly draw 10 people from the Qin Film Group as fans and give out 100,000 cash. As soon as the Weibo post from the Qin Film Group was updated, it caused quite a stir online. Due to the previous concert incident of Yuan Yunyun, the Qin Film Group's fan base had exceeded 10 million. Even if only a few 100,000 or a few tens of thousands of those 10 million fans saw this Weibo post and shared it, many more people would see it. In no time, countless people flooded into the Qin Film Group's Weibo, starting to leave their comments below. Chapter 414: Strong drugs on the plane. With both hands on the computer, Qin Feng began to operate quickly. Following the private message dialog box from that Weibo, he hacked into the other person's computer. Moreover, the other party was using a laptop that surprisingly had a camera. Is she a beauty? But it seems like you're wearing a bit too little, looking at the woman on the screen who is only dressed in a purple nightgown. She should be in her 20s, and a smile crept on Qin Feng's face. The woman was currently focused on the computer screen, her hands continuously tapping on the keyboard. Adhering to the principle of not staring at indecency, Qin Feng didn't look for long, closed the video, and the smile on his face deepened. Interesting. Chuckling to himself, Qin Feng posted a new Weibo and then shut down the computer. We have found a way to send out 100,000 among those who help boost Douyin downloads by bypassing restrictions. He then selected some of the woman's information and the method he mentioned and posted it below the Weibo. After handling everything, Qin Feng closed the computer and went to his room. The next morning, Qin Feng woke up when the alarm rang at 7 o'clock. His flight to the United States was at 8:30, so he had to set this alarm. Chapter 415: Do you have a way to escape? Hearing someone speak, the person stopped showing off and walked through the first-class cabin. Qin Feng opened his eyes a slit and saw 3 people checking from the front to the back. Each held a photo, which should be his own. As the 3 approached Qin Feng, one of them spotted him first and shouted, "I found him." The other 2 also rushed over to Qin Feng. The 3 were dressed plainly, so they didn't seem like they were hiding any weapons. What to do now? Should we kill him here directly? The one who spoke first looked at Qin Feng coldly and said, "Are you stupid? If we kill him here, We want T to be able to escape once the plane lands. The one who interrupted him earlier scolded him again. The man didn't say anything in response, seemingly very afraid of the other. Gentlemen, discussing how to kill me in front of me seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and said with a smile, speaking fluent foreign language. This sudden turn of events made the three shudder, and they all looked at Qin Feng in surprise. You kid actually didn't pass out? How is that possible? Chapter 416. 7 Days of Soul Severing. Finger. Qin Feng's powerful perception naturally sensed the dagger quickly stabbing towards him from behind. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This guy still wouldn't give up. He turned around and struck the leader's wrist with his palm, causing the dagger in his hand to fall to the ground. Thud! The crisp sound of knees hitting the ground added a bit of life to the quiet first-class cabin. The leader knelt down without hesitation, his eyes full of regret as he cursed himself for not believing in evil. Sir, I was confused just now. Could you pretend this never happened? The leader looked at Qin Feng with pleading eyes. The two assassins beside him were baffled, wondering what was happening with their boss. This miraculous operation left the two feeling quite stunned. Qin Feng, with a faint smile on his face, looked at the leader kneeling before him and said, "Do you think that's possible?" Qin Feng's mind turned, and he had a wicked idea. His right hand formed a sword shape, quickly tapping several acupoints on the leader's body. You must have heard of Chinese martial arts, right? Qin Feng said to the leader. The leader looked at Qin Feng in confusion. Those taps didn't seem very forceful. Chapter 417. Am I that scary? Naturally, I don't need your lives. By the way, you should have the antidote to bring these people back to normal, right? Qin Feng said with a light smile, then recalled the people who were unconscious on the plane and added. The leader fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. Sir, we don't have any extra antidotes. The few we had have already been consumed. This drug will wear off in 2 hours. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for the effect to pass. Now it was Qin Feng's turn to be silent. He never expected that these assassins hadn't prepared any antidotes for these people. At this moment, the medical symbols were still in effect, and he indeed had the ability to help them relieve the drug's effects. But the workload would be enormous. For such a thankless task, Qin Feng chose not to take it on. You guys can leave. Let the plane land safely, understood? Qin Feng waved his hand helplessly and said. Upon hearing his words, the three assassins nodded and bowed as if they had received an imperial decree. Watching the three assassins leave in a hurry, Qin Feng smiled slightly. Chapter 418. Give me a reason. Looking at the terrified assassin who spoke such foolish words, Qin Feng felt somewhat amused. It seemed that in this guy's mind, he was no different from a demon. All right, take this and don't bother me again. Qin Feng tossed a business card into his hand, smiling as he spoke. Seeing that Qin Feng finally had a hint of smile, the three assassins breathed a sigh of relief. This lord finally smiled. Yes, we'll leave right away. The leader no longer hesitated and quickly said, if not now, then when? If this lord gets angry again, not to mention being beaten to death, a good beating is definitely unavoidable. After the leader finished speaking, he turned to leave, and his previously slightly numb hands and feet became nimble at that moment. Seeing the leader run away, the two junior assassins quickly followed suit. Watching the three hurriedly leave, Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. After their commotion, he had lost all desire to sleep and leaned back in his seat, turning to look out the window. Boss, do you really have polio? Isn't that something only children get? Behind the leader, one of the junior assassins asked in confusion, already quite a distance from Qin Feng. Chapter 419. Is that guy going to the cockpit? The passengers who had awakened in the cabin were initially a bit panicked. After all, they had fainted for no reason. Any normal person would think this was unusual. Moreover, now the entire plane was unconscious. Many passengers next to them still hadn't woken up. However, after hearing the pilot's explanation, everyone accepted this reasoning. After all, it's normal to experience hypoxia at high altitudes, but for so many people to faint at the same time, the degree of hypoxia is a bit exaggerated. Although it seems a bit exaggerated, didn't the pilot also say that this is a very rare situation? After feeling that their bodies had no abnormalities, many passengers accepted this explanation. After all, it's quite normal for unexpected situations to occur at tens of thousands of meters in the air. Lies can deceive most people, but not the few smart ones left. Most passengers on the plane chose to believe this explanation, but eventually, some noticed something was off. Undoubtedly, these people were all well-educated. They understood better than others that for so many people to faint at the same time The degree of hypoxia must have reached its limit. Even a slight increase would leave some unable to wake up. Chapter 420. Let them go in the cockpit. Several killers covered the mouths of a flight attendant each, preventing them from making any sound. The attractive flight attendants, under this sudden change, showed uncontrollable fear and terror in their eyes. Although they were flight attendants, at the end of the day, they were just ordinary women. How could they not feel scared in the face of such an unexpected situation? Boss, it seems like someone is coming. Damn it, another idiot? If it's a man, beat him up. If it's a woman, tie her up and throw her here. One of the younger men heard footsteps outside the cockpit door and quickly said to his boss. At this moment, the boss was still binding the flight attendants with rope. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, he replied fiercely. He didn't know what his reaction would be if he found out that the person coming outside was Qin Feng. Qin Feng reached the cockpit door and clearly heard the conversation between the two killers inside, a smile creeping onto his lips. He politely knocked on the cockpit door. The boss gestured to his subordinate, who immediately understood. He stood up to open the cockpit door while the boss stuffed a cloth into the flight attendant's mouth and stood by the door, ready to subdue whoever came in. Chapter 421. Enthusiastic flight attendant assassination target? Are they killers? One bolder flight attendant, after hearing Qin Feng's words, curiously asked. After all, Qin Feng was very handsome, and his aura didn't seem like that of a bad person. Moreover, if Qin Feng hadn't appeared, they would probably be lying on the ground now. So, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, this flight attendant had already set aside her doubts. Qin Feng nodded slightly and said, "But they have been subdued by me because they couldn't beat me. So you don't need to be afraid. Everything will be fine. They will leave when we arrive in New Golden Mountain." The two pilots lying on the ground changed their expressions upon hearing this. What does it mean that they will leave when we arrive in New Golden Mountain? They want to leave, but we won't let them. Hijacking is a serious crime. They can't just walk away so easily. This man is definitely in cahoots with these thugs. What assassins, what assassination targets. They are probably all excuses he made up to lower our guard. The flight attendants didn't think as much as the two pilots upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Their eyes filled with admiration. After all, what woman doesn't like a hero? Chapter 422. There's definitely something going on looking at the piece of paper in his hand with a phone number written on it. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. No wonder they say Western women are open. This level of openness is indeed not comparable to women in Huaxia. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled, putting the paper in his pocket, although he didn't want to have anything with this flight attendant. Since she had so enthusiastically left her number, out of politeness, he felt it necessary to keep the note with her phone number. The woman wearing sunglasses saw Qin Feng put away the note, her smile fading, and her dislike for him instantly increased. Shameless, the woman muttered softly. Under normal circumstances, her voice shouldn't have been heard by the person sitting next to her. But Qin Feng was no ordinary person. With his superior hearing, he instantly caught the woman's murmur. How am I shameless? Miss, you should understand the situation before you insult someone. This is from a foreign friend, very enthusiastically given to me. Even if you want to call someone shameless, it should be that flight attendant, not me, right? At this moment, Qin Feng had a vague premonition that he seemed to have a very negative impression in this woman's mind. Chapter 423. The killers call for help to ensure the safety of the flight crew and to prevent those criminals from committing the horrifying act of hijacking. The cockpit door was designed to be very thick. Whether from the inside or the outside, it was difficult to open this door with brute force. However, the heavy door was not very soundproof. The woman pressing her ear against the cockpit door listened closely to the conversation inside. "Sir, they wanted to speak to you," said the flight attendant who had previously brought Qin Feng into the cockpit. The woman listened intently to the sounds coming from the cockpit, filled with curiosity. If she didn't get to the bottom of this today, she probably wouldn't be able to eat. Of course, what she couldn't see was that Qin Feng, standing inside the cockpit, glanced meaningfully at the door before shaking his head and smiling. "Go on, what do you want from me?" Qin Feng ignored the woman outside and asked the killers. After experiencing Qin Feng's terrifying methods firsthand, the killers became incredibly obedient. Forget about being killers. Even ordinary people wouldn't be as obedient as they were. They fully embodied the saying that the more you know, the more you fear. Chapter 424. No need to take it to heart. The woman, standing outside, listened to the conversation inside, her expression becoming somewhat abnormal. Although she didn't know what Blood God Society and Blue Demonists were, just judging by their names, they didn't sound like normal organizations. Moreover, what the person inside said. about being chopped up and fed to dogs. How could such a person be an ordinary one? The woman wanted to leave. She vaguely felt that hearing too much was not a good thing for her. But her intense curiosity prevented her from leaving. With such a thick door in between, they definitely wouldn't discover her. Just a bit more, and then I'll leave, the woman secretly thought to herself, her eyes full of gossip behind the large sunglasses, constantly scanning the surroundings. She was afraid of being discovered by others eavesdropping here. If those inside knew she was hiding and listening, the outcome would definitely not be good. After hearing the boss's words, Qin Feng smiled and nodded. The people from the Blue Rose would arrive at New Golden Mountain Airport when the plane landed. After saving you, can you take them to the Blood God Society headquarters? Is that something you can do? Chapter 425. People who want to pick up the plane. If Qin Feng knew that the woman beside him had so many thoughts flashing through her mind in such a short time, he would probably smile and say, "Your thoughts are quite active." After finishing his lunch, Qin Feng closed his eyes and began his nap. There is no doubt that having a good meal and then taking a nice nap is something that excites and pleases people. With the sunglasses blocking her view, the woman kept observing Qin Feng out of the corner of her eye, trying to discern some of his thoughts from his expression. At this moment, seeing that Qin Feng had closed his eyes as if he were already asleep, the woman finally mustered the courage to move her hands and feet a bit. Her hands and feet had become somewhat numb from being too tense. When Qin Feng was still awake, she wouldn't dare to move at all. After all, if this man knew she wasn't asleep, who knows what that terrifying man would do to her? The woman's thoughts were no different from an ostrich's. At this moment, Qin Feng was certainly not asleep. Feeling the woman beside him carefully shifting her body, Qin Feng was filled with amusement. He considered himself a kind person. The woman had only scolded him a bit for being shameless. He certainly wouldn't do anything to her over such a trivial matter. Chapter 426. Qin Feng's bad taste. The plane had begun to descend. The slight tilt created a feeling of weightlessness. However, with his strong physical constitution, Qin Feng felt no discomfort at all. His phone in his pocket rang again. After receiving 10 calls, Qin Feng was somewhat impatient. Did these Americans really want to see him that badly? He had no idea how much the people from the acquired company wanted to meet their new boss. This time, it was no longer an unknown number, but a call from Zhao Yuqing. Hello. Qin Feng did not have a good first impression of this man. In his eyes, Zhao Yuqing was just a domineering young master. Zhao Yuqing's voice quickly came through. Mr. Qin, has your flight landed? How do you know? Looks like you've done quite a bit of investigating. Qin Feng jokingly remarked. Zhao Yuqing chuckled lightly. You're my boss. How could I not pay attention to your schedule? That is true. So why did you call me? Qin Feng shook his head and smiled as he spoke. What else could it be? Our boss is gracing us with his presence. Shouldn't I come to welcome you? Chapter 427. What do you mean? As they were about to reach the airplane exit, Qin Feng had already let the 5 assassins leave first. Saying he was letting them leave first was actually so that they could find their colleagues, making it easier for the Blue Rose people to act. Little did Qin Feng know that while he wasn't managing them, the combat power and awareness of the Blue Rose had long surpassed that of most assassins, and they had already locked on to the Blood God Society as assassins. Lisa stood among the crowd and nodded at Qin Feng when she saw him. A smile crept onto Qin Feng's face. He knew a slaughter was about to begin. Even though there were many people and distractions at the exit, Qin Feng had no doubt that the Blue Rose could smoothly eliminate the Blood God Society's assassins without anyone noticing and then take them away. Willis, your team is really getting more useless. You can't even kill a washout person? Willis was the name of the leader among the 5 assassins sent to kill Qin Feng. At this moment, Willis had found the Blood God Society's assassin and stood beside him. Hearing his colleague say such a thing filled Willis with instant anger. Chapter 428. Shinshimon's fear having exited the airport, Qin Feng immediately spotted the white 4-seat supercar parked outside. Zhao Yuqing was also standing next to the supercar, her expression calm as she scanned the surroundings, probably looking for his figure. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled as he walked toward Zhao Yuqing. Mr. Qin. Zhao Yuqing naturally noticed Qin Feng approaching and quickly jogged over to his side. Seeing Zhao Yuqing proactively reach for a suitcase, Qin Feng felt relieved. Skillfully tossing Qin Feng's suitcase into the passenger seat, Zhao Yuqing opened the rear door for him. Mr. Qin, please get in. Watching Zhao Yuqing being so respectful in front of him, Qin Feng felt somewhat unaccustomed. After all, this guy had been quite unkind to him the last time they met. Are you still waiting for someone? Qin Feng did not get in the car, but instead spoke up. Zhao Yuqing was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion on her face. Curiously, she asked, Mr. Qin, how do you know I'm still waiting for someone? I have a friend coming to the U.S. She is on the same flight as you. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled, not mentioning what had happened on the plane to Zhao Yuqing. Chapter 429. Zhao Yuqing is actually a woman? After being modified by the gene serum, Qin Feng's appearance could definitely be described as handsome. Coupled with a smile on his face, he looked just like a sunny boy next door. However, this seemingly sunny smile was equated with a devilish grin in Shun Shiman's eyes. No, I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything at all. Qin Shiman muttered the same thing repeatedly, as if possessed, while her body trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Yuqing, who was driving, only heard her mumbling and did not notice her trembling body. She felt even more curious about what had happened between the two on the plane. Really not? You better tell me the truth. I don't like liars. It must be said that at this moment, Qin Feng was indeed quite mischievous. Always someone who didn't like to tease others, he began to indulge in playful torment after encountering Qin Shiman. Shun Shiman's already trembling body shook even more upon hearing Qin Feng's words. I really didn't hear anything, really not. Whoa, please don't ask me anymore. Chapter 430. Planning to give away thousands of billions? Mr. Qin, let us sit and talk. Zhao Sihai stood up immediately upon seeing Qin Feng, pointing to the sofa and coffee table beside him. Qin Feng nodded slightly, placed his suitcase aside, and sat steadily on the largest sofa. Since there were only 3 sofas, as subordinates, Zhao Sihai and Zhao Yuqing naturally couldn't sit together with Qin Feng. Shun Shiman, who hadn't sat down yet, could only take a seat next to Qin Feng. After all 3 were seated, noticing that Shun Shiman still hadn't taken her seat, Zhao Sihai asked curiously, Shiman, why aren't you sitting? As a father, Zhao Sihai was naturally familiar with his daughter's friend. Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's words, Shun Shiman's expression briefly turned abnormal, but she quickly returned to normal. She hurriedly shook her head and said, I'm fine. I just sat on the plane for too long and want to stand for a bit. Hearing this, Zhao Sihai didn't press the issue further and turned to look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at Shun Shiman, smiled, and said nothing. Zhao Yuqing, noticing Qin Feng's actions, looked even more puzzled. Mr. Qin, the download volume of the high bar developed by the new era under the Weir family has already surpassed our Douyin. Chapter 431. The style of the wealthy Shun Shiman and Zhao Yuqing were childhood friends who grew up together. As the uncle who watched her grow up, Zhao Sihai naturally didn't want his daughter's friend to encounter any unpredictable situations for no reason. After giving Shun Shiman a deep look, Zhao Sihai spoke earnestly, Shiman, this is not a joking matter. If your skills are not mature enough, it could result in losses of billions or even tens of billions. You'd better think carefully before saying this. Qin Feng secretly laughed. Zhao Sihai was too conservative. Such a person is suitable for defending a territory rather than conquering one. Shun Shiman fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded firmly and said, Uncle Zhao, you can rest assured. My team and I are fully confident. Although her team consisted of only a few people, each was renowned on the World Hacker list. Even in the so-called hacker paradise of the U.S., only 1 or 2 teams could breach their programs. All right, let's not dwell on this issue anymore. I'll transfer $200 billion to Byte Technologies' account later. The question of profit or loss will be answered by time. As for the program that Shun Shiman mentioned, let's make it and see. Chapter 432. We're family meeting following Zhao Yuqing. They soon arrived at the hotel she had booked for Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, the room is ready. Please rest well, and I'll come to call you for dinner later, Zhao Yuqing said as she opened the hotel room door for Qin Feng and turned to speak. Qin Feng nodded and was about to enter when Shun Shiman, who had been following behind, spoke up, Mr. Qin, I'll also go find my team to prepare for the software. Qin Feng turned to look at Shun Shiman, whose face still showed some fear, and smiled while shaking his head. He muttered softly, this little girl is a bit timid. Huh? What did you say, Mr. Qin? Zhao Yuqing, standing next to Qin Feng, happened to hear his words and thought he was talking to her, so she hurriedly responded. Qin Feng was taken aback for a moment and then waved his hand, saying, everyone is tired. There's no rush with the software. Just pay attention to balancing work and rest. Yuqing, you should go rest too. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, both women nodded in agreement. Qin Feng lay on the hotel bed, lost in thought. Perhaps he had been disturbed by those assassins on the plane, feeling a bit tired now, and unknowingly fell asleep. Meanwhile, the new era company controlled by the Weir family was not as relaxed. Chapter 433. Back to the Blood God Society, Zhao Yuqing tensed up the moment Qin Feng's hand rested on her shoulder, feeling uncomfortable all over. Qin Feng teasingly said, "What's wrong, Yuqing? Are you feeling unwell?" Zhao Yuqing's face was filled with black lines from Qin Feng's words, but she couldn't react. She could only shake her head and quietly say, "I'm fine, let's go." Thus, Qin Feng slowly walked down the hotel corridor with the stiff Zhao Yuqing. If anyone had seen this scene, they would definitely have laughed out loud, as the way these two walked with their shoulders linked was quite amusing. Qin Feng didn't care about this, but Zhao Yuqing hoped to quickly reach the dining room. On another note, after Willis was taken out of the airport by the Blue Demon assassins, the disparity in skills between the Blue Demon members and himself became apparent. He had originally thought of making a surprise escape on the way back to the headquarters, but now it seemed there was no such opportunity. He shouldn't even entertain such thoughts. Guided by Willis, the Blue Demon members quickly approached the headquarters of the Blood God Society. At the headquarters, the manager was furiously cursing at Willis and the others. Chapter 434. The Fall of the Blood God Society. Willis let out a cold laugh and didn't say much. This laugh was seen as a provocation by the manager. Already on the edge of rage, the manager slammed his fist on the table and aimed it at Willis. He could no longer wait to kill the culprit in front of him. Seeing the manager actually strike at him, Willis silently closed his eyes, preparing not to resist. There's a saying in the Blood God Society that if the manager struck someone, that person could just wait to die quietly. How tragic it was to dedicate one's life to the Blood God Society only to receive such a reward in the end. Was it worth it? Before the manager's fist could land on Willis, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. The manager quickly retracted his fist, adopting a defensive stance, and warily stared into the darkness behind Willis. Who dares to invade the headquarters of the Blood God Society? From the shadows, Lisa emerged with light footsteps. Blue Demon? We have always kept to ourselves. What are you doing here at the Blood God Society? The manager instantly recognized Lisa, the leader of the Blue Demon. How could the Blood God Society, which barely squeezed into the top 20 of assassin organizations, afford to offend the top 5 Blue Demon? Chapter 435. Obtaining the antidotes, sir. The 7-day, soul-severing curse set by that gentleman on the plane has not been lifted yet, Willis said, worry evident in his eyes. Among the 5, only 2 of them appeared relaxed. Those were the 2 assassins who piloted the plane. After all, they hadn't been subjected to any terrifying curse like the 7-day, soul-severing curse. Upon hearing this, Lisa was momentarily taken aback, then remembered what her master had told her before they parted ways. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Here's the antidote. You can take it to relieve the 7-day, soul-severing curse inside you. While speaking, Lisa had already pulled out a small packet of white powder from her pocket and handed it to Willis. Upon hearing this, Willis excitedly took the small packet of white powder from Lisa's hand. At this moment, he couldn't care less about what Lisa had given them. For the sake of his life, the 3 assassins who had been pointed out by Qin Feng quickly opened the small packet of white powder and divided it into 3 piles, which they swiftly threw into their mouths. Cough, 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 cough. Chapter 436. The Conspiracy of the Blood-Clothed God. Upon hearing Ata's response, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the Blood-Clothed God. After hanging up the phone, the Blood-Clothed God immediately drove to the branch of the Taiyu Hall located in New Golden Mountain. Ata had been waiting at the door and hurried forward to greet the Blood-Clothed God as soon as he got out of the car. Brother Blood, long time no see. Ata was particularly enthusiastic upon seeing his savior, shaking hands and greeting the Blood-Clothed God. Unfortunately, he did not know that his savior was not here for good news this time. Yes, it has been a long time. Back then, you were just a little punk on the street, and now you've made it this far in the Taiyu Hall, the Blood-Clothed God said with a smile. But inside he was calculating how to use the Taiyu Hall. Under Ata's guidance, the Blood-Clothed God met the boss of the Taiyu Hall. Blood-Clothed God. Let's get to the point. What big order requires you to come in person? The boss of the Taiyu Hall was straightforward. The Blood-Clothed God squinted and said, I wonder if you have heard of a person named Qin Feng. Qin Feng? Who is he? The boss of the Taiyu Hall was clearly unfamiliar with this name, as Qin Feng was a genuine Chinese person. Ata beside him also looked puzzled. His savior had not mentioned this matter to him in advance, nor had he brought up Qin Feng. Chapter 437. Have you met an acquaintance? Then Qin Feng looked up at Wilson. Wilson, who had already turned to leave, seemed to have noticed the gaze behind him. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Qin Feng. In the eyes of this Chinese man, Wilson seemed to see a hint of killing intent. This kind of killing intent was something Wilson had never seen before. A strange tremor rose in his heart, followed by a surge of anger. After all, he was the young master of the prestigious Wilson family. How could he be intimidated by the gaze of this Chinese man? As one of the most powerful families in the United States, the Wilson family had no reason to fear anyone. Currently, the Wilson family ranked 5th in the United States, with 4 families ahead of them. Even if the 4 families in front were to confront the Wilson family, they would still have the strength to fight back. Unless the number 1 family in the United States took action against the Wilson family, such a situation would not occur. Every family had its own affairs to worry about, and each family would deliberately maintain their relationships with each other. Therefore, the status of the top 5 families in the United States, including the Wilson family, was already unshakable. Yet just now, Wilson had actually felt a hint of fear from Qin Feng's gaze. Chapter 438. Wilson's plan. Qin Sherman stood at the door, continuing her phone call. It seemed she had mentioned something funny, as a captivating smile appeared on her face. This smile was just seen by Zhuo Weili. Zhuo Weili looked at Qin Sherman with shining eyes, nearly drooling, resembling a complete pig. Although Zhuo Weili was never short of beautiful women around him. Most of the women he had played with were American. He had never tasted such a typical Chinese beauty, even with such temptation. Zhuo Weili still did not let it cloud his mind. He withdrew his gaze and said, "Young Master Wilson, do you mean for me to trick her into your room tonight?" Zhuo Weili was truly eager to please Wilson, and at this moment, thinking of pleasing Wilson, he was indeed a qualified sycophant. Wilson was clearly not interested in this. He was only thinking about how to trouble Qin Feng. Just then, Qin Feng also walked out of the private room. Wilson quickly spoke, "No need, you just do your thing. Have you seen that Chinese guy next to that beauty?" Zhuo Weili nodded. Wilson continued, "That's the trash I told you about. That woman should have some relationship with him. Go over, step on him, and then take his woman away." Chapter 439. Wilson's lackey. So this Mr. Qin must be the chairman of Byte Technology. Zhuo Weili looked at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with mockery. Qin Feng merely glanced at him indifferently, finding this clownish person quite annoying. Seeing that Qin Feng and his companions ignored him, Zhuo Weili continued to shout, "Do you know who you're facing? The Wilson family. Do you know the Wilson family? If you don't, it's fine. Let me explain. The Wilson family is one of the top 5 super families in the United States. If you offend him, you won't even know how you died. The young master of the Wilson family, Wilson, is over there. Go kneel and apologize, hoping that young Master Wilson will spare your lives." After talking for a long time, Zhuo Weili found that Qin Feng and his companions seemed to not take him seriously at all, and he suddenly became infuriated. "Enough, shut up. What nonsense are you talking? A lackey like you is at this level. Even if Wilson goes to the coffin, he can laugh out loud." Qin Feng could no longer endure Zhuo Weili boasting about Wilson and the Wilson family in front of him. If it were just a few casual remarks, Qin Feng would have treated it as background noise. Chapter 440. The shocked Zhuo Weili. Zhuo Weili was a bit dazed after being slapped out of nowhere. "Uncle Chad, why did you hit me? It's him. You should hit this country bumpkin." Zhuo Weili almost screamed in hysteria. "Shut your mouth, you idiot. Do you know who this is?" Chad glared at Zhuo Weili and angrily scolded him, even shaking with excitement. After being scolded by Chad, Zhuo Weili looked at Qin Feng and Chad in disbelief, his eyes wide open. After a while, he finally came to his senses and shook his head repeatedly. "Impossible, impossible. Uncle Chad, you must be joking with me, right? You say this Chinese man is your boss. You really know how to joke. The space people has been established for hundreds of years. How could the boss behind it be such a young Chinese man?" Zhuo Weili still unwillingly questioned. Qin Feng looked at Zhuo Weili, whose attitude had drastically changed, shook his head and smiled. "What is impossible? As long as there is money in this world, anything can be done. Chad, don't you think so?" "Yes, when you first proposed to acquire our company, didn't I also scoff at you like he did? And now?" Chapter 441. The revenge plan of the blood-clothed god after the banquet ended. Qin Feng stepped out of the private room and found that Wilson's adjacent room had already emptied out. In the past, Qin Feng viewed Wilson merely as a puppet young master selected by the Wilson family. However, through several tests and interactions, he discovered that this person was not as simple as he appeared. Hidden within Wilson's heart was a fierce wolf. If he regarded someone as prey, he would not rest until he achieved his goal. "President Qin, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. If you need any assistance, just let us know." Chad, who was following behind Qin Feng, spoke up. Qin Feng turned around and addressed the group, now standing in the corridor. You all can head back first. I'll contact you again when I need your company to send notice. Everyone stepped forward to bid farewell to Qin Feng. President Qin, I'm heading back now. President Qin, goodbye. Once the group left, only Qin Feng, Zhao Yuqing, and Shun Sherman remained in the corridor. As Qin Feng stood there, an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. A hint of danger. Perhaps he was just overthinking it. Seeing that Qin Feng was still standing still, Zhao Yuqing hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 442. Mission completed. Retreat feeling victorious, the blood-clothed god mocked Qin Feng furiously. What he did not know was that the killers from the Taiyu Hall behind him were being killed one by Lisa. Lisa approached from a distance, covering the mouths of the Taiyu Hall killers from behind and swiftly ending their lives. It must be said that Lisa's assassination skills had reached an unparalleled level. Surrounded by Taiyu Hall's top assassins, Lisa managed to carry out kills right under their noses without being discovered. Meanwhile, the blood-clothed god seemed like an important guest at a podium, incessantly mocking Qin Feng. If the leader of the Taiyu Hall were to see this scene, he would probably be so furious he would spit blood. Qin Feng was also amused by the blood-clothed god, who claimed that the Blue Demon organization was not present. But the leader of the Blue Demon was right behind him. The blood-clothed god seemed unaware of why Qin Feng could still smile at this moment. Qin Feng, can't you see that you are already surrounded? Do you think I went to all this trouble to ambush you just for money? I not only want to take all your money, but I also want you dead, and you still dare to smile. Chapter 443. Is Zhao Yuqing by your side? Uncertain how much time had passed, while strolling through the streets of America, Qin Feng's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Zhao Sihai. Hello, is this President Qin? Is Zhao Yuqing by your side? Zhao Sihai hurriedly asked as soon as the call connected. An hour earlier, Zhao Sihai had received a message from Zhao Yuqing saying she was on her way back to the company, but she still hadn't arrived, prompting the worried Zhao Sihai to call and check. Zhao Sihai had called his daughter over a dozen times, but no one picked up. So, he called Qin Feng to inquire if Zhao Yuqing was with him. Wasn't Yuqing with Shun Sherman going back to the hotel? Qin Feng was taken aback by Zhao Sihai's words, then suddenly thought, oh no, Zhao Sihai, don't panic. Let me make a call to check. After saying that, he hung up and dialed Zhao Yuqing's number. The call connected quickly, but after a while, it indicated no answer. Frowning at the sound of the unanswered call, Qin Feng sensed that things might be heading in the worst direction. He continued dialing the number. To his surprise, the call connected after one ring. Yuqing, where are you? Zhao Sihai just called me and said you haven't returned. Chapter 444. Lisa severely injured Taiyu, using thermal imaging, discovered that the Blue Demon and others had entered the branch. Send some people to lure them over. And remember, just lure them in without directly confronting them. Taiyu rubbed his hands together eagerly. At this moment, Taiyu seemed to envision the Blue Demon being wiped out by him personally. Lisa, I've encountered Taiyu Hall's killers here. However, it seems he doesn't want to engage with me, but is continuously fleeing ahead, reported a Blue Demon girl via a wireless earpiece. Lisa frowned upon hearing this. If someone had intruded, they would surely trigger an alarm instead of just fleeing. It appeared that the entire Taiyu Hall operation was implementing some kind of conspiracy. Just follow him slowly, report the situation at any time, and we're moving closer to you. Remember, don't act rashly. It feels like their essay plot. Lisa quickly reminded. Slowly, the members of the Blue Demon gathered together. They had successfully been lured into Taiyu's trap. Ha ha ha, Blue Demon, look at what is beneath your feet. I've spread my specially formulated potent drug all over. As soon as you touch it, you'll collapse within 5 minutes. Chapter 445. Am I weak? You'll know when you try. The two arriving killers were momentarily stunned to see an extra person in the woods. Taiyu Hall is for business. Outsiders better scram, or you'll lose your life. Qin Feng, hearing this, stared expressionlessly at the two. You'd best be useful. Otherwise, you won't be able to save your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng took the initiative to strike, sprinting forward and delivering a flying kick. Qin Feng's move was so fast that the killer in front didn't even have time to react before being kicked. The force behind Qin Feng's kick was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The killer was sent crashing to the ground, creating a 10-centimeter deep crater. The killer lying in the crater was clearly dead. The other killer, who was standing a bit farther back, just realized what had happened and was about to run when Qin Feng grabbed him by the neck and lifted him like a chick. I ask, you answer. Don't waste words, or you'll end up like him, understand? Qin Feng said coldly to the killer before him. It must be said that the killer was terrified by Qin Feng's skills. He had always believed that there were martial arts in Huaxia, and witnessing Qin Feng's kick just now confirmed it. Chapter 446, Battle Against Taiyu. After speaking, Qin Feng bent down, picked up a distinctly sharp stone from the ground, and threw it with force. The flying stone accurately cut the ropes binding Zhao Yuqing and Shun Sherman. The surrounding Taiyu Hall killers displayed expressions of disbelief upon witnessing this scene. Wow, how impressive. This must be a fluke. A killer couldn't control his mouth and blurted out. However, as soon as he said it, he realized that his boss was watching him with a gaze full of murderous intent. This scared him, and he quickly covered his mouth with both hands, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Fortunately, due to Qin Feng's sudden intrusion, Tai didn't have a mind to care about him. Without the ropes binding them, Zhao Yuqing and Shun Sherman quickly helped each other untie the remaining ropes on their hands. Seeing that his subordinates were so unresponsive, Taiyu hurriedly shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Control them." Only then did the people from Taiyu Hall react and rush towards the two women. Seeing this, Qin Feng wanted to help the two women, but at the same time, 3 killers from Taiyu Hall stepped forward, expressionless, blocking Qin Feng's path. Qin Feng had no intention of wasting words with them and threw a punch. Chapter 447. Do you really want to live? Taiyu's expression shifted from shock to normalcy as he quickly got up from the ground. Looking at Qin Feng, he said, "Is this the martial arts of Huaxia? It's really not weak, but my Taiyu has more than just this little ability to get to where I am today." Although he spoke harshly, there was still a hint of fear in his eyes. Perhaps this was the case of saying the harshest words while displaying the most cowardly expression. "Aren't you going to make a move? Do you want me to strike first?" Qin Feng sneered, and with his extraordinary vision, he naturally saw the hint of fear hidden deep in Taiyu's eyes. Taiyu, with his fiery temper, couldn't tolerate such provocation from Qin Feng. At this moment, he disregarded his fear of this Huaxia person and charged at Qin Feng with his fists raised. Qin Feng's lips curled into a dangerous smile, and without making any evasive movements, he charged towards Taiyu. Bai Beng, Tao Shenkao. Among the various martial arts of Huaxia, the power of Bajibeng ranks among the top. Although Bajibeng has tremendous power, it also causes some harm to the user while inflicting damage on the enemy. If one were to find a martial art similar to Bajibeng, it would be the 7 Injuries Fist. Chapter 448. The return of the 7-day, soul-disrupting Finger Taiyu looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Who do you want me to kill?" His voice and gaze were filled with caution, seemingly afraid of provoking this terrifying young man in front of him. Qin Feng replied, "Well, families will son." "What?" Taiyu exclaimed. "Are you joking with me? The Will family is the 5th-ranked family in America. How could I possibly kill Will Sun, the young master?" Taiyu's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, and despite his cautious thoughts, he couldn't suppress his shock. Although Taiyu Hall ranked 4th in the killer world, now it was just him left as a lone commander. Moreover, even if Taiyu Hall were at its peak, it would still be unlikely to kill Will Sun, the young master of the Will family. Qin Feng frowned slightly and said coldly, "So you're choosing death?" Upon hearing the word death, Taiyu's body trembled violently, and he frantically shook his head, indicating he didn't want to die. "I'll go kill him. I'll go kill him. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to kill Will Sun for you." Chapter 449. Confused Zhao Yuqing, doesn't Mr. Qin plan to invite me in to sit for a while? Zhao Yuqing said awkwardly outside the door. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile, stepped aside, and said, "Come in, Miss Zhao." "Huh? Mr. Qin, how did you know I was a woman?" Zhao Yuqing, hearing Qin Feng's words, stepped into the room. At first, she didn't catch the oddity in his words, but then she realized. Qin Feng smiled again and said, "You really think I'm stupid? If I can't even tell you're a woman, what am I doing?" "Mean. It's not good to be seen standing at the door." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuqing could only stiffen her resolve and continue into Qin Feng's room. She initially thought that Qin Feng didn't know she was a woman, which was why she dared to find him at this late hour. The reason for seeking him out was that after witnessing his skills at Taiyu Hall, his figure had lingered in her mind. She had intended to find a casual excuse to come in and chat with him and take a look at this man. But she never expected that Qin Feng had already figured out she was a woman. Chapter 450. Another side of Will Sun after hearing the busy tone on the phone. Will Sun threw the phone aside. He threw it down with considerable force, causing it to hit the table and emit a crisp sound. Such a sound was especially loud in the quiet night, and someone immediately came and knocked on the door outside. "Young master, are you all right?" This was the butler of Will Sun's villa, and he had heard this voice for over 10 years. Even without opening the door, he could tell who it was. "Barney, I'm fine. Just go do what you need to do. It's getting late. You should rest early at your age." Hearing Barney's voice, Will Sun sighed and said, in front of outsiders, Will Sun always appeared as a flamboyant and domineering second-generation rich kid. However, he had never shown such arrogance and dominance in front of this old butler. The Will family was vast, lacking in warmth, but this old butler, who had accompanied Will for over a decade, was the closest person to him. When he was younger, if Will encountered difficulties outside and returned home, no one would ask him what had happened, except for this old butler, who would silently accompany him and ask what he had encountered. Chapter 451. Zhao Yuqing's thoughts. Zhao Yuqing buried her head in Zhao Sihai's embrace, whispering softly. Zhao Sihai asked quietly, "Are you hungry?" Dad had the aunt make your favorite vegetable porridge. Many people might not believe it, but as the daughter of Byte Technology, Zhao Yuqing had loved drinking vegetable porridge since she was a child. If presented with a pile of delicacies and a simple, plain bowl of vegetable porridge, she would undoubtedly choose the porridge without hesitation. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhao Yuqing raised her head and wiped away a few tears from the corners of her eyes. Smiling, she nodded and said, "Thank you to the aunt for her hard work, still not able to rest this late." Haha, the aunt treats you like her own daughter. Even if you ask her to get up at 4 a.m. to make you porridge, she would do it without hesitation. Zhao Sihai said with a light laugh after hearing his daughter's words. This aunt had watched Zhao Yuqing grow up. Apart from the vegetable porridge cooked by her, Zhao Yuqing has never had vegetable porridge made by anyone else. This time, because Byte Technology is looking to develop the market in the United States. Zhao Sihai and his daughter brought this aunt along when they came to the U.S. The father and daughter chatted and laughed as they walked into the house. Chapter 452. Hacker manipulating public opinion. Dad, I understand. I haven't confirmed my feelings for General Qin yet. I'll think about it carefully, Zhao Yuqing said in order to avoid worrying her concerned father. Zhao Sihai nodded slightly, as he had been observing his daughter's character and actions over the years. Although his daughter is a woman, her thoughts and abilities in handling matters are no less than those of men. The saying women are no less than men applies perfectly to his daughter without any awkwardness. Aunt Wu sat aside, listening to the conversation between the father and daughter, and understood some things. Although she treated Zhao Yuqing as her own, she ultimately held the identity of a servant. She had no right or qualification to interfere in Zhao Yuqing's feelings. The pot of vegetable porridge was finished by the three of them, and Aunt Wu took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. "Yuqing, you should rest early," Zhao Sihai said to Zhao Yuqing. Zhao Yuqing nodded slightly and replied, "Dad, you should also rest early. Now that General Qin has come to the U.S., there's no need to rush over those troubling matters." Hearing this, a relaxed smile appeared on Zhao Sihai's face, and he nodded before turning to go upstairs. Chapter 453. The plan proceeds. As usual, seeing that the task assigned by his father had been completed, Wei Lixuan immediately called the family butler. At this time, his father might not have gotten up yet, but the butler was already awake. To avoid disturbing his father's sleep, Wei Lixuan wisely chose to call the butler. "Hello, young master?" The butler's voice came through, sounding somewhat surprised. He seemed not to expect that the young master would call him at this time. Wei Lixuan asked if his father was up, and the answer was that his father was already having morning tea. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Wei Lixuan hung up the call and dialed his father's number. "Dad, all the articles about me online have been deleted." Once the call connected, Wei Lixuan quickly said. His father's voice came through the phone, still as stern as ever. "Got it. Be more careful in the future. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again." After saying this, without waiting for Wei Lixuan to respond, the call was already hung up. Wei Lixuan sighed helplessly, stood up, and stretched. His body, which hadn't moved much all night, made a series of crisp sounds as he stretched.